Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. 8th level. In the kingdom of Tiando, within the Martial Soul Hall branch in the city of Bartle, a fierce-looking middle-aged man was conducting the Martial Soul Awakenings for a group of youths. Next, Tuoba Jun, upon hearing the command, an unremarkable child hurriedly approached the man. The middle-aged man glanced at him and instructed, "Place your hand on the crystal ball and refrain from thinking about anything else." The boy nodded vigorously, seemingly fearful of inciting the man's ire. He then placed his right hand upon the crystal ball, which soon emanated a robust glow. Behind him, a massive white earth dragon materialized. Observing the results of the boy's test, the middle-aged man announced loudly, "Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon, Innate Soul Power Level 4. After proclaiming the talents of the boy, named Tuoba Jun, the fierce man lowered his head and remarked, "Young one, you possess a commendable martial soul. Please proceed to the registration desk." Upon hearing the man's words, the child, who had been trembling in fear, dashed towards the registration area. The middle-aged man, accustomed to such occurrences, continued. Next, Meng Iran. Following this, a charming little girl gracefully walked onto the stage, placing her hand on the awakening crystal ball as instructed by the middle-aged man. In an instant, the crystal ball transformed into a dazzling white. Gazing at the young girl before him, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment at that moment. Meng Iran appeared as a beacon of light. This was the highest innate soul power he had witnessed since he began awakening soul powers the previous year. He recalled his own awakening, where his soul power barely reached level 4, and it took him until the age of 20 to barely surpass level 30, eventually achieving the rank of Soul Master. After a prolonged moment of disbelief, he finally exclaimed, "Meng Iran, Martial Soul, Serpent Staff, Innate Soul Power Level 8. His announcement sparked a wave of astonishment throughout the crowd. Everyone was taken aback by the extraordinary talent of the girl named Meng Iran. The middle-aged man then looked down at Meng Iran and said, "Young lady, you possess remarkable talent. Would you consider joining our Martial Soul Hall?" He endeavored to adopt a gentler tone with her. Unlike the other children, Meng Iran was unafraid of the imposing man before her, sensing no malice in his demeanor. She replied, "No, uncle, my grandparents are waiting for me outside. I will leave after I finish registering." Upon hearing her response, the middle-aged man felt a tinge of regret, but ultimately had no recourse, saying, "Very well, young lady, farewell." With that, Meng Iran skipped away, joyfully. In the audience, Tuoba Chan was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Meng Iran, the first love interest of Tang San. He also did not expect the girl's innate soul power to be so elevated, though he presumed it could not surpass his own. After all, as a traveler, his minimum standard was innate full soul power coupled with dual martial souls. When it was his turn to take the stage, he would surely astonish them all. After Meng Iran departed, the middle-aged man continued. Next, Tuoba Chen. Upon uttering Tuoba Chen's name, the man gazed at the list before him, puzzled. Was the Holy Dragon Sect here, en masse, for awakening? This marked the 6th individual from the Holy Dragon Sect to participate today. Nevertheless, the man sighed. Although the Holy Dragon Sect's white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul was formidable, throughout the testing process, he had yet to encounter anyone with an innate soul power. Exceeding level 5, that was the Holy Dragon Sect truly competent? He wondered how this child named Tuoba Chun would fare, suspecting he would not fare much better. As Tuoba Chun approached the middle-aged man, he mimicked Meng Iran's earlier gesture, placing his hand upon the crystal ball. He then heard the man's voice. "Concentrate. Do not think of anything else." Once the man finished speaking, Tuoba Chun placed his hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, the orb emitted a brilliant white light, and a phantom image of a white-armored earth dragon appeared behind Tuoba Chun. Both Tuoba Chun and the middle-aged man were momentarily stunned by the sight. The man's astonishment stemmed from the disbelief that he had encountered 2 prodigies today, each possessing an innate soul power of level 8. Conversely, Tuoba Chun was taken aback, realizing he was not at full innate soul power and did not possess a twin martial soul, which sent a chill through his heart. However, the middle-aged man paid no mind to these concerns and exclaimed excitedly, "Tuoba Chun, Martial Soul, White-Armored Earth Dragon, Innate Soul Power, Level 8. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran, who had not yet left the Grand Hall, turned to glance at Tuoba Chun, astonished that someone else had matched her innate soul power of level 8. This time, the middle-aged man refrained from issuing recruitment offers. After all, the White-Armored Earth Dragon Martial Soul was emblematic of the Holy Dragon Sect, which would not allow such an exceptional talent to join the Spear Hall. That he simply instructed Tuoba Chun, "Young one, please register over there, and then you may leave." Realizing the man was addressing him, Tuoba Chen responded, "All right." He then proceeded to the registration area, where Meng Yiran was still completing her information form and had not yet departed. Noticing Tuoba Chen's arrival, Meng Yiran paused and said, "Hello, my name is Meng Yiran." Taken by surprise at her greeting, Tuoba Chen replied, "Oh." Despite Meng Yiran's charming appearance, Tuoba Chen was reluctant to engage with her, given her prior association with the Protagonist group. It is widely acknowledged that those who interact with the Protagonist group often find themselves relegated to minor roles, unless they are akin to a close brother of the Protagonist. Otherwise, they seldom meet favorable outcomes. For instance, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect suffer annihilation when Yu Qianhing interacted with Tang San. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect faced destruction after their dealings with Tang San. The Spirit Hall, opposing Tang San, was also eradicated. The Sea God's priest, Poseidon, guided Tang San to ascend, only to meet his demise. Such tragic fates abound, and Tuoba Chen wished to avoid experiencing anything similar. Although the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect have been rebuilt, they have certainly endured their share of tribulations. Tuoba Chen, however, is unwilling to face such hardships. After the awakening of his martial soul, the once proud Tuoba Chen has lost the arrogance he possessed upon his arrival in this world. His soul power is neither inherently full nor merely at the first level. It is certainly not a twin martial soul. Furthermore, throughout his life, he has not awakened any system-like abilities. Tuoba Chen understands that he likely lacks a golden finger. Hence, for the sake of safety, he refrains from recklessly associating with individuals connected to the main character. Nevertheless, he is not one to be rigid in thought. An innate soul power of level 8 is considered a commendable talent in the Douluo continent. In the Douluo continent, where 99% of the populace possesses no soul power, achieving the rank of title Douluo through diligent cultivation is not beyond the realm of possibility for someone with innate soul power of level 8. What more could he possibly desire? Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's indifferent response, Meng Yiran did not abandon her attempt at communication. Instead, she continued, "Are you a disciple of the Holy Dragon Sect?" Instinctively, Tuoba Chen nodded. He had not intended to do so, but years of politeness compelled him to acquiesce. As for Meng Yiran deducing his identity, he found it unsurprising. After all, his martial soul is the white armored earth dragon, a direct lineage martial soul of the Holy Dragon Sect, which has not yet fallen from grace and is still guarded by a title Douluo. Among the lower four sects, only the Holy Dragon Sect boasts a title Douluo, and its reputation remains significant. Thus, Meng Yiran's deduction is entirely reasonable. Seeing Tuoba Chen nod, Meng Yiran joyfully exclaimed, "Can we be friends? Let me tell you, my grandparents are truly remarkable, not inferior to the leader of your Holy Dragon Sect. However, they do not allow me to befriend children from ordinary families, which is why I have no friends until now. Will you be my friend?" With that, she fixed her large, glistening eyes upon Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen found it difficult to withstand Meng Yiran's gaze. How vexing it was, for he, a reclusive soul, could hardly endure such scrutiny. In an instant, he forgot his previous reservations and agreed without hesitation. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's acceptance, Meng Yiran gleefully jumped up and embraced him. From the moment she entered, she had sensed something extraordinary about Tuoba Chen. While other children appeared somewhat foolish and disheveled, Tuoba Chen stood apart, his attire meticulously neat, exuding a distinct aura that set him apart from the others. Most importantly, Tuoba Chen was the most charming among the group of children. These factors immediately drew her attention, and upon discovering that Tuoba Chen's innate soul power matched her own impressive level 8, Meng Yiran felt that this was undoubtedly a fateful arrangement orchestrated by the heavens, for which she was profoundly grateful. Before long, she completed the form in her hands. However, due to the fact that Tuoba Chen had yet to finish, she decided to wait for him. Her grandparents were outside, and she intended to introduce Tuoba Chen to them that moment. Tuoba Chen was emotionlessly filling out the information, deliberately writing slowly to encourage Meng Yiran to leave first. He had just been tempted by a little girl, a mortifying experience indeed. If his friend from around Hongxing Alley were to witness this, where would his pride as the leader of the alley be? Moreover, he had seen Meng Yiran arriving with an elderly couple, and now it struck him that they were none other than the illustrious couple, the Gaishi Longxi. The young girl before him seemed to harbor a fondness for him, and he worried that if they encountered the Gaishi Longxi, they might insist on making him Meng Yiran's childhood husband. After all, a handsome lad like him was a rarity in Hongxing Alley. He was a man destined to conquer the forest, and here he found himself kneeling beneath the skirt of a little Girl, what a loss it would be. A boy must learn to protect himself when venturing out. Observing Tuoba Chen's sluggish pace and filling out the form, Meng Iran remarked, "Are there some characters you cannot write? If so, I can assist you. You see, despite being only 6 years old, I already know 1,000 characters." Yes, she said this. She proudly patted her flat chest, gazing at Tuoba Chan with an air of superiority. Though Tuoba Chan had no desire to argue with such a little girl, being mocked by one who had just turned 6 was undeniably irksome. He realized she was determined to wait, and thus he had no choice but to hasten his completion of the form. He wasn't alone, he had come with his father, and he could only hope that his father would lend him some support. After all, his father was a level 71 soul saint, and one of the 3 main leaders of the Holy Dragon Chamber established by the Holy Dragon Sect in the Heavendo Empire. A 40-year-old soul saint was a significant figure within the sect, and he should not be intimidated by the Gaishilong he likely wouldn't be. With that thought in mind, Tuoba Chen swiftly finished filling out the form, and as he handed it in, he was immediately tugged by Meng Iran, who led him outside. At the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall branch, the Gaishi Longshi couple and Tuoba Chen's father were waiting for their children to emerge. When Tuoba Chen stepped out, he was startled to find his father engaged in conversation with the Gaishi Longshi. An ominous feeling surged within him. Several parents noticed their children exiting, but Long Gong suddenly spotted his little granddaughter holding hands with an unknown boy. His sharp eyes narrowed, coldly scrutinizing the intertwined hands before swiftly glancing at Tuoba Chen, as if committing his appearance to memory. All of this transpired in an instant, unnoticed by anyone else. Yet, Tuoba Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if something sinister were fixating upon him. Subsequently, upon discovering the presence of the 2 individuals, they simultaneously exclaimed, "Little Min Grand Chainer." Upon uttering this, Tuoba Chen's father and the couple, Gai Shi Long and Shi, exchanged a glance. Lord Long was somewhat taken aback from Tuoba Yan's tone. It was evident that the young rascal who had clasped his daughter Mengren's hand was indeed his own child. The ensuing scene confirmed this, as Meng Iran rushed to embrace both Gai Shi Long and Shi. Tuoba Chen, in a leisurely manner, approached his father, Tuoba Yin, and stated, "Dad, I have completed my assessment." "Oh, what were the results?" Tuoba Yin was curious about his son's innate gifts. In truth, Tuoba Yin had 3 children above Tuoba Chan were 2 elder sisters, each over a decade his senior. Initially, Tuoba Yin had only wished for 2 children, but unexpectedly, his wife Tuoba Chen's mother became pregnant again, making Tuoba Chen an unforeseen addition to the family. Nevertheless, despite being an unexpected blessing, Tuoba Chen was cherished by his parents, perhaps due to their advancing age, as they displayed even more affection towards him than towards his 2 sisters. In their minds, there existed no notion of raising sons in poverty while indulging daughters in wealth. Thus Tuoba Chen was never coerced into undertaking tasks he was unwilling to perform. However, as a transmigrator, he could not afford to live like an ordinary child, spending his days solely in frivolity. Chapter 3. Submitting a report. Each day, he engaged in appropriate physical training, and among his peers in the vicinity, none could rival him. Even some children who had awakened their martial souls found themselves unable to match his strength. From a young age, he had been exceptionally obedient, which instilled great confidence in Tuoba Yin regarding his son's capabilities. However, his 2 sisters, to be candid, did not possess remarkable talents. Both had innate soul power rated at level 4, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Tuoba Chen, driven by a fierce competitive spirit, feared that his father would be disappointed if his soul power assessment yielded an unsatisfactory result. Therefore, he had already prepared some comforting words in advance. When he heard his father's inquiry, Tuoba Chen calmly responded, "Martial soul, white armored earth dragon, innate soul power, level 8. At Tuoba Chen's declaration, Tuoba Yin instinctively replied, "It's alright, innate soul power does not define everything you need." And before he could finish, Tuoba Yin suddenly comprehended. You just said your innate soul power is what level?" "Level 8, Tuoba Chen reiterated, maintaining his composure. He did not feel pride in his talent after all. The protagonists in their circle possessed a minimum innate soul power of level 9, and the chasm between him and them was still vast that he needed to seize the time to cultivate diligently. Tuoba Chen had calculated that he was approximately 3 years older than Tang San, which meant he had an additional 3 years of training compared to the protagonists. 3 years could determine many outcomes, and he aimed to enhance his strength before the next 4 sects pledged allegiance to the Martial Soul Hall, striving to secure a degree of influence within the sect to thwart their reckless actions. Certainly, he is left with merely a decade, and he must transcend to the Soul Sage or even the Soul Douluo before he reaches the age of 20. That only then can he wield a modicum of influence within the sect, compelling the Council of Elders to heed his words at that juncture. In a bid to avoid unnecessary attention, he plans to retreat into seclusion alongside the Haotian sect. Once the Spirit Hall is vanquished by Tang San, he does not harbor aspirations of becoming a paramount powerhouse of the continent. However, without the aid of a system or even innate full soul power, Tuoba Chen is at a loss as to how he could possibly contend with Tang San and his companions. After all, they're destined for divinity to secure a tranquil and contented existence. He has set a modest goal for himself, to attain the rank of title Douluo by the age of 25. Such an ambition is hardly excessive, considering that Tang San seemingly achieved divinity by that very age. His audacity in setting such ambitious goals stems from his profound understanding of the trajectory of Douluo continent's future. He is acutely aware of the numerous rare medicinal herbs flourishing in the Elder Poison's herb garden, as well as the existence of various training grounds such as the City of Slaughter and Sea God Island. If circumstances permit, he aspires to tread the path once traversed by Tang San, striving to surpass him. He does not perceive any shame in following the protagonist's footsteps. After all, in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary individual, possessing only a superficial knowledge of Douluo continent gleaned from books. It is implausible that after 6 years of living here, he could independently devise a suitable methodology. Discovering a path tailored to himself proves exceedingly challenging, whereas following in Tang San's footsteps could save him a considerable amount of time. Upon returning to reality, Tuoba Yin finds himself at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. His son, Tuoba Chen, astonishingly possesses innate talent on par with that of the Holy Dragon Sect's young master, Tuoba Haiyun. In his youth, his own innate soul power had merely reached level 7, which is significant, as innate soul power holds immense importance, often surpassing the value of acquired effort. Tuoba Yin once read in a book that the amount of innate soul power signifies an individual's cultivation speed. He recalled that the book stated, if a person with an innate soul power of 1 cultivates at a speed of 1, then a person with an innate soul power of 2 cultivates at a speed of 1.5. And someone with an innate soul power of 3 can achieve a speed of 2, and so forth. The cultivation speed of 1 with full innate soul power is an astonishing 5.5 times that of 1 with merely an innate soul power of 1. Thus, the higher the innate soul power, the greater the starting point. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's innate soul power, the illustrious dragon and serpent couple were somewhat astonished. Even Dragon Gong felt that this young rascal, who held his granddaughter's hand, appeared less irksome than before. Although Tuoba Yin was brimming with excitement, he did not forget that the esteemed couple was beside him. He then led Tuoba Chen before the dragon and serpent couple and said, "Respected elders, this is my son, Tuoba Chen." Afterward, he turned to Tuoba Chen and instructed, "Little Chen, these two are the esteemed serpent matriarch and dragon patriarch. My elders, quickly greet your grandparents." Hearing his father's words, Tuoba Chen nodded and sweetly exclaimed, "Hello, Grandfather Dragon. Hello, Grandmother Serpent." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen address her as grandmother, the serpent matriarch beamed with delight and promptly replied, "What a good child." Dragon Gong also nodded, but the neglected Meng Iran felt a tinge of displeasure. To assert her presence, she tugged at Dragon Gong's attire and said, Grandfather, my innate soul power is also at level 8. Taken aback by Meng Iran's declaration, Dragon Gong then burst into hearty laughter and said, "As expected of my granddaughter. Little Iran, tell grandfather what you desire, and I shall buy you anything you wish today." Hearing Dragon Gong's words, Meng Iran smiled sweetly and turned her gaze toward Tuoba Chen. Suddenly, Tuoba Chen was engulfed by an ominous premonition, which was soon affirmed by Meng Iran's words. "Grandfather, I wish to become good friends with him, but when I tried to talk to him just now, he was completely indifferent. Grandfather, could you please speak to him on my behalf?" Upon hearing Meng Iran's plea, Tuoba Chen felt a chill run down his spine. It was over. This little girl had actually gone to complain to Long Gong. He had no illusions about his father being a match for Long Gong. If Long Gong were to unleash his fury, he doubted his father could protect him. Long Gong, upon hearing Meng Iran's remarks, cast a glare at Tuoba Chen. However, as a renowned figure in the Douluo continent, he saw no reason to engage in a conflict with a mere child, especially considering that Tuoba Chen was the son of an old acquaintance. Yet, since his beloved granddaughter had made a request, he could not remain idle. He lowered his head and addressed Tuoba Chen, "What is the matter, young man? Do you not wish to befriend my dear Iran?" His tone was seemingly casual, Yet it carried an unspoken authority that left Tuoba Chen feeling the weight of unvoiced threats. He recognized that it was unwise to offend a sole Douluo over Meng Iran. One must be astute in discerning the times. Before Tuoba Chen could respond, his father, Tuoba Yin, stepped forward, shielding him protectively and stating, Senior Long Gong, you flatter yourself. How could little Chen possibly refuse to be friends with little Iran? Isn't that right, little Chen? Seeing his father standing resolutely behind him filled Tuoba Chen with warmth. He knew that if Long Gong were to strike, his father would likely stand firm, risking everything to protect him. Tuoba Chen promptly nodded, expressing his willingness to befriend Meng Iran. Consider yourself fortunate. For I must inform you that Iran is indeed your fiancée. You ought to treat her with utmost care. Tuoba Chen, Meng Iran. After Long Gong finished speaking, both Tuoba Chen and Meng Iran were left in a state of astonishment. An engaged fiancé? What on earth was happening? They were utterly oblivious to this revelation. Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings and noticed that both his father and the couple, the dragon and the serpent, seemed to have been aware of the situation long before. Although Tuoba Chen was taken aback, Meng Iran was even more astonished, being a girl. She was inherently more perceptive and understood the implications of being a fiancée. She promptly tugged at Long Gong's arm and exclaimed, Grandfather, when was this decision made? Why have I become Tuoba Chen's fiancée? Seeing his granddaughter acting affectionately beside him, Long Gong chuckled and replied, This is an old matter. I have been acquainted with Tuoba Chen's grandfather for quite some time. We had previously made an agreement that if our grandchildren were of the same sex, they would become brothers or sisters. If of opposite sexes, then a betrothal would be arranged. Tuoba Chen's father can attest to this, can't you, Tuoba Yin? Tuoba Yin quickly nodded and said, Xiao Iran, what your grandfather stated is indeed true. I was present at that time, and your father and I were very close friends. We had made a promise regarding this matter. Upon hearing the affirmation from both families, Tuoba Chen felt an unsettling twitch in his right eyelid, as if foreboding some unfortunate event. Before long, he suddenly noticed that Meng Iran's delicate face had turned a deep shade of crimson, and she cast a hesitant yet inviting glance at Tuoba Chen. Within the depths of Tuoba Chen's mind, a tempest of anguish roared, Do not proceed in this manner. You are but 6 years old, awaken to reality. Alas, the crowd remained oblivious to the turmoil within him. As he scrutinized Tuoba Chen, his satisfaction grew with each passing moment. Initially displeased by the sight of him grasping his granddaughter's hand, his demeanor shifted upon realizing that this boy was none other than the son of Tuoba Yin. Thus, all grievances dissipated, and the Dragon Lord's approval intensified. He then proclaimed, Little Chen, now that you are my grandson-in-law, it would be prudent for you to cultivate a deeper connection with Iran. You are both of similar age and are bound to share numerous common interests. Indeed, Grandfather Long, Tuoba Chen replied, masking his inner turmoil with a spirited tone, exemplifying the essence of saying one thing while feeling another. Faced with an inescapable fate, Tuoba Chen reluctantly acquiesced, for Meng Iran was undeniably charming, and he reasoned that being in her company would yield no detriment to himself. As for any potential encounters with Tang San, he would leave that to the whims of fate. If destiny decreed that he cross paths with Tang San, avoidance would be futile, and he merely resolved to maintain a cordial stance. After all, while interactions with the protagonist might entail various trials, the ultimate outcomes often proved favorable. Not one to be mired in obstinacy, he swiftly reconciled this notion. The Dragon Lord, pleased with Tuoba Chen's response, declared, In that case, we shall take our leave. We shall meet again soon. With that, he took Meng Iran by the hand, and as they departed, she cast a furtive glance back at Tuoba Chen, her cheeks aflame, before swiftly turning her head away. Tuoba Chen observed this scene with a hint of resignation. Was it merely because he was a touch charming, a shade handsome, possessed an admirable demeanor, a melodious voice, and a way with words? Why had this little girl taken such a fancy to him? Women truly are creatures easily beguiled by appearances. If she were to comprehend my intrinsic nature, she would discover that the true essence of me, aside from my looks, is that of a clever, kind-hearted, and well-mannered individual. Thus, I must concede that Meng Iran possesses remarkably discerning taste. Once Long Gong and the others departed, Tuoba Chen cast a puzzled glance at Tuoba Yin, his expression unmistakably conveying the question, Why did you not inform me sooner that I had a fiancée? Tuoba Yin noticed the look in his son's eyes and instantly comprehended his thoughts. With a resigned gesture, he said, Xiao Chun, my dear, your father never intended to deceive you. The matter at hand was something I had hoped to share with you when you were a bit older. I truly did not anticipate encountering Elder Long so soon. Now that you are aware of your betrothed, I implore you not to indulge in frivolous affairs outside. However, it is quite surprising that your innate soul power has awakened to level 8 today. Let us celebrate this occasion. Instead of dining at home, let us feast at Uncle Mo's tavern. Upon hearing the mention of a grand feast, Tuoba Chen scoffed lightly. He knew all too well that during such occasions, his father would only order his favorite dishes. Observing Tuoba Chen's reaction, Tuoba Yin felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, he took his son's hand and said, "Let us return and share this news with your mother. She will surely be delighted." "I'm back. Xiao Chen is home. How did the soul power awakening test go?" Just as the words left his lips, the door to the room swung open, revealing a graceful and insightful woman. This was Tuoba Chen's mother, Ningyu. A woman of elegance, possessing the martial soul of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda and a soul power of level 53. Upon seeing his mother, Tuoba Chen replied, "Mom, my innate soul power is level 8. Ningyu, who had prepared a comforting speech, was momentarily taken aback by her son's revelation. Had she misheard? Level 8, equivalent to the combined innate soul powers of his 2 elder sisters. In an instant, she scooped Tuoba Chen into her arms and planted a kiss on his cherubic face, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are my son." Tuoba Yin observed the tender exchange between the mother and son, clearing his throat twice, and said, "All right, let us hasten to Old Mo's for our meal. I have already made the arrangements for the banquet. Heir and rower should have arrived by now. Let us make our way there." Upon hearing Tuoba Yin's words, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been 3 years since his 2 sisters had returned home, and he was delighted by their unexpected arrival. Soon, the trio arrived at Uncle Mo's tavern. As Tuoba Chen beheld the establishment, his mouth watered in anticipation. Though he was still young and unable to consume substantial amounts, he could not deny that Uncle Mo possessed exceptional culinary skills. Aware that today marked Tuoba Chen's awakening of his martial soul, Mo Long had prepared the ingredients for the feast a day in advance, rising early to commence the cooking. Just a quarter of an hour prior, everything had been completed, and he now stood anxiously at the entrance of the tavern, glancing towards Tuoba Chen's family direction, fretting, "Where are they? If they don't arrive soon, the dishes will grow cold." Before long, Tuoba Chen's family appeared at the corner. Upon seeing them, Mo Long hurried forward to greet them. Tuoba Chen promptly exclaimed, "Uncle Mo." Mo Long, upon spotting Tuoba Chen, smiled broadly, his eyes nearly slits, and inquired, "Little Chen, how did your martial soul awakening go today?" In response to this question, Tuoba Chen felt somewhat numb, yet he still replied with enthusiasm, "Uncle Mo, I have reached level 8. As anticipated." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's innate soul power, Mo Long expressed his admiration and joy, leading the 3 of them to the banquet set for them. In fact, Mo Long was even more delighted than Tuoba Chen's parents. Having watched Tuoba Chen grow, and with no children of his own, he had always regarded Tuoba Chen as his own. Thus, learning that Tuoba Chen's innate soul power had reached an impressive level 8 filled him with elation. Upon entering the private room, he immediately spotted his 2 sisters, whom he had not seen in 3 years. "Little Chen, come here. Let your sister have a look at you." Clearly overjoyed at his presence, Tuoba Ro and Tuoba Xian inquired about his innate soul power before the family commenced their sumptuous feast. Throughout the meal, his 2 sisters and Ningyu continually served him dishes, piling his bowl high, much to Tuoba Yan's envious gaze. Midway through the meal, Mo Long suddenly remarked, "Old Yan, with such a remarkable talent, won't little Chen be sent to the sect for training?" Tuoba Chen, engrossed in his meal, perked up at the mention of the discussion regarding himself, eager to listen intently. After a moment of silence, Tuoba Yin said, "No need. Little Chen is still quite young, and I am uneasy about him going to the Star Luo Empire. Although I currently hold merely the position of a humble steward, my father is an elder within the sect, and I do possess some authority." Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Mo Long nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment of not wanting Tuoba Chen to venture into the harsh realities of the Star Luo Empire at such a tender age. Subsequently, Mo Long served a piece of meat to Tuoba Chen, saying, "Come, little Chen, eat more. If you ever decide against becoming a soul master in the future, you can come and inherit Uncle Mo's tavern." Upon hearing Mo Long's suggestion, Tuoba Chen quickly shook his head, replying, "No, no, no. Uncle is still young. You should find a wife and have your own children to inherit it. Tuoba Yin furrowed his brow and said, Old Mo, what are you talking about? You are only 40 years old. Why do you speak as if you were past your prime? Hearing their exchange, Mo Long let out a sigh, observing his demeanor. Tuoba Yan's pupils constricted in concern as he remarked, Old Mo, surely not. Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Long shot him a glare and then glanced at the bewildered Tuoba Chun. The implication was clear. Such matters should not be discussed in front of the child. Aware that he had overstepped, Tuoba Yin hastily interjected, Let us eat, let us eat. Although Tuoba Chun appears to be a mere child, his soul is undoubtedly that of a 20-year-old youth. The contrast between the two is evident, and it is clear that Uncle Mo's health must be in some disarray. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the family engaged in casual conversation with Mo Long at the dining table. Suddenly, Mo Long announced, Little Chen, to celebrate your awakening of the martial spirit, I have prepared a small gift for you. Upon hearing Mo Long's words, Tuoba Chun felt a surge of curiosity. After all, whenever Mo Long referred to a small gift, it was anything but trivial. Last year, on his birthday, his uncle had also described a gift as small, only to present him with a dagger worth several thousand gold soul coins. The year before, he received an exquisite cloak made from the fur of a century-old white tiger, valued in the thousands. Thus, he approached this so-called small gift with a degree of caution. Although he understood that Uncle Mo treated him like a son, he felt somewhat embarrassed to receive such lavish gifts without cause. Before he could voice his thoughts, Mo Long produced a silver necklace adorned with a dragon-shaped pendant. Uncle Mo, what is this? Although the necklace appeared rather ordinary, Tuoba Chen sensed that it was far from being a trivial item. Moreover, he pondered why his uncle, a man of stature, would gift him, a boy, such an ornament. Noticing the look of confusion on Tuoba Chen's face, Mo Long explained, Little Chun, this necklace is called the Azure Dragon Pendant. It is a soul-guiding device capable of storing up to 20 cubic meters of items. Upon hearing the term soul-guiding device, Tuoba Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Uncle Mo, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. When Tuoba Yin witnessed Mo Long presenting the Tsanglong pendant, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his old comrade would unveil such a treasure. However, he refrained from intervening. Knowing that Mo Long had evidently chosen Tuoba Chun as his successor, he understood his old friend's temperament and realized that a refusal would be inappropriate. Thus, he remarked, Little Chun, since Uncle Mo has given it to you, you should accept it. Upon hearing his father's words, Tuoba Chen glanced at both men and recognized the earnestness in their gazes. He realized that to refuse would be somewhat pretentious, so he replied, All right, Uncle Mo, thank you. With that, he accepted the Tsanglong pendant and adorned it around his neck. Seeing Tuoba Chun wear the Tsanglong pendant, Mo Long exhaled in relief and cheerfully said, Little Chun, this pendant contains some of my insights, as well as a few small gifts I have prepared for you. Just let a drop of your blood touch the pendant, and it will automatically acknowledge you as its master. Do give it a try. Listening to Mo Long's instructions, Tuoba Chen nodded earnestly. Retrieving the cold iron dagger gifted by Mo Long, he pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Tsanglong pendant. Instantly, the once silver necklace emanated a soft white glow, and Tuoba Chun felt an elusive connection form between himself and the pendant. As he placed the cold iron dagger before the Tsanglong pendant, it vanished from sight. Witnessing this phenomenon, Mo Long smiled, knowing that the pendant had now recognized Tuoba Chun as its master. Overwhelmed by such a generous gift, Tuoba Chun found it difficult to express his gratitude. Mo Long simply patted his head and said, Child, there is no need for thanks. Uncle Mo is getting old and cannot bear such sentimental words. Just visit me often, and I will prepare delicious food for you. Yes, certainly. Tuoba Chen readily agreed. Soon after, the family bid farewell to Mo Long and returned home. Tuoba Ro and Tuoba Xin had slipped away from their sect mission, so they departed shortly after dinner. As soon as they arrived home, Tuoba Chen eagerly dashed toward his room. He had finally awakened his martial soul, although it was not a full innate soul power. Achieving level 8 was commendable. With just 2 more levels, he would be able to obtain his first soul ring. However, as he ran, he suddenly realized he was levitating, and it seemed somewhat intentional. He turned back, casting a puzzled glance at his father, unsure of what this meant. After exchanging a glance with Tuoba Yin, he gently set him down and said, Xiao Chun, do not be hasty. The cultivation of soul power can be undertaken at night. Now that you have awakened your martial spirit, it is time for you to practice the supreme technique of our sect, the transformation of the dragon. Chapter 6, Transformation of the Dragon, Azure Dragon Technique. Noon. In the courtyard of the Tuoba Chen family. In the courtyard, Tuoba Chen and his father, Tuoba Yin, stood facing each other. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange. Shortly thereafter, Tuoba Yin produced a small blue booklet and handed it to Tuoba Chen, saying, "Xiao Chen, this is the unique cultivation method of our holy dragon sect, the transformation of the dragon technique. From this day forth, you shall refine your physical form according to the principles set forth in this manual during the day. As for your evening practices, you may refer to the Azure Dragon pendant gifted to you by your Uncle Mo. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek my guidance." With that, Tuoba Yin departed, aware that he had numerous matters to attend to. He held firm in his belief that Tuoba Chen, with his keen intellect, would undoubtedly master the transformation of the dragon technique, as it was not overly complex. After listening, Tuoba Chen nodded in understanding. He had likely deduced the nature of the transformation dragon technique. In the Douluo continent, the distinction between the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects arises not only from the inherent strength of their martial souls, but also from the unique techniques each sect possesses to enhance the abilities of their disciples. For instance, the Haotian sect employs the chaotic wind hammer technique, while the 7 treasure glazed tile sect utilizes the mind control technique. And the blue lightning tyrant dragon can undergo dragon transformation, among others. Although the mind control technique is not exclusive to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, it remains a rare and invaluable scripture. The Holy Dragon sect also boasts its own distinctive technique, known as the Transformation Dragon Technique, which Tuoba Chen had not previously heard of and had assumed his sect lacked. However, he now felt a surge of curiosity. His father had mentioned that Uncle Mo had left something within the Azure Dragon pendant. Upon inspecting the pendant's interior, Tuoba Chen was nearly blinded by the treasures it contained. His eyes were met with a dazzling array of golden coins, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, accompanied by various herbs for enhancing one's foundational strength, as well as soft armor weapons for self-protection. Yet, what captivated his attention most was a somewhat worn azure booklet positioned at the center of these items. Upon seeing these treasures, Tuoba Chen gasped in astonishment. He was increasingly intrigued by the identity of Uncle Mo. Was this truly what he referred to as a mere allowance? It was, indeed, an extraordinary sum. Presumably, the item his father spoke of was the azure booklet. As he retrieved it and glanced at the title, he read Azure Dragon Technique. Once again, he encountered a unique scripture, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to unfold the Azure Dragon Technique and discover its contents. Upon opening the booklet, the first page revealed the following passage: "I am the first head of the Mo family, the Azure Dragon Douluo Yin, with the martial soul of the clear wind Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon Technique is the culmination of my life's devotion, intended for the cultivation of my descendants. This technique may only be practiced by those possessing a dragon-type martial soul. It is divided into 4 levels and can only be employed during soul power cultivation. Those who practice this technique will experience a 50% increase in their cultivation speed, and the soul power cultivated will carry special attributes, primarily enhancing speed and attack. Upon reaching the 3rd level, one will comprehend the Azure Dragon domain." Having read the first page of the Azure Dragon Technique, Tuoba Chen found himself at a loss for words to describe it. It was comparable to Tang San's Xiantian technique, and possibly even superior. Moreover, he was able to comprehend the domain. He recalled that in the original text, the Xiantian technique operated the soul power, seemingly only slightly faster than the ordinary soul power cultivation speed. Here, it had directly enhanced his abilities by 50%, accompanied by special attributes. Faced with this generous gift from Uncle Mo, he felt a profound sense of indebtedness. After reviewing the Tsanglong technique, it was time to examine the scriptures of his sect. The Transformation Dragon Decision. The Tsanglong technique was utilized during the night for soul power cultivation and was not yet applicable. Opening the first page of the Transformation Dragon Decision, he was greeted by familiar words. "I am the first patriarch of the Sacred Dragon Sect, the Sacred Dragon Douluo, with the martial spirit of the white armored Earth Dragon. The Transformation Dragon Decision is the culmination of my life's work, crafted for the use of my descendants in their cultivation. This technique may only be employed by soul masters possessing the white armored Earth Dragon and is divided into 9 tiers. It can solely be practiced while honing the physical body. Those who cultivate soul power using this technique will experience a significant enhancement in both defense and strength, with a slight increase in speed. Furthermore, with each tier attained, the martial spirit undergoes a minor evolution. Upon reaching the 7th tier, one will comprehend the sacred dragon domain. And upon attaining the 9th tier, the martial spirit will evolve from the white-armored earth dragon to the white-armored sacred dragon. Upon reading the introduction to the transformation dragon decision, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that this technique could evolve his martial spirit. The white-armored sacred dragon sounded far more formidable than the white-armored earth dragon. Contemplating these two techniques before him, Tuoba Chen suddenly felt a tangible sense of rivalry with Tang San. If he successfully cultivated both techniques to their peak, he would possess dual domains akin to Tang San's. Furthermore, if he were to acquire the God of Killing domain in the future, he would boast 3 domains. The two techniques complemented each other, enhancing his attributes comprehensively, a true dual A in strength and agility. With time still on his side, he turned to the 2nd page of the Transformation Dragon decision, which detailed the cultivation method for the 1st tier. However, upon reading its contents, he was somewhat taken aback. He had expected to find records of some unique training methods. Yet it solely documented a breathing technique, the dragon breathing method of the 1st tier of the Transformation Dragon decision. Upon perceiving this layer, Tuoba Chen's mind instinctively conjured a phrase, the breath of the dragon, the form of one. Although taken aback, he continued to delve further. The dragon breathing technique. The first and most crucial level of the transformation into a dragon necessitates that one commences from the most fundamental principles to cultivate this art. This breathing technique is the culmination of my observations of various dragon species, ultimately developed to be the most suitable method for humans. Should one practice this breathing technique uninterruptedly for 24 hours each day, only then could one achieve mastery of the 1st level of the transformation into a dragon, thereby unlocking the path to the 2nd level of training. Upon reading the introduction to the dragon breathing technique, Tuoba Chen immediately embarked on his 1st attempt. According to the text, dragons possess the ability to absorb vast quantities of oxygen within a short span, thereby enhancing their cardiovascular capabilities and significantly augmenting their physical prowess. As he perused the description, a spark ignited in Tuoba Chen's eyes. I am Tanjiro. Subsequently, he swiftly initiated his inaugural practice. Exhale. Tuoba Chen took a deep breath, held it, and then began to attempt to move. After a minute, he gasped, feeling as though he might suffocate. Neither in his previous life nor in this one had he ever learned to swim, and consequently, his lung capacity was rather limited. After just a minute, he felt his breathing becoming labored, unable to catch his breath. Chapter 7. Level 10. For an entire afternoon, Tuoba Chen practiced the dragon breathing technique. Fortunately, he had maintained a regular exercise regimen, which provided him with a decent physical foundation. By the end of the afternoon, he had made some progress and could finally hold his breath for 3 minutes. As evening approached, he intended to return to his room to rest before preparing dinner when he was suddenly called out to. Xiaochen. Turning around, he discovered that the individuals who had called to him were several clan uncles who had come with his father to manage the business association in the Tiando Empire. Uncle Bing, Uncle Yu, are you here to see my father? He hasn't returned yet. Would you like to sit at my house for a while? To be honest, Tuoba Chen was not particularly familiar with these uncles, as they seldom visited his home. Upon hearing his words, they quickly replied, No, Xiaochen. We are here to see you. We heard that your innate soul power has awakened to level 8, truly a remarkable feat, surpassing even your father's prowess. Realizing their purpose for visiting, Tuoba Chen sighed inwardly. The burdens of adulthood were indeed exhausting. Nevertheless, he held no disdain for the two men, understanding their own sense of helplessness. Thank you, Uncle Bing, Uncle Yu. After expressing his gratitude, the two men smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. They engaged in conversation for a while, gifted him a small token, and then hurriedly departed. Watching their retreating figures, Tuoba Chen felt a complex mix of emotions. He pondered whether, had he not been blessed with both talent and fortune, he too might one day find himself in a similar situation. Tuoba Chen shook his head. Such thoughts were not for him to entertain. If he wished to avoid becoming a sycophant, he must strive to grow stronger. After dinner, he returned to his chamber to delve into the practice of the Canglong art. Turning to the 2nd page, he noted that unlike the transformation technique, the Canglong art did not require any specific breathing methods. However, its training was peculiar in its own right, necessitating a rather unusual posture, with limbs grounded, head held high, back straight, abdomen drawn in, and buttocks clenched. He then closed his eyes to attune himself to the energy in the air. To be candid, maintaining this position was quite challenging. Tuoba-chan could only endure for 10 minutes before his hands began to tingle. At the 15-minute mark, his body started to tremble, and he ultimately could not endure beyond 20 minutes. Nevertheless, the results were remarkable. In that brief span of 20 minutes, he managed to absorb a small amount of soul energy into his being. Yet, the Tsanglong art was not without its drawbacks. He could practice it only once a day. Once he ceased, he had to wait until the following day to resume. Thus, he spent the remainder of his time engaged in ordinary training. It was not until around midnight that he finally drifted into slumber. The next morning, Tuoba-chan awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. Being still quite young, he could not maintain a full night of training and required a certain amount of sleep. However, the fruits of last night's practice were commendable. After ceasing the first level of the Tsanglong art, he distinctly perceived the disparity between ordinary training and the Tsanglong art. This realization ignited a quiet determination within him to extend his practice each night, thereby maximizing his potential for growth. He calculated that if he continued at the pace set the previous evening, he would elevate his soul power from level 8 to level 9 within a month. Furthermore, as his training progressed, his endurance would undoubtedly increase, allowing for swifter advancement. Once he could sustain 3 hours of practice, he would be ready to embark on the second level of the Tsanglong art, at which point his training speed would surely accelerate. The following morning, Tuoba-chan commenced his day with a morning run, followed by a variety of physical training sessions. In the afternoon, he practiced his breathing techniques, and in the evening, he focused on enhancing his soul power before retiring for the night. Occasionally, during moments of leisure, he would explore self-cultivation as a soul master and ponder the evolution of soul masters. Thus, for months past, Tuoba Yin and Ning Yu observed their child's current state with growing concern, pondering whether their son was exerting himself excessively. Unlike other children, who typically experience a fleeting sense of novelty upon awakening their martial souls, their son seemed to embrace the rigors of training with unwavering dedication. It was common for young ones to practice 4 days a week at most, yet their son adhered to a daily regimen. This relentless pursuit led the couple to worry that Tuoba-chan might be grappling with some psychological issues. Ningyu remarked, "If little Chun continues down this path, could it lead to trouble?" After a moment of contemplation, Tuoba Yin remarked, "I believe that Xiao Chun has been deprived of interaction with peers for far too long. Now that he is awakening his martial soul, perhaps it is time to send him to school." Upon hearing his words, Ningyu felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet she nodded in agreement. She genuinely feared that if this continued, Tuoba-chan might succumb to some ailment. Meanwhile, in his room, Tuoba-chan suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had finally attained the 10th level. He was now ready to acquire his first soul ring. Over the past 4 months, he had diligently practiced the Azure Dragon technique and the transformation of the dragon art. He was now able to maintain the dragon breathing method for 2 hours. Furthermore, he could sustain the first level of the Azure Dragon technique for an hour. His physique had also become significantly more robust due to regular training. Once he acquired his first soul ring, both his physical prowess and soul power would experience a notable enhancement, making the practice of the Azure Dragon technique and the transformation of the dragon art much more manageable. Contemplating this, Tuoba-chan glanced out the window, realizing that dawn had yet to break. Thus, he decided to postpone informing his parents about his breakthrough to the 10th level until morning. Early the next day, Tuoba Yin sensed something unusual. His son had not gone out for his morning run. He peered outside, noting that it was not raining. Could he be ill? Observing Tuoba-chan seated at the dining table, awaiting his meal, he approached and felt his forehead. To his surprise, it was warm. Tuoba-chan turned to his father and asked, "Dad, what's up?" Reassured by the normal temperature, Tuoba Yin adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Xiao Chun, I have something important to discuss with you." Noticing the intensity in his father's gaze, Tuoba-chan swallowed hard, wondering why his father appeared so formidable today. Was he about to unleash some form of parental wrath? Did he intend to take action against his 6-year-old son? "Do you have something on your mind?" They both asked in unison, exchanging puzzled looks. "Tuoba Yin, why haven't you gone out to exercise today, my child? Are you feeling down about something?" Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, he realized the reason behind his father's earlier demeanor. His father genuinely cared about the health of minors. "No, Dad. I've actually leveled up to 10. "Oh, is that so?" After a moment of calm reflection, Tuoba Yin suddenly grasped the significance of the statement, exclaiming, "What? You've reached level 10? Chapter 8. The first battle. Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. With the assistance of the Azure Dragon technique, coupled with his diligent training over the past days, it seemed quite reasonable for him to break through to level 10. Was his father's reaction not a tad overly astonished? Haha, truly, he is my son. Confirming that he had not misheard, Tuoba Yin could not help but burst into laughter. His own talent paled in comparison to Tuoba Chen's. He lacked the support of the Azure Dragon technique and was not nearly as industrious. It had taken him a year and a half to reach level 10. Yet even so, he was regarded as a notable genius within the Holy Dragon Sect. Otherwise, he would not have become the head of the Sect's commercial association at the tender age of 40. However, his son, now merely 6 years and 4 months old, had already attained level 10. If he were to avoid any untimely misfortunes, he might very well have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of title Douluo in the future. Tuoba Yin gently patted his head and said, "After we finish our meal, we shall promptly venture into the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul beasts." 2 days later, on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, Tuoba Chen and Tuoba Yin found themselves seated in an inn, indulging in a meal. The establishment was somewhat distanced from the forest, requiring a considerable amount of time to reach. It was impossible for Tuoba Chen to claim he felt no anxiety about his first visit to the Sunset Forest. However, his apprehension stemmed not from fear, but rather from exhilaration. Despite having resided in Douluo continent for several years, he had yet to encounter a living soul beast, particularly not one over a century old, at least not with his own eyes. After they finished their lunch, they procured some provisions in the town bordering the Sunset Forest before officially entering the forest itself. As he gazed at the towering trees on either side and the occasional sighting of small herbivorous soul beasts, his imagination began to wander, contemplating what his first soul beast might resemble. Tuoba Yin glanced around before turning to him and said, "Xiao Chun, you must remember that within this forest, you must not stray more than 30 meters from me. Should you exceed that distance, you would fall beyond my range of defense. If a swift soul beast were to strike, I would be unable to assist you. Do you understand?" Tuoba Yin's tone was unusually grave. Tuoba Chen also nodded gravely, aware that this was not a moment for levity. As the two ventured deeper into the Sunset Forest, the variety and number of soul beasts around them significantly increased. However, most of these creatures were unsuitable for Tuoba Chen, hence the duo chose to avoid provoking them. It was not until a silverback gorilla appeared before them that they came to a halt. Upon encountering the silverback gorilla, Tuoba Chen found himself perplexed by his father's intentions. Although the silverback gorilla is indeed a creature of formidable strength, it appeared to him that this particular specimen was not quite suitable. However, without further ado, Tuoba Yin clarified, "Little Chun, this is a 10-year-old silverback gorilla. Until you find a soul beast that is truly compatible with you, consider it your training partner. You have yet to engage in actual combat, and this will serve as your first opponent. Go ahead and experience what a genuine soul beast is like." Upon hearing Tuoba Yin's words, he nodded in understanding. It appeared that he intended to utilize the silverback gorilla to hone his skills. Indeed, the silverback gorilla was inherently a soul beast of lesser strength, lacking in swiftness. A 10-year-old silverback gorilla posed little threat, especially with Tuoba Yin, a soul saint, observing closely, allowing him to engage in combat with assurance. As Tuoba Chen gradually approached the silverback gorilla, the creature became aware of his presence. Turning its head to regard the diminutive figure standing at a mere 1 meter and 30 centimeters, the gorilla pounded its muscular chest in anger. With a series of guttural roars, it charged towards him. This marked Tuoba Chen's first direct encounter with a soul beast. However, he felt no trace of fear. Perhaps this was attributable to his former life as a zookeeper, where he frequently fed lions and tigers, thus becoming accustomed to such formidable creatures. He had also had his share of encounters with gorillas. Once the silverback gorilla lunged towards him, it raised its massive hands to strike. Yet, due to the lengthy motion involved in its attack, Tuoba Chen swiftly evaded the blow, darting behind the beast and delivering a resounding slap to the back of its head. The gorilla stumbled, taking several seconds to regain its composure before turning to assail him once more. Observing the creature's reaction, Tuoba Chen's eyes sparkled with keen insight. After several successful dodges of its attacks, he wore an expression of satisfaction, affirming his observations. In his previous life at the zoo, he had often watched the gorillas during moments of idle time. and such prolonged observation had unveiled their vulnerabilities. Unlike the gorilla in King Kong, which exhibited an array of combat techniques such as grappling and striking, ordinary gorillas primarily relied on raising their fists high and bringing them down to pummel opponents. While this method appeared fearsome, its sluggishness and singularity made it challenging to connect with more agile adversaries. Initially, he had anticipated that soul beasts on Douluo continent would differ significantly from those in his previous world, perhaps exhibiting greater agility. However, after his recent observations, it seemed that there was little distinction between the two. The creature's movements mirrored those of gorillas he had known, making it easy for him to outmaneuver it. Recognizing the gorilla's weaknesses, Tuoba Chen chose to forego further skirmishing. He unsheathed the cold iron dagger gifted to him by Uncle Mo, preparing to conclude the encounter swiftly. With a resounding crash, the silverback gorilla again missed its target, its punch striking the ground instead. Tuoba Chen deftly evaded this attack as well, positioning himself behind the creature once more. Then, he raised the hilt of his dagger and delivered a fierce blow to the back of its neck, rendering the silverback gorilla unconscious. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlooker erupted into applause, utterly astonished by his son's remarkable composure in the face of the soul beast. He himself had been thoroughly terrified during his inaugural encounter with such a creature. However, a hint of confusion lingered as he inquired, "Xiao Chun, you performed admirably. Yet why did you not slay it?" In response to Tuoba Yan's question, he replied with a measured calmness, "There is no need. My objective this time is not the silverback gorilla. I see no purpose in unnecessary bloodshed." It was not that he harbored any aversion to taking lives. In his previous existence, he had lost count of the number of chickens and fish he had dispatched. He genuinely believed that there was no justification for killing the silverback gorilla before him. After all, there was no enmity between them, and he had already bested it in combat. Lacking any need to profit from its remains, he found no rationale for its demise. Chapter 9. The First Soul Ring. After listening, Tuoba Yin nodded thoughtfully. Although he harbored some doubts about whether Tuoba Chun was truly fearful of taking lives, his understanding of his son led him to believe that Tuoba Chen's assertion of no necessity was indeed genuine. After placing the silverback gorilla in a secure location, the two continued their exploration deeper into the forest. They spent an entire day searching in the sunset forest for suitable opponents for Tuoba Chen. Yet they could not find a soul beast that matched his needs. By now, Tuoba Chun had already proven capable of defeating a 142-year-old white lizard, leaving Tuoba Yin nearly numb with astonishment. Strangely, despite it being his first battle, Tuoba Chun consistently managed to identify his opponent's weaknesses in the briefest of moments, achieving victory with a single strike. Were it not for the fact that he had watched this child grow up, Tuoba Yin might have questioned whether Tuoba Chun was indeed his son. After walking for a while, Tuoba Yin looked at Tuoba Chun beside him and could not help but inquire, "Little Chun, how do you discern the weaknesses of those soul beasts?" Prepared for this question, Tuoba Chen silently produced a comprehensive illustrated guide to soul beasts from his possession and handed it to Tuoba Yin. Upon gazing at the guide, which was authored by the renowned Yu Xiaojing, Tuoba Yin was genuinely taken aback. After all, Yu Xiaojing was a notable figure in the realm of soul masters, albeit with a reputation that was rather tarnished, leading many to regard him as a mere buffoon. While Tuoba Yin did not harbor any disdain for Yu Xiaojing, he had never taken the time to read his works, believing that the insights of a grand soul master would hold little relevance for him. Nevertheless, with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, he opened the book and skimmed through a few pages. It was not long before he found himself captivated by the content. After some time, he remarked with a hint of admiration, "This fellow is truly a genius." The book meticulously cataloged 131 types of soul beasts, detailing their strengths, weaknesses, and the potential soul ring skills they might yield, along with their respective ages. It was arguably the most comprehensive soul beast guide he had ever encountered. And this was merely the first volume. He could hardly fathom the immense effort Yu Xiaojing, a mere grand soul master, must have exerted to acquire the knowledge contained within this guide. Upon witnessing the gaze of his father, Tuoba Chun discerned that he had come to believe in the contents of the tome. A sense of relief washed over him. He too had perused this illustrated guide, though he had yet to finish it. Nevertheless, among the soul beasts he had recently vanquished, many were indeed catalogued within its pages, rendering his ruse rather uncomplicated. After successfully deceiving Tuoba Yin, the duo sought a relatively safer locale to rest for the night. Naturally, Tuoba Yin took the watch, for Tuoba Chen's strength was insufficient. Should they encounter a particularly formidable beast, he might not have time to call for aid. Additionally, Tuoba Yin was capable of enduring 3 days without sleep without significant detriment, although prolonged wakefulness would prove detrimental. Thus, should they fail to locate a suitable soul beast for Tuoba Chen within 3 days, they would have no choice but to retreat, regroup, and re-enter the setting sun forest. However, it seemed that fate did not wish to toy with them. On the afternoon of the second day, they finally encountered an appropriate soul beast for Tuoba Chen, the terrain dragon. This creature stood before them, measuring an impressive 2 meters and 3 centimeters in length. Its body adorned in a sandy hue, resembling an elongated lizard with 4 limbs. The age of a terrain dragon is signified by its length. Any individual exceeding 2 meters is classified as a century-old soul beast, with each additional 10 centimeters indicating an increase of 100 years in cultivation. Should it exceed 3 meters, it would be deemed a millennium soul beast. The terrain dragon before them possessed approximately 300 years of cultivation, making it an ideal candidate for Tuoba Chen's inaugural soul ring. This time, Tuoba Yin refrained from allowing Tuoba Chen to engage in battle with the creature. Firstly, among all soul beasts, the terrain dragon ranked as a top-tier entity. After all, its name bore the term dragon, and any being associated with dragons was inherently formidable. Given Tuoba Chen's current prowess, he would likely struggle to breach even the creature's defenses. Secondly, the terrain dragon possessed exceptional evasion techniques, making it a rare master of escape. Encountering a terrain dragon was a fortuitous event, and letting it slip away would be a regrettable loss. Upon witnessing the situation, Tuoba Chen exhibited no intention to forcefully intervene, displaying a degree of self-awareness. Although he stood among the elite of his age group, he remained merely a 6-year-old child, significantly outmatched by the terrain dragon. A sovereign among century-old soul beasts, the terrain dragon possessed keen senses and had already discerned the presence of 2 humans closely observing it. With a thunderous roar, it issued a warning. Should they approach, it would not hesitate to strike. However, such a warning was far from intimidating for Tuoba Yin, a soul sage. After all, how could a mere century-old soul beast, not a titan great ape, pose a genuine threat to him? Watch closely, little Chen. Spirit embodiment. After Tuoba Yin finished speaking, a colossal white dragon phantom emerged behind him, accompanied by 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. It then transformed into a shadow and charged towards the opponent. Witnessing this scene, the terrain dragon's pupils constricted as it swiftly turned to flee. The overwhelming aura that erupted from Tuoba Yin was terrifying, rendering it certain that it could not contend with him. Instinctively, it began to frantically burrow underground, seeking an escape route. Observing its actions, Tuoba Yin smiled enigmatically. First soul skill, Earth Spike. Upon uttering these words, the terrain dragon, which had just begun to dig, was instantly pierced by 4 slender, sharp spikes, losing all capacity for resistance in an instant. Ironically, the Earth Spike was one of the terrain dragon's signature abilities, and Tuoba Yin had acquired his first soul skill from a terrain dragon many years ago, only to find that his son's first soul ring also came from a terrain dragon. Once he confirmed that the terrain dragon had completely lost its ability to resist, he signaled to Tuoba Chen behind him, indicating that it was now safe for him to approach. When Tuoba Chen arrived, Tuoba Yin said, "Xiao Chen, it is yours now." With that, he turned to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Gazing at the ailing terrain dragon before him, Tuoba Chen hesitated not a moment. He drew the cold iron dagger from the Songlong pendant and swiftly ended the creature's life with a single strike. Gradually, a pale yellow soul ring materialized before him, and without hesitation, he sat down to absorb it. The yellow ring slowly floated towards Tuoba Chen, inching its way into his body. Perhaps due to Tuoba Chen's exceptionally robust physical constitution, the absorption process was remarkably smooth. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he had completely assimilated the soul ring. However, it was regrettable that no soul bone was obtained. Even if there had been a soul bone, it would have merely been a century-old one. But that was inconsequential. He could always sell it for money. Chapter 10. Earth Spike. Noticing that his son had successfully absorbed the soul ring, Tuoba Yin let out a sigh of relief. In the realm of soul masters, numerous individuals had perished while absorbing a soul ring due to insufficient physical strength or the overwhelming nature of the soul ring itself. Such cases were not rare. Although his son's physical constitution was quite good, Tuoba Yin still harbored some concerns. Now that the absorption was successful, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. So, son, what soul skill have you obtained? He was genuinely curious about his son's inaugural skill. The terrain dragon's primary ability was to manipulate the terrain, employing skills such as earthquakes, tunneling, and earth spike, all of which were considered top-tier abilities. Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's inquiry, Tuoba Chen promptly replied, Dad, I share your skill, earth spike. However, mine is considerably inferior to yours. My earth spike has a mere 10-meter range, and I can only summon 2 spikes at a time, consuming 20% of my soul power with each use, limiting me to 5 activations. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Yan gradually fell into a state of despondency. When did the earth spikes merely consume 20% of a 10th level soul master's soul power? When did the initial attack range extend to 10 meters? Is it truly possible to summon 2 spikes on the first attempt? Xiao Chun, demonstrate your earth spike skill for me. I wish to see its efficacy. Finally regaining his composure, he remembered his intention to assist in assessing his son's soul skill potency. All right. With that, Tuoba Chun resolutely unleashed the earth spikes, targeting a nearby sturdy tree. With a swift motion, 2 slender earthen spikes pierced into the robust trunk of the tree. Observing his handiwork, Tuoba Chun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The spikes merely penetrated the surface without fully piercing through. Had those earth spikes belonged to his father, not only would this tree have been cleaved in 2, but even a giant boulder would have succumbed to the force. When Tuoba Yan beheld his earth spike, he involuntarily inhaled sharply, taken aback by the unexpected efficacy manifested upon its first use. He recalled his own inaugural attempt, during which a third of his soul power dissipated, merely severing a few branches with a range of only 5 meters. Words eluded him. Observing Tuoba Yan's silence, he mistakenly assumed disappointment had befallen him, prompting him to divert the conversation. Father, shall we return? The petrified Tuoba Yan promptly responded, Oh, yes, of course. 2 days later, in Bart City. Upon returning, Tuoba Chun inhaled deeply, relishing the air of the place. Having been away for merely a few days, it felt as if he had traversed an eternity. Clearly, he was not fond of distant travels. Upon reaching home, he immediately spotted Ningyu awaiting by the entrance. Her excitement was palpable as she embraced him. Having spent the days of his absence consumed with worry, unable to eat or think, preoccupied with concerns over her son's potential dangers. Fortunately, he had returned unscathed. Tuoba Chun, feeling somewhat breathless from the embrace, said, Mother, I have returned. Ningyu replied, It is good that you are back. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you. After Ningyu departed, the two of them sat in silence at the dining table, awaiting her culinary creations. An air of awkwardness suddenly enveloped the room. Tuoba Yan, my son, there is something I wish to discuss with you. The other party spoke suddenly, to which Tuoba Chun replied, Yes, father, what is it? Heir. It's about this. The various junior soul master academies have commenced their sessions, and I believe it is not ideal for you to remain at home every day. Thus, I would like to inquire if you would like to attend school. Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Tuoba Chun felt somewhat taken aback. He had spent such a long time at home that he had not contemplated this matter. He had assumed his father's intention was for him to cultivate at home. However, the prospect of attending school seemed more advantageous, as staying at home limited his exposure. Without witnessing others' martial souls or engaging in combat, he would inevitably suffer from a lack of practical experience one day. Therefore, he responded without hesitation, certainly. Upon hearing his agreement, Tuoba Yan said, Excellent. I have selected several academies for you to consider. After speaking, he produced several items resembling posters and handed them to Tuoba Chun. Upon receiving the posters, Tuoba Chun understood which academies his father was referring to. First candidate, Tiando Royal Junior Academy advantages. Among all the academies, Tiando Royal Academy boasts the most formidable faculty, the richest resources, and the highest concentration of nobility. Moreover, upon graduation, if one pledges loyalty to the empire, they are guaranteed at least the title of baron. Disadvantages: an abundance of nobility may lead to potential conflicts. Second candidate, Exotic Beast Junior Academy advantages. This academy possesses various unique methods for training beast soul masters, is resource-rich, and has formidable strength. Disadvantages: lacks a powerful background. Third candidate, White Armor Junior Academy advantages. This academy was established by the Holy Dragon Sect, where disciples can access the richest resources and education. Disadvantages: its location in the Douluo Empire makes it quite distant. After reviewing these academies, Tuoba Chen ultimately chose Tiando Royal Junior Academy. He had considered Notting Academy, but in comparison to these institutions, it offered little advantage, and he could not find a compelling reason to choose it. Father, I have made my decision. I will attend Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Tuoba Yin nodded. How should one put it? The choice of Tiando Royal Junior Academy was both anticipated and unexpected for him. From a young age, exhibited remarkable composure and calmness. He invariably engaged in meticulous contemplation before undertaking any endeavor. If he deemed it worthwhile, he would pursue it without hesitation, while dismissing the unworthy with resolute finality. Among the various academies, the Heaven-Do Academy stands out as the finest and most stable institution. Having made his choice, there was little left to discuss. After a day of rest at home, the following day, he set off for the imperial capital of the Heaven-Do Empire, accompanied by his companion, Tuoba Chen. The distance between Bartle City and the imperial capital was not great, and the two arrived within a day. However, rather than proceeding directly to the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, they first visited the branch of the Spirit Hall. After obtaining his soul ring, Tuoba Chen had yet to register. However, once he formally completes the registration, he will be recognized as a qualified soul master, entitled to receive a monthly stipend from the Spirit Hall. Upon arriving at the branch hall, he gazed in awe at the imposing architecture before him. Truly, this was the imperial capital. The Spirit Hall here was far more grandiose than the branch in their home city of Badr. Upon entering the branch hall, they were greeted by an elderly gentleman. The old man, upon seeing the two of them, displayed a look of surprise and hurried over, exclaiming, "Lord Tuoba Yin, what brings you to the imperial capital? Is this young gentleman your son? Are you here for his soul awakening?" Tuoba Chen was taken aback that the elder recognized his father. He had not anticipated that his father held such prominence. Chapter 11. Successful Enrollment, Luxurious Dormitory. No. I am here to bring him for the Soul Master test. Upon hearing this, the elder quickly responded, "Truly, the child of Lord Tuoba Yin exhibits remarkable talent. At such a tender age, he has already surpassed level 10. Given that Tuoba Yin's son appeared quite young, the elder mistakenly assumed that Tuoba Chen was already 7 years old, which made it relatively common for a soul master to reach level 10 by that age. Many disciples from prestigious sects and prominent families achieved this milestone. The elder produced a crystal ball and placed it before Tuoba Chen. "Young one, do you remember the soul awakening? Just as before, gently infuse your soul power into the crystal ball." Tuoba Chen nodded slightly, placing his hand upon the crystal ball, and began to gradually infuse it with his soul power. Soon, a glimmer of white light emerged from the orb. Level 12. Observing the radiance emanating from the crystal, the elder was taken aback. At such a tender age, he had already surpassed level 10, provided that this young lad continued his training diligently. He would undoubtedly become a soul saint in the future. After completing the assessment, Tuoba Chen logged some information before departing with this month's allowance. Within the Spirit Hall sub-branch, the elder clutched Tuoba Chen's dossier, his hands trembling slightly. "Quickly, send this document to the main Spirit Hall," he exclaimed. At merely 6 years and 4 months old, possessing innate soul power at level 8, this young prodigy's talent rivaled that of the esteemed Holy Maiden. It was imperative that he report this matter to the Pope post-haste, in hopes of securing such a talent for the Spirit Hall. At the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, a pair of figures, one large and one small, finally arrived at their destination. The Tiando Royal Junior Academy stood prominently next to the Royal Senior Academy, easily identifiable. It was the perfect time for enrollment. At the entrance of the Academy's admissions office, a long line had formed. Those who could register here were either affluent or noble. Thus the father and son duo had no intention of cutting in line. They obediently took their place at the end of the queue. Progress through the line was slow, likely due to the noble status of the applicants, as nearly everyone was accepted, entering the academy with smiles on their faces. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen furrowed his brow. Logically, the acceptance rate should not be this high. Observing the obsequious old man at the admissions office, he shook his head, wondering if he had arrived at the wrong place. Nevertheless, having come this far, he resolved to see it through. After an hour, he finally reached the registration desk. The old man, upon seeing the father and son, inquired, "Who might you be?" "Tuoba Yin. I am Tuoba Yin, the esteemed president of the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce, holding the rank of a first-class earl. This is my son, Tuoba Chen." Upon finishing his introduction, Tuoba Yin produced a certificate from the Spirit Hall, and an earl's token for the other party to see. Upon witnessing these documents, the elderly gentleman smiled warmly and remarked, "Ah, it is indeed an esteemed earl. Allow me to assist you in processing your son's enrollment handbook." As he picked up Tuoba Chen's certificate and examined the details, the elder was taken aback. Innate soul power level 8, at the tender age of 6 years and 4 months, with a soul power of level 12, and a martial spirit of white armored earth dragon. Realizing the significance of this information, the elder promptly declared, "My lord, your son possesses exceptional talent and is eligible for our academy's advanced class without charge. Furthermore, he will receive monthly support from the Tiando Academy. Here is the certificate and the key to your son's dormitory. Due to his extraordinary abilities, he has been assigned a single accommodation." With that, the elder produced a white piece of paper along with a key inscribed with the number 29. After providing directions to the dormitory for the father and son, they took their leave. The elder had spoken loudly enough that those behind them had clearly heard every word, and many had silently committed Tuoba Chen's name to memory. Unbeknownst to the father and son, or perhaps indifferent to the attention, they continued on their way. After assisting Tuoba Chen in locating his dormitory, Tuoba Yin departed. As the president of the chamber, he was often quite busy. Having taken a week off for his son, it was now necessary for him to return to work. Once Tuoba Yin had left, Tuoba Chen began to explore his new living quarters. The dormitory of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy was quite impressive. Perhaps due to his status as a student in the advanced class, he was assigned a single room equipped with an independent bathroom, complete furnishings, and an area of approximately 100 square meters. Moreover, his dormitory resembled a luxurious villa, housing only 15 rooms in total. Within this dwelling, there was a kitchen dedicated to preparing their meals, with the academy providing a chef. Additionally, a designated laundry room was available, where staff would assist in changing and washing their clothes daily. On the first floor, there was an opulent common room where residents could engage in meaningful discussions during their leisure time. Observing all of this, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Is this what it means to be a noble? Although his family is quite affluent and his parents treat him well, he has never been attended to in such a manner. After tidying up his belongings, Tuoba Chen immediately immersed himself in his cultivation. Following the acquisition of his soul ring, both his physical constitution and soul power have significantly enhanced. However, he is yet to engage in formal training, and he remains unaware of his precise capabilities. As for greeting his roommates, he decided to postpone that until tomorrow's classes. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen delved into the cultivation of the transformation dragon technique. For hours later, he exhaled in relief. He had been simultaneously strengthening his body and practicing the dragon's breath technique, managing to sustain it for 4 continuous hours. With his training, his body has gradually acclimatized to this breathing method. Unlike conventional exercises, the further one progresses in this technique, the easier it becomes. Tuoba Chen is confident that within 2 months, he will master the first layer of the transformation dragon technique and advance toward the second layer. Just as he finished his training and intended to take a moment's respite, a sudden knock resounded at his door. Tuoba Chen felt a flicker of curiosity as he wondered who might seek him out at such an hour. It seemed unlikely that he had any acquaintances in the imperial capital. Could it possibly be a visit from a roommate? Despite his exhaustion, he was reluctant to turn anyone away, so he mustered the energy to open the door. Standing before him was a young man, impeccably dressed in a tailcoat. Upon seeing him, the young man said, "Young Master Tuoba Chen, I am Sangzi, the supervisor of this dormitory. Dinner time has arrived. Please accompany me to the dining hall." Surprised by the unexpected visitor, Tuoba Chen quickly regained his composure. After all, it was only natural for someone to assist him with his clothing and for the chef to prepare his meals, given the number of people attending to him. "Thank you," he replied, nodding. Sangzi smiled in return, appreciating the politeness exhibited by the young boy. They then made their way to the dining hall on the first floor. Inside, a long table was already occupied by 8 children. With only 15 student rooms in total, it seemed that several had yet to arrive. As he approached the table, all eyes turned towards him. It had been quite some time since any newcomers graced apartment number 2, making Tuoba Chen the only new addition this year, which naturally drew their attention. Once he took his seat, Sangzi began serving the dishes with practiced ease. Observing this, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of bewilderment. Wasn't he going to wait for the others? Sangzi soon noticed the puzzled expression on his face and asked, "What is it, young Master Tuoba Chen? Is there something amiss?" Tuoba Chen voiced his concern, and Sangzi chuckled lightly. explaining, "Young master, you may not be aware, but only those with innate soul power of level 8 or above are permitted to reside in apartment number 2. Although the Tiando Empire boasts a wealth of talent, individuals who achieve level 8 are exceedingly rare. Most of them are disciples from prestigious sects and noble families, who often cultivate directly within their sects rather than enrolling in the academy. Thus, including you, there are only 9 students residing in apartment number 2. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen gained a clearer understanding of the academy's circumstances. Indeed, prominent sects and families tended to nurture their own promising talents. Furthermore, many of the wild geniuses were often taken by the Spirit Hall, resulting in the scarcity of talent at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. After grasping the situation, a child seated at the head of the table suddenly introduced himself. "Newcomer, I am Lu Yi, a soul master of the Black Panther martial spirit, 9 years old, and a level 19 agility type battle soul master. What is your name?" Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Tuoba Chen quickly regained his composure and replied, "I am Tuoba Chen, a soul master of the white armored earth dragon martial spirit, 6 years old, and a level 12 strength type battle soul master." Upon hearing the other party's response, Leah did not display any semblance of surprise. Although the notion of a 6-year-old achieving level 12 sounds astonishing, he did not specify the exact number of months he had reached this milestone. In Lu Ye's mind, he was likely considering that Tuoba Chen was currently around 6 years and 10 or 11 months old. After all, the most gifted individual he had encountered had only attained level 14, just shy of 7 years of age. Thus, he instinctively regarded Tuoba Chen as being approximately 6 years and 10 months old. "Welcome, Tuoba Chen. From this day forth, you shall be a member of our apartment number 2. After Tuoba Chen expressed his gratitude, everyone introduced themselves, and soon they began to dine. The dinner was delightful, with the academy providing an abundance of sumptuous dishes, including unlimited supplies of steak, chicken breast, and fish. Upon returning to his room, Tuoba Chen continued to practice the Tsanglong skill, maintaining that peculiar posture for his training. This time, he managed to endure for a full hour and 15 minutes. Unlike the first level of the Hualong Ju, which became increasingly simpler with practice, the bizarre posture of the Tsanglong skill proved to be more challenging the longer he sustained it. After a night of rigorous training, Sangzi, just like the previous day, knocked on his door to escort him to class. Sangzi would only guide him once, as he had his own responsibilities to attend to. Thus, he merely aimed to familiarize him with the route. Arriving at a teaching building that resembled a castle, Tuoba Chen sighed. The lives of the affluent often seemed so dull and monotonous. Approaching the castle, he quickly located his classroom, which was the first one in the first year, also known as the elite class. Upon entering the classroom and surveying his surroundings, he immediately noticed a blue-haired little girl gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Seeing that smile, Tuoba Chen swallowed hard. She shouldn't be here, should she? Wasn't she supposed to be at the Primary Beast Academy? Why was she attending the Tiando Royal Primary Academy? Meanwhile, in Bartle City, Tuoba Yin and Long Gong sat together enjoying tea. "Xiao Yin, you have worked hard on this matter," Tuoba Yin remarked. "Senior, you flatter me. After all, Xiao Chun and I are engaged. It is only natural to arrange for them to attend the same academy to facilitate their acquaintance." Tuoba Chen sat in the second-to-last seat on the far left of the classroom, gazing forlornly out the window at the scenery. In contrast, Meng Yiran wore a radiant smile as she looked at Tuoba Chen beside her. The classroom was sparsely populated, with only 20 students present, as it was an elite class that only accepted those with a soul power of level 7 or above, resulting in such a limited number of talents. Their desks were arranged in a linear fashion, with substantial gaps between them. The reason Meng Yiran now occupied the seat next to him was that she had forcefully ousted the small boy sitting there, subsequently pushing their desks together to create the current situation. At this moment, the other students were furtively observing their indiscreet behavior. Such flirtation at a tender age. Could they not see that they were the future hope of the nation? However, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Just the day before, most of them had already felt Meng Yiran's wrath, and her grandparents were formidable figures, akin to titled Douluos. Although the attendees were all of affluent or noble lineage, very few possessed a titled Douluo in their family. It was a stroke of luck that this fierce girl had not targeted them. Among those present, aside from Tuoba Chen, only Xuebong and 2 other boys were unafraid of Meng Yiran. Yet, despite his youth, Xuebong had learned the virtue of restraint, understanding that it was best not to provoke the disciples of such prominent families. so he did not intervene much. However, curiosity piqued his interest, and he discreetly observed the interactions between the two. Feeling the intense scrutiny of his peers, Tuoba Chen could no longer endure it. He turned his head to meet Meng Yiran's gaze. The sudden eye contact took Meng Yiran aback, and her previously pale face bloomed with two suspicious blushes. Yet, upon recalling that this person was her fiancé, she decided to let Tuoba Chen gaze at her freely, even leaning in closer. The surrounding classmates widened their eyes at this unfolding scene. Was it about to happen? Would the legendary kiss make its appearance? Shui Bong, witnessing their approaching faces, instinctively covered his eyes with his hands. Peering through the gaps between his fingers, he shamelessly stole glances at the pair. Just as the script began to unfold in the direction everyone anticipated, an incongruous voice resonated from the doorway. Ahem, let us commence the lesson. Upon hearing this voice, the students cast furious glares at the teacher who had appeared at the door, nearly overturning their desks in frustration. Chapter 13. The class begins yet. Due to their good upbringing, none dared to actually flip a desk. Tuoba Chen and Meng Yiran both hurriedly averted their gazes. Meng Yiran couldn't help but wonder if he was about to kiss her. How could he act so boldly? If only that insufferable teacher had arrived a bit later. Soon, an image of the two of them kissing surfaced in her mind, and unbeknownst to her, a glistening droplet of saliva appeared at the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, wiping it away with haste, then feigning modesty as she turned her head aside, pretending not to notice Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen now found himself in a state of complex emotions. He had merely intended to issue a silent warning with his gaze, urging the other party not to stare at him so intently, yet it seemed Meng Yiran had misinterpreted his intent. The irritating voice from the podium resonated once more. Greetings, everyone. I am Qin Ming, the newly appointed teacher of this academy, and I shall also serve as your homeroom teacher. From now on, I will primarily oversee your curriculum. The roll call commenced. Mohen, present. Uxin, present. Qin Ming's voice was melodious, naturally evoking a sense of fondness among the listeners. However, Tuoba Chen was currently indifferent to the charm of Qin Ming's tone. If his memory served him correctly, Qin Ming hailed from Shrek Academy, which implied that his pedagogical methods would likely reflect that esteemed institution's philosophy. Yet, with the superior resources available at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, should one follow Qin Ming's approach to cultivation, they might achieve results far exceeding expectations. In that moment, Tuoba Chen's gaze upon Qin Ming became fervently intense. Noticing Tuoba Chen's unwavering stare, Meng Yiran felt a surge of displeasure. He had never looked at her in such a manner. Could it be that he harbored a preference for men? The unsettling thought barely took root in her mind before she swiftly dismissed it. How could that possibly be? She recalled the first time she encountered Tuoba Chen, when she had gone to the spirit hall to awaken her martial spirit and had seen many others waiting in line for the same purpose. Among the crowd, Tuoba Chen's remarkable presence caught her eye. Perhaps it was his aura, or perhaps his striking appearance. Meng Yiran felt as though she had been ensnared by something profound. Though she was quite young, she recognized this sensation as affection. Later, she learned of her engagement to Tuoba Chen. She was on the verge of fainting from excitement. At that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. Now that Tuoba Chen was in the same academy as herself, she vowed not to let this opportunity slip away, determined to keep Tuoba Chen firmly within her grasp. Thus, Meng Yiran spent the entire morning lost in her own fantasies, failing to absorb anything from the lecture. In contrast, Tuoba Chen listened with rapt attention. Qin Ming's teaching was straightforward and concise, enabling students to grasp the key points effortlessly, enlightening them profoundly. He resolved some minor issues he had encountered in his cultivation. And for the first time, Tuoba Chen felt that attending the Heavenly Fighting Royal Academy was indeed a wonderful experience, as he had a commendable teacher. The morning class swiftly concluded, leaving Tuoba Chen quite satisfied. Qin Ming, too, silently noted Tuoba Chen's diligence. He was the only student who displayed such earnestness in class, and teachers tend to favor those who exhibit a passion for learning. After lunch, the afternoon classes commenced, which typically consisted of practical training or physical education. Since it was the first day of class, the practical training was designed to help the teacher understand his students. As for the instructor for the practical class, it was none other than Qin Ming. This was not due to the academy's inability to hire new teachers, but rather because Qin Ming was a versatile talent. When he was recruited, the academy's higher-ups recognized his multifaceted abilities and decided to assign him to manage a single class, freeing him from involvement with other classes. Consequently, although he taught all subjects for Class 1, his overall workload was comparable to that of other teachers, as they handled multiple classes. Given his higher salary, there was little to complain about. Qin Ming arrived precisely on time. By the time he got there, all the students were already at the playground. He was pleased by this punctuality, as these children mostly hailed from noble families and understood the importance of being on time. The arrogant and boisterous nobles were, in reality, quite rare in everyday life. Upon discovering that the practical class was taught by Qin Ming, Tuoba Chen felt content. Qin Ming surveyed the group and ultimately focused his gaze on Tuoba Chen, stating, "Today, we will conduct a practical class to assess your abilities. You will now have 15 minutes to warm up. The official practical test will begin after that." Understood. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the group of children instantly scattered, each beginning their warm-up routines. Tuoba Chen quietly retreated to a corner, gradually adjusting his breath. His dragon breathing technique required a minute of preparation before he could fully enter its state. Although Qin Ming appeared to be surveying the surroundings, his gaze never truly left Tuoba Chen. Having reviewed the profiles of all the students the previous day, he was confident that none in this class could rival Tuoba Chen. The moment he laid eyes on Tuoba Chen, he sensed an extraordinary aura about him. Despite the other children's notable talents, they still exuded a certain immaturity. Tuoba Chen stood among them like a tiger cub amidst a pack of wolf cubs, and Qin Ming found himself profoundly curious about him. The 15 minutes of warm-up time swiftly came to an end. As everyone regrouped, Qin Ming feigned a glance over the crowd and announced, "Tuoba Chen, Emohen, step forward for the first match." Tuoba Chen was taken aback to hear his name called first. He had intended to observe the other's strengths further to devise a battle plan. However, he now had no choice but to engage. The crowd parted to form a large circle, encircling the two combatants to witness their duel. Before they commenced, Emohen introduced himself, stating, "Emohen, Level 11 Assault System Soul Master, Martial Soul, Lion. I seek your guidance." In response, Tuoba Chen, though surprised by the introduction, replied with courtesy, "Tuoba Chen, Level 12 Assault System Soul Master, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon. I look forward to your teachings." The spectators' expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the two exchange their levels. Although they were gifted, many had only awakened their martial souls a few months prior, and 90% had yet to even reach level 10, lacking their own soul rings. How could they possibly compare to these two? Meng Yiran, who had awakened her soul alongside Tuoba Chen, was also astonished by his level. She was only at level 9, while he had already reached level 12. This sudden disparity caught her off guard. "Let us go," Emohen declared, undeterred by the fact that Tuoba Chen held a higher rank. Lion embody. With that, Emohen transformed into a small lion, a yellow soul ring appearing as he charged towards Tuoba Chen without hesitation. To Tuoba Chen, who possessed the soul of an adult, Emohen's attacks were riddled with flaws. It was time for this young child to witness the cunning of an adult. He bellowed loudly, "White Armored Earth Dragon, embody." Instantly, white scales adorned his body, and a spectral white dragon materialized behind him. He then quietly uttered, "Earth Spike." Due to the diminutive volume of his voice, the crowd failed to notice that Tuoba Chen had employed his skill. Observing the two individuals, whose spirits soared high, the onlookers were filled with immense anticipation. In this clash between the colossal dragon and the mighty lion, who would ultimately emerge victorious? Midway through his charge, Emohen was unexpectedly tripped by a sudden spike that appeared beneath his feet, sending him sprawling in a most undignified manner. Taking advantage of the moment, Tuoba Chen charged forward and delivered a swift kick to the opponent's chin, sending Emohen soaring into the air, where he promptly lost consciousness. The spectators were left utterly astonished, their expectations for a grand battle shattered. They had clearly witnessed the emergence of earth spikes beneath Emohen's feet, an unmistakable hallmark of Tuoba Chen's cunning strategy. The ruthless precision of Tuoba Chen's strike lingered in their minds, prompting a silent vow to never provoke this insidious and formidable individual again. With Emohen incapacitated, Tuoba Chen emerged victorious. Qin Ming, rather than condemning Tuoba Chen's methods as despicable, felt a sense of relief. Among this assembly of earnest youths, the presence of such a rogue seemed beneficial, as it broadened their horizons. It served as a reminder that, in battles among soul masters, not everyone would engage in honorable combat. It was essential to adapt to underhanded tactics. However, this outcome left Qin Ming unable to gauge Tuoba Chen's true strength. His initial intention for the duel was to evaluate their capabilities, but the stark disparity in power had led to a swift and decisive defeat for Imohen. Observing Tuoba Chen being exuberantly embraced by Meng Iran upon his return to the sidelines, Qin Ming made a decision. Tuoba Chen, step forward. Xuebeng, Longan. You shall face him as a duo this time. Startled by the mention of his name, Xuebeng glanced at Tuoba Chen, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Although Tuoba Chen had indeed overwhelmed Imohen, it had been through a sneak attack. He questioned the fairness of facing him alongside Longan. This sentiment was shared by Longan, as both were inherently principled youths who believed in the sanctity of fair duels, free of two-on-one scenarios. Before they could voice their objections, Qin Ming discerned their hesitations. You should both confront him together. One alone stands no chance against Tuoba Chen. But two may have an opportunity. His assessment was not exaggerated. He genuinely believed that no one could triumph in a one-on-one confrontation with Tuoba Chen, given his advantage in soul power and his underhanded fighting style. Hearing Qin Ming's words, both youths felt compelled to comply. If the teacher insisted on this arrangement, they would acquiesce. Meng Iran cast a worried glance at Tuoba Chen. She had witnessed Longan's prowess during a skirmish with her classmates the previous day, and now, with the addition of Prince Xuebeng, defeating both would likely prove a formidable challenge for Tuoba Chen. Noticing Meng Iran's concern, Tuoba Chen, not being impervious to empathy, recognized her affection and felt no need to maintain an aloof demeanor. After all, her charm was undeniable. Soon, the three stood at the center of the arena. Xuebeng announced. Xuebeng, Martial Spirit, White Swan, Level 11 Attack Type Soul Master. Long Un, Martial Spirit, Ironclad Dragon, Level 11 Attack Type Soul Master. Upon witnessing the two individuals reveal their martial spirits, Tuoba Chen cast a glance at Qin Ming, discerning the latter's intentions. If you are so eager to ascertain my prowess, then allow me to demonstrate. Tuoba Chen, Martial Spirit, White Armored Earth Dragon, a Level 12 Assault Type Battle Soul Master. After announcing his martial spirit, neither party initiated an attack. They possessed a numerical advantage. And although they had consented to a two-on-one bout, a sense of unease lingered within, feeling that such a victory would be unmerited. Qin Ming observed the honest and straightforward Xuebeng and Longan, letting out a sigh. These two youngsters were excessively principled. They would undoubtedly face significant challenges in the future. Longan seemed relatively fine, but Xuebeng, as a prince, could not afford to be so unwaveringly honest. Perhaps due to the palpable awkwardness of their trio standing there, Longan could no longer contain his impatience and lunged towards Tuoba Chen. With the caution instilled by the example of Imohen, he kept his gaze fixed on the ground, wary of tripping over any hidden spikes. Tuoba Chen furrowed his brow. It was unacceptable for the young man to be distracted during battle. He inhaled deeply, his body seeming to swell slightly. Should one lift his garment, the prominent veins beneath his skin would be evident. This was the effect of the dragon breathing technique, which augmented his physical attributes, speed, strength, and others, by at least 40%. This was merely a fraction of what could be achieved if he fully mastered the technique. The potential enhancements would be even more formidable, akin to the manifestation of a martial soul. Longan possessed keen instincts and could distinctly sense the significant shift in Tuoba Chen's aura, though he could not articulate what felt amiss. Nonetheless, he had already charged forward, and retreating would be a source of embarrassment. He could only press onward with resolve. First soul skill, Dragon Claw. Longan's initial soul skill, acquired from a clawed dragon, granted him a 50% increase in strength and speed. Furthermore, after its use, his defense would be enhanced by 10% for 1 minute, with minimal energy consumption, a truly exceptional skill. However, much like his predecessor, Imohen, Longan's attacks were riddled with flaws when faced with Tuoba Chen. Having previously clashed with a clawed dragon in the Sunset Forest, he was well acquainted with its attack patterns. His counter was straightforward. He retracted his right leg and leaned back, effortlessly evading the oncoming strike. Longan's dragon claw left a small crater in the ground. Seizing the moment when his opponent was momentarily stiff from the previous attack, Tuoba Chen abruptly lifted his knee, delivering a forceful blow to Longan's abdomen. The impact sent Longan soaring for 2 seconds, his body contorted into an inverted U-shape before crashing back down. His eyes glazing over, and he expelled the milk he had consumed that morning, his posterior elevated, akin to Imohen, rendered unconscious. Oh dear, I inadvertently struck his stomach. My sincerest apologies. Chapter 15. The avalanche has arrived. The avalanche has fallen. Witnessing Long An's unfortunate plight, Xuebeng's expression turned grave. Tuoba Chen had not employed any underhanded tactics this time. He had decisively dispatched Long An with a single, genuine blow. He now regretted not joining forces with Long An earlier. Although it would have been less than honorable, 2 against 1 would have at least ensured victory, sparing them from punishment. The thought of the 2 of them sprawled unconscious made Xuebeng gulp. After all, I am a prince. He wouldn't treat me in such a manner, would he? Embracing such thoughts, Avalanche ascended, embodying a tragic grandeur. At this moment, the surrounding classmates grew increasingly expectant. After all, Avalanche was a prince, and the royal white swan martial soul was renowned as one of the pinnacle martial souls within the realm of soul masters. Even when compared to the blue lightning tyrant dragon of the top 3 sects, it was a formidable contender. Thus, from their perspective, Avalanche was the foremost powerhouse of the class. However, given Tuoba Chen's impressive performances in the previous 2 matches, they were uncertain whether Avalanche could secure victory. In their eyes, this battle represented the ultimate showdown of Class 1. The victor would be crowned the strongest among them. Observing Avalanche's lithe figure, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Look! Prince Avalanche has taken the stage. Bang! 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 Prince Avalanche has fallen. Tuoba Chen would not hesitate to strike against Xuebing merely because he is a prince. On the contrary, he would intensify his efforts. With a series of fierce punches, he nearly brought his opponent to the brink of demise. Of course, his actions were not motivated by a disdain for the affluent or any such sentiment. Rather, it was due to the undeniable superiority of Xuebing's strength compared to the 2 others, reaching a level that warranted Tuoba Chen's serious engagement. Thus, he unleashed a combination of strikes to ensure that Xuebing was rendered completely incapacitated. Qin Ming observed Tuoba Chen's performance closely. Now, the 3 strongest in the class had been swiftly defeated by him. The other children who had yet to acquire their soul rings stood no chance against him. Tuoba Chen, you may take a rest now. With that, Qin Ming made a few notations in his notebook. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen decided to practice alone. Subsequently, aside from a few support-type spirit masters, the rest engaged in actual combat one by one. Well then, today's practical test concludes here. Everyone may disperse. Understood. With that, everyone hurriedly scattered. Just as Tuoba Chen was about to depart, Qin Ming suddenly called out to him. Tuoba Chen, please stay for a moment. Taken aback by the unexpected summons, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Although he had performed admirably today, he believed that his acquaintance with Qin Ming was still rather limited. Shaking his head vigorously, he reminded himself that Qin Ming was his teacher and he, merely a student, likely had some matter to discuss. With this thought in mind, he approached Qin Ming. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran cast a fleeting glance at the lingering Tuoba Chen, her expression shifting dramatically as if she had made a resolute decision, before she turned and walked towards the dormitory alone. Tuoba Chen followed Qin Ming into his office, inquiring, Teacher Qin, did you call for me? After settling into his chair, Qin Ming paused briefly before responding, Tuoba Chen, I must say I am quite impressed with your performance today. In comparison to Xuebing and the others, you exhibited remarkable composure, decisive action, and an evident dedication to your efforts. Frankly, despite this being my inaugural teaching experience, I doubt I shall encounter a student of your caliber for a considerable time. What do you mean, Teacher Qin? Tuoba Chen asked, already harboring some suspicions in his heart. His pulse quickened, as he sensed that his conjecture might indeed hold true. Qin Ming chuckled at Tuoba Chen's perceptiveness, acknowledging the boy's vigilance even amidst praise. Therefore, Tuoba Chen, to ensure your talents are not squandered, I implore you to allow me to design a personalized training regimen for you, despite your likely possession of a reasonable and scientific method already. Upon hearing Qin Ming's proposition, Tuoba Chen thought to himself, as expected, may I ask, Teacher Qin, why do you wish to assist me when we have only just met today? Why assist you? Qin Ming paused for a moment before continuing. It is simply that I cannot bear to see potential wasted. You possess talent and are willing to work hard, which compels an educator like myself to extend a helping hand. Besides, is there truly any need for further justification when a teacher aids their student? Taken aback by Qin Ming's response, Tuoba Chen pondered, indeed, what justification is necessary for a teacher to support their students? The very essence of choosing the educational path is to nurture outstanding individuals. With a newfound understanding of Qin Ming's intentions, Tuoba Chen felt no further hesitation. Thank you, Teacher Qin, he replied earnestly. Qin Ming smiled in return. It's no trouble. This is my voluntary decision, so no need for thanks. However, would you be willing to undergo a test with me? A test? Tuoba Chun instinctively inquired. Suddenly, Qin Ming's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he declared, engage in a spar with me. 10 minutes later, Tuoba Chun limped back to his dormitory. Do not misunderstand. He had not been injured, merely exhausted. Observing Tuoba Chun's retreating figure, Qin Ming slowly inscribed notes in his small notebook. Tuoba Chun, age 6, soul power level 12, possesses combat awareness far surpassing his peers. His fighting style is enigmatic and versatile. His soul power appears to include armor-piercing capabilities, with strength and speed exceeding those of comparable soul masters by 40 to 50%. Having completed his notes, Qin Ming closed his small notebook. The information he had gathered today was all he needed. And a vague yet coherent method of cultivation began to take shape in his mind, though it would require several more days to refine. Meanwhile, at the spirit hall, Bibi Dong examined several documents in her hands. Hulaina, with the spirit of the fox demon, possessed innate soul power and was 8 years old, currently at level 19. Xiaoyu, wielding the moon blade, also possessed innate soul power, was 9 years old and reached level 20. Yan, the flame lord, similarly had innate soul power, was 9 years of age and attained level 20. Tuoba Chun martial soul, white armored earth dragon innate soul power, level 8 age, 6 level, 12. Upon reviewing these details, Bibi Dong remarked, Bye Dong, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yan are determined to recruit him into the spirit hall. As for Tuoba Chun, there is no need to pursue him. Those who refuse to join our spirit hall shall be dealt with accordingly. Jiyue Guan replied, Yes, your holiness. With that, Jiyue Guan withdrew. Shortly after, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows of the grand hall. Bibi Dong inquired, How are matters with the 4 lower sects progressing? Reporting to your holiness, our representatives have begun establishing contact with the members of the 4 lower sects. They have initiated some exchanges with our spirit hall, came the response. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong nodded thoughtfully and glanced at Tuoba Chen's profile. The Holy Dragon sect will inevitably become part of our spirit hall. I entrust this young child to your care for further cultivation. Chapter 16. Where is everyone? Meanwhile, Tuoba Chun, hurrying back to his dormitory, suddenly spotted a familiar figure training alone by Swan Lake. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance before continuing on his way, as hunger compelled him to seek sustenance in the form of steak and chicken breast to replenish his protein levels. Upon returning to his dormitory, he savored the specially prepared dinner by Sangzi on the first floor before retreating to his room. Yet, instead of succumbing to sleep immediately, he retrieved a glowing green herb from his azure dragon pendant and swallowed it whole. Instantly revitalized, he began practicing the azure dragon technique. The herb he consumed, known as awakening herb, alleviates fatigue without any side effects and even aids in the expulsion of impurities from the body. He possessed dozens of such herbs within his azure dragon pendant, alongside other medicinal plants that bolster vitality, all of which his Uncle Mo had included when he gifted the pendant. Had he not been utterly exhausted today, he might have forgotten about these herbs altogether. However, the time to utilize them had not yet arrived. Once his dragon transformation technique begins to progress beyond the first layer and he starts to refine his body, he could then employ these herbs for a medicinal bath. 2 days later, Qin Ming's continued absence left Tuoba Chen with the impression that perhaps he was being toyed with. Did he need to seek a master like Tang San? The prospect of taking on a master felt awkward to him as a modern individual. It seemed rather peculiar. Fortunately, at the conclusion of the afternoon's physical education class, the teacher announced, All right, class, that will be all for today. Dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. Upon finishing, the students dispersed in a flurry. Just as Tuoba Chun intended to depart, he was unexpectedly seized by the arm. Turning around, he heard Qin Ming utter, Follow me. The two then traversed a narrow path, arriving at a desolate rocky cliff that appeared stark and forlorn. Tuoba Chun surveyed his surroundings, perplexed by the purpose of his companion's invitation to this place. Qin Ming, revealing no intention to conceal the truth, stated, Tuoba Chun, starting tomorrow, your afternoon classes will be conducted here for training. If my memory serves me correctly, your martial spirit, the white armored earth dragon, is a soul beast of the earth attribute. This location is the Academy's most suitable simulated training ground for earth attribute students. Training here should significantly enhance the speed of your progress. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, a vague recollection stirred in Tuoba Chen's mind. It seemed that such simulated training grounds were exclusive to prestigious noble academies. He was astonished to discover that the Tiando Royal Junior Academy possessed one as well. Yes, thank you, Teacher Qinming, he replied. Qinming smiled at Tuoba Chen's gratitude. In reality, they were situated within the Tiando Royal Senior Academy. The narrow path they had traversed was merely a corridor connecting the two academies, though he chose not to disclose this information. Over the past couple of days, in addition to devising a training regimen for Tuoba Chen, he had specifically requested this training venue from the academy. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the academy placed great importance on talent development, and upon learning of Tuoba Chen's exceptional aptitude, they approved his request. Subsequently, Qinming quietly retrieved from his soul guide device a vest, a pair of black autumn trousers resembling leggings, several wrist guards, and a sheet of white paper. Tuoba Chen gazed at the heavy attire before him, swallowing hard. Qinming remarked, "This vest and these thermal pants are crafted from a unique material, each weighing approximately 40 pounds. The 2 wrist guards and 2 ankle guards each add another 10 pounds. From this day forth, aside from cultivating your soul power and resting, you must wear these weights during your training. Additionally, procure the herbs according to this recipe after each training session. Immerse yourself in a medicinal bath to replenish your expended vitality." Having spoken, he handed the items to Tuoba Chen. The moment Tuoba Chen grasped the items from Qinming's hands, he felt their weight pulling him down. Were it not for the lingering effects of his dragon breathing technique, he feared he would struggle to lift them at all. Upon deeper contemplation, he realized that until he could sustain the dragon breathing technique for 10 hours a day, wearing this ensemble at all times was impractical. Qinming was unaware of Tuoba Chen's true capabilities. He based his assessment on his own experiences with the dragon breathing technique, not realizing that Tuoba Chen's strength had yet to reach such heights. Fully aware of his physical limits, Tuoba Chen would not overexert himself. He understood that it would take him a month to reach the level Qinming described, where he could wear the outfit all day except during meals and soul power training. After a month, he was confident that he would indeed be able to sustain the dragon breathing for 10 hours. In front of Qinming, he donned the heavy garments before returning to his quarters. His formal training would commence the following day, and he intended to discuss the transformation of the dragon technique with Qinming then. After all, the transformation of the dragon was a technique exclusive to white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters, and as they typically mastered it, he need not worry about Qinming's intentions. Upon returning to his dormitory, he resumed his practice of the Azure Dragon technique as usual. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Today was a momentous occasion. Meng Yiran had achieved a breakthrough to level 10, becoming the 5th Soul Master in their class to reach this milestone, and the first female to do so. Following her advancement, designated personnel would escort her to the hunting soul forest of the Tiando Empire to hunt soul beasts. She could also seek assistance from others for the task, but which method she chose was of no concern to him. Over the past month, his relationship with Meng Yiran had grown significantly closer, almost to the point of unspoken affection. The deeper their connection, the more endearing he found her, and he no longer viewed the notion of her being his fiancée as burdensome. Of course, Meng Yiran was not the only one to make progress. His own advancements were noteworthy as well. Within this month, his soul power had risen from level 12 to level 13, and he could now maintain the dragon breathing technique for 12 hours. Today was a weekend, a rare day of respite from his rigorous training. It was not that he wished to be idle. Rather, Qinming, observing his relentless dedication to training, felt compelled to intervene and urged him to take a stroll. As he wandered through the bustling marketplace, he found himself at a loss as to where to explore, his thoughts consumed by the pursuit of cultivation. Ultimately, he could only meander through the streets while maintaining the state of dragon-s breath. Suddenly, a loud crash. "Hey, be careful, you bumped into me. My apologies. Your Highness Avalanche. It's all right, it was unintentional." After exchanging a few words with Longin, Avalanche turned his gaze back to the market. "Where have all the people gone? I just saw them shopping." Confounded, Avalanche turned to Longin and inquired, "Longin, have you seen Tuoba Chen?" Chapter 17, The 7 Treasures Merchant Association. Longin, equally perplexed, shook his head in bewilderment. It was indeed strange. Tuoba Chen had been right in front of them just moments ago, yet he had vanished without a trace. "Are you searching for me?" A sudden voice from behind startled both of them. Avalanche turned to face Tuoba Chen and quickly replied, No, I merely thought the weather was pleasant and wanted to take a stroll." Tuoba Chen harbored no belief in their explanations. From the moment he stepped out of his dormitory, the two individuals had begun to trail him. Initially, he presumed it to be mere coincidence. However, as he visited several locations, it became evident that they were shadowing him. This realization confirmed his suspicion of being followed. Avalanche Prince, speak plainly. Why are you pursuing me? Faced with Tuoba Chen's inquiry, Avalanche felt a surge of anxiety. Unable to forget the series of formidable strikes he had endured a month ago, which had left him unconscious for 4 hours. The lingering pain from that encounter instilled a genuine fear of the man before him. Nevertheless, contemplating the other's formidable prowess, Avalanche resolved to attempt communication. Tuoba Chen, might we become friends? Friends? Certainly. Tuoba Chen's response took Avalanche by surprise. He had not anticipated such a straightforward agreement. He assumed that someone of Tuoba Chen's considerable strength would possess a lofty demeanor, requiring several humble entreaties before acquiescing to friendship. The sudden turn of fortune left Avalanche disoriented. Akin to a perennial underachiever in class unexpectedly forging a friendship with an aloof academic star. Although Avalanche was by no means an underachiever, he could not shake this peculiar sensation. Thank you, thank you. In light of our newfound friendship, allow me to present you with a gift. With that, Avalanche reached for his soul guide device, intending to retrieve an item. However, Tuoba Chen hastily interjected, perplexed by Avalanche's demeanor. After all, he was a prince. Why should he adopt such a subservient approach to friendship? No need for that. If you genuinely wish to be my friend, such gestures are unnecessary. His words were direct. He believed that forming friendships with excessively formal individuals would lead to a burdensome relationship, one that would be better left unformed. The maneuver executed by Tuoba Chen left Xuebong utterly bewildered. Observing the flustered Xuebong, he let out a sigh, attributing the chaos to the misdeeds of Qian Renxue. It is likely that Xue Qinghe has already perished. Otherwise, given the circumstances surrounding the imperial family of the Tiando Empire, Xuebong should not be exhibiting such irrational behavior. Tuoba Chen remarked, let us make a gesture as friends. I shall treat you to a meal. After all, he was uncertain about what to do next. And sharing a meal with the two of them seemed quite pleasant. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Xuebong eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, sure, that sounds great. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen led the two to a rather elegant tavern. Of course, he ordered no wine, opting instead for several meat dishes and 2 plates of beef. Xuebong and Longin, adhering to the host's preferences, said nothing in protest. While awaiting the dishes, Tuoba Chen found himself feeling somewhat bored. He suddenly inquired, Prince Xuebong, what prompted you to wish for friendship with me? Xuebong, feeling a tad bashful, replied, oh, it's simply because I find you quite impressive. It was evident he was not well versed in conversing with unfamiliar individuals. Although Tuoba Chen recognized that Xuebong's intentions might be influenced by Xue Qinghe, he felt no discomfort with the situation. After all, it was high time for Xuebong to cultivate his own influence. Before long, the dishes arrived, and after swiftly finishing the 2 plates of beef and exchanging a few casual remarks, Tuoba Chen took his leave. He had been away long enough, and he assumed Qin Ming would not reprimand him upon his return. Watching Tuoba Chen's departing figure, Xuebong felt a sense of relief. Grateful that Tuoba Chen was not an unapproachable person, Longin suggested, Your Highness Xuebong, shall we return? Yes, Xuebong replied. On their way back, Tuoba Chen happened upon an apothecary and suddenly recalled that Qin Ming had given him a list for a medicinal bath, which he had yet to utilize. His own Tsunglong Zhuang was filled with mid to high-grade herbs, while the list provided by Qin Ming consisted primarily of low-grade herbs, and he lacked several necessary ingredients to prepare the bath. With this thought in mind, he entered the apothecary. Upon his arrival, a shopkeeper approached him, inquiring, esteemed guest, how may I assist you today? Recognizing Tuoba Chen's attire as that of the Tiando Royal Academy, the shopkeeper treated him with due respect. As individuals from the royal institution, even if young, were unlikely to be impoverished. Presenting the list, Tuoba Chen asked, how much would it cost to procure all the herbs listed here? The shopkeeper perused the list and replied, these are all low-grade herbs, quite affordable. You can acquire a set for approximately 4 gold soul coins. He did not inflate the price simply because Tuoba Chen was a soul master. As it was against the rules of their guild, any attempt to overcharge for personal gain could result in expulsion. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tuoba Chen estimated that the price was reasonable. I would like 50 sets of these herbs, delivered to room 9, apartment 2 of the Tiando Royal Academy. He instructed. With that, he produced a purple card, preparing to settle the bill. The shopkeeper nodded vigorously. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. 50 medicinal herbs amount to 200 gold soul coins, and he is entitled to a commission of 10 gold soul coins, which is indeed a considerable sum. After completing the transaction, the attendant presented a white token to Tuoba, saying, "Sir, this is the insignia of our Seven Treasures Trading Association. Anyone who spends over 100 gold coins at our establishment will receive this token of a junior membership." The Seven Treasures Trading Association? Is it affiliated with the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? Indeed, sir. Your expenditure of 200 gold soul coins has been duly recorded, granting you junior membership, which entitles you to a 5% discount on purchases made at our association. Once your spending reaches 1,000 gold soul coins, you will be eligible for a mid-level membership token, which provides a 10% discount on future purchases. Hearing these words, Chen smiled, sensing the allure of profit. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect's tiered membership system is a clever strategy to encourage consumer spending. It is no wonder they are the wealthiest sect in the Douluo continent. Reflecting on his own Holy Dragon Trading Association, he couldn't help but acknowledge its shortcomings. Although the white-armored Earth Dragon Martial Soul is formidable, it does not seem to facilitate business acumen. Unlike the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, which engages in treasure appraisal, his own strengths are limited to sheer force, suitable only for mercenary work. If he were to ascend to the position of sect leader, he would certainly establish a mercenary guild, which might prove even more lucrative than a trading association. Suddenly, lost in thought while walking, Chen collided with someone. As he picked himself up from the ground, dazed, he noticed a young man sprawled before him and quickly reached out to assist him, saying, "My apologies. Are you all right?" The young man appeared somewhat dazed from the impact. Understandably so, considering he bore a burden of over 100 gene. Such a direct collision would certainly be jarring. Chapter 18. The first encounter with Yu Tianheng felt disoriented, as if in a haze. Just moments ago, he had been lost in contemplation when suddenly a heavy object collided with his abdomen. Unprepared, he naturally fell to the ground, his head striking a stone at the roadside. Fortunately, as a great soul master, his defensive capabilities were commendable. He merely felt a bit lightheaded but sustained no serious injuries. After a while, he noticed the anxious expression of the young boy before him and bore no ill will. He gently patted Chen's head and said, "Brother is fine. Just be more careful when walking next time." The unexpected gesture took Chen by surprise. To be patted on the head by a boy no older than 10 evoked a complex mix of emotions within him. Noticing that the young man was clad in the uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy, he inquired, "Are you also a student of the Tiando Royal Academy?" Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng nodded. With Chen's words, he noticed the other's attire. "Senior, allow me to escort you back to school. I observed you bumping your head just now." He was genuinely concerned about the possibility of any unusual repercussions regarding the other's health, especially considering that Tuoba had just experienced a rather forceful encounter with a stone. The incident had arisen due to his own momentary distraction while walking. Had he been more attentive, the fall could have been avoided. After a brief exchange, Yu Tianheng realized he could not dissuade Chen, and thus he had no choice but to accompany him to the infirmary. It was only after the school doctor confirmed that Tuoba was unharmed that he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Subsequently, Chen introduced himself, saying, "Senior, I am Chen, a student from class 1 of the first year. Should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." He proceeded to share an extensive list of his contact information, seemingly anxious that Yu Tianheng might find it difficult to reach him. Being a reasonable person, Chen could not disregard the well-being of others. During his previous altercation with Shuebing and the others, he had restrained himself, recognizing that they were all classmates and that there was no need to harbor animosity. Yu Tianheng found Chen amusing. It was his first encounter with such an entertaining junior who was almost motherly in his concern. He replied, "Very well, Chen. I am Yu Tianheng, a student from class 5 of the 5th year. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to approach me. I am the top student of the academy, after all." Upon hearing this, Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that his rare outing would lead to a collision with none other than Yu Tianheng himself. It seemed that fate had intertwined their paths in this peculiar manner. "All right, brother Yu Tianheng, I shall remember that. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." "Yes, goodbye, junior," Yu Tianheng replied. After Chen departed, the school doctor remarked to Yu Tianheng, "It appears that you have a fondness for this junior. Yu Tianheng cast a glance at the doctor and replied, Tuoba Chen, the prodigy who is ranked first among the current students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Obliterated his peers during the very first class, even surpassing the Avalanche Prince. His dedication to training is remarkable, earning him the admiration of the illustrious teacher Qin Ming, renowned throughout the academy. I deem it essential to cultivate a friendship with him. Oh, so you intentionally collided with him, did you? Yu Tianheng rubbed the small bump on the back of his head and said, that was an accident. Please apply some medicine quickly. It hurts terribly. Indeed, young master. I shall attend to your injuries at once. Tuoba Chen remained oblivious to the conversation between the two individuals. Upon returning, he commenced his cultivation. But after being engaged for half a day, he felt a sense of discomfort throughout his body. It was still midday, and he had ample time to practice for the remainder of the afternoon, with approximately half an hour remaining before dinner. Tuoba Chen ceased his training and lay on the ground to stretch. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. Is Mr. Tuoba Chen in? I am from the Qibao Chamber of Commerce. The medicinal herbs you ordered have arrived. Please step out to sign for them. Hearing the voice from outside, Tuoba Chen hurried to open the door. Upon doing so, he was greeted by the sight of a somewhat frail man. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, the man crouched down and said, Sir, please inspect the goods. If everything is in order, I kindly ask you to sign for them. Very well, Tuoba Chen replied. After counting the items, he confirmed there were indeed 50 packages, and the types of herbs matched his order. Once he signed, the man proceeded to carry the herbs into the room. Tuoba Chen preferred not to demonstrate the effects of the Canglong pendant in front of outsiders, opting instead for the slight inconvenience of having the items delivered, as he was still relatively weak and wished to keep the pendant concealed. After dinner, Tuoba Chen took a moment to rest without cultivating his spiritual energy. Instead, he engaged in a rigorous set of push-ups and various high-intensity exercises until he was utterly exhausted. Only then did he cease his training and immerse himself in the medicinal bath that had already been prepared. Having procured the necessary items, he was eager to test their efficacy. Before entering, he applied a paste made from a herb known as cold grass all over his body. This was a precaution advised by Qin Ming. Without this layer, the scalding hot medicinal water could potentially burn his skin, so it was wise to be cautious. With the herbal paste applied, Tuoba Chen's body appeared a vivid green, and he felt a chilling sensation on his lower half, causing goosebumps to rise. He quickly entered the medicinal bath, and the initial coldness gradually dissipated, replaced by a warm, tingling sensation. The medicinal bath soon began to take effect, initiating the repair of the day's exertions. Due to the overwhelming comfort, Tuoba Chen succumbed to slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, before the sun had risen, he awoke to find the surrounding potions had transformed from their original deep green hue to a clear liquid, indicating that he had wholly absorbed their medicinal properties. He felt invigorated and refreshed. After rising to cleanse his body and washing away any impurities, he performed a set of calisthenics before heading to breakfast. This exercise, the 9th set of calisthenics, was a habit he had maintained since his previous life. The reason behind this practice was rooted in his long-held routine. Moreover, calisthenics offered numerous benefits, such as providing mental respite while relaxing the muscles, enhancing cardiovascular function, promoting blood circulation, boosting metabolism, and alleviating fatigue. In his former job, he had not engaged in any fitness regimen, relying solely on calisthenics to maintain his vitality. 2 days later, Tuoba Chen awaited someone at the entrance of the academy. Today marked Meng Yiran's return, and their relationship had blossomed, warranting a warm welcome. Soon, in his line of sight, appeared Meng Yiran along with 2 familiar figures, Long Gong and Shi Pe, who had accompanied her back. As Meng Yiran spotted him waiting at the entrance, she rushed over, leaping into his arms and catching Tuoba Chen off guard. Chen Gu, have you missed me these past few days? She playfully inquired. Of course. But please let go of me. Our esteemed seniors are right here. Tuoba Chen replied, attempting to extricate himself from her embrace. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran released him, gazing at him with a sweet smile. Long Gong observed this scene with a chuckle, shaking his head. It seemed that the household's cabbage had finally been approached by the pig, yet he found joy in witnessing this moment, especially since he had learned from Meng Yiran about Tuoba Chen's current prowess, making him quite pleased with this prospective son-in-law. He then spoke, Little Chen, what a coincidence that you are studying here as well. Greetings, Senior Long Gong and Senior Shi Pe. Tuoba Chen responded, Indeed, what a stroke of luck, Senior Long Gong. I never anticipated Iran would also be attending school here. What luck indeed. I have every reason to suspect that you and comrade Tuoba Yin conspired to discover my school and sent Ming Iran here, Long Gong jested. Ha. It's good to see you, little Chen. Your father would surely be delighted to learn that you are at the same school. By the way, during the summer break, do remember to visit my family with Iran. I have something to give you. Though Tuoba Chen was unaware of the contents of Long Gong's intended gift, he nonetheless replied, Certainly, Senior Long Gong. After bidding farewell to Long Gong and Shi Pe, Tuoba Chen returned to his tranquil life. As spring surrendered to autumn, the semester swiftly passed. Qin Ming, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the students below. All right, everyone, this is the final class of the semester. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the final examinations. And once we successfully navigate these assessments, a much-anticipated holiday awaits us. After this statement, a student suddenly interjected, Teacher, what if we fail the exam? Yusin, your inquiry is quite astute. However, it is preferable that everyone passes, the teacher replied. Yusin pressed on. But, teacher, what will happen if we do not pass? Rest assured, everyone will succeed, Qin Ming continued, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Yusin persisted, Teacher, I need to know. Before she could finish her thought, Qin Ming interjected. You will pass. At this juncture, his eyes narrowed, and his tone shifted to one of eerie calmness, evoking an unsettling atmosphere. Yusin swallowed hard and stated, Teacher, we will definitely pass. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's somber expression lifted, and he responded with a smile. Excellent, class dismissed. After Qin Ming departed, Xu Eping, visibly shaken, turned to Tuoba Chen and exclaimed, Chen, if we fail, will we be doomed? Tuoba Chen nodded slightly, fully aware of the expression Qin Ming had just displayed. He recalled a time when exhaustion had prevented him from completing a task assigned by Qin Ming, resulting in a similar expression from him that day. The following day, he had narrowly escaped the wrath of Qin Ming. Having experienced such terror firsthand, Tuoba Chen understood the gravity of the upcoming examination more than anyone else. After class, Tuoba Chen found himself once again detained by Qin Ming. Xiao Chen, Qin Ming remarked. Only if you place within the top 3 will it be deemed a pass in my eyes, understood? Despite the smile accompanying the words, Tuoba Chen felt as though he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. Recognizing the futility of resistance, he replied, I understand, Teacher Qin. Very well, return and rest. We have an examination tomorrow, Qin Ming concluded. Yes, goodbye, teacher, Tuoba Chen responded. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tuoba Chen engaged in his usual rigorous training, subsequently refining his soul power while soaking in a medicinal bath. This semester, his progress with the dragon transformation technique had not been as smooth as anticipated. He still struggled to maintain the dragon breathing state for a full 24 hours. There was always at least 1 hour each day when he could not attain this state. Uncertain of the cause, he found solace in the approaching summer break, when he could consult his father regarding these issues. Aside from the dragon transformation technique, his advancements in other areas were satisfactory. He could now sustain the Songlong technique for 2 hours, and his soul power had successfully risen to level 15. The Earth Spike ability could now unleash 3 spikes at once, demonstrating a marked increase in power. And his current soul power was sufficient to utilize Earth Spike 8 times during combat. For reasons unknown, he could distinctly sense that his soul power exceeded that of his peers by approximately 50%. However, this very advantage also necessitated a greater amount of soul power for him to level up compared to others. This realization was a serendipitous discovery, and he was acutely aware that it was not an issue with the Songlong technique or the dragon transformation technique, but rather a matter related to his martial soul. This summer, he was determined to clarify these matters upon his return home. The following day, early in the morning, the plaza of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy was filled with all first-year students. On the podium, alongside various teachers and the principal, stood a strikingly handsome young man. Upon his appearance, the student beside him, Shuebong, began to tremble uncontrollably. In an instant, Tuoba Chen deduced the identity of this individual, Xue Qinghe. More precisely, it was Qian Renshue masquerading as Xue Qinghe. He gently patted Shuebong's back, saying, Do not be anxious. It is merely the final examination, a standard occurrence every semester. Upon receiving Tuoba Chen's reassurance, Shuebing glanced at him, gradually relaxing, and nodded, replying, Yes, I understand, Brother Chen. Although Tuoba Chen did not explicitly reveal his fear of Xue Qinghe, he nonetheless felt a significant sense of relief in his presence, despite being merely a few days older. Being near him instilled a profound sense of security reminiscent of his past experiences with Shueqinghe, a sensation he cherished dearly. Meanwhile, the principal, standing on the platform, addressed the students. Dear students, our school's final examination will take the form of a hunting battle. Do you see the forest behind you? After a brief pause, the principal allowed the students to seize the moment to glance back. Upon identifying the forest he mentioned, he continued, in this hunting battle, your targets will be your fellow classmates. There are a total of 8 classes in the first year, and we will commence with Class 8, entering one by one. Each of you will begin with 3 lives as you step into the forest. The hunting battle will be conducted in a points-based format. For every life you take, you shall earn 1 point. The criteria for elimination will be based on incapacitating your opponent or forcing them to concede. Be advised, you must not cause permanent harm or death to your adversaries. Teachers will monitor your actions from the air to assist in tallying your points and to ensure there are no deliberate attempts to inflict injury. Should you lose a life, you will not lose a second within the hour. During this time, aside from fleeing, all other actions are prohibited. Those who exhaust their 3 lives will be eliminated, and the individual who claims the last life of another will acquire half of their points. Ultimately, only the top half in terms of points will pass this final assessment. Those who do not succeed will be required to attend an additional month of classes during the summer break, while those who do pass may return home to rest, with the top 10 receiving special rewards. The examination will last 3 days, during which you must find your own means of sustenance, as bringing food is strictly forbidden. Now, I declare the hunting battle to commence. Upon hearing the principal's rules, the students from classes 5 to 8 wore expressions of despair. They were the weakest in the academy, with innate soul powers largely below 5. After only 1 semester, none among them had yet to break through level 10, and it seemed likely that the majority of those eliminated would be from their ranks. Chapter 20, The Hunting Battle, Part 2, bearing a sense of tragic resignation. The 50 students of Class 8 entered the forest first. This class was marked by the poorest talent, with innate soul powers of merely 2 or 1. They had paid the highest tuition fees to gain admission to the academy, only to be relegated to the lowest tier, confined to 8-person dormitories, and subjected to the most dismal conditions. The Tiando Royal Academy was indeed a starkly pragmatic institution, where talent and strength dictated nearly everything. It resembled a cruel ecosystem, where the fittest survived and the weak faced inevitable elimination. Each year, many students from the academy's underperforming classes chose to withdraw, unable to endure the harsh realities they faced. Yet, there were those who believed that the Tiando Royal Academy was the finest institution in the entire Tiando Empire, convinced that once admitted, their futures would be bright. Little did they realize, they were unwittingly pushing their children into an abyss. Tuoba Chen gazed at the students of Class 8, letting out a sigh of relief that he was not among them. Although such thoughts might be deemed somewhat selfish, he harbored no intention of aiding them. It would perhaps be better for them to swiftly recognize the harsh realities of the Tiando Academy and voluntarily withdraw. As Class 8 entered, students from other classes closely observed their figures, aware that they represented the easiest prey, an opportunity handed to them effortlessly. This was particularly true for those from Class 7, who could only take advantage of Class 8. As one class after another entered, it finally came time for Tuoba Chen's class. Just as they were about to venture into the forest for their hunt, Qin Ming suddenly called out to everyone, "Only the top 60 will be considered passing. I will take good care of you during remedial classes." With that, Qin Ming flashed a bright smile at them. Upon hearing his words, the 15 battle spirit masters of Class 1 felt as though struck by lightning and swiftly charged into the depths of the forest. As for the reason behind the selection of 15 individuals, it is due to the presence of 5 auxiliary soul masters, who are undergoing a different assessment. Upon entering the forest, Tuoba Chen found himself surprisingly unhurried. He was bound to encounter others. He had seen students from other classes before, and it could be said that among the first-year soul masters, none posed a challenge to him. However, considering the potential for alliances among others, he remained vigilant during his journey. With so many martial souls in play, a chance encounter with one that countered his own could lead to unexpected misfortune. He certainly wished to avoid experiencing Qin Ming's devilish punishment once more. Not long after entering the forest, he reached his anticipated destination, the woods of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, where the national tree of the Tiando Empire, the Tiando tree, grew. These trees towered approximately 3 times the height of normal trees. While surveying the forest, he noticed a considerable number of Tiando trees within the academy's grounds. The tree before him was the closest, and without hesitation, he commenced his ascent. In order to gather intelligence on others, he decided to first secure a vantage point. The Tiando tree stood at about 50 meters tall, and within 10 minutes, Tuoba Chun reached its peak. Breathless, he had to admit that climbing trees was quite exhausting. Moreover, this tree was so thick that he could not encircle it with his arms, relying solely on his strength to ascend. Fortunately, he obtained valuable information in return. He began by surveying the entire terrain of the forest, as he would be residing there for 3 days. The more comprehensive the information, the better. After a thorough observation, Tuoba Chun quickly grasped the layout of the woods. It formed a circular expanse, with a massive lake situated at its center. Additionally, as if preordained, the distance between each Tiando tree was relatively uniform. Next, he assessed the current distribution of individuals. Since they had not been separated for long, and all first-year students were merely 6 years old, the distances between them were not significant. Soon, Tuoba Chun pinpointed a direction, the southeast, which was where the majority had congregated. Upon identifying his quarry, he immediately initiated his hunting endeavor. He slid down the Tiando tree, leaped onto the trunk of a common tree, and then jumped to another trunk, advancing swiftly like an agile monkey. Ordinarily, with his martial soul, such agility would be unattainable. However, during his training of the Tsanglong technique, his soul power had acquired attributes such as armor breaking, acceleration, and lightness. By concentrating a small amount of soul power beneath his feet, he was able to achieve his current agility. Eyeing, do you think we will pass this assessment? Rest assured, we are the elites of Class 2. When we join forces, aside from those few devils from Class 1, who could possibly stand against us? Just as he finished speaking, the boy named Ah-Ing felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were watching him. Instinctively raising his head, he immediately spotted Tuoba Chun above him, causing him to retreat in fright. "Hello, I just heard someone call me a devil," he said. "Tuoba Chun, what do you intend to do? I must inform you that there are 2 of us, and both of us possess soul skills. You may not necessarily triumph over us." As he spoke, the youth named Ah-Ing's tone was feeble. Even he did not believe his own words. Having previously witnessed Tuoba Chun's prowess, he understood the disparity in strength between them. He was merely attempting to bolster his courage. However, the other boy accompanying him remained remarkably composed, quickly declaring, "Martial soul, manifest. First soul skill, prison." Upon uttering these words, a ribbon materialized in the boy's hand, swiftly extending towards Tuoba Chun as if it possessed its own will. As a control-type soul master, he was somewhat astonished at the opponent's actions, for control-type soul masters were the natural nemesis of offensive-type soul masters. Alas, today's adversary was none other than himself. "Martial soul, manifest. First soul skill, earth spike," he proclaimed, and before the opponent's ribbon could reach him, his earth spike had already struck. To avoid inflicting serious injury due to the examination's regulations against crippling opponents, he deliberately rendered the tips of his spikes somewhat rounded, ensuring no permanent damage would occur. Nevertheless, even so, his formidable attack power was beyond what a mere level 10 control-type soul master could withstand. At the moment the earth pillar collided with the opponent's abdomen, the control-type soul master immediately knelt, clutching his stomach, cold sweat pouring from his forehead as he seemed to endure excruciating pain. He glanced up at Tuoba Chun, realizing that this was indeed the strength of the strongest in the class. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. After neutralizing one opponent, Tuoba Chun's gaze shifted to the boy named Ah-Ing. No, I concede," Ah-Ing exclaimed, hastily throwing out the surrender flag provided by the academy. Chapter 21, The Hunting Battle, Part 3. The teacher monitoring the area from above, witnessing this scene, promptly awarded Tuoba Chun with 2 points while deducting a life from each of the 2 boys. After dispatching both adversaries, Tuoba Chun showed no intention of pursuing further conflict. He immediately set his sights on the next target. After all, given his hunting speed, he could likely acquire more than 2 points within an hour. For any other students he encountered, he could easily dispatch them without even utilizing his soul skills. Certainly, this scenario unfolds when the opposing team consists of no more than 5 individuals. When there are too many, it becomes rather challenging for him. Although Qin Ming has assigned him the objective of securing a place among the top 3, he harbors no intentions of settling for 3rd or even 2nd place. As the foremost student of the first year, he possesses a singular aspiration to claim the title of 1st. However, to realize this ambition, He must confront the significant obstacle posed by the vastness of the forest. If certain elusive individuals remain concealed in some corner, locating them becomes exceedingly difficult, necessitating a clever strategy. It is impractical to scale the celestial battle tree each time to identify his targets before advancing. Such an approach is inefficient. And given that others can move as well, he risks missing his mark, thereby squandering precious time. He began to recall the principal's speech from earlier that day when a sudden epiphany struck him. He lifted his gaze and swiftly spotted the teachers traversing the sky above the forest. For reasons unknown, the teachers were not flying particularly high, allowing Tuoba to clearly discern their faces. In an instant, realization dawned upon him, and he understood his course of action. In the afternoon, a student from Class 4 was desperately sprinting through the forest, as though a terrifying entity were in pursuit. Yet, his flight was destined to be in vain. Suddenly, a colossal earthen pillar emerged before him, colliding forcefully with his abdomen. The unexpected nature of the attack left him momentarily stunned, propelling him backward. Although the pillar was immensely powerful, it seemed the wielder had no intention of inflicting harm, as he sustained no significant injury upon being thrown. As he turned over, he noticed a pair of legs that had materialized before him, and realizing the situation, he silently retrieved a white flag from his pocket. Upon seeing the white flag, the legs before him pivoted and departed in another direction. Watching the figure recede, he sighed. It was only the first day, and he had already exhausted his 3 lives, ensuring that he would undoubtedly need to attend summer remedial classes at school. The teacher monitoring this area from the sky observed Tuoba's actions with a sense of intrigue. While aware of Tuoba's formidable capabilities, he found the efficiency displayed to be rather extraordinary. In merely half a day's time, he had amassed over 20 points, seemingly possessing an uncanny awareness of everyone's positions, consistently advancing accurately towards those who were present. Moreover, the stamina of the opponent seemed rather exaggerated. It appeared they required no respite at all. Just as he entertained this thought, Tuoba suddenly glanced up at him. Both their eyes met, and a realization struck him. Could this little fellow be utilizing me to locate the positions of others? Indeed, as he was responsible for a considerably expansive area, he frequently encountered various students. To continuously document their movements, he had to shift directions to track their actions. To validate his suspicion, he swiftly moved towards another student. As anticipated, Tuoba, who had remained stationary, immediately followed in the direction he was heading. Goodness, this lad truly is using me to find others. This cannot continue. I must cease my movements. With his abrupt halt, Tuoba below froze momentarily. Ah, has he discovered my intent? There was no recourse. If you refuse to assist me, I must seek help elsewhere. With this thought, he promptly advanced towards another teacher, having anticipated the likelihood of such a scenario. After all, there were other invigilators present. If necessary, he could simply switch to another, as he had not violated any game rules. As time passed, the sun gradually descended in the west, and twilight was fast approaching. Aware of this, Tuoba began to search for a place to conceal himself. Nighttime combat would be exceedingly disadvantageous for him, especially after exhausting so much energy throughout the day. He had chanced upon a central lake in the forest during his recent hunt, where some fish spirit beasts resided, capable of serving as sustenance to replenish his depleted energy. Meanwhile, Meng Iran, Hen, and the others gazed upon the setting sun, their eyes reflecting an intense anticipation. The sun had finally dipped below the horizon. They had awaited this moment. The colossal dragon had succumbed to slumber, and the night belonged to them. With the last rays of light vanishing from the sky, darkness enveloped the land. Hen, who had been resting with his eyes closed upon a large tree, suddenly opened them, surveying the pitch-black surroundings. A cold smile graced his lips. His martial spirit, the lion, was a feline creature, possessing night vision that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of daylight. Once night fell, even the avalanche, aside from Tuoba, would not stand against him. As night descended, the dragon lay dormant, and the lion awakened. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness. While grilling fish by the lakeside, Tuoba was suddenly startled by a distant scream. His small hand trembled, causing the fish to tumble into the fire. He hurriedly rescued his meal from the flames. Upon inspecting the state of the fish, Tuoba grimaced. It was burnt to a crisp. Goodness, is it even possible to eat this? It seems rest is a luxury we can ill afford. After venting his frustrations with a few choice words, Tuoba resumed his seat and took out another captured sturgeon, beginning to roast it slowly. Although others were busy with their tasks, he remained unhurried, knowing that in the end, all points would belong to him. He could let them do the labor for him. After finishing his dinner, he fashioned a small earthen dwelling using thorny vines and took a brief rest within. The following day, at dawn, as the sun began to rise, its rays illuminated the rather peculiar earthen house. Tuoba Chun immediately got out of bed. To be frank, he had not slept well the previous night, as the incessant sounds of anguish kept him awake throughout. These individuals really should learn to be more discreet. Their commotion was deafening and utterly disrupted his peace. Just as Tuoba Chun was lost in these thoughts, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Chapter 22. The Hunting Battle, Part 4. Attention, students. Can you all hear me? I am here to announce the results of yesterday's hunting battle. A total of 213 participants took part, and after the intense competition, 59 individuals have been eliminated, leaving 154 remaining. Now, I will announce the scores of the top 10 participants. First place, Tuoba Chun, with a score of 59 points. Second place, Mo Hen, with 41 points. Third place, Shui Peng, with 39 points. Fourth place, Meng Iran, with 35 points. Upon hearing the principal's announcement, Tuoba Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated accumulating such a high score of 59 points. It appeared that among those eliminated, many had already possessed points. This newfound knowledge of his standing would allow him to devise different strategies, bringing him a sense of reassurance. Mo Hen, upon hearing the broadcast, felt a sense of disbelief. While Tuoba Chun's prowess was undeniable, he had heard that the white armored earth dragon was not known for its speed. The efficiency of hunting should indeed be quite low. Could it be that among the hunters on the opposing side, there are many individuals who originally possessed points of their own, and they happen to be on their last life, thus encountering one another? After much contemplation, Mo Hen concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, with Tuoba Chun's formidable white armored earth dragon, it would be nearly impossible for him to achieve such a high score. According to his plan, he should have caught up with, or even surpassed, Tuoba Chun last night. He was genuinely taken aback to find himself trailing by 18 points. Having come to this realization, Mo Hen refused to be disheartened. There were still 2 days remaining, ample time for him to overtake his rival. Reflecting on the semester, during which he had consistently been overshadowed by Tuoba Chun, Mo Hen clenched his fists in determination. It was not merely about Tuoba Chun, but rather about his own fierce competitive spirit. He could not accept such a significant disparity between himself and others. Throughout the semester, he had devoted himself to rigorous training, exerting efforts that could rival Tuoba Chun's, resulting in his soul power level surpassing even that of the Avalanche Prince, reaching the same level 15 as Tuoba Chun. Nevertheless, he had yet to emerge victorious against Tuoba Chun in any practical combat course. His unwillingness to accept defeat made this hunting battle an excellent opportunity. Although his lion martial soul could not directly contend with the white armored earth dragon, hunting was undoubtedly his forte. The other participants, upon receiving the principal's announcement through soul power, reacted similarly. Meanwhile, students from other classes listened to the principal's broadcast with expressions of despair. Without exception, the top 10 positions were all occupied by Class 1, with even the lowest scorer achieving 20 points. The stark disparity in strength instilled a profound sense of crisis among the other classes, prompting many to begin forming teams to counter the formidable Class 1. Tuoba Chun employed the same tactics as yesterday, diligently following the teacher. After all, in preparation for the upcoming final examinations, nearly all the capable educators from the school had been dispatched. As for the teacher he had shadowed the previous day, it remained a mystery why they had not informed the other instructors of his actions. The principal, glancing at the ranking list in his hand, remarked, "Xiaoqin, your class has performed exceptionally well. Although Class 1 in previous years has always been formidable, it is unprecedented for a class to have all its members rank in the top 20 on the very first day. Principal, you flatter us. This is entirely the result of the students' hard work, and I cannot take any credit," replied Qin Ming modestly. "Ha, there is no need for such humility, Teacher Qin. If, by the end of the rankings, more than 10 students from Class 1 manage to maintain their position within the top 20, I shall grant you a reasonable request." Initially lacking enthusiasm, Qin Ming's interest was piqued upon hearing these words. "Principal, is that truly the case?" "Indeed, Teacher Qin. With 2 days remaining, take some time to consider what reward you would like." "Very well. Tuoba Chen surveyed the group surrounding him with a sense of surprise. Was he truly caught in an ambush? Just moments ago, he had once again accompanied his teacher in search of prey. This time, they had indeed found a target. Yet the group was rather formidable, comprising 11 individuals, predominantly from classes 3 and 4. The individuals before him possessed a keen self-awareness, acutely conscious of their limited capabilities in overcoming the forthcoming final examination. Thus, upon entering the forest, they had unanimously opted to unite, recognizing that only through collaboration could they hope to succeed in this endeavor. To be candid, this was his first experience confronting such a multitude. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he pondered whether victory was within reach. He was not alone in his anxiety. The 11 individuals across from him shared the same sentiment. The members of Class 3 averaged a mere level 8 in strength, while Class 4's average was even lower, at level 7. This meant that none among them possessed a soul ring at that moment. Tuoba Chen is renowned within the academy as an unparalleled cultivator, whose formidable achievements had reached their ears merely 2 days after the commencement of the semester. The Avalanche Prince, only a level below him, had fallen before him, unable to withstand even a single strike. For those of them who did not even possess a soul ring, the prospect of enduring a blow seemed akin to facing demise. Thus, despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, an undercurrent of trepidation lingered in their hearts. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for approximately 1 minute. Ultimately, it was a powerful assault-type soul master from the opposing side who could no longer restrain themselves, igniting the flames of battle. Earth Spike. 5 minutes later, Tuoba Chen commenced his retreat, realizing that he had overestimated his own capabilities. During this period, he had been rather invincible among his peers, and the myriad rumors surrounding him had led to a certain arrogance, resulting in this grave misjudgment. Although his spiritual power was indeed superior to that of his contemporaries, defeating 11 opponents individually was still beyond his reach. Nevertheless, he had achieved some success. Now, only 8 pursuers trailed behind him, 3 of whom he had already incapacitated, earning himself 3 points. These 3 were felled by his earth spikes, which, while formidable in their capacity for sudden, unheralded assault, were not without their shortcomings. After employing the earth spikes, he would become immobilized for 3 seconds. And there was a specific condition for their activation. A part of his body must make contact with the ground. After all, his earth spikes were generated by altering the structure of the earth through his spiritual power. Typically, he would unleash the spikes while wearing shoes, which inadvertently diminished their potency. Thus, at times, he would resort to placing his hands directly on the ground to amplify their strength. However, the range of his earth spikes was limited to 10 meters, and within those fleeting 3 seconds, he had already absorbed a barrage of punches. Chapter 23. The Hunting Battle. 5. The students of classes 3 and 4 were not entirely inept. Being spirit masters, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and a punch from them was decidedly painful. He now bore several bruises on his body, and the pain hindered his ability to exert full force in his attacks. Thus, he opted to temporarily evade confrontation and devise a strategy for the next encounter, hoping to eliminate small teams of 2 or 3 with a single deployment of his earth spikes. After more than 10 minutes, he finally managed to evade that particular team. With a sigh of relief, he thought to himself, "I must be more cautious. Such oversights cannot occur again." He then returned to the central lake where he had rested the previous night, having discovered a type of herb there capable of healing wounds, which would prove useful now. Avalanche surveyed the 5-person squad before him, a sense of dread creeping over him. What was happening? Just yesterday, they had been soaring high, and now they had shifted to a mode of collective combat. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Avalanche chose not to confront them head-on. Despite the explosive offensive capabilities of his swan spirit, its defensive attributes were quite lacking, rendering him vulnerable to a coordinated assault. Meanwhile, Long Un and his companions found themselves in a similar predicament, yet they too refrained from forming alliances, adhering to Qin Ming's directive to operate independently. The principal observed the images transmitted by the spiritual power, remarking, "Prince Qinghe, it appears that Prince Avalanche is in peril." In response to the principal's inquiry, Shui Qinghe smiled and replied, "It is of no concern. The students of Class 1 are likewise in distress. I have faith that he will endure. Principal, could you kindly provide me with the information regarding a certain individual named Tuoba Chen? I believe he possesses considerable potential." Upon hearing Shui Qinghe's words, the principal nodded and instructed Qin Ming to retrieve Tuoba Chen's dossier. The Tian-Do Royal Junior Academy was inherently a place dedicated to cultivating talents for the royal family. Thus, he had no objections to the request. Before long, Tuoba Chen's complete profile was placed into his hands. After a meticulous examination, Xueqinghe remarked, "This young lad demonstrates commendable strength, having reached level 15 at such a tender age, though his innate soul power is regrettably somewhat lacking, standing at merely level 8. The principal, upon hearing Xueqinghe's assessment, nodded in agreement, recalling that his own innate soul power was also level 8. In his youthful exuberance, he had once believed that such a level was remarkable, only to later comprehend the stark contrast between innate soul powers of level 8 and 9. In the early stages, he could compensate for this gap through diligence, yet as time progressed, particularly after reaching the Soul Sage rank, the disparity became glaringly apparent. Many of his contemporaries, those with innate soul power of level 9, had ascended to level 85, while he found himself stagnating at level 79, unable to cross the threshold into the realm of the Soul Douluo. Consequently, upon learning that Tuoba Chen's innate soul power was also level 8, his interest in the new chief diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, overhearing their conversation, wished to interject on behalf of Tuoba Chen, but was at a loss for words. Left to silently observe the two with a sense of helplessness. Shifting perspectives to Tuoba Chen, he had just completed the application of herbal ointment. Thanks to the dragon breathing technique, his absorption of the medicine occurred at a pace several times faster than that of an ordinary person. In just over an hour, his injuries had nearly healed, allowing him to move without discomfort. With his wounds now fully mended, it was time to seek retribution, after all. He was not one to harbor grudges, believing that vengeance should be exacted promptly. To accurately locate his adversaries, he ascended the Tian-Do tree adjacent to the central lake, swiftly pinpointing their whereabouts. Before long, he identified his targets, who were making their way westward. Tuoba Chen leaped gracefully, plunging into the central lake, and then swiftly emerged onto the shore, gliding through the dense forest like a specter. "Boss, do you think that after we confronted Tuoba Chen, he might rally others to seek vengeance against us?" "Rest assured, that won't happen." Prior to the commencement of the examination, I received word that their instructor had issued a decree prohibiting Class 1 from forming teams. They are required to undertake this hunting battle solo. Otherwise, it seems they would face some dreadful punishment. Hence, we shall remain here and wait. As they conversed, they continued their search for prey. Tuoba Chen perched atop the treetops, meticulously observing the group of individuals below. Although the 11 individuals hailed from various classes, their roles were distinctly defined. 2 soul masters specializing in defense and 2 formidable attackers stood at the forefront, flanked by 2 agile attackers on either side, while 3 control-type soul masters occupied the center. 1 pure agility soul master scouted the surroundings, and the last member, a powerful attacker, brought up the rear as the sole individual among them who had achieved the 9th level. The entire team advanced steadily and methodically, witnessing their formation. Tuoba Chen could not help but concede that the commander of this unit possessed considerable skill. Were he to attempt a surprise attack, he would struggle to find a suitable breach, as any attempt to penetrate their ranks would result in immediate concentrated fire. Yet, defeating them was not without its possibilities. Tuoba Chen discerned numerous flaws within their team. Firstly, despite their numerical advantage, the most powerful member among them was merely at the 9th level, while he himself could effortlessly eliminate a 12th level soul master. In his presence, a 9th level soul master was hardly a match. Secondly, their excessive numbers rendered them cumbersome and inflexible. Even if they spotted prey, could they effectively pursue it? Ultimately, their formation was somewhat commendable, but their overall execution fell short of the mark. However, he could not recklessly assault this team, for the strength of one man was limited. If feasible, it would be prudent to first eliminate the commander, as doing so would tilt the battle significantly in his favor. Yet, the 2 control-type soul masters remained at the center, preventing him from approaching, and it was uncertain whether they even held the role of commander. Consequently, he found himself in a position of waiting, biding his time for an opportune moment to strike. Fortune smiled upon him, as it was not long before such an opportunity presented itself. This team encountered another group. In contrast to their own, the opposing team was markedly smaller, comprising only 6 individuals, yet all were members of Class 2. Among them, 3 had acquired soul rings, while the remaining 3 also boasted a level of 9, indicating that defeat was not a foregone conclusion. Both sides exuded confidence in their abilities. and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Charge! A sudden cry pierced the air, prompting both teams to spring into action and engage in fierce combat. Meanwhile, a teacher monitoring the scene from above could not help but twitch his lips in amusement, having clearly heard the rallying cry was issued by Tuoba Chen. Such audacity was a source of concern for educators, who typically dreaded the chaos of a team battle, knowing that the multitude of participants could lead to unforeseen injuries. Upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's antics via the soul power projection, Xueqing couldn't suppress a chuckle, only to realize her lapse in composure when the principal directed a glance her way. She quickly recovered, remarking, "This little fellow is quite amusing." Upon hearing this, the principal nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such despicable individuals often outlive those who are more honorable. In the forest, the commotion from the ongoing battle between the two sides had grown rather loud, attracting the attention of some nearby wanderers who began to converge towards the scene. Observing this, Tuoba Chen realized it was time for him to take action. Otherwise, the points below might be claimed by others. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. While the combatants were preoccupied, Tuoba Chen stealthily placed his hands on the ground, whispering a command to the three individuals engaged in the fray, earth spikes. Suddenly, three inconspicuous and rather diminutive spikes emerged from the earth. Despite their small stature, their speed was not to be underestimated. He aimed for the carotid arteries at the neck. Knowing that a precise strike at this location would temporarily deprive the brain of blood, causing the victim to faint. Of course, he had to exercise caution regarding the force applied. If the spikes were not sufficiently softened at their tips, they could cause serious harm, which was not his intention. Having been influenced by Qin Ming for an extended period and trained daily to control his soul power, Tuoba Chen managed to exert just the right amount of force, allowing the spikes to accurately strike the arteries of the three combatants. This resulted in a temporary lack of oxygen to the brain, leading to their immediate collapse, a phenomenon commonly referred to as hypoxia. Naturally, he could have opted for a more straightforward approach to incapacitate his opponents, using brute force to strike the abdomen, inflicting immense pain that would trigger a protective response in the body, resulting in unconsciousness. However, such a method would expose him and deplete more of his soul power. So he opted for restraint in pursuit of points. Due to the melee, the fallen trio went unnoticed until Tuoba Chen executed two more similar maneuvers. It was then that the leader of the third and fourth class teams began to sense something amiss. He had actually noticed each time a team member collapsed. The first instance, when three individuals fell simultaneously, had raised his suspicions. He recalled how Tuoba Chen had previously used earth spikes to effortlessly eliminate three members of their team in a single day. Yet, he had not seen the spikes appear initially, leading him to believe it was merely a coincidence. However, with the second and third occurrences, it became increasingly difficult to dismiss them as mere chance, especially with three individuals collapsing at once each time. He shouted, "Stop!" However, despite his loud voice, no one heeded his command. The crowd consisted of children, all too caught up in their fiery tempers. In the heat of battle, who would pay attention to a mere 8th-level control-type soul master? Meanwhile, Thea, upon hearing the command to stop, revealed a sinister smile, having finally located her target. The control-type soul master did not cease his attempts to mediate after a single failure. Rather, he continued to implore, "Please, stop fighting." No sooner had he spoken than a slender spike of earth pierced his neck. His vision darkened, his complexion turned pale, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. With the soul mediator now down, chaos ensued, escalating the turmoil of the scene. Seizing this opportunity, Tuoba Chen unleashed a frenzied assault. Due to the diminutive size of the earth spikes he employed, he conserved a considerable amount of soul power, allowing him to utilize them multiple times. While the immobilization time was reduced to merely 2 seconds, it was only when 4 individuals remained on the battlefield that the remaining participants began to take notice of their surroundings. A youth from Class 2 exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is everyone unconscious?" He hastily urged, "Mingyun, get up. Stop pretending to be dead." As he spoke, he vigorously shook a chubby boy lying on the ground. This boy, named Mingyun, was known among them to be the most resilient, possessing a martial soul of the stone-armored turtle, with his first soul skill enhancing his defensive capabilities. Thus, he surmised that his old classmate was merely feigning unconsciousness to avoid punishment. However, after shaking him repeatedly with no response, he realized that Mingyun was genuinely incapacitated. Faced with 3 menacing adversaries, he felt a surge of trepidation. Though he had surpassed level 10 and possessed his first soul skill, he was a control-type soul master with little offensive power. Among his opponents were 2 agile attackers, who were particularly adept at countering him, alongside a formidable bruiser. He was acutely aware that he was no match for them. Yet, clinging to the thought of taking one down with him, he braced himself for confrontation. Just as he assumed a defensive stance, a towering earth pillar swiftly expanded before him, and before he could react, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The remaining 3 had encountered Tuoba Chen before and were well aware of the potency of his earth spikes. However, surrender was not an option. Each of them had but 1 life remaining. Should they lose this, they would be eliminated. Realizing there was no escape, they shared a glance. And the lone bruiser charged directly at Tuoba, while the 2 agile attackers circled around, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Yet, as one might know, agile attackers, despite their swiftness, often lack substantial offensive power. In the face of a significant disparity in strength, their attacks would feel akin to mere scratches. Additionally, their fragility meant that even a slight powerful blow could spell their demise, placing them in a position similar to that of an ADC in a battle. Tuoba Chen, without a glance, observed as 2 formidable soul masters of the agility category were abruptly vanquished by the emergence of 2 colossal spikes from the ground, sending them out of the competition. Presently, the only individuals remaining on the field were he and the opposing strength-type soul master, engaged in a one-on-one duel, free from any distractions. Witnessing the swift elimination of his 2 comrades, the strength-type soul master instinctively retreated, inadvertently tripping over a branch and falling to the ground. As Tuoba Chen advanced menacingly towards him, he shouted in desperation, "Do not approach me." Chapter 25, The Hunting Battle, Part 7. Despite his trepidation, he had no intention of surrendering. This was his final life. Uncertain of the status of his comrades, he feared elimination and had no desire for a remedial lesson. However, Tuoba Chen remained indifferent to his adversary's thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself forward with the force of a cannonball, skillfully controlling his strength, and delivered a punch to the opponent's chin, sending him out of the match. Observing this spectacle from the air, the supervising instructor silently awarded Tuoba Chen 37 points. Among those he had just eliminated, many were clinging to their last lives and had accrued a significant number of points, resulting in a substantial increase in his own score. Having dispatched these 2 teams, he began to seek new targets. Initially, he contemplated remaining to guard the bodies, but upon reflection, he dismissed this notion for several reasons. It was a waste of time. He did not wish to earn points through such means, and their earlier skirmish had already attracted the attention of nearby organized teams. With such a prominent bounty on his head, he risked becoming an easy target for all. After all, even children possess a sense of vanity, who would not want to claim the prestigious title of defeating the top student in their grade. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to vacate the area. His current points were sufficiently high, allowing him to hunt smaller teams or solitary individuals, making it unnecessary to take such risks. Given the considerable energy he had expended in this battle, he intended to return to the Central Lake camp for a period of recuperation. After Tuoba Chen's departure, a small team of 7 to 8 individuals quickly gathered at the site. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, all the teams unanimously opted for retreat. Their commanders were not foolish. They understood that the true spectacle would occur on the final day when all novices and inferior teams would be eliminated, making it unnecessary to incur unwarranted losses. The principal and others gazed at the soul power projection, expressing their admiration. This child possesses remarkable character. He can resist temptation and promptly withdraw from danger zones, ensuring he remains in optimal condition. Xue Qinghe, upon hearing the principal's words, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tuoba Chen's performance was commendable, although, due to his soul power, the likelihood of him becoming a title Douluo in the future seemed slim. The prospect of him becoming a soul Douluo was virtually assured. With such character, he would likely be among the elite within the ranks of soul Douluos. It would be prudent to cultivate a relationship with him if necessary. Qin Ming, observing the 2, secretly relished the moment. Now you realize how formidable Tuoba Chen truly is. Not worth cultivating, I scoff. Beside the central lake, Tuoba Chen gazed across the lake at Imohen, who was drinking water. He contemplated crossing over to eliminate him, yet the distance proved too great. Should he approach, the man would likely flee. Thus, he watched helplessly as Imohen finished drinking and made his escape. although he harbored thoughts of hunting his rival. He was acutely aware that Hen was the only individual in their class whose speed and endurance matched his own. The white-armored earth dragon was inherently a defensive and strength-oriented martial spirit, though the enhancement of the Tsanglong technique significantly boosted his speed, rendering him agile when hunting lower-ranked soul masters. He and Hen both understood the truth, even with the support of the Tsanglong technique. His speed still lagged behind that of Hen. Consequently, he refrained from engaging in such a futile expenditure of energy. After a day spent hunting several small teams, the hours slipped away. That evening, Tuoba Chen chose not to remain by the central lake for rest, with Hen having already been there. The area no longer felt secure. He had not yet grown arrogant enough to believe he could triumph over his rival in a surprise attack. After all, he was not the only one making progress this semester. Subsequently, he sought refuge beneath an ordinary-looking tree, intending to rest there for the night. As he gazed up at the bright starry sky, Tuoba Chen unconsciously opened his mouth, his eyes wide in wonder. Minutes passed in silence. Tuoba Chen vigorously shook his head, puzzled by his situation. Perhaps it was due to being a traveler from another realm that he felt somewhat out of place in this world. Whenever he found himself alone and inactive, he would inadvertently slip into a state of stupor, something he had never experienced in his previous life. The following day, he was abruptly awakened by the principal's announcement over the loudspeaker. "Attention, students! I shall now report on the outcomes of yesterday's hunting competition. Following the fierce contest, it is unfortunate that a significant number of students have been eliminated. As of now, only 39 students remain alive in the forest. I will now disclose the points of the top 10 contenders. First place, Tuoba Chen, with 121 points. Second place, Hen, with 91 points. Third place, Shuepeng, with 79 points. Fourth place, Longin, with 55 points. Fifth place, Meng Iran, with 47 points. Upon hearing the principal's broadcast, Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected Longin to surpass Meng Iran. However, it soon dawned on him that Meng Iran's innate talent had never matched that of Longin. After all, one possessed an innate soul power of level 8, while the other boasted level 9. Moreover, Longin was the son of Long Ling, the renowned commander of the Imperial Guard Corps of the Heavendo Empire. With such exceptional talent and a privileged background, he undoubtedly had access to more training resources than Meng Iran, making his superior ranking unsurprising. In fact, it was rather peculiar that Meng Iran had initially ranked above Long and on the first day. Another individual who stirred Tuoba Chen's reflections was Shuepeng. Having spent a semester with him, he had gained a clear understanding of the kind of person Shuepeng was: intelligent, kind, gifted, diligent, and devoid of any arrogance typical of a prince. He never used his status to belittle others. The more outstanding Shuepeng's performance, the more Tuoba Chen found himself contemplating his own circumstances. In order to disguise his true self, he felt compelled to feign mischief, even refraining from enhancing his abilities. He resorted to elaborate FA aids to conceal his identity, living as a different person altogether, engaging in frivolous pursuits, neglecting his studies, and occasionally bullying others, leading a life more wretched than death itself. Tuoba Chen pondered to himself that had he not been a time traveler, achieving such remarkable cultivation talent as Snow Avalanche would have been utterly impossible. Fortunately, his perseverance proved to be invaluable. In this life, he was determined to befriend Snow Avalanche. And even if Tang San did not assist him, he would extend his own help. After listening to the broadcast, Tuoba Chen stretched his limbs. Having not engaged in morning exercises for 3 days, which was indeed uncomfortable, it was not that he lacked the desire to participate. Rather, he was acutely aware of the presence of a teacher named Shadow Wind at the Heavendo Royal Academy, who possessed a martial soul known as the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, approximately at the 60th level. This martial soul had an extraordinary ability to oversee everything within a certain area and project the information through soul power. He had been fortunate enough to witness this phenomenon once. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it inconceivable that a soul emperor could monitor the entire academy. Chapter 26, The Hunting Battle, Part 8. Fortunately, the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor did not possess the ability to see through walls, and thus the students' activities within their rooms remained concealed, allowing Tuoba Chen's training methods to remain undisclosed. However, he found it hard to believe that such an important event as the final examination would go unwatched by this teacher. which was precisely why he felt uneasy after 3 days of neglecting his morning exercises. Although he felt the pressing need to engage in them, he refrained. For explaining his actions would pose a challenge, and besides, today was merely the final day. Most of the students had already been eliminated, and those remaining likely possessed a considerable amount of points. Thus, he could not afford to falter. Should that maniac Imohen eliminate 2 individuals carrying 30 or 40 points, he would find himself in dire straits. Snow Avalanche beheld the familiar figure before him, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he had escaped from a small team of 5, and now he found himself face to face with this devil. Tuoba Chen was equally intrigued by the scene unfolding before him, the avalanche. Typically, the speed of the avalanche would exceed his own. However, as a prince, despite his diligent training, he often found himself engrossed in profound literature to enhance his cultural acumen, recognizing that he might one day be called upon to govern. This, however, resulted in a significant reduction of his physical training time, rendering his physical prowess considerably weaker in comparison to Tuoba Chen. Were Tuoba Chen to pursue him relentlessly, escape would be futile. Yet, Snow Avalanche had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he assumed a stance of fierce determination. Fully aware that Tuoba Chen would not relent simply because they were friends, he too wished for no leniency. After a semester of preparation, it was time to assess his own strength. "Chen, let's do this. Hold nothing back." In response, Tuoba Chen remained nonchalant, which irked Snow Avalanche immensely. Yet, there was little he could do, for he knew he was no match for his opponent. Observing Snow Avalanche's frustrated expression, Tuoba Chen struggled to maintain his composure. The amusement Snow Avalanche provided was unparalleled. His greatest delight lay in teasing him, relishing in the sight of his friend's exasperation, which brought him immense joy. Particularly endearing was Snow Avalanche's good-natured temperament, never one to harbor grudges. Tuoba Chen possessed countless methods of playful torment, each one tempting to try on Snow Avalanche. Once he had composed himself, Snow Avalanche declared earnestly, "Chen, I am truly going to make my move." In a moment of impatience, Snow Avalanche could no longer contain himself. His white swan martial spirit manifested instantly, and the first soul ring illuminated. First soul skill, Cold Wind. With that proclamation, a fierce and biting cold wind swept through the vicinity of the two. Tuoba Chen felt a slight sense of discomfort. Xuebing, as the prince of the Tiando Empire, naturally possessed formidable soul skills. His first soul skill originated from a top-tier ice-type soul beast, the Extreme Ice Beast, and the duration of his first soul ring had reached 400 years. The skill known as Cold Wind was the most powerful ability bestowed by the Extreme Ice Beast. Within a certain range, all enemies, except for himself, experienced a 20% reduction in speed and a 20% decrease in soul power flow. Conversely, he gained a 20% increase in ice attribute attacks and overall attack power. Such attributes could indeed be deemed exceptional. After all, his Earth Spike was not nearly as formidable. Once Cold Wind took effect, Xuebing charged towards Tuoba Chen. After a semester of training, Xuebing was no longer the inexperienced novice who could be easily defeated with a simple combination of punches. Thanks to Cold Wind, he surprisingly matched Tuoba Chen blow for blow. After about a minute of fierce combat, Tuoba Chen could not help but reflect on how much stronger Xuebing had become. He was no longer the same Xuebing who would fall to the ground with a mere series of punches. However, Tuoba Chen found himself in a predicament due to their close proximity, making it difficult for him to utilize Earth Spike. After all, if he did not unleash the full force of Earth Spike, the damage would be insufficient. Should he fail to incapacitate Xuebing, he would find himself in a vulnerable position and risk being countered. On the other hand, if he were to use his full power, the attack strength of Earth Spike would be excessively potent, and if not controlled properly, it could severely injure someone, especially in front of such a large audience. Initially, he had considered holding back, but seeing the current situation, Tuoba Chen realized he would likely suffer defeat if he did not go all out. With a sudden whoosh, Xuebing was struck squarely in the face, momentarily dazed. Shaking his head, he noticed blood streaming from his nose as he looked at Tuoba Chen, who had assumed a combat stance before him. What just happened? He had seen Tuoba Chen inhale sharply before attacking, and it seemed as though his fist had elongated. Given the length of Tuoba Chen's arm, Xuebing believed he should have been out of range, which was why he had not dodged, leading to his being hit. Nevertheless, he dismissed it as a mere illusion. A minute later, Xuebing lay on the ground, quietly retrieving a small white flag from his pocket. Upon seeing Xuebing surrender, Tuoba Chen immediately ceased his assault and assisted him. The current Shuebing no longer exhibited the composure he had during their earlier confrontation. His face was swollen, making it difficult for him to articulate his words. "Chenghua, what was that earlier?" he stammered. Although his words were somewhat garbled, Tuoba Chen still comprehended the inquiry. With a hint of mystery, he replied, "A secret." Having spoken, he departed from the scene, leaving Avalanche alone, disheveled in the wind. Until now, Avalanche had not made a single misstep. This was the first life he had lost, and he still had 2 opportunities remaining. Thus, he did not linger, hastily seeking a place to conceal himself. The fiery pain on his face was a reminder that engaging in combat would inevitably have its repercussions. To ensure his ranking remained within the top 10, it was prudent for him to adopt a more cautious approach. In contrast, Tuoba Chen and Mo Hen were busily scouring the area for prey. Observing the unfolding scene, the principal suddenly remarked, "Your Highness Qinghe, let us engage in a wager." "Oh, what shall we wager on?" The mere act of watching the competition had begun to bore him, but the principal's words piqued his interest. "Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this hunting battle?" Given that it was the final day of the hunt, everyone was laden with a considerable amount of points. Mo Hen certainly had a chance of surpassing Tuoba Chen, so after a moment of contemplation, Xue Qinghe ultimately declared, "I believe it shall be Tuoba Chen." Although his martial soul is not particularly adept at pursuit, his temperament and overall capabilities are commendable. While Mo Hen is also competent, he still falls short in comparison to Tuoba Chen. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's answer, the principal responded, "Very well, since your highness has placed your bet on Tuoba Chen, I shall wager on Mo Hen. I will stake a frost spirit grass against your earth spirit mushroom." With a smile, Xue Qinghe replied, "Ah." So the principal has set his sights on the earth spirit mushroom. However, the benefits of frost spirit grass are not to be underestimated. I accept your wager. Chapter 27, The Hunting Battle, Part 9. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's response, the principal felt a surge of joy. Frost spirit grass indeed bore similarities to earth spirit mushroom, yet their effects varied significantly. The frost spirit grass substantially enhances one's physical prowess, especially for those practicing body cultivation techniques. The principal himself did not possess such techniques, rendering the grass less advantageous for him. Conversely, the earth spirit mushroom could assist individuals in breaking through their limits. Having been stuck at level 79 for 5 years, and now in his 60s, he realized that without external aid, he might never ascend to the Soul Douluo rank in this lifetime. Although it was true that Tuoba Chen was somewhat superior to Mo Hen, he could no longer afford to be overly discerning. Any glimmer of hope for breaking through to Soul Douluo was something he was reluctant to forfeit. He could only pray for Mo Hen's victory. Once the wager was established, the principal turned to Qin Ming and said, "All right, Qin Ming. It is now almost certain that your classmates will occupy a position within the top 10. Do you have any desired rewards?" With the principal broaching the subject, Qin Ming promptly responded, "Principal, I would like the right to use the Academy's gravity training chamber for 1 month." After Qin Ming finished speaking, the principal appeared somewhat taken aback. Although the 1-month usage rights to the gravity training room were indeed advantageous, one could not overlook the allure of a promotion. If Qin Ming were to ascend in rank once more, he would gain the privilege of unrestricted access to the gravity training room. However, as this was Qin Ming's choice, the principal had little to comment, merely responding affirmatively. Upon receiving this confirmation, Qin Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. His application for the gravity training room was not for his own benefit, but rather for the students in his class. Having long since acclimated to Zhao Wujia's gravitational pressures during his time at Shrek Academy, the gravity training room held little significance for him. Yet, for his students, it was an entirely different matter. The rapid enhancement of their abilities necessitated a solid foundation, and training in the gravity room during the summer break would undoubtedly fortify their skills. An hour later, Xue Peng gazed despairingly at the figure of Mo Hen before him. What a predicament! Having just finished battling Tuoba Chen, he now found himself face to face with Mo Hen. His misfortune seemed boundless. Observing Xue Peng's swollen visage, one could hardly recognize him were it not for his unchanged attire. Aware that escape was futile, Xue Peng resignedly produced a small white flag from his pocket, surrendering his precious second life. Fortunately, Mo Hen did not press him further. After acquiring his points, he graciously departed. As Xue Peng watched Mo Hen's retreating figure, contemplation washed over him. That was the direction he had been pondering. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to follow suit. perched atop the crown of the Tiando tree. Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings with a tinge of disappointment. Most large teams had been eliminated, and those who remained were adept at concealing themselves. Aside from encountering Shuepeng, he had yet to encounter another soul. The supervising teachers had caught on to his tactics, leaving Tuoba Chen with few options to locate others. To conserve energy, he opted to remain in his position, silently waiting for the next target to present itself. As he scanned the area, a small yellow dot suddenly caught his eye. He turned his gaze swiftly. A light yellow dress and fluffy hair. Yes, it was undoubtedly Xian. With the emergence of this new target, Tuoba Chen immediately shifted into a state of readiness. He bore no concern for the fact that she was a girl. After all, they were all young, and girls often developed earlier than boys, providing him ample justification for a surprise attack. However, just as he prepared to descend from the tree, he inadvertently spotted two familiar figures, one black and one white. Imohen and Shuepeng. An avalanche now stealthily trailed behind Imohen, maintaining a considerable distance, and they were all advancing in his direction. Should they be discovered, they would undoubtedly unite against him. Contemplating this predicament, Tuoba Chen quickly sought refuge on the branches of the Tiando tree, utilizing the broad leaves to conceal his presence. It was not until some time had passed that he caught sight of Xian approaching, grumbling under her breath. The individuals from classes 3 and 4 were utterly absurd. Was it truly necessary to form a small team of 5 or 6? Thankfully, I am swift. Otherwise, my final chance would have been squandered here. Upon hearing Xian's words, a cold sweat trickled down Tuoba Chen's forehead. This girl possessed quite a fiery temperament. However, upon learning that she had but one life remaining, a devious thought crossed his mind. If his memory served him correctly, during the principal's announcement that morning, Xian was ranked 10th, with exactly 30 points. If he were to descend and eliminate her now, in addition to the point he would gain, he could also acquire half of her points, thereby augmenting his score by 16. This would essentially secure his position at the top. With Imohen and his companion still a fair distance away, he had ample time to dispatch Xian. In order to avoid alarming her, he meticulously descended from the tree's rear, striving to minimize any sound. Yet, when he was approximately 5 meters from the ground, Xian sensed an anomaly. The woman's sixth sense alerted her to the presence of someone nearby. However, upon scanning her surroundings, she could discern no one. At that moment, an escalating sense of crisis began to envelop her heart. Better to err on the side of caution, she swiftly summoned her vine spirit, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Come out, I see you. Although Xian had not actually spotted Tuoba Chen, fortuitously, her shout was directed precisely towards the Tiando tree where he was concealed. To her astonishment, Tuoba Chen found himself unexpectedly discovered. With no reason to conceal his presence any longer, he leaped down from the tree and, executing a graceful roll, landed directly before Xian. Upon encountering the sudden appearance of Tuoba Chen, Xian swallowed hard, taken aback by the sight of this madman. Prior to entering the forest, she had fervently prayed to avoid crossing paths with this fervent cultivator, yet now that fate had conspired against her, she found herself at a loss as to how to escape. Tuoba Chen, surrender. You know the disparity in our strengths is insurmountable. Escape is not an option for you. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Xian had no intention of capitulating. She had barely managed to secure her position in the top 10. And if she were to be eliminated, her score would undoubtedly plummet beyond the 10th place. Surrender was out of the question. Fighting back offered a glimmer of hope for a counterattack. Observing the expression on her face, Tuoba Chen realized that today's matter could only be resolved through force. With that thought, he offered no further pleasantries and declared, Earth Spike. Boom. A colossal stone pillar erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Xian's back. Before she could react, Tuoba Chen struck her on the back of the head with his merciless iron hand. Xian felt a resounding thud echo in her mind, and her consciousness faded into darkness. Chapter 28. The Hunting Battle, and, well, 16 points secured, and 2 more prey are soon to arrive. I must prepare. Imohen's situation mirrored that of Tuoba Chen. He had only encountered Avalanche thus far, unaware that Avalanche was tailing him. Anxiety gripped him as the final day approached. This was his last chance this semester to surpass Tuoba Chen. This time, Tuoba Chen chose not to conceal himself in the Tiando tree, as hiding among the branches was exceedingly inconvenient and time-consuming. Instead, he utilized the properties of his Earth Spike skill to create a subterranean hole. Burrowing into it, and then filling in the top, rendering it indistinguishable from the ordinary ground above. When someone passed by, he could spring forth to ambush them. As for breathing, his dragon breathing technique allowed him to maintain normal respiration even in thin air. Thus, he merely needed to create 2 small holes to ensure adequate airflow. Upon witnessing this scene, Xue Qinghe and the others rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Internally, they mused, Tuoba Chen is truly not an ordinary individual. They were astonished that at merely 6 years old, he could control his soul power with such precision. Previously, his ability to manipulate the earth spike just enough to render someone unconscious was already remarkable. But to discover that he understood how to modify the operation of the earth spike to alter geological structures was akin to creating a soul skill of his own. Could this truly be a mere 6-year-old child? The principal wore a ghastly expression, utterly astonished by the situation at hand. He no longer believed that Tuoba Chen, with his innate soul power capped at the 8th level, could never ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo. After all, the feats that Tuoba Chen was now accomplishing were beyond his own past capabilities. Yet, he secretly hoped that Tuoba Chen would not continue to excel to such an extent. If this persisted, not only would the earthly spirit herbs be at risk, but even the cold spirit grasses could vanish. Witnessing Tuoba Chen's remarkable performance, Qin Ming brimmed with pride. Had it not been for the presence of the principal and Xue Qinghe by his side, he would have already begun to boast about having mentored such a talented disciple. Before long, Mo Hen arrived at a location not far from Tuoba Chen's ambush. Since Tuoba Chen had previously showcased only his formidable combat skills and ground spike technique, Mo Hen failed to notice anything amiss. He continued walking forward, but as he proceeded, he sensed a peculiar softness in the soil beneath his feet. Suddenly, without warning, 3 ground spikes erupted from the earth. Mo Hen reacted swiftly, evading 2 of the spikes with ease. However, the angle of the final spike was too cunning, and it grazed his calf. Tuoba Chen had not held back with this spike. Its purpose was to inflict injury and hinder his escape. Feeling the sharp pain in his calf, Mo Hen realized he was in trouble. Recognizing the familiar ground spike, he understood who had ambushed him. With his calf now injured, escape became increasingly difficult. Though he could endure the pain, the loss of blood would weaken his leg, rendering him unable to flee. He knew he had to resolve this swiftly. Come out. Tuoba Chen, I know you are here. With that, a delicate, pale hand suddenly emerged from the earth before Mo Hen. The unexpected appearance startled him, causing him to inadvertently jostle his calf wound. Gasping, Tuoba Chen's head also broke the surface, revealing his adorable visage. Mo Hen, drenched in sweat, was taken aback. When had this fellow learned such eerie tactics? Moments later, Tuoba Chen sprang forth from the ground. The moment of rigidity from the ground spikes had passed while he was underground. Mo Hen had envisioned numerous ways for Tuoba Chen to make his entrance. Yet he had never anticipated that he would emerge from below. Yield, Mo Hen. You are well aware that you cannot match me. Especially now that you are injured in your calf, the one advantage and speed you possessed has vanished. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Mo Hen did not concede. Instead, he quietly activated his lion martial soul. It was evident that he intended to engage in a contest of strength with Tuoba Chen. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen sighed. Realizing that if verbal sparring was futile, he would have to resort to physical means to settle the matter. With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, Beast Transformation. As both combatants manifested their martial souls, Mo Hen promptly initiated his first soul skill. Beast Transformation enhanced his strength and speed by 30%. And for the first 3 strikes, he enjoyed an additional 50% attack boost. Having engaged in combat with Mo Hen on numerous occasions, Tuoba Chen was well aware of the formidable nature of this technique. Dragon's Breath. In a state of complete concentration, Tuoba Chen took a deep breath, and immediately his skin flushed a vivid red, as if engorged with blood. The Dragon's Breath. In a state of complete concentration, all physical attributes, speed, strength, defense, and so forth, were elevated by 55%. This enhancement increases with proficiency in the breathing technique, capping at 60%. This state endures for 1 hour, after which he would be unable to enter the Dragon's Breath state for the remainder of the day. Should the duration of a single use fall short of 1 hour, the recovery time would be proportionate at 5-to-1. In a typical state of Dragon's Breath, the enhancement received is half that of the complete concentration boost. Moreover, during the state of complete concentration, he can utilize the rapid circulation of his blood to extend his bones, thereby increasing his attack range. He had previously employed this tactic while confronting an avalanche. Today, having only utilized the complete concentration state for 5 minutes, he had already fully recuperated, feeling no apprehension toward Imohen. Observing Tuoba Chen's condition, Imohen's expression turned grave. He had heard of the sacred dragon Sect's transformation technique, a legendary skill that grants one formidable power comparable to that of awakening a martial soul in the early stages. He had often fallen victim to this very technique in the past. Tuoba Chen took the initiative, launching a standard attack towards Imohen. Imohen crossed his arms defensively over his chest, successfully blocking Tuoba Chen's strike. However, he was still forced back several steps by the sheer force of his opponent. Seizing the advantage, Tuoba Chen did not miss this opportunity and charged forward with a knee strike that left Imohen's hands numb, lifting him off the ground by several centimeters. Following this, he raised both hands high and brought them down forcefully onto Imohen's back. What ensued was an unrelenting barrage of attacks, leaving Imohen gasping for breath. Ultimately, after delivering an uppercut that struck Imohen's chin, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Thus, the 27th confrontation between Imohen and Tuoba Chen concluded in defeat for Imohen. Throughout the duration of the hunting battle, Tuoba Chen remained closely behind Imohen, ready to eliminate one of his lives the instant the hour of protection elapsed. Chapter 29. Thanks. Qinghe brother witnessing the last life of Imohen being claimed by Tuoba Chen, the principal felt a profound sense of despair. It seemed he would never achieve the status of Soul Douluo in this lifetime. He then gazed at the smiling Shui Qinghe and trembled as he retrieved a small purple wooden box from his soul guide. He had previously paid little attention to the first-year students and had not anticipated that Imohen, who was also at level 15, would be so thoroughly overpowered by Tuoba Chen. This should not be the case. How could someone lacking strength in combat reach level 15? As the hunting battle came to a close, the students gradually emerged from the academy forest. The principal quickly composed himself, preparing to preside over the conclusion of the hunt. Since those who had been eliminated had already exited the forest, only a few remained. Spotting the group emerging, the principal addressed them. Students, amidst the sweltering summer heat. After a semester of diligent effort and these past 3 days of intense competition, the hunting battle has now reached its conclusion. In this event, some students exhibited remarkable performance, while others did not meet expectations. However, overall, we witnessed many shining moments from everyone. After delivering an extensive speech, as the students' eyes began to droop, the principal finally arrived at the main point. It was time to award the top 10 students. First place, Tuoba Chen, with 239 points. Second place, Longan, with 94 points. Third place, Meng Iran, with 69 points. Fourth place, Imohen, with 46 points. Fifth place, Dio, with 45 points. Ninth place, Shui Bao, with 39 points. Overall, the top 10 remains largely unchanged, although their rankings have shifted somewhat. Upon hearing his position, Longan could hardly believe his ears. He never imagined he would secure second place. Meng Iran shared similar sentiments, acutely aware of the prowess of Imohen and the others. However, upon seeing the scores, she began to comprehend the situation. It was likely that those individuals had encountered Tuoba Chen on the final day and were consequently eliminated. The 10 students recognized are the most outstanding in the entire first year, and the Academy will bestow upon them special rewards. Students ranked 4th to 10th will each receive a reward of 500 gold soul coins, while the third place will be awarded 1,000 gold soul coins along with a junior membership card to the Tiando Merchant Association. The second place will receive 3,000 gold soul coins and a mid-level membership card, while the first place will receive 5,000 gold soul coins and a senior membership card. The Academy's rewards are rather mundane, consisting merely of monetary gifts. Tuoba Chen felt a surge of indignation at this practice, pondering why they could not exchange the money for rare high-grade herbs. Surely that would be more desirable. After the principal concluded his speech, he invited the sponsor of this hunting competition, Prince Shui Qinghe of the Tiando Merchant Association, to address the audience. Tuoba Chen was somewhat surprised by the principal's words. Shui Qinghe seemed to have quite an extensive reach, managing not only his princely duties but also the affairs of the Tiando Empire's Merchant Association. Once Shui Qinghe took the stage, he began with a lengthy preamble similar to the principal's, yet the audience's reaction was markedly different. The young ladies gazed at him with starry eyes, while the boys looked on with admiration at this prince of the Tiando Empire. How amusing it was to witness the students of the Tiendo Royal Junior Academy acting in such a manner, Tuoba Chen mused. Suddenly, Xueqinghe declared that one student had exhibited particularly outstanding performance during the hunting competition, and he decided to personally bestow special rewards upon him. At this juncture, all eyes turned toward Tuoba Chen, whose final score reached an impressive 239, surpassing the previous record of 199 set by the top student, Yu Tianheng, by a full 40 points. It was evident that Xueqinghe was referring to him. As anticipated, Xueqinghe continued, "This student is none other than Tuoba Chen." Strangely, although Xueqinghe merely called out his name, the students below seemed to elongated in their minds. Momentarily taken aback, Tuoba Chen was uncertain of what to do. Surrounded by envious gazes, should he approach the stage? Yet, Xueqinghe had not invited him up. Seeing Tuoba Chen still in a daze, Qin Ming gave him a light nudge on the head and urged, "Aren't you going up?" Seeing Tuoba Chen lost in thought, he decided to personally lead him onto the stage. Upon noticing Tuoba Chen, Xueqinghe smiled gently and presented the frost spirit herb he had just won from the principal. He said, "Tuoba Chen, this is your reward. The frost spirit herb is highly beneficial for those who practice body refining techniques. You must be familiar with the dragon transformation technique, right? When used in conjunction with it, this herb can significantly accelerate the process of transformation." The frost spirit herb. Tuoba Chen had heard of this herb. Tuoba Yin had once mentioned to him that the cold spirit grass is the essence of all herbs. If those from the sacred dragon sect could obtain a sprig of cold spirit grass, their cultivation of the transformation dragon technique would be significantly enhanced. Suddenly receiving such a generous gift left Tuoba Chen bewildered, pondering what Xueqinghe was up to. Was she not yet replaced by Qianren Xue? Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming gave his head a light tap, urging, "You ought to thank Her Highness Xueqinghe." "Thank you, Her Highness Qinghe," Tuoba Chen replied. Observing his reaction, Xueqinghe chuckled, surprised that Tuoba Chen was so cunning during the competition, yet appeared rather naive in reality. Taking advantage of her height, she playfully ruffled Tuoba Chen's hair, saying, "Tuoba Chen, there's no need to be so formal. I quite like you. From now on, just call me Brother Qinghe. May I call you Little Chen?" This unexpected display of intimacy sent shivers down Tuoba Chen's spine until Qin Ming nudged him again, reminding him to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Qinghe," he stammered. Hearing this, Xueqinghe smiled, thinking that children are so easily appeased. Meanwhile, Xue Bong, watching the two's closeness from below the stage, felt a pang of unease. The principal nearly choked on his own frustration, realizing he had just given away his prized cold spirit grass. However, considering that Tuoba Chen was a student from his own academy, he sighed in relief, rationalizing that it would still benefit his own. Thus, he found solace in this thought. After a few more words, he announced the conclusion of the semester examinations, stating that the rankings would be posted on the academy bulletin board the next day. Those who passed could return home, while those who did not would remain at the academy for an additional month of classes. A wave of lamentations swept through the crowd. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen arranged to meet Meng Iran at the school gate the following morning at 8. After bidding farewell to Xue Bong and the others, he returned to his dormitory and indulged in a long overdue slumber. Chapter 30. Defining the relationship the next morning. Tuoba Chen awoke to find that the clock had struck 8:30. Suddenly recalling his appointment, he dashed toward the school gate. There, Meng Iran was pacing back and forth, visibly anxious. "Why aren't you out yet? We agreed to return together at noon." After a considerable wait, Tuoba Chen finally arrived, looking disheveled. Meng Iran, slightly irritated, remarked, "What took you so long? We agreed to meet at 8. In response to her admonishment, he instinctively replied, "I apologize. I lost my way on the path of life. Hence my tardiness." Unconvinced by Tuoba Chen's whimsical excuse, Meng Iran scoffed, "Lost on the path of life? Who would believe that?" With that thought, she placed her hand on Tuoba Chen's waist and executed a dramatic spin. Yikes! Inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. "You have provoked my ire, woman." Yet, he kept this thought to himself, acknowledging that his tardiness was indeed his fault. Subsequently, the two boarded the same carriage for their return journey. According to Meng Iran, her family had relocated directly across from his, rendering them neighbors and allowing for spontaneous summer visits. Upon receiving this information, felt a pang of discomfort. This infuriating woman was poised to disrupt his cultivation. He could already envision how his meticulously planned training regimen would be thwarted by her presence. 2 days later, at the entrance of Bartle City, Ningyu, and the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, awaited the return of their children with anticipation. Xiaoyan, dragon remarked, "How do you perceive the progression of their relationship? To what stage have they advanced?" Hearing this, shook his head, recalling his son's singular focus on cultivation. "Senior, as far as I know, Xiao Chun is not one to take initiative. If Iran does not step forward either, their relationship may remain stagnant." "Is that so? I sense they have made considerable strides," Dragon countered. "Pray tell, what leads you to this conclusion?" "Just observe," Dragon replied, gesturing towards the approaching figures of and Meng Iran. Upon witnessing the pair hand in hand, exuding intimacy, could hardly believe his eyes. Could this seemingly exuberant youth truly be his son? He had not been like this before. Seeing their closeness, Dragon smiled, recognizing that this development would greatly benefit his future plans. The couple, too, noted their parents waiting at the city gate. Meng Iran, feeling bashful, instinctively attempted to release her grip, only to find his hold unwavering. "What are you doing? Our grandparents are watching. Why be flustered? We are betrothed, after all. Is it not permissible to hold hands? Moreover, we have confirmed our relationship. Do you not wish to be my fiancée?" He gazed at Meng Iran with sincerity. Her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, as she recalled that she had pursued, who had never before expressed such sentiments. His sudden display of affection left her feeling both sweetly elated and bashfully shy. Meanwhile, the two fathers, one a soul saint and the other a soul Douluo, inadvertently overheard their tender exchange. Tuoba Yin, the elder, felt a surge of excitement today. Could the person before him truly be his son? Had some entity taken over his body? What on earth had he learned at the academy? Long Gong's reaction was even more pronounced. What did he mean by confirming their relationship? Was it possible that Tuoba Chun, this little rascal? At this thought, he bellowed, "You little brat. What have you done to my family? She is only 6 years old, you scoundrel." Hearing Long Gong's words, Tuoba Chun was utterly bewildered, while Meng Iran's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Hadn't he merely held her hand? They hadn't even shared a kiss yet. Even if they had, so what? Meng Iran was not his superior but his fiancée, and he had every right to hold her hand. Moreover, they had not even kissed. Realizing the situation, Tuoba Yin quickly intervened, urging, "Predecessor, please, calm down." "How can I calm down when both of them are like this? Let me tell you, Tuoba Yin, if that little brat has harmed my granddaughter in any way, I will skin him alive." Long Gong's face flushed with rage, and the mere thought of his 6-year-old granddaughter being defiled sent him into a furious tremor, his hands and feet turning cold in the sweltering heat. After Tuoba Chen's earnest reassurances, Long Gong gradually composed himself. "Oh, you mean you are still merely at the stage of holding hands, and nothing more outrageous has occurred?" "Absolutely not, Predecessor Long Gong. Rest assured," Tuoba Chen replied. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's explanation, Long Gong's anger began to dissipate. "Well then, since you are both back, come home with me for a moment. I have something to give you, and I've already spoken to your parents. You need not return home today." Tuoba Chun cast a glance around, and indeed, as he had asserted, both Tuoba Yin and Ningyu were nearly out of sight, displaying no intention of bringing their son home. Subsequently, under Meng Iran's expectant gaze, he followed Long Gong back to their residence. Upon arriving at Long Gong's abode, Tuoba Chun was momentarily taken aback. Although it appeared similar from the outside, Long Gong's home exuded an aura of grandeur. As he surveyed the surroundings, taking in the artificial mountains, bamboo groves, and meandering streams, he fully comprehended the immense wealth possessed by Long Gong. "Hey, you little rascal, why are you still dawdling? Hurry inside." "Oh, coming." Long Gong ushered Tuoba Chun and Meng Iran into a room, saying, "Tuoba Chun, do you know why I have come to find you?" I am unaware." "Please enlighten me, esteemed senior." Long Gong replied, "You shall soon discover." With that, he produced a crystal ball. "Iran, Tuoba Chun, place your hands upon this crystal ball." "Okay." Following his instructions, both placed their hands on the orb. "You both must infuse a bit of your soul power into it." After the brief instruction, they complied. A surge of black soul power and a stream of white soul power flowed into the crystal ball. The white energy radiated warmth and righteousness, while the black energy was chilling and ominous. Although these two types of soul power were entirely antithetical, they melded together flawlessly. Meng Iran and Tuoba Chun gazed in astonishment, and even Long Gong and Shi Pu were visibly excited by the spectacle. "Excellent, excellent," Long Gong exclaimed thrice, noticing the inquisitive gazes of the two juniors. He cleared his throat and continued. Have you ever heard of the martial soul fusion technique? Yes, I have heard of it. I even know that the martial soul fusion technique of esteemed seniors Long Gong and Shi Pa is the legendary dragon serpent, whose might rivals that of a titled Douluo. Long Gong was somewhat surprised by Tuoba Chen's knowledge. I didn't expect you to be quite well informed. So, you understand what I intend to teach you today, correct? With such clarity, Tuoba Chen was no longer in doubt. Esteemed senior, are we to infer that we just— Indeed, we were just testing your martial soul compatibility. As you can see, your compatibility has reached 100%, making you fully capable of cultivating the martial soul fusion technique. After Long Gong's proclamation, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of unreality, and Meng Iran felt similarly. The sudden prospect of wielding such a miraculous skill left anyone in a state of wonder. Observing their still bewildered expressions, Long Gong did not withhold further information. Xiao Chen, Iran, do you realize that your birthdays are merely a day apart? The two nodded in acknowledgement, aware that Tuoba Chen's birthday falls on January 1st, while Meng Iran's is on December 31st. However, when asked if they knew the exact time of their births, they honestly shook their heads, admitting that no one had ever shared this information with them. Observing their expressions, Long Gong began to speak for himself. Iran, you were born at 11:59 p.m. on December 31st, the final minute of the day, as well as the last minute of the year. The curtain falls on 1 year, and within the legends of Douluo continent. This day is regarded as the most ominous of the year. Upon hearing the time of Meng Iran's birth, both were somewhat astonished. She had never considered that her birth time bore such significance. Long Gong continued, this is merely the beginning. What I am about to share will undoubtedly astonish you even further. Xiao Chen, you were born at precisely 1 minute past midnight on January 1st. Is it not remarkable? You signify the dawn of a new year, the prologue of the 12 months ahead. Moreover, legend has it that this day is when the yang energy is at its peak. He added, at the moment of your births. 2 shooting stars fell simultaneously, one in the far north and the other in the far south. As Long Gong elaborated, the narrative grew increasingly mystical, leaving both listeners spellbound. Yet, he had not finished. Furthermore, your martial souls embody a dragon and a snake, with one male and one female, one representing the yin, the other the yang. The balance of extremes, the harmony of opposites, and even your innate soul power are identical. You are truly a match made in heaven. Given such extraordinary coincidences, I contemplated the possibility of your achieving a martial soul fusion technique, and today's test has confirmed it. Long Gong concluded, marveling at the improbability of it all, yet acknowledging the reality of what had transpired. After listening to the conversation, Tuoba Chen and Meng Iran were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to articulate their emotions. They exchanged glances, both pondering, could it be that we are truly destined for one another? The Dragon Lord clasped their hands together and said, do not doubt. For you are indeed a match made in heaven. This is a divine bond bestowed upon you. Embrace it. I understand, Senior Dragon Lord, replied Tuoba Chen. Yes, I understand. Grandfather, added Meng Iran. Seeing their affirmative responses, the Dragon Lord smiled and said, Little Chen, I shall entrust Iran to you. You must take good care of her. Yes, Senior Dragon Lord, Tuoba Chen responded with unwavering determination. Very well, let us commence our training in the martial soul fusion technique. Tuoba Chen, this can be learned without any preparatory work, right? What kind of preparatory work are you referring to? Let me enlighten you. The technique of martial soul fusion is such that individuals with a perfect compatibility of martial souls, like yourselves, can master it effortlessly in a brief span of time. As for those with a low compatibility, they shall never hope to grasp it in their lifetime. Some matters are simply predestined by the heavens and cannot be altered. Oh, I understand now, Senior Long. Still calling me Senior, are you? Senior Long suddenly spoke with gravity. Grandfather, dear grandfather. Alas, little Chen, how obedient you are. Tuoba Chen, all right. I shall cease my jesting and impart to you the method of utilizing the martial soul fusion technique. You must hold hands, and one party will channel their soul power into the other's body. Remember, the recipient of the soul power must not resist and must surrender their body entirely to the other, otherwise, the fusion will inevitably fail. Upon hearing Long Gong's words, the two exchanged nervous glances. What would happen in the event of failure? If it fails, it simply fails. What else could be done but to try again? Tuoba Chen initially believed that failure would entail severe consequences. However, upon realizing that there were none, he felt free to proceed. He then addressed Meng Iran, saying, "Iran, let me first channel my soul energy towards you." With her affirmative response, the two clasped hands, and distinct energies manifested around them, one white and the other black. The white soul energy emanating from Tuoba, Chen gradually flowed towards Meng Iran. Long Gong observed this scene and nodded. Both individuals were astute, fully comprehending his words. They simply needed to wait, as the initial use of a martial soul fusion technique might require a considerable amount of time. Before long, an ominous and malevolent black mist began to envelop them, obscuring the situation from Long Gong's view. Accompanied by a formidable pressure, the black mist slowly dissipated, revealing a colossal black python before Long Gong. This, indeed, was a success. Unfazed by the imposing serpent, Long Gong approached it directly, inquiring, "Can you hear me, Iran?" "Xiao Chen, we can." The python responded, its voice unmistakably that of Meng Iran. At the sound, Long Gong smiled, realizing that Tuoba Chen had transferred his soul energy into Meng Iran, thus allowing her to take the lead. "All right, Iran, Xiao Chen. You may now dissolve the martial soul fusion technique. We need to see if Xiao Chen can take the lead." Upon this, the python nodded, and with a flash of black light, they reverted to their original forms. The martial soul fusion technique had successfully materialized. It was utterly fantastical. Although it consumed a considerable amount of soul energy, Tuoba Chen could distinctly sense the terrifying power of the black python they had formed together. Even though he was not a grand soul master, he believed that even a grand soul master might struggle to wield such immense strength. As their abilities advanced, the power of this martial soul fusion technique would only grow stronger. "All right, little ones, let us bestow a name upon this martial soul fusion technique," Long Gong suggested. Tuoba Chen and Meng Iran exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "The Serpent of Dusk." This name had spontaneously emerged in their minds the moment their fusion succeeded. "The Serpent of Dusk, you say? A splendid name. Now, let us see if Xiao Chen can lead this time. Iran, channel your soul energy into Xiao Chen and observe what transpires." Chapter 32, Fusion Failure Understood, Grandfather. With that, they clasped hands once more, and Meng Iran's black soul energy began to flow towards Tuoba Chen. Long Gong nodded at this development, noting that everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. However, just as he finished nodding, the output of soul energy abruptly ceased, and both individuals released their grip, collapsing weakly to the ground. Witnessing this, Long Gong felt a pang of confusion. Could it be that they had failed? That shouldn't have been the case. Upon careful reflection on the recent interactions between the two individuals, it becomes evident that this is not a failure. Rather, it is merely a consequence of the overwhelming power of the martial soul fusion technique led by Tuoba Chen. They are but novice soul masters, barely at the 10th level, and the dusk serpent they had just unleashed had nearly depleted their soul power. The martial soul fusion technique, under Tuoba Chen's guidance, undoubtedly possesses even greater potency. And given their current levels of soul power, they likely cannot activate it at all. Meng Iran has already succumbed to unconsciousness due to her exhausted soul power, while Tuoba Chen, having trained rigorously for an extended period, is barely holding on. He forces himself to muster the energy to inquire, "Grandfather Long, have we failed?" After a moment's deliberation, Grandfather Long responds, "In a sense, you have failed, yet it can also be said that you have not." What does it mean to say we have failed in a certain sense? It implies that your approach is sound, but the issue lies in your insufficient soul power. You lack the strength to sustain this martial soul fusion technique. Once your levels increase, this problem will resolve itself, so do not dwell on it excessively. Oh, with that, Tuoba Chen collapses backward, unable to endure any longer. Observing the two unconscious children, Grandfather Long chuckles softly as he carries them to a room to rest. The following day, upon gazing at the crimson ceiling above, Tuoba Chen realizes this is not his home. The events of yesterday remain vivid in his memory, although they seem dreamlike. The weariness in his body confirms that what transpired was indeed real. He and Meng Iran were capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique. Stretching languidly, he throws aside the covers and leaps up with the agility of a carp. Despite lingering fatigue, it matters little, for he is the type who cannot return to slumber once awake. Just as he approaches the door, it swings open to reveal Ningyu, holding a bowl of kanji before him. "Mother, what are you doing here?" he exclaims, astonished. "Why shouldn't I be here? Our home is just across the way. Yesterday, I heard from Grandfather Long that you and Iran fainted while practicing the martial soul fusion technique due to insufficient soul power, so I came to check on you. She replies, that is fine. Well then, drink your kanji. With that, Ningyu places the kanji on the table, and Tuoba Chun hastily brings over 2 chairs, eagerly consuming the nourishing dish prepared by her. Drink slowly. Be careful, it's hot. As he drinks, Tuoba Chin's eyes gradually begin to glisten with tears. Seeing this, Ningyu feels a pang of sorrow. How much hardship has the child endured outside that he would cry over a mere bowl of kanji? With this thought, she reaches out to gently pat Tuoba Chin's head. Mother, did you add chili? He sobs, recalling that before his transmigration, he hailed from Yang City, where he could not tolerate even a hint of spice. The same holds true in this life. Hearing this, Ningyu retracts her outstretched hand, having momentarily forgotten that Tuoba Chun cannot handle spicy food. No, it's merely your imagination. Oh, after finishing breakfast, due to Ming Iran still being in a coma, he could only bid farewell to Long Gong and Shipa before returning home. He was filled with a plethora of questions he longed to ask Tuoba Yin. Upon arriving home, he found that it was still quite early, and Tuoba Yin had yet to leave for work. After all, the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce was not faring particularly well in its business endeavors. Tuoba Yin remarked that he was both busy and not busy at the same time. Why did he say this? Because every time he attended the business association, he was merely dealing with trivial matters. In truth, he could easily forego going to work, as his responsibilities could simply be delegated to the vice president. As Tuoba Chin stealthily approached Tuoba Yin, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a newspaper titled Kuka Daily, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the headline, "A 12-year-old genius soul master commits such acts against classmates." The article further advised students to befriend 4 specific types of individuals to gain advantages throughout the academic year. A seemingly ordinary girl had made a statement that left everyone in awe of him. Sensing Tuoba Chin's presence, Tuoba Yin lifted his head and inquired, "What is it? Is there something on your mind?" Perhaps due to having 2 daughters, Tuoba Yin displayed no excitement upon Tuoba Chin's return. "Dad, I have some questions regarding my training," Tuoba Chin confessed. "Go ahead," Tuoba Yin encouraged. "I can now maintain the dragon's breath method of the transformation dragon technique for a continuous 23 hours. However, despite my efforts, I cannot seem to progress further. Additionally, I feel that my speed in cultivating soul power is faster than others, yet I require more soul power to level up, which ultimately slows my advancement. Why is that?" Upon hearing Tuoba Chin's concerns, Tuoba Yin nodded, clearly aware of both issues. "Little Chun, I am pleased that you have managed to cultivate the transformation dragon technique to this extent in such a short time. As for why you have hit a plateau after 23 hours, the reason is quite simple. The essence of the dragon's breath method lies in its unique breathing techniques that enhance blood circulation and strengthen your internal organs, thereby significantly boosting various attributes." Having stated this, Tuoba Yin nodded in affirmation. Tuoba Chun, however, was already aware of this. Tuoba Yin continued, "You must understand that you are still young, and the capacity of your internal organs has its limits. Maintaining 23 hours is already quite remarkable, and your soul power is still limited. For a typical soul master, reaching the second layer before level 20 is nearly impossible." Realizing what was implied, Tuoba Chun understood that only a grand soul master could cultivate to the second layer. Yet, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in his voice as he asked, "Dad, is there truly no way to overcome this?" After a moment of contemplation, Tuoba Yin replied, "There are solutions, albeit not without a cost. Should you obtain high-grade body tempering materials, you could comprehensively enhance your physical attributes, thereby fulfilling the requirements to continue training in the transformation dragon technique." After Tuoba Yin finished speaking, Tuoba Chin's eyes lit up, and he quickly retrieved the frost spirit grass awarded from the Azure Dragon's descent. Upon seeing the small wooden box that Tuoba Chin produced, Tuoba Yin felt a sense of bewilderment. Could it be? Subsequently, Tuoba Chin opened the small box, revealing the frost spirit grass within. This is Xiaochun. How did you come by the frost spirit grass? One more chapter remains unwritten. It will be posted before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 33, The 5-Elemental Dragon. Part 3. I humbly request your support. To be honest, Tuoba Yin was truly astonished that Tuoba Chun possessed such a treasure as the frost spirit grass. Although it may not be classified among the most elite of medicinal herbs, it is certainly not far from it. It would undoubtedly aid Tuoba Chen in breaking through the first layer of the transformation dragon technique, and it could even assist him in his future cultivation endeavors. This is a special reward given to me by Prince Shueqinghe for achieving first place in my final exams. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Yin was somewhat taken aback. The royal family, indeed. It was no wonder, as only the royal lineage could afford such extravagance. However, he couldn't help but wonder whether Tuoba Chen's connection to the royal family would prove beneficial or detrimental. Tuoba Chen, is this acceptable? Indeed, it certainly is. I shall soon enlighten you on the correct usage of the cold spirit herb. For now, allow me to elucidate the reasons behind the substantial soul power required for your advancement. With Tuoba Chen prepared, he began, Little Chen. You must understand that any martial soul bearing the name dragon is fundamentally more potent than the average beast martial souls. Among them, the white armored earth dragon stands as a paragon. However, with such formidable power comes a formidable price. You may not be aware, but long ago, the 5 martial souls known as the white armored earth dragon, the blue electric tyrannosaurus, the clear wind azure dragon, the one-horned fire explosion dragon, and the pure water blue dragon were the most formidable among their elemental counterparts, collectively referred to as the 5 elemental dragons. The strength of the 5 elemental dragons was closely matched, embodying a cycle of mutual growth and restraint. Yet now, the pure water blue dragon and the clear wind azure dragon are nearly extinct, while the one-horned fire explosion dragon can only be derived from mutations of the other 4 dragon types. Consequently, on the main thoroughfare today, one primarily encounters soul masters of the blue electric tyrannosaurus and the white armored earth dragon. Upon hearing Tuoba's words, he was astonished to learn of the historical existence of the 5 elemental dragons. Tuoba continued, as for why you feel the need for more soul power during your upgrades compared to other soul masters, it is because the physical resilience of the 5 elemental dragons surpasses that of the average soul master, allowing us to endure greater quantities of soul power. With a larger capacity, naturally, it requires more soul power to fill it. Moreover, the white armored earth dragon represents the earth element, necessitating even more soul power for cultivation than the other elemental dragons. This explains why the levels of white armored earth dragon soul masters are generally lower than those of the blue electric tyrannosaurus soul masters. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of relief, grateful for inheriting Uncle Mo's azure dragon technique. Otherwise, he feared he would be left far behind by his peers. Well then, do you have any further questions? None. If there are no further inquiries, go take a bath, and then wait for me in your room. Tuoba Chen, with a bashful expression, prompted Tuoba Yin to remark, You impudent boy, what are you thinking? Have you neglected your bathing for the past couple of days? Are you unaware of the overwhelming scent that clings to you? I still need to prepare some auxiliary medicinal concoctions to complement the cold spirit grass for the herbal bath. Remember to add a sufficient amount of your mother's blue heart grass to help open up the skin pores, thereby enhancing the absorption of the medicinal properties. Understood. Tuoba Chen replied. Enough of your banter. Hurry along, Tuoba Yin urged. Yes, yes. With that, Tuoba Chen dashed to the bathroom and meticulously took a shower. He then returned to his room, eagerly awaiting Tuoba Yan's arrival. The anticipation of being able to utilize the cold spirit grass to advance to the second tier of the dragon transformation technique filled him with uncontainable excitement. Before long, Tuoba Yin entered the room. Tuoba Chen hastily glanced over, only to find Tuoba Yin empty-handed. Where is the handling grass? He inquired. It is currently being brewed, but it has not yet reached the right moment. I came over to ask you to assist in tending to the fire. Upon arriving at the center of his courtyard, Tuoba Chen discovered a large iron cauldron simmering, containing a pristine white liquid. Observing this scene, Tuoba Chen tilted his head and inquired, What on earth? Why is the medicine being brewed in the middle of the yard? Am I expected to take a medicinal bath here? With a hint of perplexity, he spoke. Is there any other option, you impudent boy? Do you believe that the Hanliang herb is merely an ordinary medicinal plant? It is called Hanliang because of its intense cold energy, which necessitates the combination of dozens of fire attribute herbs, simmered over a vigorous flame for at least 4 hours to mitigate its frigid essence. Only at noon, when the sun's energy is at its peak, can one immerse in it. Otherwise, with your current pitiful abilities, you would be frozen into an ice sculpture the moment you entered. Throughout this process, the fire must be kept blazing. Now, I shall take my rest, tend to the fire, add more wood if it diminishes, and replenish the water every half hour. Understood? Understood. Tuoba Chen felt a sense of curiosity, as he couldn't shake the impression that his father had become considerably more irritable. Could it be that the prolonged company of the esteemed dragon elder had influenced him? After Tuoba Yan's departure, Tuoba Chen was entirely focused on the large iron cauldron. He diligently stoked the fire when it waned and added water when it diminished. This was a matter of utmost importance, as it pertained to his potential breakthrough to the second tier of the dragon transformation technique. He could not afford to be careless. For hours later, Tuoba Yan returned to the scene, observing Tuoba Chen, who was still adding firewood. "Enough, little Chen," he said. "No need to add more. It is sufficient now. It is precisely noon, and you may enter." The moment had finally arrived, and Tuoba Chen hurriedly disrobed before stepping into the water. To his surprise, the sensation upon entering was far from what he had envisioned. A gentle chill enveloped him, as the medicinal properties of the cold spirit grass gradually permeated his being. Due to the lingering effects of the blue heart grass, his pores remained wide open, allowing for effortless absorption of the medicinal essence. An hour passed, and he could distinctly feel a wave of cold energy infiltrating his body, circulating throughout. Gradually, small black particles began to emerge from the surface of his skin, as the cold energy worked to cleanse his system of impurities. After 4 hours, the residual cold energy began to fortify Tuoba Chen's physique from within. He could palpably sense his heartbeat growing stronger and his breathing becoming more effortless. He felt rejuvenated. Ultimately, after a full 9 hours, Tuoba Chen completed his medicinal bath. The warmth of the water began to rise, indicating that the essence of the cold spirit grass had been fully absorbed. Upon realizing this, Tuoba Chen opened his eyes, surveying the foul-smelling water surrounding him, and promptly climbed out of the tub. He rinsed his body with fresh water, and once cleansed, he felt invigorated, as if he had shed a weight. Chapter 34. A transformation in appearance. Though it was nearing midnight, Tuoba Chen, having just bathed and emerged unclothed, felt no trace of chill. It is well known that the temperature on Douluo continent varies significantly between day and night, as the climates of each are akin to distinct seasons. He speculated that perhaps the cold spirit grass had enhanced his cold resistance, though he was uncertain of the extent. However, this was not his foremost concern. He was primarily focused on whether he had successfully advanced in his dragon breathing technique. To ascertain this, he would need to wait 24 hours. If he could persist in employing the dragon breathing technique after that duration, he would consider it fully mastered. For the time being, despite the late hour, he felt no fatigue. Perhaps it was due to his extended slumber in the tub during the day, leaving him brimming with energy. Thus, he resolved to cultivate throughout the night, eager to discover the extent of the enhancement bestowed upon him by the cold spirit grass. As the night unfolded, Tuoba Chen let out a sigh of relief. The cold spirit grass was indeed remarkable. Although it did not directly enhance his soul power, it significantly improved his physical capabilities. His strength had increased by approximately 30% compared to before. One must not underestimate this 30%. Now, when he activated the dragon breathing technique in its total concentration mode, he could amplify his physical attributes by 60%. By strengthening this 30%, he could nearly double his previous strength without the total concentration state. This augmentation was indeed extraordinary. Though less than 24 hours had passed, he could distinctly feel his progress. In the past, maintaining the dragon breathing technique for such a duration would have left him somewhat fatigued. However, at present, employing the technique felt as effortless as breathing normally, with no discomfort whatsoever. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he decided to wait until a full 24 hours had elapsed before commencing his practice of the second layer of the transformation dragon technique. As dawn broke, he saw no need to continue training. He approached the bathroom to wash away the sweat accumulated from his exertions. After his shower, Tuoba Chen stood before the mirror and was momentarily taken aback. Wow, who is that? So handsome. Though he did not vocalize his astonishment, his heart was roaring with excitement. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. His appearance had always been striking, capable of capturing the attention of women in their 20s. But his current visage was on an entirely different level. After absorbing the cold spirit grass, he had grown taller, approximately by 5 centimeters. His skin resembled exquisite mutton fat jade, translucent and even emanating a subtle glow. His previously delicate features had transformed into an astonishing countenance, rendering it impossible to look away after just a glance. His eyes had shifted from deep black to a dreamlike blue, while his hair had turned white, yet it did not impart any sense of age. Instead, It exuded an ethereal charm. It would be no exaggeration to say that if his hair were longer and covered his Adam's apple, one would hardly perceive him as a boy. However, despite possessing such an appearance, Tuoba Chen did not exude any effeminacy. Rather, he conveyed an intriguing allure. Initially, he did not experience this sensation, but upon his first glance at the mirror, he was momentarily caught off guard. Perhaps it was the influence of the cold spirit grass that imbued him with an aura of icy detachment. However, in the next moment, as he caught a glimpse of his own reflection and inadvertently flashed a smitten smile, his entire demeanor transformed instantaneously. How should one describe it? In his current state, a mere smile exuded an alluring charm that seemed to captivate. After confirming in the mirror that he bore no other changes, he donned his clothing and exited the bathroom. In an attempt to appear more composed, he endeavored to maintain a stoic expression, even as laughter bubbled within him. After all, everyone possesses a desire for beauty. Both men and women alike wish to enhance their allure. He was no exception, and naturally, he felt elated at his newfound attractiveness. With that, he made his way toward the living room. Though Ning Yu was a lady of privilege, she was also remarkably diligent. Each morning, she rose early to prepare breakfast for her family. She dipped a ladle into the pot to sample the soup, confirming its delightful flavor. The oil in the frying pan had reached the perfect temperature, and she carefully placed the prepped shrimp dumplings in, frying them until golden brown. It was nearly 7 o'clock, the customary time for the family to gather for breakfast. Ning Yu hurriedly plated the food and brought it to the dining table. Suddenly, she spotted a stranger, a child with blue hair, sitting at her table. As he was facing away from her, she could not discern his features, and due to his height, his silhouette appeared vastly different from what she remembered. Hearing some commotion behind him, Tuoba Chen quickly turned around. The moment Ning Yu laid eyes on Tuoba Chen's face, disbelief washed over her. You are Xiao Chen? She stammered. Yes, Mom, it's me. Although she had heard from Tuoba Yin the previous day that Tuoba Chen might undergo some changes, she had not anticipated such a transformation. Nevertheless, she swiftly composed herself. After all, despite the change in appearance, he remained her child. Yet, with such striking looks now, she couldn't help but wonder if he would remain faithful in the future. Ning Yu's understated reaction left Tuoba Chen with a hint of disappointment. He had harbored a flicker of hope that she would shower him with compliments. Shortly thereafter, Tuoba Yin arrived and cast a glance at Tuoba Chen. Wow, son, you've really changed. Tuoba Chen, do not be angry, do not be angry. Do not hold it against them. The reactions of the two were far too divergent from his expectations. Praising your offspring could be fatal. However, during breakfast, both of their gazes remained fixated upon his face, and even when Tuoba Yin had finished the soup in his bowl, there was no hint of awareness. Clearly, their inner sentiments were not as placid as they appeared, especially Tuoba Yin, who merely masked his astonishment with a facade of calmness. After breakfast, Tuoba Chen intended to visit Long Gong's residence to see if Meng Yiran had awakened. Unexpectedly, he was halted by Tuoba Yin. Xiao Chen, are you planning to go out? What is the matter? Come with me. Oh, although uncertain of Tuoba Yin's intentions, he was confident that his father would not lead him astray, so he followed. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen accompanied Tuoba Yin to their room, perplexed as to why his father had brought him there. Soon after, Tuoba Yin retrieved a remarkably stylish formal suit from the wardrobe and said, "This is for you. Try it on and see how it fits." Chapter 35, Mo Long Mo Hu. Despite not fully grasping Tuoba Yin's motives, Tuoba Chen acquiesced. Once he donned the formal attire, his entire demeanor transformed. Previously, for the sake of convenience, Tuoba Chen had always opted for a short-sleeved shirt when going out. Not that it was particularly drab, but rather ordinary and unremarkable. After changing into this outfit, his aloof aura escalated from a level 7 to a level 10. He exuded a sense of untouchability while simultaneously evoking a yearning for closeness. After he had changed into the formal suit, Tuoba Yin smiled and inquired, "So, are you satisfied?" Tuoba Chen quickly nodded and said, "I am quite satisfied indeed. However, it is a tad too warm. In this sweltering summer, might I be perceived as somewhat eccentric for wearing this?" After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Tuoba Yin suddenly said with a serious expression, "What are you talking about? Do you not realize how you currently appear? Wearing that original outfit, exposing so much flesh. Are you not afraid of being abducted?" Tuoba Chen, "Well, Dad, it seems that I am a boy. There is really no need for such precautions when I step outside." Tuoba Yin remarked, "What is the matter with boys? They must take extra care of themselves when venturing outside. Your father is indeed correct. Heed his advice. It was unclear when it began, but Ningyu stepped forward from the side, echoing in agreement. Tuoba-chun. Indeed, physical allure is a powerful force. They would not have been preoccupied with safety concerns in the past. However, compelled to don a trench coat, Tuoba-chun resolved to venture outside. In truth, due to the absorption of the cold spirit grass, his body temperature had lowered slightly compared to the average person, rendering him impervious to the heat. Yet, he found it peculiar to wear a trench coat in the sweltering summer. As soon as Tuoba-chun opened the door, he was taken aback to discover two burly men crouching at his threshold. Tuoba-chun weakly inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Upon witnessing Tuoba-chun's demeanor, a suspicious flush appeared on the face of the burly man to his left, while the one on his right turned his head away completely, his body seemingly trembling. The burly man on the left responded, "You must be young Master Tuoba-chun. We are the guards of the Sacred Dragon Merchants Association. Madam Ningyu has just informed us that, from this day forth, we shall serve as your personal protectors. Henceforth, whenever you venture out, we shall accompany you to ensure your safety." Tuoba-chun, what on earth? My parents are being overly realistic, aren't they? Why didn't they act this way before? Apologies. Esteemed guard, I shall venture out shortly. Might you wait for me? Certainly, young master. With that, Tuoba-chun closed the door and swiftly made his way to his parents' room. Bang! The door swung open unexpectedly. Ningyu Xiao, with a beaming smile, inquired, "So, my son, are you satisfied with the guards I selected for you?" Upon hearing Ningyu's confirmation, Tuoba-chun found himself at a loss for words. "Mother, could you please dismiss the guards? I prefer to go out alone. Having so many following me feels rather uncomfortable." No sooner had he spoken than Tuoba-yin interjected, "What is uncomfortable about it, little Chun? Allow me to assure you. Both of them are our trusted subordinates, and their strength has reached the level of Soul Kings. With them accompanying you, we can rest easy. Otherwise, in your current state, you would be in great danger. As a young man, you must learn to protect yourself, understand?" Thereafter, under the relentless bombardment of Tuoba-yin and Ningyu's words, he was compelled to step out with his two guards. To be honest, he lived merely a street away from Mengyiran's home. It was only a few steps. Yet he felt the need for two guards. This sudden parental overprotectiveness caught him off guard. "Honey, do you think little Chun has become so handsome that he no longer needs to continue his training?" I believe it might not be necessary. He could now rely on his looks to get by. Seeing him in such a state, I cannot bear to have him trained too hard. A casual approach to his training would suffice. I shall consult with Senior Long Gong and suggest that Iran put in a bit more effort. Perhaps it would be better for Iran to protect him from now on. Yes, I think that could work. Unbeknownst to them, Tuoba-chun had already returned to his doorstep. Upon seeing Tuoba-chun, the two burly men exchanged glances, with the left one stammering, "Why, young master, are you heading out?" It seemed he was somewhat flustered in the presence of Tuoba-chun. "Yes, indeed. May I ask for your names? It feels rather impolite to keep calling you guards." After uttering these words, Tuoba-chun felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't the two men that disgusted him, but rather himself. Although his inquiry stemmed from politeness and his tone remained unchanged, after being influenced by Tuoba-yin and his wife for so long, he now felt somewhat odd. "Am I turning soft?" Hearing Tuoba-chun's words, the two men blushed. To be honest, although they had encountered many adorable children, someone like Tuoba-chun was a first for them. Nevertheless, the left man quickly responded, "To answer you, young master, I am Mo Long, and he is Mo Hu. Mr. Tuoba-yin is our savior. We now serve him and are your guards. You may command us as you wish." After speaking, Mo Long lowered his head, unable to dare glance at Tuoba-chun again, fearing that if he continued to look, he would be overwhelmed with embarrassment. "Very well, brother Mo Long, brother Mo Hu. There is no need to address me as young master. Simply call me Xiao Chun. I will be relying on both of you quite a bit in the future," he concluded. Mo Long replied, "That is out of the question. Etiquette must not be neglected. How you choose to address us is your prerogative. But we must certainly refer to you as young master." His tone was earnest, leaving no room for refusal. However, he thought to himself, indeed, he is the son of the master, well-versed in manners. Observing Mo Long's expression, he understood that the other party was serious and could only concede, "Very well, brother Mo Long, young master. Where are you headed? Would you like us to fetch a carriage for you?" "No need. The place I am going is just across the street," he replied. gesturing towards the Meng family's residence, which was less than 10 meters from his own home. Upon realizing the proximity, Mo Long paused. Indeed, a carriage was unnecessary. Subsequently, the two followed Tuoba Yin to the doorstep of Meng Yiran's home. Knock, knock, knock. Is Elder Long at home? It's Xiao Chen, here to see Yiran. His visit was intended to practice the martial soul fusion technique with Meng Yiran. Last time, their successful fusion had taken an inordinate amount of time to prepare. Although Elder Long had mentioned that such lengthy preparations were only necessary for the initial fusion, he still wished to confirm this for assurance. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Meng Yiran. Upon seeing the cold expression of Tuoba Chen and the two burly men behind him, she was momentarily taken aback. Although Tuoba Chen had undergone a significant transformation, upon closer inspection, she still recognized him. Having spent a semester in close proximity to him, she was naturally familiar with his features. Yet, the change was indeed astounding. The reason she had been drawn to Tuoba Chen initially was his striking appearance. It began with looks and was meant to deepen with talent. However, she had not yet reached the point of being captivated by his abilities. Now, with his sudden surge in attractiveness, she found herself nearly speechless in his presence. Yiran, are you all right? Tuoba Chen asked, waving his hand in front of her face. Suddenly coming to her senses, Meng Yiran stammered. I'm fine. She quickly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze any longer. Oh, is she too shy to look at him? Tuoba Chen, not a fool by any means, could hardly overlook the unmistakable signals from Meng Yiran. Sighing inwardly, he mused that, indeed, in any realm, beauty seems to grant one the liberty to act as they please. Not wishing to leave the young lady to take the initiative, he took Meng Yiran's hand and said, "Shall we proceed inside?" After instructing the two guards to wait at the entrance, he led her in. As they traversed the courtyard, Meng Yiran occasionally glanced up at him, only to drop her gaze the moment he turned his head. Today, Long Gong and Shipo were absent, meaning that apart from the two of them, there was no one else present. Chen, what brings you here today? Despite being a mere day older, 2 minutes to be precise, Meng Yiran had always addressed him as elder brother. As Tuoba Chen preferred not to assume the role of a younger sibling. I came to practice our martial soul fusion technique. During our last attempt, we were rather slow, and I believe it wise to refine our skills to avoid any potential hindrances in future use. Very well, she replied. With that, Tuoba Chen grasped Meng Yiran's hand once more, and as they relaxed, they began to channel their soul power into one another. In an instant, a swirl of black smoke enveloped them, and they once again merged into the dusk serpent. Long Gong had indeed spoken the truth. This time, their fusion was significantly swifter, and future combinations would likely be expedited as well. Yiran, let us assess our power, Tuoba Chen suggested. Sensing his intent, Meng Yiran skillfully maneuvered the dusk serpent towards a room within the house. Before long, they arrived at the training room, which was adorned with a small iron figure marked with various symbols and numerous other items. This was Meng Yiran's usual practice space. Once there, she commanded the dusk serpent to strike the small iron figure, and with a resounding crack, the previously smooth surface of the iron was dented. Surprised by the formidable power they wielded, Meng Yiran realized that the iron figure, being solid, could withstand considerable force. Such was the terrifying efficacy of their martial soul fusion technique. Yet, the demonstration was not over. She lifted the serpent's head and unleashed a torrent of venom towards the iron figure. In an instant, the small iron figure was engulfed by the black liquid, which began to corrode its surface. After approximately a minute, the iron figure was significantly eroded. Once their testing concluded, the two quickly disengaged from their martial soul fusion. Despite their brief union, they had expended a considerable portion of their soul power. Tuoba Chen couldn't help but feel the weight of his own limitations, should they find themselves in a direct confrontation. He and Meng Yiran in the dusk serpent form could sustain themselves for no more than half a minute. Reflecting on this, he turned to Meng Yiran and said, "Yiran, let us conclude for today. I must return to my training." "But you're leaving already? Won't you stay a while longer?" Meng Yiran inquired. "No, I merely came today to observe the challenges in utilizing the martial soul fusion skill effectively. Now that I've achieved my objective, it is time to return to my training. By the way, please refrain from seeking me out. I prefer solitude during my practice." With that, Tuoba Chen departed with his two guards. In pursuit of enhancing the potency of the martial soul fusion technique, he understood the necessity of diligent training. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran sat alone in her room, lost in thought. occasionally breaking into a silly smile, her mind adrift in unknown musings. Upon returning home, Chen immediately made his way to the training room. Unlike before, when he merely engaged in basic exercises such as push-ups, inclined push-ups, and diamond push-ups without any equipment, struggling even with those due to the weighted clothing Qin Ming had gifted him, he now found himself in a different position. With the fortifying effects of the cold spirit grass, his physical condition had improved significantly, allowing him to undertake exercises with equipment. Upon entering the training room, he commenced with a brisk 10-minute run, allowing his body to perspire slightly as a warm-up. Only then did he officially begin his workout, retrieving his specially crafted barbell from the corner to focus on lower body training. All the equipment in this training room had been personally commissioned by him from the blacksmith. He had begun training at a young age, although back then, his only tool was a small sandbag not far from where he stood. 17, 18, 19. The training room echoed with his youthful shouts. For hours later, as noon approached, he transitioned to stretching exercises, understanding their importance. He did not wish for his hard-earned muscles to become cramped. After 15 minutes of stretching, the clock struck noon. Sitting at the dining table, he gazed at the spread before him, bewildered. Where were the steaks? The chicken breasts? Had he not instructed his mother to prepare those after each training session? Why was today's meal replaced with fried pork chops? Observing Chen's perplexity, Ningyu questioned, "What's wrong, Chen? Why aren't you eating?" "Mom, why has the menu changed? Wasn't I supposed to have boiled chicken breasts and steaks every day?" He replied, frowning at the unappealing dish. "Why do you insist on eating the same things? The meat is tough and lacks flavor. Even I can barely stomach it. Today's pork chop is from a century-old soul beast, far more nutritious than that beef you're so fond of. Trust me, this is much more beneficial than mere chicken breast," Ningyu countered. After her explanation, Chen found it difficult to argue. For if the meat truly was from a century-old soul beast, its benefits would undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary chicken breast, not to mention its superior taste. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if the cost was excessive, considering that the meat from ordinary soul beasts was priced several times higher than regular meat. Moreover, the century-old soul beasts. The 37th chapter, the second layer of the dragon transformation technique, the dragon form skill. Never mind, why ponder so much? After all, my father is the head of a merchant association. This sum of money is insignificant. Well, I understand, mother. With that, he began to voraciously devour the pork chops before him. As he consumed a piece, he couldn't help but lament how delightful pork is. To elaborate, since my previous life up until now, it has been quite some time since I last tasted pork. As for the reason, it all began with a bat. Observing Chen relishing his meal, Ningyu hardly touched her own chopsticks, occasionally placing some vegetables into Chen's bowl, which he accepted without hesitation. Ningyu found this act of feeding rather amusing, and before long, Chen's bowl was overflowing with vegetables. 20 minutes later, Chen gently patted his belly, feeling satiated. Ningyu inquired, "Aren't you going to eat more? How can you have consumed so little?" Upon hearing this, Chen cast an exasperated glance at Ningyu and replied, "Mother, I have already devoured 6 substantial bowls. I truly cannot eat another bite." Only then did Ningyu notice the mountain of bones piled up beside Chen's bowl. Realizing he had indeed eaten quite a lot. Nevertheless, she instinctively remarked, "You are nothing like your father. I tell you, when your father was your age, he could consume 10 bowls. 10 bowls. Chen cast a glance at the bowl before him, which was nearly half the size of his head, and fell into deep contemplation. The wisdom of adulthood suggested to him that Ningyu was merely boasting. To validate his suspicion, he fixed his gaze upon her. Ningyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed under his scrutiny, had not spoken the truth. Rather, she instinctively wished to retort. "Mom, are you trying to deceive me?" Suddenly exposed by Chen. Her face flushed momentarily. In a bold outburst, she exclaimed, "You child, do you not believe what your mother says? Go back to sleep." Thus emerged the classic maneuver of the despicable adults. When outmatched in argument, resort to shouting at the top of one's lungs, for as long as my voice is loud. I am right. You are my son. You must heed my words. Clearly, faced with this ultimate tactic, Chen found himself at a loss. In front of Meng Yiran, he could strike with force, yet before Ningyu, he could only acquiesce. Perhaps this is the nature of men. After a brief afternoon nap and some time spent in cultivation, night finally descended, and he became aware of his steady breathing. It had been 24 hours since he last employed the cold spirit grass. He could ascertain whether his dragon breath technique had reached its complete stage. Martial Soul, manifest. Upon activating his martial soul, he meticulously examined every part of his body, only to discover seemingly no changes. Was it not promised that with each layer mastered, an evolution would occur? After pondering for quite some time, he arrived at a conclusion. His scales appeared to have brightened slightly, and the soul power consumed upon activating his martial soul seemed to have diminished. Was that all? The benefits of this evolution felt rather minuscule, yet it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Taking out the transformation dragon technique, he began to delve into the second layer of the technique. The second layer of the transformation dragon technique, dragon form mastery. Similar to the dragon breathing technique, the dragon form skill serves as a foundation for the subsequent dragon transformation secret. The dragon form skill involves mimicking the shape of a dragon through a unique practice, executing a variety of intricate movements to bring one's form closer to that of a dragon. However, this second level can only be cultivated upon the awakening of one's martial soul. To be precise, it is not the physical body that undergoes transformation, but rather the martial soul, marking a preliminary shift from the earthly dragon to the celestial dragon. One must first achieve a semblance of the form before delving deeper. Nonetheless, there are certain considerations when practicing the second level, specifically, utilizing the soul power flow associated with the dragon movement technique during the cultivation of the dragon form skill can lead to a significant depletion of soul power, often resulting in an inability to complete a full set of movements due to exhaustion. Furthermore, upon completion of the practice, one will experience an intense hunger, necessitating the preparation of substantial amounts of high-grade meat. The cultivation of the dragon form skill is more restrictive than other forms of exercise, yet it markedly enhances physical attributes, while also proportionally increasing the total soul power and its recovery speed. After mastering this level, the martial soul will undergo considerable transformation. To put it simply, one's martial soul will become more aesthetically pleasing. The dragon form skill encompasses a total of 347 movements. Mastery is achieved when one can consecutively practice this set of movements twice while in a state of awakened martial soul. However, it was already quite late, and having felt quite fatigued, he chose not to practice the dragon form skill that day. Instead, he entered the prepared medicinal bath as usual, beginning the recovery of the vitality expended during his daytime training, while simultaneously practicing the Azure Dragon technique. Given the significant enhancement of his physical strength, he should be able to endure the first level of the Azure Dragon technique for a longer duration. After a night's rest, Chen opened his eyes, observing only remnants of medicinal dregs in the clear water beside him, and smiled. He had astonishingly persisted for 2.5 hours during his practice of the Azure Dragon technique the previous day, half an hour longer than usual, which brought him great joy. After cleansing his body, he proceeded to breakfast, where he found an array of soul beast meats laid out on the dining table, alongside his parents, Ning Yu and his wife, who were waiting. Realization dawned upon Tuoba. He now understood why the household had transitioned from ordinary ingredients to soul beast meat since yesterday. It must have been Tuoba who recognized his advancement to the second level of the dragon transformation secret, necessitating a substantial intake of energy-rich high-grade meats, hence the arrangement. Having devoured his breakfast, Chen was called by Tuoba. He turned around, somewhat puzzled, and inquired, "What is it, father? Is there something you need?" Tuoba nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, he retrieved a substantial bag of jerky from his soul guide device, which appeared to weigh around 40 to 50 pounds. Tuoba, little dust. This jerky is made from the flesh of a 10-year-old soul beast. If you find yourself hungry during your cultivation, you may consume this to replenish your soul power. In the future, our daily meals will consist of meat from century-old soul beasts to aid you in swiftly advancing through the second layer of the transformation dragon technique. Hearing Tuoba words, Chen felt deeply touched. Although his family was relatively affluent, it was important to note that the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce was an asset of the Sacred Dragon Sect, as he understood. His father earned approximately 2,000 gold soul coins each month, and if he desired to earn more in a month, it would be a simple task, given his position as the head of the chamber. However, Tuoba was a man of integrity, holding in disdain any petty theft or dishonest behavior. Thus, he had never exploited his position for personal gain. It was precisely because of his character that the Sacred Dragon Sect entrusted him with the management of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce. While 2,000 gold soul coins each month was indeed a considerable sum, the meat from century-old soul beasts was not inexpensive. Although soul beast meat is generally the most affordable part of a soul beast, the monthly expenditure would still likely exceed several thousand gold soul coins. Father, actually, Uncle Emo gave me quite a bit of pocket money last time, so I can buy the soul beast meat myself, Tuoba Chen offered. Despite knowing that Tuoba Yin must have some savings over the years, he still felt somewhat guilty. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Tuoba Yin paused and said, "Little dust. You need not worry. This soul beast meat is, in fact, your allowance." Allowance? What do you mean by that? Literally, what it says, Tuoba Yin replied. Then what does that entail? Please explain, Tuoba Chen urged earnestly. Observing the seriousness in Tuoba Chen's eyes, Tuoba Yin said, "All right, let me clarify." After that, Tuoba Chen prepared himself, adopting a serious demeanor to signal his attention. Seeing his son like this, Tuoba Yin chuckled and remarked, "Little dust, you have truly changed. You are much livelier than before." Tuoba Chen, I have changed, haven't I? Yes, I have changed quite a lot. Now, let me discuss the matter of subsidies with you. Little Chen, you must understand that although you have never set foot in the Sacred Dragon Sect, you remain a member of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Due to the necessity of cultivating the dragon transformation technique, our sect raises numerous soul beasts for sustenance. Each member of the Sacred Dragon Sect, upon reaching the second level in their cultivation, is entitled to apply for subsidies from the sect. Members of varying ranks may receive different levels of assistance. Ordinary disciples may claim 500 pounds of soul beast meat each month. Outer disciples may receive 1,000 pounds. Inner disciples are entitled to 2,000 pounds. And core disciples can obtain 3,000 pounds along with 500 gold soul coins. Oh, the expression on Tuoba Yan's face did not suggest deceit. After all, his father was a steward, which would likely afford him the status of an outer disciple, perhaps. When considering this, it became apparent that his family's expenses had significantly diminished, evoking a sense of gratitude that he felt was unwarranted. However, he harbored some doubts. Would 3,000 pounds of food suffice for an entire month? Furthermore, what about the soul beasts being raised? Their remarkable vitality suggested they were being fed something extraordinary, perhaps even gold fertilizer. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing these inquiries, intending to ascertain the truth about their dietary requirements during his cultivation later. Moreover, on Douluo continent, one might conjecture that gold fertilizer would be a rarity, if it existed at all. Subsequently, he inquired, "Father, what rank of disciple am I?" To which his father replied, Due to your grandfather's status as the Grand Elder of the sect, you are classified as a core disciple." Tuoba Chen, "Oh, I have not mentioned this to you before, but in our Sacred Dragon Sect, any child whose innate soul power reaches level 8 can be considered as one of the potential heirs to the sect leader. Currently, there are only 5 individuals, including yourself, in the Sacred Dragon Sect whose innate soul power exceeds level 8. Therefore, if you were to cultivate at a faster pace, there is a possibility that you could become the sect leader in the future. Tuoba Yan's sudden explosive remarks left Tuoba Chen somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Suddenly, he found himself with a newly appointed elder grandfather and, astonishingly, one of the heirs to the sect leader. Wasn't the position of sect leader typically inherited by the leader's son? Not so. In the Tiando Empire, it was indeed a hereditary system. In the Luo Empire, however, the vast majority of sects operated differently. The position of sect leader was bestowed upon the most capable, provided one possessed a direct lineage of martial spirits and demonstrated adequate strength. Regardless of one's identity, anyone could ascend to the leadership role. Upon hearing Tuoba Yan's words, Tuoba Chen could vividly imagine the fierce competition within the Luo Empire. Initially, he had believed that only a few families, like those of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, operated in such a manner, but he was astonished to discover that this was the prevailing ethos across the entire empire. It was no wonder that the people of the Luo Empire exuded such a palpable aura of menace. It was, after all, a product of their environment. Tuoba Chen inquired, "Might this lead to complications?" Upon hearing his words, Dao replied, "Indeed, it could. Throughout the history of our Sacred Dragon Sect, there have been numerous foolish leaders. Fortunately, the Elder Hall provides oversight, and the overarching environment of the Luo Empire has contributed to our stability thus far." After absorbing Dao's explanation, Tuoba Chen gained insight into the circumstances of the Sacred Dragon Sect. However, realizing that he was one of the heirs to the sect's leadership, He felt a surge of optimism. With only 4 rivals to contend with, there remained a viable opportunity for competition. Tuoba. Furthermore, there is something I have yet to disclose to you. What is it? Tuoba inquired, somewhat puzzled, wondering just how many matters remained unknown to him within their family. In truth, the Holy Dragon Merchants Guild belongs to our family, not to the sect, and I earn more than 2,000 gold coins each month. Tuoba. The expression black man with a questioning face conveys a literal meaning. In other words, I have always been a scion of wealth. However, it would be more accurate to say I am part of the 3rd generation of affluence. This business association is funded by your maternal grandfather, who has only one daughter, your mother. Thus, you are the sole grandson of your grandfather and the exclusive heir to the business association. Upon the conclusion of Tuoba's words, Tuoba found himself utterly bewildered. The volume of information he had absorbed that day was overwhelmingly vast. Having lived a stable existence in this world for numerous years, he was suddenly informed that he was one of the heirs of the Sacred Dragon Sect, and furthermore, that the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce belonged to his family, making him the sole legal heir. This sensation was akin to an ordinary office worker discovering one day that his father, who had always gone to a regular job, actually owned the very company he worked for. The unexpected windfall felt quite exhilarating. At the very least, he would no longer need to worry about resources for his cultivation in the future. Took a deep breath and inquired, "Are my sisters aware of this matter?" "They are," came the reply. "If they all know, why have they chosen to conceal it from me alone? Moreover, can't they inherit the Chamber of Commerce? Why keep it from you? Because you are a boy, and your mother fears that if you were to grow up in an overly privileged environment, you might stray from the right path. Additionally, I wish to temper your character, hence I refrained from sharing this with you. As for your sisters, the chamber was established with the support of your grandfather, who harbors a slight preference for males. With only one daughter, your grandfather was elated upon your arrival. Were it not for his current pressing obligations, he would have already brought you to live with him." Upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words and could only ask, "Why bring it up now? Is there no longer a need to hide it from me? Circumstances change. Had you possessed the same charm back then, we would surely have been less callous, and perhaps none of this would have transpired." After explanation, maintained a stoic expression. With a sigh, he felt fatigued. The world was rife with deceptions. Adults are indeed complex beings. Contemplating this, he silently made his way to the training room. Though his heart felt weary, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Nevertheless, he resolved to continue his cultivation. "Thank you all for your support. The work has progressed and is nearing a contract. I kindly ask for your assistance in casting some votes to bolster it. I truly appreciate it." Chapter 39. 2 months later, noticing despondent demeanor, asked, "What's the matter?" "I'm off to cultivate." "Ah, remember to take some snacks with you. And don't overexert yourself, or your mother will worry. Alternatively, if you truly wish to avoid cultivation, you could inherit our family's fortune. I can find a trustworthy individual to manage the chamber for you, allowing you to enjoy life without concern." "I understand," replied calmly, not rejecting the proposal. Should he indeed inherit the chamber, he would undoubtedly prefer to avoid the burdens of management in favor of his cultivation. At this point, even if he were informed that he was the father of Tang San, he would not be astonished. Today's revelations had already filled his quota of surprise. He felt indifferent, eager only to delve into the secrets of the dragon form technique. In truth, upon learning of his background, he did not exhibit extreme emotion, but merely smiled faintly. Internally, he was elated, yet he maintained a facade of composure, determined not to bring shame upon those of us who have traversed realms. He harbored such thoughts, which were not entirely unfounded. After all, if one day you were preparing to go to work and suddenly received a phone call from your father, informing you that you had inherited an immense fortune worth hundreds of billions, wouldn't you be overwhelmed with joy? Upon arriving at the training room, Tuoba took a moment to calm his mind and slowly opened the Dragon Transformation Sutra, beginning to peruse the contents of the dragon form technique. This technique contained little text, primarily adorned with numerous illustrations, each accompanied by the name of a corresponding movement. These were the skills he sought to master. Among these illustrations, only the first occupied an entire page, depicting a figure along with numerous meridians, marked with blue and red arrows. An annotation beside the image explained that the blue arrows indicated the normal flow of soul energy in a person, while the red arrows represented the flow of soul energy when practicing the dragon form technique. This meant that, while cultivating the dragon form, He had to consciously alter the direction of his soul energy. Next, he scrutinized the names of the subsequent movements. Dragon raises its head, dragon turns, evil dragon roars. Flying dragon in the sky, dragon soars and phoenix dances, dragon fist, dragon claw, dragon's breath, dragon hunts, dragon feasts, great dragon catches small fish, dragon rolls. 2 dragons play with a pearl, dragon claw hand. Dragon gives birth to 9 offspring. Upon seeing these names, Tuoba Chen's lips began to twitch uncontrollably, as he found them reminiscent of the flamboyant sayings of the infamous Black Tiger Afu, which filled him with a sense of resistance. However, considering that many from the Holy Dragon Sect had practiced these techniques, he reassured himself that it should be fine. With this thought in mind, he began to attempt to control the flow of his soul energy, directing it in the direction of the red arrows depicted in the illustration. To his surprise, what he initially thought would be challenging proved to be remarkably simple. He successfully altered the flow of his soul energy with great ease. Although he was aware that using the cold spirit grass would significantly accelerate the cultivation of such physical techniques, he contemplated whether this had any bearing on his soul energy control. After careful reflection, he concluded that during his time at the academy, Qin Ming had made him practice soul energy control for an hour each day. Thanks to Qin Ming's guidance, he could now precisely control his soul energy in combat. And this might explain why he found the process so effortless now. Having successfully redirected the flow of his soul energy, he began to gradually learn the more complex movements of the dragon form technique. Due to the distinct anatomical differences between dragons and humans, he sometimes found these movements particularly challenging. Each time he encountered such difficulties, the soul energy within him, which was already depleting rapidly, diminished even further. Ultimately, Tuoba Chen spent an hour executing 112 movements, completely exhausting his soul energy. Upon completion, an unprecedented wave of hunger washed over him, prompting him to retrieve the jerky that Tuoba Yin had given him earlier. Sitting on the ground, he began to gnaw on it. Munch, munch, ah. This piece is rabbit meat. Munch, munch, go. And there's wild boar meat as well. After finishing, he noticed a significant reduction in the bag of jerky and understood why the core disciples were provided with such a large quantity of meat each month. Practicing these techniques indeed consumed a substantial amount of meat. Simultaneously, he became aware of the types of soul beasts the sect raised, primarily pigs and rabbits, both of which were highly prolific. Particularly, rabbits, as he recalled from his previous life as a zoo administrator, could produce up to 6 litters a year, with each litter yielding between 1 and 15 offspring, making their reproductive rate truly astonishing. No wonder. Raising such rapidly reproducing soul beasts would certainly suffice for the sect's meat supply. Moreover, judging by the size of the jerky, these rabbits must have been nearly half a meter long, truly remarkable for soul beasts. After finishing the small piece of jerky, he began to cultivate his soul energy. Approximately an hour and a half later, his soul energy was fully restored. As for the reason behind this swift recovery, it was primarily due to his current low level. Although his soul energy was significantly greater than that of his peers, it was still relatively modest. Thus, the recovery process did not consume much time. Once fully restored, he continued his training. This second session, due to his mental preparedness, he executed a remarkable 142 movements before his soul power was nearly depleted. Observing the time, he noted it was nearly noon, and with a moment of restraint, Tuoba Chen refrained from indulging in the savory dried meat. After a brief period of soul cultivation, he proceeded to partake in a meal. In this manner, Tuoba Chen led his days filled with training, dining, training, dining, training, dining, soaking in medicinal baths, and practicing the Tsanglong technique, ultimately surrendering to sleep whenever fatigue set in. 2 months later, as the summer break came to an end, tomorrow marked Tuoba Chen's return to school. Today, his entire family gathered at Mo Long's tavern to host a farewell party in his honor. Ningyu remarked, "Little Chen, if you truly wish to abandon your aspirations of becoming a soul master, do return to inherit the family business. I will ensure your safety. There is no need to worry." After dinner, Tuoba Yin produced a purple card containing 50,000 gold soul coins and said, "Xiao Chen, use this money for now. Purchase some soul beast meat for yourself. If it runs out, write to your father, and he will send you more." Tuoba Chen did not refuse. After 2 months of extravagant living, he had completely acclimated to it. In truth, once accustomed, the lifestyle of the affluent is rather similar. His family had always exhibited wealth, and now they simply possessed even more. Tuoba Chen expressed that receiving his father's allowance posed no burden whatsoever. In the course of these 2 months, his soul power had not seen significant advancement, remaining stagnant at level 15. It would be more accurate to say progress was slow, as he was now only a hair's breadth away from level 16. After all, during this summer vacation, most of his time had been devoted to honing his physical form. It was not that he lacked the desire to level up swiftly. Rather, it was due to a revelation he encountered half a month ago while perusing the final page of the Dragon Transformation Technique, where he discovered a particular phrase. If one could perfect this technique before reaching level 20, their physical strength would see a dramatic enhancement, enabling them to absorb a soul ring with a maximum age of a mere 1,200 years. Upon reading this, Tuoba Chen felt a sudden jolt in his heart, prompting him to dedicate the majority of his training time to mastering the Dragon Transformation Technique. However, the chances of success were rather slim. In the annals of their Holy Dragon Sect, only the second sect leader, Tuoba Gang, had ever succeeded. Since his time, no one else had achieved such a feat. This was largely due to the fact that ordinary members of the Holy Dragon Sect could seldom break through the first layer of the Dragon Transformation Technique before attaining the rank of Grand Soul Master. If one could not even surpass the first layer, how could they possibly hope to cultivate the second? Even among those with exceptional talent who managed to break through to the second layer before reaching level 20. If they intentionally stunted their progression at level 20 to focus on the Dragon Transformation Technique, they would find it exceedingly difficult to advance. Not to mention wasting their optimal training period. After all, not everyone had access to the assistance of Frost Spirit Grass or the Azure Dragon Technique. It is crucial to understand that if one does not break through to level 30 before the age of 20 without external aid, the likelihood of ever reaching the rank of Soul Sovereign is virtually non-existent. Furthermore, even if one is aware of the possibility of breaking through with external aid, the necessary resources are far from ordinary. Who would invest such high-grade materials in a mere Grand Soul Master who is yet to reach Soul Sovereign by the age of 20? Consequently, most individuals do not deliberately strive to perfect the Dragon Transformation Technique before reaching level 20. Moreover, they have seldom encountered peers who have achieved perfection in the technique prior to level 20. Given that everyone else is in the same situation, why should they exert themselves so diligently? Wouldn't it be more gratifying to enhance their soul power? They have not witnessed the existence of top-tier geniuses, believing their own progress to be sufficient. In summary, these two factors largely explain why most individuals do not break through before level 20. Of course, there are those who persist stubbornly, often finding themselves in a far more dire predicament than the aforementioned groups. If one fails to comprehend matters in a timely manner, it is likely that they will remain ensnared in the realm of the Great Soul Master for a lifetime. However, after a meticulous analysis of his current situation, Tuoba Chen felt a profound sense of opportunity. After all, he had yet to reach the tender age of 7, and within the span of just 2 months, he had already managed to execute 231 moves in a single bout. His rapid progress in cultivation was primarily attributed to the cold spirit grass. This remarkable herb not only fortified his physical strength, but also accelerated his recovery capabilities, as his heart, lungs, and other vital organs had undergone rigorous refinement. Beyond attributes such as explosive power, speed, and strength, his self-regulatory abilities had also been enhanced, resulting in increased endurance. He sensed that if he continued on this path, he would likely transcend to the second layer of the Transforming Dragon Technique by the time he reached level 19, without needing to attain level 20. Although the following day marked his return to school, Tuoba Chen did not squander the evening. He diligently practiced until slumber overtook him. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Meng Iran awaited him at his doorstep. Due to the tight schedule, the Snake Lady and Dragon Lord accompanied them to school. Upon arriving, Tuoba Chen noticed that, in addition to the two esteemed elders, Mo Long and Mo, who were also present, spotting them gave Tuoba Chen an unsettling premonition. He first greeted the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady, saying, "Good morning, Grandfather Dragon, Grandmother Snake." "Hello, little Chen." Since Tuoba Chen's appearance had improved significantly, the Dragon Lord had ceased to bellow at him, revealing a clear double standard. Such is the nature of the Dragon Lord. It is indeed quite amusing. He then turned to the Mo brothers and inquired, I'm off to school. You two aren't planning to accompany me, are you?" "Of course, young master. We are your personal bodyguards, and wherever you go, we shall be there to protect you 24 hours a day, as per the orders of the master and mistress." turned around and nodded at it. Accepting his fate, he realized that having two soul kings to protect him was quite advantageous. After all, he harbored no secrets. So it mattered little. All right, let us depart swiftly. The school officially opens tomorrow, and we must be on our way. Yes, esteemed Dragon Lord. With that, he joined them in their exclusive mode of transport. The vehicle, a luxurious carriage commanded by Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch, differed significantly from ordinary carts. It was drawn by a creature known as a dragon horse, a species birthed from the union of dragons and horses. Its speed greatly surpassed that of typical steeds, offering an exceptionally smooth ride, ensuring no discomfort for its passengers. However, these soul beasts possessed a fierceness that far exceeded that of regular equine counterparts. There were numerous accounts across the continent of dragon horses rebelling against their tamers, leading to fatal outcomes. Generally, common folk dared not keep such creatures, leaving it to the likes of the formidable Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch to ride them. Dragon Lord personally drove the carriage, while and rode their own horses, keeping pace without the burden of pulling the cart. Thus, inside the carriage were only Snake Matriarch, and the Snake Matriarch, perceptive to the atmosphere, noticed gaze fixed on her and then occasionally on the window. She quickly remarked, "Why don't you keep company while I step outside to converse with the old man?" "Yes, grandmother, do go ahead." After her departure, the Snake Matriarch exited the carriage to chat with Dragon Lord. Engrossed in rest, failed to notice the subtle exchange between the grandmother and granddaughter. He only heard their voices. Once the Snake Matriarch left, could hardly suppress a smile, finally having an opportunity for solitude. She then quietly retrieved a lovingly prepared bento from her soul guide device, saying, "Are you hungry? Have something to eat." Hearing's voice opened his eyes to behold the four-tiered bento before him. Nodding appreciatively, he replied, "Thank you." This marked the first occasion he had received a bento from a girl. Aside from his mother, having never had a girlfriend before, he felt a thrill at the gesture. However, as he accepted the bento, an emotional wave washed over him. P.S. Due to an abundance of assignments yesterday, I have yet to finish reviewing Chapter 2. Thus, today's chapter will be delayed. Nonetheless, I received numerous recommendations yesterday, so I shall still post 3 updates today. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 41. Each with their own thoughts unintentionally. He noticed the small wounds on Meng Iran's hands, clearly the result of accidental cuts while cooking. This sight caused a slight tremor in his heart. Meng Iran, aware of his gaze, quickly withdrew her hands. Witnessing this scene made him feel a pang of guilt. He truly could not bear to leave without finishing the meal. Not to mention his recently increased appetite. Even in his previous state, he would have polished off every last morsel of the 4-tiered lunchbox. As he opened Meng Iran's bento, he was momentarily taken aback. The top tier was entirely filled with meat dishes, featuring an array of soul beast meats, each cut with meticulous precision and arranged neatly. Furthermore, each type of meat was prepared in a distinct manner, with colors and aromas that were simply exquisite, igniting one's appetite at first glance. The second tier contained half meat and half assorted vegetables, carrots, shredded potatoes, and more, each carrot artfully carved into heart shapes. The third tier held rice, while the fourth was a delightful assortment of fruit platters. Simply gazing at the presentation of this bento, one could imagine the considerable effort invested by its creator. Meng Iran must have spent a significant amount of time preparing it. Before he could begin his meal, she produced 2 bottles, saying, "I have prepared some orange juice and lemonade. If the meat becomes too rich, you can drink the lemonade, and if you're thirsty, the orange juice will suffice." "Thank you for your hard work," Iran found himself at a loss for words to express his gratitude, for upon reflection, he realized that he had never truly done anything for Meng Iran, not even offering her a modest gift. It was instead Meng Iran who had selflessly devoted herself to him without a hint of complaint. Yet, he was not particularly adept at articulating romantic sentiments. In response to her affections, he merely uttered a simple acknowledgement of her efforts. However, he understood that he could not continue in this manner. He resolved that if the opportunity arose again, he must repay her kindness, at the very least by presenting her with a token of his appreciation. For it was improper to allow her to be the sole initiator of their relationship. Upon hearing his words, Meng Iran quickly replied, "It's not difficult at all." In truth, she genuinely felt no burden, but rather joy, believing that her actions were merely fulfilling her own desires. After all, it was she who pursued him. And as he continued to excel, she felt a mixture of pride and fear of potentially losing him. During their time at school, perhaps due to her maturity. She became acutely aware of the many girls in their class and beyond who were drawn to him for his talent and looks. She often caught glimpses of girls stealing glances at him or intentionally striking up conversations, while Tuoba-Chen, despite his intense dedication to cultivation, was quite the conversationalist, engaging effortlessly with anyone who approached him. This situation left her feeling helpless and anxious. Those girls were no less admirable than she was. Being students of the esteemed Tiando Royal Academy, with commendable family backgrounds. In the face of so many admirers for Tuoba-Chen, she felt somewhat unworthy of him. It was only after reuniting with him at the academy that she recognized his extraordinary talent far surpassed her own. Although both possessed innate soul power at level 8. It seemed as though he had a hidden advantage, rapidly advancing in rank while she struggled to keep pace, leading to a significant disparity in their abilities, which weighed heavily on her. Fortunately, they shared a soul fusion technique that made her feel somewhat valuable to him, yet she pondered whether that was sufficient. Just having a soul fusion technique did not guarantee that Tuoba-Chen would choose to be with her. No one mandated that those who shared such a bond must become partners. Moreover, despite being engaged to him, she remained uncertain of his feelings, prompting her to explore other avenues to win his affection. Culinary skills, for instance, seemed a promising pursuit. Aside from her culinary aspirations, another comforting thought was that Tuoba-Chen had never exhibited impatience or dislike towards her. Even when she deliberately interjected during his conversations with other girls, he remained unfazed. Of course, he may have felt exasperated at times, yet he still chose to maintain a facade of patience. In Mengyaran's heart, she believed that his fondness for her outweighed any potential annoyance. Furthermore, before the summer break, Tuoba-Chen had declared, "We have established our relationship. Do you not wish to be my fiancée?" The words lingered in his mind, indelible and persistent. Each time she recalled this phrase, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy at being the fiancée of the other. Thus, Tuoba-Chen indulged in the bento prepared for him by Mengyaran. While she watched him eat with a smile, both were preoccupied with their own thoughts, unaware of each other's sentiments. Tuoba-Chen felt like a scoundrel, burdened by guilt towards Mengyaran, while she believed herself unworthy of him, a sense of panic creeping in. Both contemplated what surprise they should prepare for each other next. Long Gong remarked, "Wife, why is it so quiet now? What are Iran and the others up to?" She replied, "What concern is it of yours? Iran won't suffer any loss." Long Gong conceded, "True enough, Xiao Chun is becoming increasingly popular. If anyone suffers, it is he who bears the brunt." As night fell, at a hotel not far from the capital, with the city now sealed off, the group decided to rest for the night before entering the next day. They gathered in the hotel lobby, awaiting their meal, engaging in idle chatter. Spotting the brothers Mo Long and Mo Hu standing nearby, Tuoba-Chen called out, "Elder brother Mo Long, elder brother Mo Hu, come sit with us. The meal will be served shortly." Upon hearing Tuoba-Chen's appeal, the two brothers promptly shook their heads, saying, "That would be against propriety, young master. How can we, as servants, share a table with our master?" Before Tuoba-Chen could respond, Long Gong interjected, "When I ask you to come, you come." Does Xiao Chen's word not carry weight? Surprised by Long Gong's sudden intervention, the brothers exchanged glances and replied, "Then we shall humbly comply. Thank you, young master, and thank you, Senior Long Gong." They had initially refrained from joining the table out of concern for Long Gong, and she posed potential disapproval, but now that the latter had invited them, they felt no need to be overly formal. Tuoba-Chen, feeling somewhat exasperated that Long Gong's words held more sway than his own, shot them a glance of disapproval. After all, they had been with him for 2 months. When had he ever regarded them as mere servants? Noting their disregard for his authority, he mentally took note of it. As the conversation flowed among the group, the tavern door swung open. However, apart from the waiter, none paid any attention, as new arrivals were commonplace. Chapter 42. I Seek Recommendations. Feng Xiaotian was elated, having just acquired his second spirit ring. From this day forth, he would be recognized as a level 20 spirit master, and remarkably, he had yet to turn 10 years old. Among his peers at the academy, he was the fastest to achieve this milestone. Unfortunately, the city was closed today, preventing him from sharing this joyous news with his beloved Huo Wu. For now, he would have to make do with a night at the tavern. Turning to his teacher, he said, "Thank you for today. This meal is on me." The teacher chuckled. "Why so formal, my boy? This is merely your due." Upon finishing his words, Feng Xiaotian began to seek an available seat and inadvertently cast a glance at Mengyaran. He couldn't help but think how charming this girl was, rivaling even his dear sister, Huowu. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. What a sin! What am I thinking? Huowu, you are the only one for me. I merely glanced at that girl by accident. My heart still belongs to you. He then shifted his gaze to the side, ultimately halting at Tuoba-chun. So adorable, he uttered uncontrollably. The teacher beside him looked puzzled and inquired, shouting on. What are you saying? Oh, nothing, teacher. I found a spot. Let us sit over there. He gestured towards an empty table adjacent to Tuoba-chun. The teacher glanced over and replied, all right, that will do. Afterward, the two made their way over, with Feng Xiaotian deliberately choosing a seat that allowed him to catch glimpses of Tuoba-chun. Once seated, the waiter presented him with the menu. After placing his order, he began to steal glances at Tuoba-chun intermittently. The moment he laid eyes on her, he felt an unmistakable jolt to his heart. This sensation was reminiscent of his earlier encounters with Huowu, yet now it seemed even more intense. Feng Xiaotian's breath quickened. He had never encountered a girl of such exquisite beauty. Her flowing, silken white hair, skin as delicate as water, and eyes large and twinkling like stars, made her irresistibly enchanting. When she spoke, her lips formed an adorably pouty expression that seemed to invite a playful bite. Then, Tuoba-chun flashed a smile, one so captivating that it nearly swept Feng Xiaotian's soul away. Observing the dazed expressions of those around her, Tuoba-chun suddenly realized how alluring her smile could be. She quickly composed herself and asked, Senior Long, do you think the food here is good? Suddenly addressed by name, Long Gong snapped back to reality. Amitba, how did I just space out? How embarrassing for an old man like me. Yet, this child, Xiaochan, does indeed have a lovely smile. Feeling somewhat awkward, he replied, well, in such a small, obscure place, the food should be average. If you seek something truly delicious, how about I venture outside to catch a soul beast for you to roast? Long Gong's unexpected proposition left Tuoba-chun taken aback. She had merely asked casually, yet he responded with such earnestness. What on earth is Senior Long thinking? She wondered, a hint of concern creeping in. Meanwhile, the others, drawn back from their reverie by the conversation, began to regain their senses. Meng Yiran was too shy to look at Tuoba-chun, fearing a loss of composure, while Shipa reacted similarly to Long Gong. As for Mo Long and Mo Hu, they remained blissfully oblivious, still lost in their own dazed states. Tuoba-chun felt an unsettling sensation, as though someone were observing him. He cast a glance around, surveying his surroundings. Witnessing this scene, Feng Xiaotian hastily lowered his head, though he was unaware of the reason behind his instinctive action. Upon realizing that no one was watching him, Tuoba-chun helplessly ran his fingers through his hair, noticing that it had grown rather long. Over the past 2 months of rigorous training, his hair, which was already of considerable length, now brushed against his ears. It was precisely this that led Feng Xiaotian to mistakenly perceive him as a girl. After Tuoba-chun averted his gaze, Feng Xiaotian resumed his discreet observation, albeit with less audacity this time. Noticing Feng Xiaotian's peculiar demeanor, the teacher inquired, Xiaotian, what is the matter? Why is your face so flushed? Feng Xiaotian, in a daze, replied, Teacher, I have fallen in love. Oh, that little girl, Huowu, has finally accepted your affections. Well done, my boy, the teacher remarked. Embarrassed, Feng Xiaotian offered a sheepish smile. His fondness for Huowu was an open secret, and it was no wonder the teacher would think thus. However, he was not inclined to elaborate at that moment, as his mind was elsewhere. He cast another glance in Tuoba-chun's direction, pondering the peculiarity of his feelings. Apart from her undeniable cuteness, he sensed an ineffable distinction between her and other girls, yet he could not articulate what that difference was. It was as if there was an enchanting quality about her that drew him in. Nevertheless, she was currently dining, and he felt it inappropriate to intrude so boldly. He needed to bide his time for the right opportunity. After a considerable interval, once Tuoba-chun and the others had finished their meal and were preparing to ascend to their quarters, Feng Xiaotian quickly fabricated an excuse to visit the restroom. Although the teacher found Feng Xiaotian's behavior somewhat strange today, it was reasonable to attribute his excitement to the fact that he had just attained the rank of Grand Soul Master. So the teacher dismissed his concerns with a simple, go ahead. Once he had acquiesced, Feng Xiaotian trailed behind Tuoba-chun and the others up the stairs. Interestingly, the establishment's restroom was located on the upper floor, which allowed him to follow discreetly without raising suspicion. It was only when he witnessed Tuoba-chun entering a room that he paused, taking note of the door number before promptly descending. Aside from the brothers Mo Long and Mo Hu, and the couple guys Shi Long and Shi Fu, Tuoba Chun and Meng Yiran had opted for separate accommodations. Meng Yiran had expressed a desire to share a room with him, but Tuoba Chun, citing his intention to cultivate that night, had politely declined. It wasn't due to any notions of propriety between the genders. He genuinely needed to focus on his training. To avoid disturbing her, he deemed it wiser to secure a single room. Opening the Dragon Transformation Sutra, Tuoba Chun warmed up before commencing his familiar regimen of cultivation. The dragon rises, the dragon turns, the fierce dragon roars, the flying dragon soars, and the dragon begets 9 offspring. During his cultivation, Tuoba Chun was often deeply focused, generally oblivious to the happenings around him. Thus he remained unaware of Feng Xiaoyan's stealthy approach to his door, where a sealed envelope was discreetly placed. The following morning, Tuoba Chun rose early, feeling somewhat peculiar due to the absence of a medicinal bath the night before, his body slightly sore. Upon opening his door, he was greeted by the sight of a yellow envelope lying at his feet. What could this be? Is it for me? Curiosity piqued. He picked up the envelope and retreated to his room, intending to explore its contents. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoyan, concealed nearby, exhaled in relief, glad that Tuoba Chun had discovered it. Chapter 43. The invitation to the banquet. Returning to his chamber with the envelope in hand, Tuoba Chun felt a surge of curiosity about the sender's identity. Could it possibly be Iran? Upon unsealing the envelope, he unveiled a pristine white sheet of paper and began to peruse its contents. From the moment I first laid eyes on you yesterday, I was profoundly captivated. This afternoon at 6 o'clock, I shall await you in the small grove on the outskirts. Let us not miss this chance to meet. Tuoba Chun, with a perplexed expression, pondered over the note he had just read. What on earth? This could not possibly be penned by Meng Yiran. The frantic scrawling and the trite words, not to mention the mention of a small grove. Was it an invitation for a duel? However, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to pay a visit. After all, it was a gesture from a young girl, and clarifying matters seemed prudent. Stepping outside, he glanced around, only to find the area deserted. Ah, they must have left. Is anyone there? I have seen the envelope you sent, and I shall keep our appointment. With that, Tuoba Chun departed to rendezvous with Long Gong and Shipa. Once he had left, Feng Xiaoyan, who had been crouching in the corner, emerged with a beaming smile. He exclaimed that Tuoba Chun would keep the appointment. How delightful. Feng Xiaoyan's teacher, observing the boy's blissful demeanor, felt a tinge of confusion. What had gotten into him today? Was reaching level 20 truly such a momentous occasion? Or was it the prospect of meeting Huo Wu that ignited such joy? The whims of the youth remained a mystery to him. Upon arriving at the academy and escorting Tuoba Chun and Meng Yiran back to their dormitory, Long Gong and Shipa took their leave. Back in the familiar confines of his dorm, Tuoba Chun inhaled deeply, savoring the nostalgic scent. Ah, the same comforting ambience. Dormitory, how I have missed you. Is that you, little Chen? Sang Zi queried, gazing at the person before him with a hint of confusion. His first instinct was to remind the newcomer that this was the boys' dormitory and that girls were not permitted. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was struck by how much this young girl resembled Tuoba Chun. He recalled that during the last final exams, the prince had rewarded Tuoba Chun with a frost spirit herb, known to alter one's appearance, and thus he directly inquired. It is I, Uncle Sangzi, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Sangzi confirmed the identity of the girl before him. Little Chen, congratulations. It seems you have fully assimilated the frost spirit herb. She replied, pleased with Sangzi's recognition of her transformation, appreciating that he understood the change was due to the herb, sparing her the need for further explanation. Sangzi then gestured towards the 2 figures behind her, asking, and who might these individuals be? Oh, these are my guardians, Brother Mo Long and Brother Mo Hu. Oh, I see, Sangzi responded, now understanding the situation. At the Tiando Royal Junior Academy, students are permitted to bring bodyguards, with the institution providing accommodation for these guardians, albeit for a fee. After exchanging a few words with Sangzi, Tuoba Chun retreated to his room. Upon entering, he found it as immaculate as he had left it, indicating that Sangzi had been diligently tidying up during his absence. He resolved to express his gratitude at the earliest opportunity, once he had organized his belongings. Tuoba Chun immersed himself in his training, feeling the discomfort of having neglected his practice the previous day and foregoing his medicinal bath the night before. However, merely half an hour into his regimen, a familiar voice resonated from outside his door. Chengu, are you there? Upon hearing this, he paused his training and opened the window to peer down below. Indeed, it was Xueping, who seemed remarkably well-informed, arriving just moments after his return. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen at the window, Xueping was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that the Hanlian grass could alter one's appearance, but he had not anticipated it could also induce a change in gender. Furthermore, the transformation was rather becoming, now that Tuoba Chen had assumed a female form. Should he still address him as Big Brother, or perhaps Big Sister? Or might their relationship evolve into something more intimate? In an instant, a flurry of audacious thoughts raced through Xueping's mind. Tuoba Chen observed the dazed Xuebong, unaware of the thoughts occupying her mind. He merely assumed she was startled by his transformed appearance. After all, such a significant change might understandably render him unrecognizable to her. It would be impolite to leave her waiting idly beneath his balcony, so he decided to descend and inquire about her intentions. As Tuoba Chen vanished from the window, Xuebong realized he was likely coming down to seek her out. Panic set in. How should she address him? It seemed inappropriate to call him Brother Tuoba Chen in this moment. Before she could formulate her thoughts, Tuoba Chen arrived, asking, Xuebong, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "And no, there's nothing," she stammered. "Chengu, how do you feel about this change in appearance?" "Feel? What feelings could arise from looking more attractive?" "Naturally, I am elated." "Tuoba Chen, what feelings could one possibly have?" "Of course, happiness," he replied with utmost honesty. However, upon hearing this, Xuebong felt as though his worldview had been shattered. It turned out that his rugged elder brother had a penchant for femininity. With this thought, the corners of Xuebang's mouth began to twitch. Nevertheless, he did not forget the primary purpose of his visit to Tuoba Chen and said, "Chen, Brother Chen. Although it is quite possible that the Tuoba Chen before me is no longer the same, I shall address you thus for now." "Well, what is it you wish to convey?" Tuoba Chen inquired. "Indeed, Brother Chen, I spoke of your affairs in the presence of our esteemed father. Upon hearing about you, the emperor expressed a keen interest. Coincidentally, our family is hosting a royal banquet in 3 days, and I am here to formally invite you to attend." "What do you say?" "Of course, I would be delighted to attend," Tuoba Chen responded without hesitation. He had yet to behold the king himself. The emperor of the Snowy Night was, after all, one of the rulers of 2 great empires, and he yearned to witness the legendary demeanor of the Snowy Night Emperor, which might prove beneficial for his future governance of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Moreover, the royal banquet would undoubtedly be attended by many prominent figures. Perhaps even Douluo would be present, and if he could cultivate a favorable relationship with him, he might even acquire 2 precious medicinal herbs from Douluo's garden in the future. Indeed, 2 precious herbs. His aspirations were clear. The 2 coveted herbs were Dai Mu Bai's Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum and Zhu Zhuqing's Shui Xianyu Jibon. He would consume the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum himself, while the Shui Xianyu Jibon would be given to Meng Yuran. As for why he did not choose Tang San's 2 herbs, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Lacking the Xian Jade hand, he feared that simply reaching into the ice and fire yin yang would be rather problematic. Regarding the other 2 herbs, he held no such lofty expectations. If necessary, he could procure 2 small jade boxes and gather some digging equipment. There would surely be a way. As for Tang San's 2 herbs, he thought it best to abandon that notion, even if he managed to obtain them. He would not dare consume them for fear of poisoning himself. Yet, all of this remained mere conjecture for the moment. One could not ascertain whether Douluo would even attend the banquet, and even if he did, establishing a rapport would be no easy feat furthermore. Explaining how he came to know of Douluo's garden would pose its own challenges. Such thoughts were indeed perplexing. Well, today there are only 2 chapters, and I shall not add more. Why, you ask? Because I must submit my assignments this weekend, and I am behind by 6 weeks. There is no time to work on Chapter 3. Those who understand, please express your comprehension. Chapter 44. Come now, Brother Xiaodian. Even so, he resolved to go. It was beneficial to broaden one's horizons. Xuebong, observing Tuoba Chen deep in thought, suddenly remarked, "By the way, Brother Chen, do you possess formal attire?" "Oh, it seems I do not. Does this count?" Tuoba Chen gestured toward his current clothing, as he was still donned in the formal were prepared by his father. He pondered whether this could be considered suitable attire for a formal occasion. Upon observing Tuoba Chen's demeanor, Xuebing immediately recalled that Chen had once been a boy. It seemed implausible that he would possess a dress meant for a girl. How foolish of me, she thought. Thus, she proposed, "Chen, allow me to gift you one. Just arrive in 3 days." All right. Thank you, he replied, not dismissing her generous offer. Their bond had grown into a deep friendship, and it would be impolite for him to refuse her kindness. In return, he resolved to assist Xuebing in the future. Then it's settled. Chen, I shall take my leave now. MHM. After seeing Xuebing off, Tuoba Chen resumed his training, not pausing until 5 in the afternoon. He had not forgotten their morning agreement. Punctuality was a trait he valued highly. After stretching and taking a shower, he made his way to the outskirts, approximately a 50-minute journey. To be prudent, he decided to arrive a bit early. Once prepared, Tuoba Chen set out. Due to his swift pace, he arrived at the designated location 15 minutes ahead of schedule. However, he noticed someone was already there, seemingly waiting as well. It appeared to be a cool little boy, not the person he anticipated. Strangely, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the boy, who seemed unusually excited upon seeing him. Suddenly, a disquieting thought crossed his mind. Could it be? Feng Xiaotian had arrived 2 hours prior, practicing how to converse with him before Tuoba Chen's arrival, though there were still 15 minutes until the agreed time. Tuoba Chen had unexpectedly shown up early. In a moment of surprise and delight, Feng Xiaotian felt both astonished at his lack of preparation and exhilarated that Tuoba Chen had come ahead of time. Could it be that he harbored feelings for me, fearing that I would have to wait long? As he observed the cool little boy approaching, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Tuoba Chen's forehead. Please don't come any closer, he thought, but it was futile. Feng Xiaotian could not hear his internal plea. The moment the boy halted before him, his last glimmer of hope dissipated. Before Tuoba Chen could utter a word, Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, "Hello, little sister. My name is Feng Xiaotian. I stand at 155 centimeters. I am 9.5 years old, the sole heir of the Wind Wolf clan. And my martial spirit is the rare dual-headed wolf of swift winds. From the very first glance yesterday, I found myself captivated by you. I wonder if you remember me. I was seated at the table opposite you. Regardless of whether you recall, might you grant me the chance to protect you for a lifetime?" With that, Feng Xiaotian's cheeks flushed crimson, and he dared not lift his gaze to meet Tuoba Chen's. So this is Feng Xiaotian, gazing at the little carrot head before him, who stood a good 10 centimeters taller. Tuoba Chen finally comprehended why he struggled to win over Huo Wu. He lacked the charm to woo a girl with sweet words. "I am truly sorry, but I cannot accept your feelings." Before he could finish, Feng Xiaotian anxiously interjected, "Why? Why do you refuse? You hardly know me yet. Trust me, grant me an opportunity, and I shall prove my sincere affection for you." "No, it is not merely a matter of love." Before he could elaborate, his words were interrupted again. "Then what is it? I am not unattractive, nor is my family lacking in prestige. To be fair, unless one is a prince or princess, I would not hesitate to pursue even the daughter of a patriarch from one of the 7 great sections." The more Feng Xiaotian spoke, the more agitated he became. Fearing that Tuoba Chen would reject him, his voice growing increasingly louder. Finally, Tuoba Chen could no longer endure it. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" After his outburst, Feng Xiaotian fell silent, then quietly explained, "I'm so sorry, I did not mean to raise my voice." Upon uttering this, he regretted it deeply, realizing that his earlier display must have left a poor impression. Well, it is not due to your appearance, nor your family background, and certainly not because I harbor any dislike for you." "Then what is the reason? If none of these are issues, why do you still refuse me?" "Because I am a man." Feng Xiaotian, what? I believe I just heard you utter something quite extraordinary. You are joking, right? I reiterate, I am a man. And I am not jesting. You must be joking. How could you possibly be a man? What must I do to prove that you are not a woman? If you kiss me, I shall believe you are indeed not a girl. Surely a man would not mind. As soon as he said this, Feng Xiaotian regretted it. Glancing at Tuoba Chen, whose gaze was filled with a murderous intent, causing him to feel a twinge of fear. "Tuoba Chen, come here. Let me give you a kiss." Tuoba Chen's voice trembled slightly, sounding as though he were quite irate. However, Feng Xiaotian was somewhat taken aback by the fact that the other party actually agreed. His astonishment caused him to overlook the tone of Tuoba Chen's words. Gazing at Tuoba Chen's exquisite little face and plump lips, Feng Xiaotian felt his cheeks flush with warmth. Even though he was male, this moment was undeniably delightful. Noticing the glimmer in Feng Xiaotian's eyes, Tuoba Chen's expression shifted gradually from anger to a squinty-eyed smile, cheerfully saying, "Come on, brother Xiaotian, I wish to kiss you." "All right, I'm coming." Duh. With that, Feng Xiaotian shyly presented his crimson face, feeling both bashful and exhilarated. Observing the face before him, Tuoba Chen continued to smile and said, "Brother Xiaotian, please close your eyes. It's embarrassing for me if you keep them open." "All right, I will close my eyes." Feng Xiaotian's voice trembled as he hurriedly shut his eyes. The moment Feng Xiaotian closed his eyes, Tuoba Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He discreetly spat into both hands and then rubbed them together. Hearing the sound, Feng Xiaotian felt a surge of nervousness. "Are you done yet, little sister?" "Just a moment. Brother Xiaotian, it will be ready soon." Then, amidst Feng Xiaotian's expectant expression, Tuoba Chen's fist struck fiercely against his chin. The sudden, excruciating pain radiating through Feng Xiaotian's jaw nearly caused him to lose consciousness. "I curse you." With a series of dragon-themed techniques, Dragon Claw, twin dragons emerge from the sea. Flying dragon in the sky, dragon raises its head, dragon turns, dragon form fist, and dragon gives birth to 9 offspring. Tuoba Chen relentlessly attacked until Feng Xiaotian succumbed to unconsciousness. As he departed, he cast a glance at Feng Xiaotian's pitiful state, paused momentarily. "Brothers, the cover has been changed to one that better suits the protagonist's temperament. Those who find it agreeable, give a thumbs up." Chapter 45. The O-Plan. After finishing with, he departed. Today truly felt like a misstep, encountering such an extraordinary individual. Must I really kiss him? Is he seeking to shorten his own life? After making an effort to calm his tumultuous emotions, he contemplated the matter. After all, the other party was still a child. Although the Douluo continent lacks a juvenile protection law, the individual bore no significant malice, merely exhibiting behavior that irked him. It was too perilous to leave him there. Finding a seemingly safe place, he constructed a small shelter using earth spikes, and then took his leave. The following day, in the morning, a ray of warm sunlight filtered through the cracks of the earthen house, falling upon Feng Xiaotian's face. Suddenly, the eyelashes of Feng Xiaotian, who had been in a deep slumber, fluttered. Before long, he awakened, gazing around in confusion. "Why am I here? Did I not acquire the second soul ring yesterday? How did I end up in this humble earthen dwelling?" It seemed he had come to the imperial capital to find his sister, Huo. Yet he felt as though he had forgotten something of great importance. Soon after, Feng Xiaotian rose, only to be met with sharp pains radiating from various parts of his body. "What is happening? Why do I feel such agony?" He began to strain to recall the events of the previous day, but could only conjure the image of a silver-haired girl's silhouette. The mere thought of her caused a faint smile to unconsciously play upon his lips. Meanwhile, commenced his first class of the new semester. The moment he entered the classroom, the previously noisy atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Aside from Meng Iran, the female classmates gazed at him with blank expressions, while the male classmates stared unabashedly, their gazes fixed upon him. Particularly, Mo Hen, who usually maintained a serious demeanor, was now visibly captivated. Typically focused solely on his cultivation, he now appeared quite the lecher. As for the other students, he could only lament. Is this truly the future hope of the Tiando Empire? Look at them. Are they not like elementary school children? Each one unable to tear their eyes away from someone merely pleasing to the eye. It is rather amusing. Subsequently, amidst the fervent gazes of his peers, he took his seat. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ming entered the room. Having greeted Qin Ming the day prior, he did not feign indifference, despite his inner turmoil. Ultimately, after Qin Ming called the roll, the class finally realized that this enchanting girl was indeed their class leader. Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Clearly, many struggled to accept this revelation, yet paid them no heed. During this period, he has grown accustomed to the astonished expressions of others. To be frank, after a prolonged observation, such reactions become rather mundane. Surprise manifests merely through dilated pupils and mouths agape in an O shape. In the morning cultural class, Tuoba Chen navigated through the fervent gazes of his peers without a hint of embarrassment, considering that his audience comprised mere children. What could they possibly do? Moreover, he found a certain thrill in it. The morning's cultural lesson was trivial. The real focus lay in the afternoon's practical class. It is well known that the inaugural session of a new semester invariably consists of a practical class, as instructors assess the students' capabilities based on their performances, which inevitably involves some degree of physical interaction. Accidental contact is all but unavoidable. During lunch at the Royal One dining hall, the boys from Class 1 year gathered clandestinely, engaged in hushed discussions. Shuebeng remarked, "I believe Qinggu has become a girl now." Longan concurred, "I second that. I too think Qinggu is a girl." Suddenly, a discordant voice interjected, "I think Qinggu is a boy." This unexpected interruption drew the collective attention of the group. Bung exclaimed, "Uxin. How did you manage to sneak in here?" A traitor from the girls' faction had infiltrated their midst, prompting the boys to deliberate whether to cease their discussions. As they prepared to disperse, Uxin hastily pleaded, "Wait, don't leave me out. I promise I won't say a word. I beg you." Observing her earnest gaze, Bung felt inclined to believe she was sincere. "All right then, you can join us. But you must swear not to reveal our plans." "Yes. I swear that if I disclose anything, I shall never experience wickedness." The audacity of her vow struck the others profoundly, and they acquiesced to her inclusion. Subsequently, Bung scanned the surroundings and noted that no one was watching them. He lowered his voice. "This plan shall be named Plan O, with or presenting our primary objective." At this, the group nodded in agreement. Longan inquired, "Bung, how shall we confirm our target?" The others echoed his query. Determining a method of confirmation posed a challenge. Noticing their expressions, Bung spoke mysteriously. "The confirmation method is quite simple. This afternoon, we have a practical class. And my proposal is as follows. We must select a warrior among us to challenge Chen. This warrior must not only possess formidable strength, but also have a compelling reason to confront Chen. Among us, only I, Longan, and Hen meet these criteria." Upon hearing the words of Avalanche, everyone nodded in acknowledgement and continued to listen intently. "Among the three of us, during the practical training session in the afternoon, we challenged Brother Chen under the guise of sparring. In such a scenario, some physical contact is inevitable. Accidental encounters with sensitive areas are also to be expected." At this point, piecing together previous remarks, the group instantly comprehended the implications, and a newfound wariness towards Avalanche emerged. Truly, one could not underestimate a royal. How ruthless to turn against one's own elder brother. What if Tuoba were indeed a man? Nevertheless, the group consented to this audacious plan. Yusin, standing nearby, felt her cheeks flush upon hearing this and muttered a soft curse, calling Avalanche a lecher. Yet, her curiosity about Tuoba current gender prevailed, compelling her to remain involved. Hen stood off to the side, desiring to partake in the discussion but reluctant to tarnish his aloof demeanor. However, the thought that he might be the challenger and that Tuoba might not be a male stirred a blushing shame within him at the mere notion of an accidental encounter. The group remained oblivious to Hen's expression. They were engrossed in their serious deliberations. Then, Avalanche lowered his voice, declaring, "This plan must succeed. Failure is not an option." "Understood." The others whispered in agreement. Chapter 46. Avalanche rises again. Avalanche falls again. Ultimately, the decision was made to challenge Tuoba, and to be candid, only Hen genuinely wished to participate. Both Avalanche and Longan feared the repercussions of incurring Tuoba's wrath. After all, Tuoba had proven formidable even without the aid of the frost spirit herb, and now that he had absorbed it, who knew how powerful he had become? However, for the sake of their pride, Hen refrained from voicing his eagerness and instead feigned disdain, for this mission was, after all, rather undignified. Observing the expressions of his companions, Avalanche sighed in resignation and suggested, "Let us draw lots. Whoever draws the short stick shall face Tuoba." The others nodded in agreement, considering it a reasonable approach. Subsequently, Avalanche produced 3 sticks, 2 long and 1 short. The individual who drew the short one would be the one to challenge Tuoba. At that moment, the 3 held vastly different mindsets. Avalanche was desperate to avoid drawing the short stick, envisioning the dire consequences should he find himself confronting Tuoba before the others. Longan harbored similar sentiments. Only Hen silently prayed to draw the short stick. In his eyes, a wife was worth a beating. Though the outcome was uncertain, he deemed the endeavor a worthy investment. As they each took a stick, the results were swiftly revealed. Avalanche had drawn the short stick. Observing the stick in his hand, noticeably shorter by a segment than those of his companions, Avalanche fell into deep contemplation. 2. Cast a regretful glance at his own long staff. However, the attention of the crowd was solely fixed on Avalanche, rendering him largely unnoticed. With a resolute expression that conveyed a willingness to face death, Avalanche prepared himself. In the afternoon, on the playground, Qin Ming stood at the center and announced, "Today we shall engage in practical combat lessons. We will commence testing to see if anyone has become complacent over the summer." Before he could finish, Avalanche abruptly interjected, "Teacher Qin Ming, I wish to challenge Tuoba." Taken aback by the sudden interruption, Qin Ming felt a flicker of annoyance. Yet, upon hearing Avalanche's bold challenge to Tuoba, he was somewhat surprised. He had learned just yesterday that Tuoba Chen had not improved his soul power in the past 2 months, while Avalanche had only been 1 rank behind. It was reasonable to expect some advancement during that time. Originally, he had intended to arrange a match between and Tuoba Chen, but given Avalanche's initiative, he saw no reason to oppose. Qinming turned to Tuoba Chen and asked, "Are you willing to accept Avalanche's challenge?" "I am willing," Tuoba Chen replied. "Very well. It shall be the 2 of you." With that, the spectators formed a large circle around them, replicating the scene from their very first practical lesson. A familiar sense of foreboding enveloped Avalanche as he surveyed the surroundings. Once both contenders were adequately prepared, Qinming promptly declared, "Begin the battle." In an instant, both combatants summoned their martial souls. Simultaneously, Avalanche's first soul ring radiated a gentle golden light, enveloping the arena in a chilling aura. Avalanche unleashed the cold wind. Subsequently, amidst the eager gazes of the onlookers, he charged forward. "Look, Avalanche is on the move." Rising Dragon Fist. Bang. Avalanche has fallen again. Avalanche was rendered incapable of continuing, and Tuoba Chen emerged victorious. Their clash unfolded much like their initial encounter, with Tuoba Chen dispatching Avalanche once more within a mere 5 seconds. Witnessing Avalanche sprawled on the ground, Tuoba Chen shook his head. In truth, Avalanche was even easier to handle than Long and Now. After all, following the refinement with cold spirit grass, his resistance to cold had significantly increased. The cold wind technique was designed to slow opponents through low temperatures, making Tuoba Chen a natural adversary for Avalanche. The rapid conclusion of their duel took Qinming and the others by surprise. However, upon witnessing Avalanche's dire state, no one among the boys dared to step up for a challenge. 2. Recognized the disparity in Tuoba Chen's strength compared to 2 months prior. He surmised that even if he were to engage, the outcome would likely mirror Avalanche's fate. Just as a peculiar silence settled over the boys, Yuxian suddenly exclaimed, "Teacher, I also wish to challenge Brother Chen." Her unexpected declaration startled the 2 girls beside her. "Yuxian, have you lost your mind? However, it is Tuoba Chen, whom you cannot hope to defeat. Did you not witness the plight of Avalanche Prince just now? Indeed, Yusin, do not despair." In response to the advice of her 2 close friends, Yusin remained resolute in her determination. She declared, "It is nothing. I merely wish to give it a try. After all, I am still a girl. Chenggu should show me some leniency. Moreover, I am a control-type soul master, which is particularly effective against strong attack types. There is still a chance." Upon hearing this, her friends ceased their attempts to dissuade her, realizing that Yusin was steadfast in her decision. In stark contrast to the girls' reactions, the boys regarded Yusin with expressions akin to those witnessing a savior. "Good brother, we shall remember you," they silently thought. Avalanche, who had been carried away, managed to lift his head and give her a thumbs up. As Yusin approached Tuoba Chen, uncertainty gnawed at her heart. During their last hunting battle, he had attacked her without hesitation. However, that had occurred in the forest, where no one was present, and it was a matter of rankings. Now, in this ordinary practical class, with so many spectators, surely he would show some mercy. With the prospect of a lenient Tuoba Chen, Yusin felt a flicker of confidence as she skillfully maneuvered her vines to make contact with him. Though apprehensive, she stood tall, embodying resilience. One may lose the battle, but not the spirit. She maintained her poise with unwavering grace. After confirming that she genuinely wished to confront Tuoba Chen, Qinming acquiesced. Tuoba Chen, however, was not to be taken lightly. In his worldview, all soul masters were equal, regardless of gender. The notion of a man yielding to a woman was foreign to him. To him, apart from Mengyaran, other girls of the same age were insignificant. Thus, he had no intention of holding back. Then, Qinming announced, "Commence the battle." With that, Tuoba Chen charged towards Mengyaran. Yusin, as a control-type soul master, posed a significant challenge to him, and he was not a fire-type strong attacker. If he were ensnared by her vines, it would require considerable effort to extricate himself. Faced with Tuoba Chen's aggressive advance, Yusin panicked. Was there not a shred of gentlemanly conduct in him? Truly, he lived up to his reputation. With that thought, her vines extended toward Tuoba Chen. First soul skill binding, she proclaimed, forming a vast net of vines intended to ensnare him. However, witnessing her vine net, Tuoba Chen remained unfazed. Utilizing the skills he had honed over the past 2 months, he effortlessly navigated through the gaps in the vines. He then delivered a powerful kick to Yusin's abdomen. She was sent flying 2 meters, crumpling like a shrimp. Once it was confirmed that Yusin had lost consciousness, Qin Ming declared, "The battle is concluded. Yusin has lost her combat ability. Tuoba Chun is the victor." Chapter 47. The banquet soon after, like an avalanche, two individuals carried Yu Xin on a stretcher, transporting her to the infirmary. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ming understood that he must personally test Tuoba Chen's prowess once more. 3 days later, in room 9 of the male dormitory number 2, Tuoba Chun gazed in dismay at the 3 outfits before him: a pale yellow gown, a gothic Lolita dress, and a pristine white princess gown. Meanwhile, Avalanche knelt trembling in the corner, quaking with fear. Tuoba Chen casually placed a few sets of clothes down and shifted his gaze towards Avalanche. Although Tuoba Chen's expression remained indifferent, Avalanche felt an unsettling chill creep up his spine. "It's not my fault you don't cut your hair. Is it so unusual for you to be a boy?" Avalanche's inner monologue. "Brother Chun, I apologize." A sharp slap struck the back of Avalanche's head. "Tuoba Chun, I often find myself pondering the contents of your mind. Have the books you read been in vain? What thoughts occupy your mind? Are you truly unaware that the cold spirit grass lacks the ability to undergo transformation?" Tuoba Chun stood nearby, relentlessly enumerating a multitude of grievances, while Xue Beng knelt in the corner, his eyes glistening with tears as he listened intently. This was utterly terrifying. Xue Beng had never before endured such torment. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if Tuoba Chun had perhaps been swayed by Xue Qinghe. 3 minutes later, Tuoba Chun emerged from the dormitory, looking invigorated, adorned in the formal attire gifted to him by his father, a choice that provided him great comfort. Meanwhile, Xue Beng trailed behind him, appearing as forlorn as a neglected spouse, his eyes still slightly reddened, suggesting he had recently shed tears. Tuoba Chen glanced back at him and remarked, "Now you realize your folly. Why didn't you inquire earlier?" Xue Beng offered no response, merely lowering his gaze to the ground, unable to meet Tuoba Chen's eyes. It was only when Tuoba Chen turned away that he glared fiercely at the back of Tuoba Chen's head, vowing within, "I, Xue Beng, shall never forget this humiliation. Tuoba Chen, I will exact my revenge." After walking for a considerable distance, Tuoba Chen noticed the silence behind him and saw that Xue Beng had remained rooted in place. He shouted, "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Coming, brother." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's voice, Xue Beng immediately relented. Recalling the adage that a gentleman's vengeance is best served after a decade, choosing to endure for now, he resolved to confront Tuoba Chen 80 years hence, when the latter would no longer be able to stand. Subsequently, aboard Xue Beng's carriage, Tuoba Chen arrived at the palace gates. He instructed Mo Long and Mo Hu to wait outside, as this was the imperial palace. Even if they could enter, it would be of little use. Upon spotting them, the guards at the entrance promptly saluted, saying, "We pay our respects to His Highness Xue Beng." "There's no need for formalities. Rise," Xue Beng commanded. Upon approaching the palace, Xue Beng's demeanor transformed dramatically, exuding an aura befitting a prince, much to Tuoba Chen's surprise. Xue Beng then led him into the palace. This was Tuoba Chen's first visit to the palace since arriving in the capital, and he felt a surge of curiosity, though he masked it, discreetly surveying his surroundings with peripheral glances. Contrary to his expectations of a resplendent palace akin to those in dramas, the imperial palace of the Tiandu Empire was predominantly white, imparting a sense of tranquility. The walls, composed of an unknown material, emanated a soft white glow, while overhead, a grand motif of a white swan adorned the ceiling. As they ventured further inside, the security intensified, and although Tuoba Chen could not discern the strength of the guards, he surmised they were formidable. Before long, they encountered a familiar figure. Xue Qinghe sensed a gaze upon her, and turned to find Xue Beng alongside a boy who appeared remarkably familiar. She soon recognized Tuoba Chen by the slight Adam's apple visible on him. With her keen memory, she swiftly identified his identity and greeted them warmly with a wave. However, upon seeing Xue Qinghe, Xue Beng felt a pang of trepidation, recalling certain unsettling memories. Tuoba Chen sensed the emotional fluctuations of Xue Beng and gently patted his back, smiling as he suggested, "Let us greet one another." Xue Beng glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two approached Xue Qinghe. "Brother Qinghe, it has been quite some time," Tuoba Chen remarked. "Indeed, it has been a while, Xiao Chen. After using the Hanlian grass, you have become irresistibly adorable. If you were a young lady, Brother Qinghe would surely be captivated by you." Xue Qinghe responded with a chuckle. "Haha, you jest, Brother Qinghe," Tuoba Chen replied, laughing heartily. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe affectionately ruffled Tuoba Chen's hair and said, "Xiao Bong, do take Xiao Chen inside. The banquet is about to commence." "Yes, of course, brother," Xue Bong responded, and without further ado, he took Tuoba Chen's hand and swiftly led him into the gathering. As Xue Qinghe observed the retreating figures of the two, he squinted slightly, pondering the reason behind Xue Bong's apparent fear of him. Had the former Xue Qinghe mistreated him, or had he witnessed something unsettling? Contemplating this, Xue Qinghe, Qianren Xue, resolved to seize an opportunity to test the waters. Thus, they arrived at the banquet. The moment Tuoba Chen entered, numerous gazes turned in his direction, specifically toward Xueping. Beside him, an announcement echoed, "His Highness Xueping has arrived." Subsequently, a continuous stream of people surged forward to greet Xueping. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen hastily remarked, "I shall explore other areas first. I will seek you out later." Without waiting for Xueping's response, he swiftly departed. As he observed Tuoba Chen's retreating figure, the goodwill he had just cultivated with Zwiqing evaporated in an instant. It was rather disloyal. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to confront these bothersome adults. After Tuoba Chen departed, he picked up a glass of grape juice from the dining table and quietly stood in the corner, observing the guests attending the banquet. After a considerable time had passed without spotting Douluo, he did, however, notice a familiar face, Yu Tianheng. Seemingly aware of Tuoba Chen's gaze, Yu Tianheng turned to meet his eyes, and in that moment, he recognized the boy before him, who had undergone a remarkable transformation since the last semester. Thus, he turned to his companion, Dugu Yin, and remarked, "Yin, a friend of mine has arrived. Let us go and greet him." Dugu Yin nodded in agreement, and together they made their way toward Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen politely greeted, "Hello, senior sister, senior brother. How are you, junior?" Before Yushenheng could respond, Dugu Yin interjected, playfully pinching Tuoba Chen's cheek with her green nails. To be candid, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of disdain. Despite it being their first encounter, Dugu Yan's eyes sparkled with two hearts upon seeing him, not because she had developed an affection for him, but due to his undeniable cuteness, to which she was utterly defenseless. As for how she discerned Tuoba Chen's gender, it was due to her incredulity that Yushenheng could know such an adorable girl. Thus, he must undoubtedly be a boy. Yes, certainly a boy. Chapter 48. 2 years observing the awkward expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Yushenheng chuckled softly. "All right, Yin. Do not tease Junior Tuoba too much. If you keep pinching him, he might just cry." "Who said I am going to cry? I am not." "Yushenheng, stop saying nonsense," Tuoba Chen thought to himself. Nevertheless, upon hearing Yushenheng's words, Dugu Yin relented, for she was quite obedient to him. Once she released her grip, Tuoba Chen exhaled in relief. Her touch had been rather firm, leaving his cheeks slightly reddened. Although he had not encountered Dugu Bo yet, meeting Dugu Yin was still fortuitous. Dugu Bo was immensely fond of his granddaughter, and if Tuoba Chen could not forge a connection with him through special means, establishing rapport with Dugu Yin would suffice. After all, he could not miss out on the celestial herbs from Dugu Bo's medicinal garden. After exchanging a few words with Yushenheng and the others, the star of the evening, the Snow Knight Emperor, made his entrance, accompanied by Dugu Bo. As the Snow Knight Emperor arrived, everyone bowed in his direction. The etiquette of Douluo continent bore similarities to that of the West. When encountering a royal, one would typically kneel on one knee, though a simple bow was generally acceptable, which Tuoba Chen found manageable. The Snow Knight Emperor scanned the room and declared, "Everyone, please rise. Let us all relax today. There is no need for such formality." Upon his words, the guests stood up, resuming their conversations, albeit with a touch more restraint than before. Dugu Bo immediately spotted Dugu Yin and approached them. To Tuoba Chen's surprise, he found Dugu Bo to be quite youthful. His appearance differed somewhat from the image he had formed while watching anime, resembling more of an older brother than Dugu Yan's grandfather. Upon reaching them, Dugu Bo paid no heed to Tuoba Chen or Yushenheng, focusing solely on his granddaughter. "Yin, how is the banquet? Are you enjoying yourself?" "Yes, very much. I even met a new junior," she exclaimed, pointing to Tuoba Chen. Dugu Bo cast a glance at Tuoba Chen, silently contemplating that the young lad was rather handsome. However, considering his experiences, he had encountered countless golden boys and jade maidens. Although the other's appearance was commendable, it held little significance. True strength was paramount. Thus, he merely nodded at Tuoba Chen before departing, leaving the latter with no opportunity to inquire further. Not only did he leave, but he also took Dugu Yin along, failing to procure even a means of contact, which made it challenging to establish a connection. Tuoba Chen and Yu Tianheng remained in place, exchanging a glance and a wry smile, both acutely aware that there was little for two grown men to discuss. In Yu Tianheng's eyes, Tuoba Chen was merely a child. He had devoted his youth entirely to cultivation, devoid of a true childhood, and thus found himself at a loss for conversation. Similarly, Tuoba Chen viewed Yu Tianheng as just a boy, for he was only 20 at heart, and their unfamiliarity left him uncertain of what to say. Before long, Xuebeng finally extricated himself from his previous engagements, rushing over to seize Tuoba Chen and lead him towards the Snow Knight Emperor. This left Yu Tianheng standing alone, a solitary figure in the midst of the gathering. The Snow Knight Emperor regarded Tuoba Chen with approval, nodding as he remarked, "Little Chen, you truly are a paragon of talent. Xuebeng often speaks highly of you, recounting tales of your camaraderie. What say you, little Chen? Would you consider serving in the Tiando Empire in the future?" The Snow Knight Emperor was not a pedantic ruler. Otherwise, he would not have successfully led the Tiando Empire to stand toe-to-toe with the Star Luo Empire. He placed great emphasis on the cultivation of talent, having frequently heard Xuebeng extol the virtues of Tuoba Chen. Though Xuebeng was still young, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, and the Snow Knight Emperor proved to be an exemplary parent, carefully contemplating every suggestion made and assessing its feasibility. After dispatching someone to investigate Tuoba Chen's background, he discovered that the young man indeed possessed great potential. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to ascend to the rank of title Douluo in the future. Furthermore, his close relationship with Xuebeng suggested that winning him over would not prove difficult. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Tuoba Chen felt a mix of surprise and honor. After all, he was just a child, and here was a king personally inviting him to serve. Yet, he was resolute in his refusal, for he aspired to inherit the sacred dragon sect. "Your Highness, should an opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly consider serving in the Tiando Empire." Though reluctant internally, he maintained a fa of agreement, for it seemed impolite to refuse a king. The possibility of returning to serve was uncertain. Should he become the sect leader, who would return to fulfill such a role? The Snow Knight Emperor, observing the sincerity in Tuoba Chen's eyes, smiled warmly. "Very well. I believe in you, little Chen. If you choose to serve our empire upon your graduation, I promise you a minimum rank of Viscount." The emperor's words prompted several onlookers to cast surprised glances. The least noble rank among those attending the banquet was that of a count. While a Viscount might not hold significant weight, the emperor's promise carried great importance. What remarkable qualities did this child possess? It seemed prudent to conduct a thorough investigation into his background upon returning. "Thank you, Your Highness," Tuoba Chen replied, kneeling on one knee before the emperor. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that his knee hovered an inch above the ground. This was Tuoba Chen's final show of defiance. He would not truly kneel, but would merely simulate the act. "Very well, little Chen, rise and join Xuebeng at the banquet," the emperor instructed. "Yes, Your Highness." Tuoba Chen responded obediently. After the conversation concluded, the Snowy Knight ushered them away. Ultimately, by the time the banquet came to an end, Tuoba Chen had not made any new acquaintances. The anticipated scenario of someone approaching him for conversation had not materialized. On the way back, Xuebeng had initially intended to accompany him, but he graciously declined, preferring not to inconvenience others. Returning to the dormitory, he resumed his cultivation as per usual, concluding the day in familiar fashion. Days passed in routine. Aside from the customary hunting assessments, no significant events transpired. Occasionally, he would rendezvous with Meng Iran or engage in light conversation with Xuebeng and his companions, and at times, he would encounter Dugu Yin and others. The majority of his time was devoted to diligent training. 2 years later, the mighty dragon collides. After executing the final move of the dragon-shaped technique, Tuoba Chen exhaled in relief. It had been 2 years, more precisely 2.5 years, since he arrived at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. He had finally perfected the dragon-shaped technique, and his level had ascended to the 20th rank. Observing Tuoba Chen's pause, Mo Long and Mo Hu inquired, "Young master, have you completed your training?" "Yes, I have finished. I have finally reached perfection in the dragon-shaped technique. It is time to acquire my second soul ring." Chapter 49, The Rampant Dragon. Once again venturing into the Sunset Forest, Tuoba Chen's mood was markedly different from his previous visit. The last time he came with Tuoba Yin. This time he was accompanied by Mo Long and Mo Hu. Moreover, the soul ring he sought was not of a century's age, but rather a millennium. The second soul ring would exceed 1,000 years. Although there were considerable risks involved, there had been successful precedents. If others had triumphed, then success was within the realm of possibility, worth the gamble. Upon entering the sunset forest, the tranquil surroundings prompted Mo Long and Mo Hu to immediately adopt a vigilant stance. The forest was rife with terrifying soul beasts, and even for the two soul kings, a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise, let alone with Tuoba Yin, a liability. Among them, they could not afford to be reckless. As they ventured deeper, they soon encountered several century-old soul beasts at the periphery, but these creatures were unsuitable for Tuoba Chen, and their target was not the century beasts. Continuing inward, after a day's journey, they reached the boundary between the forest's outskirts and its center, the area most frequented by Millennium soul beasts, precisely their destination. Given the late hour, they sought a seemingly safe spot to rest. That night, Mo Long and Mo Hu took turns keeping watch. It was not that Tuoba Chen was particularly lazy, but rather that he was the protected one. Assigning him the duty of watch could result in him being caught off guard and eliminated, rendering their expedition meaningless. Thus, for the sake of prudence, it was best that the two took turns. This arrangement was strongly advocated by Mo Long and Mo Hu. And Tuoba Chen did not resist too strongly, reiterating that a child requires ample sleep. The stillness of the night took on a somewhat ominous tone. Through the crevice of the tent, Tuoba Chen gazed upon the myriad stars adorning the night sky. Uncertainty loomed over him regarding the success of absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring. Failure would cost him everything he currently possessed. And the fate of the Holy Dragon Sect would mirror that of the original narrative, spiraling into decline. The anguish that would befall those he held dear weighed heavily on his heart, compelling him not to falter. He touched the azure dragon pendant resting upon his chest, resolutely steeling his resolve. 2 century-old hyenas encircled their camp, prompting caution from Mo Long. As social creatures, these hyenas suggested the presence of a larger pack. If these two were merely ordinary members, at least one among them would be a hyena over 1,000 years old. Should the pack decide to assault them, while Mo Long and Mo Hu were untroubled, Tuoba Chen might find himself in peril. Fortunately, the two hyenas seemed to sense the formidable aura emanating from Mo Long, opting to retreat after a couple of menacing yelps. At the break of dawn the following day, the trio rose early to continue their quest for a suitable soul beast for Tuoba Chen. This area, known for its frequent appearances of Millennium soul beasts, yielded encounters with 4 or 5 such creatures throughout the morning. However, none were deemed appropriate. Given Tuoba Chen's dragon-type martial spirit, dragon-type soul beasts were ideal. Yet Earth attribute soul beasts would suffice if they possessed scales. Around 2 in the afternoon, they finally stumbled upon a fitting soul beast, a raging dragon with a cultivation between 1,000 and 100 years. As a fellow dragon-type soul beast, the compatibility with Tuoba Chen's martial spirit appeared promising, and its age was precisely what he needed. Tuoba Chen resolved that this would be the one. However, they refrained from immediate action. The situation was peculiar, as the raging dragon was engaged in a fierce battle with a frost wolf of comparable strength, nearing a decisive conclusion. Observing this clash, Tuoba Chen and his companions remained patient, for the raging dragon held the upper hand, and the frost wolf was on the brink of defeat. Their strategy hinged on ensuring that Tuoba Chen delivered the final blow to the raging dragon, while the frost wolf could assist in exhausting the dragon's strength. As the battle raged on, the frost wolf sustained numerous wounds yet showed no inclination to flee, which, by all accounts, seemed illogical. Noticing that the frost wolf was persistently guarding a particular direction, Tuoba Chen suddenly had a revelation. Mo Long, Mo Hu, quickly incapacitate that raging dragon. Though the rationale behind his command eluded him, he trusted them to act. The 2 assault-type soul kings sprang into action, their formidable presence startling the 2 Millennium soul beasts. Before the raging dragon could react, Mo Long delivered a powerful punch to the nape of its neck. A sickening crack resonated in Tuoba Chen's ears, and the raging dragon collapsed. Upon witnessing this scene, the white wolf did not retreat, but instead glared fiercely at them. Despite her current frailty, with wounds ceaselessly oozing blood, she did not retreat an inch. Witnessing this scene, the brothers Mo Long and Mo Hu were somewhat taken aback. Could it be that the white wolf had lost her sanity? Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Chen sighed deeply. Such grievous wounds would likely spell the end for the white wolf. Uncle Malong, let us drag the body of the raging dragon away to absorb its essence. We must not disturb this white wolf any further. As you wish, young master, he replied, grasping the tail of the raging dragon and pulling it away into the distance. As Tuoba Chun and his companions gradually retreated, the white wolf could no longer hold on and collapsed with a resounding thud. At that moment, Tuoba Chun, who had just departed, swiftly emerged, parting the underbrush that concealed the white wolf. Indeed, 3 seemingly unweaned pups lay nestled there. The fallen white wolf's eyes widened in shock. However, she was powerless to act, witnessing the despicable humans attempting to seize her offspring. Noticing the white wolf's distress, Tuoba Chun approached with the 3 pups in his arms and said, I sincerely apologize for not realizing you were protecting your children. I promise to care for them, and once they have matured, I shall return them to the Soul Beast Forest. Though she could not comprehend his words, the white wolf sensed no malice in Tuoba Chun, and her expression softened slightly. Rendered immobile, she could only hope that this stranger meant her no harm. With that thought, she gradually closed her eyes. Upon witnessing the white wolf's demise, Tuoba Chun refrained from disturbing her remains. She was a noble mother, and the Sunset Forest was her rightful sanctuary. He then cradled the 3 pups and made his way slowly towards Malong and Mohu. By the time he arrived, the raging dragon had regained consciousness, though it appeared weakened, likely due to a broken vertebra in its neck. Couldn't help but marvel at the tenacity of the soul beast's vitality. It remained alive against all odds. He entrusted the care of the 3 little wolves to Mohu and approached the ferocious dragon. It appeared that the dragon was aware of his intentions, yet its body was firmly restrained by Mo Long, rendering it utterly immobile. Chapter 50. The purple-striped beast Tuoba Chun drew forth a frost-forged dagger, swiftly ending his opponent's life. Subsequently, a pale purple soul ring gradually emerged from the lifeless body. Upon witnessing this soul ring, Mo Long hesitated, remarking, Young master, do you truly intend to absorb this soul ring? Tuoba Chun cast a glance at him and nodded. He could very well hunt a 700-year-old soul beast in pursuit of stability. However, if he were to take that path, what would become of his efforts over the past 2 years? Was it not all aimed at obtaining the coveted 1,000-year soul ring before him? Having arrived at Douluo continent with great difficulty, who would willingly accept mediocrity? After providing his response, Tuoba Chun promptly seated himself to commence the absorption of the soul ring before him. Mo Long and Mohu, witnessing this scene, hastily began to keep watch around them. Within Tuoba Chun's consciousness, a diminutive figure sheltered by a protective barrier was locked in battle with a colossal dragon. The dragon relentlessly assailed the little figure's shield. With each impact, the barrier would dim perceptibly, while the dragon's form grew increasingly ethereal. From time to time, massive spikes would erupt from the ground, targeting the dragon as it crashed against the protective barrier. Mohu, observing Tuoba Chun still in the absorption state, remarked, Brother, do you think the young master will be all right? He has been absorbing for a full hour now. This duration seems excessively long. Mo Long, after a brief pause, replied, Let us wait a little longer. The young master is not one to act recklessly. Since he has made his choice, we must have faith in him. He will surely succeed in his absorption. Just as the words left his lips, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the grass surrounding them. Mo Long and Mohu immediately heightened their vigilance. This was a critical moment for Tuoba Chun, and any disturbance could prove catastrophic. Hiss! Gradually, a deep purple giant python slithered out from the underbrush. Upon sighting this serpent, Mo Long and Mohu's eyes widened in astonishment. The purple-striped beast loomed ominously. Among the serpentine soul beasts, the purple-striped mang stands as a formidable entity. This particular specimen measures an impressive 7 meters in length and is believed to be around 7,000 years old. With both Mo Long and Mohu attaining the esteemed rank of level 58, they could easily vanquish the purple-striped mang under ordinary circumstances. However, the current situation is unprecedented. Tuoba Chun is in the critical phase of absorbing a soul ring, and any disturbance could pose a grave danger to his life. With this in mind, the two swiftly summoned their martial spirits, both of which manifested as the Blood Tiger, an exceptionally powerful entity. Once empowered, they sought to leverage their formidable presence to intimidate the beast. The purple-striped mang sensed the pressure and trembled slightly, but remained undeterred. Its keen intellect recognized that the two were safeguarding the human child behind them, who seemed to be in a moment of utmost vulnerability. However, humans were its favored prey. Having savored human flesh a few months prior, the memory of that sweet, succulent meat lingered in its mind, making it reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Noticing the beast's avaricious gaze, Mo Long cursed under his breath, realizing the creature intended to devour them. Almost instantaneously, the purple-striped Mang surged forward like a released arrow, targeting Tuoba Chen. Seeing this unfold, Mo Long and Mo who could no longer hold back. They activated their first soul rings simultaneously, unleashing their colossal tiger claws toward the approaching beast. The purple-striped Mang chose to confront their assault head-on, and as their heads collided, a shockwave radiated outward. Despite Mo Long and Mo Hu's utmost efforts to shield Tuoba Chen, he was inadvertently affected by the force of the backlash. As the furious dragon before him began to fade, Tuoba Chen exhaled in relief, believing he was on the brink of defeating his foe. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow in his soul ring absorption, an overwhelming shockwave struck him. Instantly, his spiritual essence was severely compromised, and the ethereal consciousness of the furious dragon shattered. This residual force wounded Tuoba Chen, yet simultaneously facilitated his successful absorption of the furious dragon's soul ring, which he was already close to completing. Meanwhile, Mo Long and Mo Hu remained oblivious to Tuoba Chen's plight. They only witnessed him falter, collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from his glasses and nostrils. Upon witnessing this scene, their eyes turned crimson with rage. In an instant, both brothers activated their fifth soul rings, causing Mo Long's physique to swell dramatically, while a terrifying metallic sheen enveloped Mo Hu. Soul-biting blood tiger, diamond blood tiger. As both individuals simultaneously activated their eternal soul rings, the purple-striped Mang sensed an overwhelming aura far beyond its own. Realizing the impending danger, it immediately attempted to flee. However, it was already too late, as Mo Long firmly grasped the creature's tail. The once rapid escape of the purple-striped Mang was abruptly halted by the immense pulling force, causing its body to tense rigidly. It turned its head, intent on attacking Mo Long, but before it could even open its mouth, Mo Hu struck, shattering its two most lethal fangs with a pair of powerful punches. The agonizing pain that surged through the purple-striped Mang sent it spiraling into a frenzy, its body thrashing wildly. Yet, Mo Long and Mo Hu were relentless in their pursuit. Mo Long forcibly pried open the creature's gaping maw, while Mo Hu methodically dismantled its remaining fangs, one after another. 20 minutes later, the once fearsome purple-striped Mang had been reduced to a pitiful state, its mouth gushing blood, its scales stripped away, and its body riddled with numerous deep punctures. Its eyes had transformed into hollow voids. Despite its dire condition, it clung to life, as Mo Long and Mo Hu were determined to prolong its suffering before allowing it the mercy of death. Soon, the rich scent of blood attracted a horde of wild wolves. Upon witnessing the disfigured purple-striped Mang, they showed no hesitation and began to voraciously tear into its flesh. Thus, the creature was consumed alive. In the end, only a skeletal frame remained at the scene, while Mo Long observed coldly, and Mo Hu tended to Tuoba Chen with great care. Before long, Tuoba Chen regained consciousness. Upon seeing this, Mo Long and Mo Hu hurried to his side, anxiously inquiring, "Young master, how do you feel? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I succeeded," Tuoba Chen replied. Hearing his words, Mo Long and Mo Hu finally exhaled in relief. "That's good. We are glad you succeeded. Otherwise, how would we explain this to Tuoba Yen?" Tuoba Chen continued. "However, I did sustain some injuries and may need a few days to recuperate. Let us leave the Sunset Forest for now. Young master, please don't rush. Look at this," Mo Long said, retrieving a gleaming bone from behind him. Upon witnessing the scene, Tuoba Chen expressed his surprise. This is a soul bone. However, I did not detect its presence while vanquishing the mad dragon. Indeed, young master, this is not the soul bone of the mad dragon. Rather, it belongs to the purple-patterned beast that ambushed us subsequently. It is a left leg bone, approximately 7,000 years old. Perplexed by Mo Long's words, Tuoba Chen inquired, "Then why present it to me? You should keep it for yourselves. It has no connection to me." Although Tuoba Chen felt a flicker of temptation, he ultimately declined Mo Long's generous offer. While soul bones are indeed remarkable, his aspirations required a minimum age of 10,000 years. Although this 7,000-year-old soul bone was decent, it fell short of his expectations. Moreover, the soul bone had no bearing on him. It was earned through the efforts of Mo Long and Mo Hu. and to merely pass it on to himself seemed unjust. Furthermore, bestowing it upon either Mo Long or Mo who would yield greater benefits for them, potentially aiding one of them in advancing to the Soul Emperor rank. Mo Long was taken aback by Tuoba Chen's refusal. After all, this was a soul bone, a coveted treasure that soul masters yearned for. At 37 years of age, he and Mo who might only aspire to achieve the rank of Soul Emperor in their lifetimes. They felt that retaining the soul bone would serve little purpose, and it would be far more prudent to have it utilized by the young master they had nurtured. Having no children of their own, they regarded Tuoba Chen almost as their own, finding joy in his growth. Ultimately, Tuoba Chen remained steadfast in his decision, and the soul bone was left in the hands of Mo Long and Mo who would determine its fate. 1 week later, at the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, in the training arena dedicated to Earth-type soul masters, Tuoba Chen was alone, endeavoring to master his newly acquired soul skill. For an entire week, he had been recuperating, and it wasn't until the day before yesterday that his injuries had fully healed. However, to be prudent, he had continued his training for an additional 2 days. After a week of inactivity, a certain restlessness had begun to manifest within him. At this moment, Mo Long stood before Tuoba Chen and spoke. "Young master, I am prepared." Upon hearing Mo Long's declaration, Tuoba Chen nodded and summoned his martial spirit, proclaiming, "Martial spirit, manifest." Instantly, a spectral white dragon materialized around him. Due to the successful cultivation of the second tier of the dragon transformation technique, his white-armored earth dragon had undergone yet another evolution. Previously, his dragon had been a rotund, hefty creature. Now, it had transformed into a magnificent dragon characterized by sleek lines, exuding an aura of raw power and beauty. Subsequently, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, appeared around him. Any passerby witnessing this spectacle would undoubtedly be astonished by his soul rings, especially the second, which was purple, a rarity that shattered the conventions of the Soul Master realm. Second soul skill, Frenzied Dragon Transformation. Upon uttering these words, Tuoba Chen's body surged, expanding to 1.5 times its original size, his form enveloped in thick scales, truly resembling a dragon. The Frenzied Dragon Transformation enhanced his defense and strength by 40%, increased his speed by 20%, and allowed him to recover 50% of the damage previously sustained, alongside regaining 50% of his soul power, all for a duration of 10 minutes. It was activated without any cost, but could only be utilized once per day. During this period, he was unable to employ any other soul skills. Observing the effects of this transformation, Tuoba Chen smiled. Although the inability to use other soul skills while in this state was a drawback, the advantages it conferred were undeniably substantial. In a life-and-death confrontation with an adversary of similar strength, especially when both were nearing exhaustion, activating the Frenzied Dragon Transformation would instantly bolster his attributes, providing him with a significant edge, leaving his opponent momentarily dazed. Despite its limitations, the fact that this was a premier soul skill could not be disputed. Reflecting on this, he felt fortunate to have chosen to absorb this soul ring. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such an exceptional skill. With that thought, he unleashed a punch towards Mo Long's abdomen. Mo Long did not flinch. Instead, he raised his hand to gently block Tuoba Chen's fist. However, as he pivoted around the center, a subtle gust of wind radiated outward. Bang! As he felt the force of Tuoba Chen's punch, Mo Long grinned and remarked, "Young master, that was impressive. I believe that punch rivals the strength of a typical level 25 assault-type soul master." Level 25, you say? As Tuoba Chen spoke to himself, he reflected on how the absorption of a 1,000-year soul ring for his second soul ring had directly elevated his level to 22, granting him an impressive attack power equivalent to that of a level 25. Nonetheless, a twinge of disappointment lingered within him, for in the original narrative, Tang San and his companions frequently advanced through significant stages while battling formidable foes. Shaking his head at this thought, Tuoba Chen acknowledged his own lack of diligence, resolving to redouble his efforts in future training. With approximately 6 months remaining until Tao Gu would journey to Shahan village to assist Tang San in his awakening, the plot would soon resume its course. Although Tang San's character suggested he would not trouble Tuoba Chen unless provoked, it was prudent for him to hasten his strength enhancement. He harbored no desire to make enemies. However, should anyone provoke him, he would not simply endure their insolence. His pursuit of strength was fundamentally aimed at living freely, and he could not bear being beholden to others' whims. Concealed in the shadows, Chen Ming observed this scene, astonishment rendering him momentarily speechless. Wow, this young man, he marveled. With his own prowess, he could easily discern the augmentation Tuoba Chen received from his second soul skill. Moreover, he was perplexed by the purple hue of the second soul ring, as Tuoba Chen had never mentioned it before. Initially, he had merely appreciated Tuoba Chen's potential and considered offering him guidance. But as their interactions deepened, Tuoba Chen's revelations increasingly astounded him. The displays of talent he exhibited were far beyond what one would expect from an 8-year-old child. Having observed the students of Class 1 for a span of 2.5 years, Chen Ming noted that even the most diligent among them, such as Mo Hen and Shui Bong, occasionally succumbed to moments of lethargy, a natural behavior, as humans are not machines and require relaxation. Yet Tuoba Chen was different. He truly resembled a relentless training machine, remaining in a state of cultivation nearly all the time, allowing himself a mere respite every 3 months. On the only day he took a break, he purposefully scoured the streets for items that could bolster his strength, as if his very existence were dedicated solely to the pursuit of cultivation. Thus, Chen Ming was not surprised by Tuoba Chen's achievement of surpassing level 20 at such a tender age. If he could not accomplish it, who could? However, despite his rigorous training, Tuoba Chen's personality was anything but rigid. He was witty and humorous, often sharing intriguing thoughts that left others pondering their meaning. This growing curiosity about his disciple compelled Chen Ming to sneak a look today. The more he observed, the less he could decipher Tuoba Chen, sensing an array of secrets within him. Upon reflection, he questioned why he was so invested in these matters. After all, he was the teacher, not a father figure. Nevertheless, considering Tuoba Chen's considerable growth and strength, it was indeed time to revise the training regimen. The previous methods have likely become obsolete for him. After testing his second soul skill, Tuoba Chen returned with Mo Long, as the final exams were just a few days away. Upon advancing to the 3rd year, the format of the final exams changed. The hunting competition was replaced by arena battles, and a cultural examination was introduced. The shift to arena battles reportedly stemmed from the noticeable enhancement in the students' abilities, which posed a significant risk to the Academy's forest if the hunting competitions continued. To preserve the forest's natural state, students from the 3rd year onward would no longer partake in forest assessments. Tuoba Chen expressed his understanding of the need for environmental protection. The cultural examination, of course, did not encompass subjects like chemistry or physics, but rather focused on the knowledge of soul beasts and soul masters. Questions might include the length and color of a century-old mandala snake, for instance. Although these queries posed no challenge for Tuoba Chen, he knew he must revise diligently, as he was not endowed with an extraordinary photographic memory. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to being a top student, and it was only now that he realized excellence was not merely a divine endowment, but rather a cultivated habit. Sustaining this habit was undoubtedly challenging. However, Tuoba Chen found it manageable, as being a soul master was a vocation he held dear. Transforming a passion into a profession was a stroke of fortune, fulfilling a dream from his previous life. Regardless of possessing innate soul power at only level 8, even if it were merely level 1. He would still exert himself in diligent practice and study. Before long, 3 days had elapsed, and today was the day of the Academy's cultural examination. Tuoba Chen awoke early and arrived at the examination venue, which was their classroom. By the time he arrived, Su Bing, Mo Hen, and others were already present. Over the course of 2 years, Tuoba Chen had forged strong bonds with several classmates, sharing a camaraderie akin to lifelong friendship. Not long after, Longan, the last to arrive, entered the examination hall. Chen Ming glanced at the time and stated that they had a mere 15 minutes until the exam commenced. He declared, "The exam begins," and began distributing the test papers. As the leader of the elite class, he had full authority, allowing for an early start if he wished. The students had grown accustomed to Chen Ming's demeanor. Upon receiving their papers, everyone immediately began to write, and not a single student opted to cheat during this examination. After all, with the formidable soul King Chen Ming presiding at the podium, any attempt at cheating would be swiftly uncovered. As Tuoba Chen scrutinized the soul master knowledge exam paper in his hands, a furrow formed on his brow. This year's examination proved to be particularly challenging. However, it wasn't long before the first to complete the test, Avalanche, submitted his paper. Upon receiving Avalanche's work, Chen Ming cast a satisfied glance in his direction before allowing him to leave. This scene elicited envious gazes from the classmates, for although Avalanche ranked third in overall strength, he had consistently secured the top position in academic examinations. After a considerable amount of time, Tuoba, Chen, and Hen chose to submit their papers just as the examination was nearing its conclusion. Qin Ming's grading speed was remarkably swift. In merely half an hour, he had reviewed all 20 papers from the class. Shortly thereafter, they commenced the second examination. Today comprised a total of 4 academic assessments: Fundamentals of Soul Masters, Knowledge of Soul Masters, Knowledge of Soul Beasts, and Recognition of Soul Beasts. Much like the previous hunting battle, the top 10 performers in the academic exams would also receive rewards from the academy, which, like the hunting competition, were monetary in nature. Tuoba Chun felt somewhat resigned to this prize. Money was the one thing he lacked the least, and he pondered why the academy felt compelled to demean him with such mundane rewards year after year. The day swiftly came to a close, and the results were announced the following day. As expected, Avalanche claimed the top spot in the written exam, followed by Tuoba Chun in second and Hen in third. Among the top 10, only Long in 7th place and Ming Aran in 9th hailed from their class. The remainder were predominantly from other classes. Tuoba Chun was not particularly surprised by these results. It was only natural for Avalanche, who often immersed himself in books, to achieve first place. Although he too devoted time to reading, he acknowledged that he had not invested as much effort as Avalanche. As for Hen, their scores were nearly identical, differing by only 1 point. After receiving his reward, Tuoba Chun returned to his training, for the arena competition awaited him the next day, and he needed to maintain his peak condition. The following day, as the sun ascended, Tuoba Chun stretched languorously in his bath, and after cleansing himself as per his usual routine, he made his way to the school grounds. Unlike the hunting battles, the arena battles at Tiando Academy were somewhat unique, consisting of 8 distinct stages. Specifically, the number of stages corresponded to the number of classes for that age group. With 8 classes in their year, they were divided into 8 stages, with their class positioned at the highest tier and the 8th class at the lowest. The assessments commenced with the 8th class. After the arena battles concluded there, the 7 strongest participants would advance to the 7th stage. This process would continue, with the strongest 7 from the 7th stage proceeding to the 6th, and so forth. Thus, the students from the 1st class began at the pinnacle, while those from the 8th class faced an uphill battle to ascend to the 1st stage. This system was even more absurd than that of the hunting battles. However, this experience has exposed these underprivileged students to the harsh realities of the world, where the weak are often subjected to bullying. Yet, it seems that those with exceptional talents are afforded preferential treatment, which explains the prevalence of obstinate offspring within the ranks of the Royal Academy of Tiando in their past lives. Such behavior has been nurtured over time. Upon learning the rules of the upcoming arena competition, many junior students felt disheartened, with thoughts of withdrawing from the academy already forming in their minds, while some resilient individuals chose to remain steadfast. Chapter 53. The arena competition at 8 o'clock in the morning, all students gathered in the plaza. Due to Qin Ming's increasingly impressive performance at the academy, he was designated to officiate this competition. After surveying the crowd and briefly explaining the competition rules, he declared the contest officially commenced. In truth, the rules of the arena competition were quite straightforward, consisting of multiple platforms engaging in one-on-one battles simultaneously. Most participants were low-level soul masters, typically around level 10, and victories could be determined within mere minutes. Within half an hour, the 7 strongest students from Class 8 had been identified. They were granted only a brief 15-minute respite before they were to compete in the matches to advance from level 7 to level 6. Observing this scene, Tuoba Chun let out a sigh, not out of pity for them, but rather in lament that these children seemed somewhat naive. Despite the evident treatment they received from the Royal Academy of Tiando, they remained foolishly entrenched, failing to grasp the institution's true nature even after 3 years. Not to mention, some students from the lower tiers had spent 6 years languishing in the academy, only to suffer in the intermediate academy before enduring an additional 6 years of hardship in the advanced academy. What a futile endeavor. It is perplexing what motivates these individuals. Is it merely the allure of obtaining a baronial title upon graduation from the Advanced Soul Master Academy? A baronial title is, in fact, a rank lower than that of a baron, and in Tuoba Chen's view, such aspirations seem genuinely unnecessary. Nevertheless, it is their choice, and he refrained from voicing his opinions. In just one day, The arena battles from level 8 to level 2 were concluded without any unforeseen events, and ultimately, the 7 individuals who advanced to level 1 were all from Class 2. Given that only Soul Masters could participate in the arena battles, Class 1 had only 15 students competing. Before the matches began, Qin Ming suddenly announced, "Dear classmates, I neglected to mention that the rankings will affect your divisions. The total number of participants in each class will remain unchanged. Different rankings will result in assignments to different classes. For instance, if any of the 7 participants from Class 2 ranks among the top 15, they will be allowed to enter Class 1, while the student with the lowest rank in Class 1 will be relegated to Class 2. The previously tranquil crowd suddenly erupted into a cacophony upon hearing Qin Ming's words. Among the clamor, there were jubilant voices celebrating their advancement, as well as heart-wrenching cries from those lamenting their demotion. Tuoba Chen felt little sentiment towards the unfolding events. He was in no danger of being demoted, for he was the sole Grand Soul Master among the students present. Even without employing any soul techniques, his formidable physical prowess would likely render his opponents incapable of challenging him. Once the students of Class 2 had sufficiently rested, Qin Ming promptly announced the commencement of the arena battles. The matches were to be determined by a drawing of lots, though this was not left to the participants themselves. Rather, Qin Ming took it upon himself to conduct the draw. He randomly selected 2 slips of paper from a small box, glanced at them, and proclaimed, "In the first arena, the first match will pit Tuoba Chen from Class 1 against Yushi from Class 2. Without hesitation, he drew 8 more slips, announcing the competitors for the remaining 4 arenas. Upon hearing his name, Tuoba Chen felt no surprise. After all, only 22 individuals remained, making the odds of his selection quite favorable. However, when Yushi learned that his opponent was Tuoba Chen, he nearly collapsed. Overwhelmed by the realization of his ill fortune, by mere chance, he had drawn the top student of the year. Despite the daunting odds of victory, he was determined not to squander this opportunity for advancement. With resolve, he leaped onto the arena stage. Tuoba Chen did not choose a grandiose entrance. He simply walked slowly onto the arena. Yet, even this unassuming act exerted considerable pressure on his opponent, for as soon as Tuoba Chen's name was announced, the crowd instinctively directed their gaze towards the first stage. It could be said that despite the simultaneous competitions on 5 platforms, all attention was drawn to but one, as Tuoba Chen's brilliance was simply too radiant to ignore. Upon witnessing this scene, Yushi felt her legs weaken. Losing in front of such a crowd would be an exceedingly embarrassing affair. Soon after, both competitors announced their identities. Yushi, Wuhuan, Black Flood Dragon, a level 15 Assault System Soul Master. Tuoba Chen, Wuhuan, White Armored Earth Dragon, a level 22 Assault System Grand Soul Master. At the moment Tuoba Chen revealed his rank, the audience erupted in astonishment, and even Shui Bong and his companions shifted their attention towards him. The fact that Tuoba Chen has ascended to level 22 without mentioning it to any of them is astonishing. Just 2 weeks ago, they were all still at level 19. How did he leap to level 22? Shouldn't he have reached level 21st? Subsequently, as both sides unleashed their martial souls, the reason became clear. To their amazement, Tuoba Chen possessed 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple. Yushi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? The soul ring combination of Tuoba Chen has completely overturned his understanding of soul rings, leaving him utterly devoid of confidence in this battle. At merely level 20, this was already excessive. Now, with the addition of a Millennium Soul Ring, how could he possibly contend? As the match commenced, Tuoba Chen charged towards him with remarkable speed. Yushi responded swiftly. First soul skill, Serpent Body. Upon uttering these words, a layer of energy armor enveloped Yushi, exuding an aura of formidable defense. In contrast, Tuoba Chen refrained from utilizing any soul power, merely delivering a punch to his opponent's shoulder. Bang! Yushi felt as though his right shoulder had been struck by a colossal hammer, engulfed in excruciating pain. His entire right arm felt as though it were about to shatter, rendering it utterly powerless. Before he could even gather his wits, Tuoba Chen's second strike landed squarely on his chin. Due to the nature of the attack aimed at his jaw, Tuoba Chen did not exert excessive force, employing only a third of his strength. Yet, even so, his opponent succumbed to the unbearable agony and lost consciousness. Tuoba Chen concluded his inaugural match with remarkable simplicity, leaving the audience astounded by his prowess. Why was he so formidable when all were of the same age? The competitors still in the resting area felt a sense of relief, grateful that they had not encountered this formidable opponent. Yet, the thought of potentially facing him soon filled their hearts with trepidation. Before long, the other matches concluded as well, with no exceptions. Every student from Class 1 emerged victorious. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Despite his habitual claims of this being the weakest cohort he had ever taught, in truth, he had only instructed this one group. Deep down, he held a sense of pride in his students. Chapter 54, Grandfather? The first day of the arena battles came to an end, with the remaining matches scheduled for the following day. As was customary, the bouts concluded swiftly and rather monotonously, predominantly featuring the higher-ranked classes overwhelming those below them. However, there were rare instances of lower-ranked classes advancing. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tuoba Chen performed 2 sets of dragon form exercises before continuing his practice of the Azure Dragon technique. After 2 years of diligent effort, he had finally reached a critical juncture in his training, on the verge of a breakthrough. In truth, he devoted more attention to the Azure Dragon technique than to the transformation technique. The difficulty of advancing in the Azure Dragon technique had been a significant hurdle, hence the lack of progress. As for the 3rd level of the transformation technique, he was not in a rush to pursue it, for his father had advised him that after breaking through the 2nd level, he needed to consolidate his cultivation for a month before proceeding to the 3rd level. While immersed in his training, a sudden knock echoed at his door. Startled, Tuoba Chen paused and glanced at the dimming light outside. He wondered who could be visiting him at such a late hour. Subsequently, he opened the door, only to find Tuoba Yin standing there, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Upon recognizing the visitor, he could hardly believe his eyes. "Father, what brings you to the school? And who is this behind you?" Hearing his son's words, Tuoba Yin felt a tinge of helplessness. He had been enjoying his time at home the previous day when, quite unexpectedly, just as now, a knock had sounded at his door. Upon opening it, he found his father standing there, insisting on seeing his grandson. Although Tuoba Yin had informed his father that Tuoba Chen was at school and would return in 2 days, it proved futile. His father had persistently demanded to meet him, leaving Tuoba Yin no choice but to rush to the Tiando Royal Junior Academy overnight at his father's insistence. Tuoba Yin said, "Xiao Chen, I have yet to introduce you to someone. This is your grandfather, Tuoba Ming." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Ming gazed at his little grandson, whom he had never met before. With great excitement, Tuoba Chen, still in a state of bewilderment, looked at the robust elder behind Tuoba Yin and asked, "Grandfather, what is going on?" Noticing that Tuoba Chen remained in a daze, Tuoba Yin continued, "Xiao Chen, are you not going to invite us in for a visit?" Tuoba Yin suddenly spoke up, quickly realizing his words. "Oh, father, grandfather, please come in." Upon entering Tuoba Chen's chamber, the two surveyed their surroundings, nodding in approval. Indeed, as expected from the Royal Academy, the accommodation is quite splendid. "Father, grandfather, what brings you here on this occasion?" After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Tuoba Yin replied, "Your grandfather has come to find you with the intention of taking you back to the Sacred Dragon Sect. As for the specific reasons, you shall discover them upon your arrival. Now, quickly gather your belongings and accompany us to the Xinglua Empire." Hearing Tuoba Yin's words, Tuoba Chen appeared bewildered. "What is going on? Father, I fear it is not feasible at the moment." "Why not?" "Because tomorrow marks the final day of the semester assessment, and I wish to complete it before departing." Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Tuoba Yin seemed poised to say more, but Tuoba Ming interjected, "All right, that is acceptable." Tuoba Yin was taken aback. "What? Isn't this urgent? Why is it suddenly permissible now?" He was utterly perplexed. Noticing the expression in his son's eyes, Tuoba Ming explained, "Who told you it was urgent? That matter does not commence for over half a month. I merely yearn to see my little grandson sooner." "Oh," Tuoba Yin replied with a blank expression. "I never imagined you to be such a father, so enamored with your grandson that you disregard your son." Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen found himself quite intrigued by this suddenly appearing grandfather. He had previously heard that his grandfather was a high elder of the Sacred Dragon Sect, and that the sect's leader was a titled Douluo. Thus, he presumed his grandfather must also be a formidable soul Douluo. Noticing his grandson's wide, sparkling eyes scrutinizing him, Tuoba Ming smiled and said, "Little Chen, I apologize for not having visited you sooner. Do you harbor any grievances against your grandfather for my absence?" There was a hint of remorse in Tuoba Ming's tone as he spoke these words. Tuoba Chen shook his head. His parents had always treated him with great kindness, and he had scarcely endured any hardship throughout his upbringing. One might even assert that he was raised in an environment of considerable indulgence, leaving little room for grievances. His only curiosity lay with his grandfather, and he did not particularly concern himself with why the latter had not visited him until now. Upon discovering that his young grandson harbored no feelings of aversion towards him, Tuoba Ming let out a sigh of relief. In truth, he had felt anxious during the journey. For although his grandson was already 8 years old, they had never met before. He harbored a fear that his grandson might dislike him. Yet it seemed that the outcome was rather favorable. Tuoba-chan, is my grandfather a Contra? Suddenly, Tuoba-chan spoke, surprising Tuoba Ming, who then nodded in response. Tuoba-chan continued, inquiring about the purpose of his visit. He felt that the old gentleman had not seen him in 8 years, and his sudden eagerness to meet must indicate an urgent matter. Indeed, Tuoba Ming nodded. However, he refrained from divulging the specifics of his business and instead asked, "Has Xiao Chen already broken through the first layer of the transformation dragon technique?" Upon hearing Tuoba Ming's words, Tuoba Chen's expression became somewhat peculiar. Noticing this, Tuoba Ming expressed his astonishment, saying, "Xiao Chen, you haven't yet broken through the first layer, have you? I was informed by your father that you had already surpassed that level." There was a hint of panic in Tuoba Ming's tone. If Tuoba Chen had not achieved the first layer, then his journey would have been in vain, depriving Tuoba Chen of the benefits available within the sect. "No, Grandpa. I have already attained the second layer. I am curious as to why you inquired about this," Tuoba Chen replied after a moment's thought, deciding to speak candidly, as the elderly gentleman seemed quite fond of him, making it unnecessary to conceal the truth. "What? The second layer? How could this be?" After uttering these words, Tuoba Ming realized he had lost his composure. Yet, one could hardly blame him. In his youth, he had attempted to cultivate the second layer of the transformation dragon technique before reaching the 20th level, though he had ultimately failed, squandering precious time in the process. Had he succeeded, he might have attained the title of Douluo by now. Upon hearing that Tuoba Chen had remarkably advanced to the second tier, Tuoba Yin found his breath quickening with excitement. Initially, he harbored little hope regarding the matter his father had mentioned, but now, a sense of unbounded optimism illuminated his path ahead. Chapter 55. Departure. As the two engaged in their astonished exchange, it remained unclear what they were truly discussing. Ultimately, it was Tuoba Ming who addressed him directly. "Little Chen, to speak candidly, the reason for my visit is to invite you to participate in the Sacred Dragon Sect's grand banquet, held once every decade, the Sacred Dragon Feast." "The Sacred Dragon Feast? What is that?" Tuoba Chen inquired, intrigued yet perplexed. Noticing Tuoba Chen's confusion, Tuoba Ming explained, "Elaborating on this matter would be rather cumbersome, so I shall simplify it. You are to accompany me back to partake in the Sacred Dragon Feast. At this event, direct descendants who have not yet reached the age of 10 but have successfully broken through to the first layer of the transformation dragon technique will engage in friendly competitions. The top 3 contenders will earn the opportunity to enter the Sacred Dragon Pool, which holds immense benefits for us, the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters. That is essentially the essence of it. Do you understand?" Tuoba Chen nodded in understanding. It was indeed an opportunity for him to acquire something valuable. "Are you willing to go?" "I am," he replied. The name Holy Dragon Pool sounded impressive, and he would not let any chance to enhance his abilities slip away. Satisfied with Tuoba Chen's agreement, Tuoba Ming smiled contentedly, and he and Tuoba Yin departed to find accommodations, mentioning that they would come to watch his match the following day. After seeing Tuoba Ming off, Tuoba Chen resumed his training. Although he was curious about the Holy Dragon Feast, he had a competition to prepare for the next day, and maintaining his condition was paramount. The following day, in the same examination venue as the previous day, only the last 8 students of the 3rd year remained who had yet to participate in the assessment. Tuoba Chen spotted Tuoba Ming in the audience. It was heartening to see that his grandfather cared enough to attend the match. Noticing Tuoba Chen's gaze, Tuoba Ming gave him a gesture of encouragement, to which Tuoba Chen responded with a smile. On stage, Qin Ming, unlike the old principal, briefly introduced the competition before declaring it commenced. As before, the finals would also be conducted through a drawing of lots. Qin Ming glanced at the 2 slips of paper in his hand and announced, "In the first match, Dio will face Tuoba Chen." With only 8 participants remaining, there would be no need for 4 platforms. They would face off one by one, allowing for a swift conclusion. Upon hearing his name, Tuoba Chen was somewhat surprised, as it was unexpected to be the first to compete for 2 consecutive days. He was somewhat familiar with his opponent, Dio, a classmate known for his pale complexion and sinister appearance. He had the look of a villain. Dio was peculiar, preferring solitude and avoiding the sun, with a martial spirit that resembled a vampire. Every encounter with Dio reminded him of something unsettling. Dio, upon learning that he would be facing Tuoba Chen, felt indifferent. It was inevitable that they would meet, and losing held little consequence as long as he could remain in Class 1. Once on stage, Dio introduced himself, stating, "I am Dio, my martial spirit is a vampire, and I am an 18th level agility type soul master." Tuoba Chen replied, "I am Tuoba Chen. My martial spirit is the white armored earth dragon, and I am a 22nd level strength type soul master." The two then simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. Upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's yellow and purple soul rings, Tuoba Meng and Tuoba Yin in the audience were astounded. They were aware that mastering the second layer of the dragon transformation art to perfection before reaching level 20 could elevate the age of one's second soul ring to below 1200 years. However, in the entire history of the Holy Dragon Sect, only one person had accomplished this feat, and they never expected Tuoba Chen to have done so as well. Instantly, Tuoba Meng felt an overwhelming joy, regardless of anything else, based solely on the merit of those two soul rings. His grandson deserved a place in this year's Holy Dragon Pool. Facing Tuoba Chen directly, Dio sensed a considerable pressure. Nevertheless, he did not concede defeat immediately. First soul skill, Blood Demon. Upon the utilization of his first soul skill, Dio's hair instantaneously turned a striking white, while a chilling crimson glow emanated from his eyes. His teeth and nails transformed into unnaturally sharp points, rendering him a true embodiment of the legendary vampire. Upon witnessing this, Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of disdain towards Dio's current demeanor. In his past life, he had never been fond of supernatural entities. After all, they were quite unnerving. Thus, he resolved to swiftly conclude this battle. With a swift incantation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Earth Spike. In an instant, 3 colossal stone spikes erupted from the ground, thrusting towards Dio from varying angles. Through relentless practice, he had sharpened his abilities. Although he could still only summon 3 spikes simultaneously, their potency had significantly intensified. Furthermore, the period of post-attack rigidity had decreased from 3 seconds to merely 1. He calculated that, by the time he reached level 27, this rigidness would vanish entirely. Despite Dio's aloof and regal demeanor, his strength was limited. The angles of the 3 spikes were cunningly devised, and ultimately, he managed to evade only 2. The most lethal spike grazed his thigh, leaving a substantial wound. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his leg, Dio's expression darkened. He had anticipated Tuoba Chen's prowess, yet he was taken aback that a single strike could inflict such injury. After successfully wounding Dio's thigh, Tuoba Chen did not relent in his assault. Propelling himself forward with his right leg, he surged towards Dio like a cannonball. He raised his knee, poised to strike, but Dio, being a swift and agile soul master, reacted promptly, raising both hands to deflect the impending blow. Although he managed to block the attack, he was pushed back several paces, his hands tingling from the impact. Remarkably, the wound on his thigh that Tuoba Chen had inflicted had already begun to heal slightly. The audience, including Avalanche and others, watched in astonishment, surprised by Dio's unexpected display of strength, as he typically maintained a low profile. As Tuoba Chen continued to prepare for his attack, Dio raised his hand in surrender. He had no intention of continuing the fight. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, and he was undeniably no match for Tuoba Chen. Upon witnessing the opponent's concession, Tuoba Chen also promptly ceased his advances, showing no intention to prolong the confrontation. Qin Ming, observing the situation, swiftly declared the result of the match. The subsequent bouts were uneventful, as Tuoba Chen once again triumphed over Avalanche in the semifinals and secured victory against Mo Hen in the finals, claiming first place as he always did. The spectators were not surprised by this outcome. However, the fact that Tuoba Chen had now reached level 22 only accentuated the growing chasm between him and the others, leaving them with a sense of helplessness. Watching his grandson claim the championship, Tuoba Ming wore a proud expression, thinking to himself that his grandson was far superior to that boy, Tuoba Haiyun. He could already envision the astonished faces of the old-timers at the Sacred Dragon Banquet upon witnessing his grandson's soul ring configuration. After winning the championship and receiving his accolades, Tuoba Chen informed Meng Iran of his intention to take a leave of absence before departing with Tuoba Meng. Though Tuoba Ming may possess a rough demeanor, he was determined to leave a favorable impression on his grandson during their inaugural journey together. To this end, he had procured a luxurious and exceptionally smooth carriage, intending to ensure that Tuoba Chen's return journey would be as comfortable as possible, especially considering the considerable distance to the Holy Dragon Sect within the Xinghua Empire. A week later, in the bustling Holy Dragon City, Tuoba Chen observed the ordinary citizens around him with a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a more formidable culture reflective of the renowned vigor of the Xinghua Empire, yet the populace appeared rather unassuming. Just as this thought lingered in his mind, he was suddenly drawn to the commotion ahead. Fixing his gaze, he discerned a fruit vendor reprimanding a thief who had pilfered fruit. Not far from the stall, two men had accidentally collided and, unwilling to apologize, had resorted to fisticuffs. Such occurrences were rampant throughout the Xinghua Empire, and Tuoba Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the authenticity of the empire's supposed robust character. Noticing the perplexed expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Tuoba Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. In truth, the chaotic scenes in Holy Dragon City were rather atypical within the broader context of the Xinghua Empire. While other cities also suffered from poor order, none were quite as unruly. However, Tuoba Chen remained unfazed, for he had previously heard tales of the empire's fierce spirit. "Grandfather, let us proceed," he implored, eager to behold the true visage of the Holy Dragon Sect. "Very well, let us go," Tuoba Ming replied. After more than an hour of travel, they arrived at the entrance of the Holy Dragon Sect, which had not yet fallen from grace and was still regarded as one of the lower four sections. The edifice exuded an air of grandeur, marked by two colossal statues of white-armored earth dragons flanking the entrance. The gate, forged from a unique and resilient metal, appeared exceptionally sturdy. At the entrance, two robust outer disciples stood guard, resembling oxen in their physique. Upon Tuoba Ming's arrival, they swiftly approached, one disciple looking up and exclaiming, "Elder Ming, you have returned." "Indeed, I have returned. Please inform the sect master that I have brought my grandson with me," Tuoba Ming replied. The disciple's gaze then shifted to Tuoba Chen, who, after 2 years, had shed his previously androgynous appearance, blossoming into a strikingly handsome young man who evoked immediate fondness. Realizing the significance of this visit, the disciple hurried off to deliver the news, while Tuoba Ming, accompanied by Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Chen, made their way to the inner hall to await the sect master's arrival. Before long, a jovial voice resonated from outside. "Old Ming, I hear you have brought your grandson. Let me have a look." As the words fell, a burly middle-aged man, towering at 2 meters, approached them with great strides. Recognizing the newcomer, Tuoba Ming remarked, "Indeed. This is my grandson," as he gently pushed Tuoba Chen forward. He then explained to Tuoba Chen, "Little Chen, this esteemed gentleman is Tuoba Shi, the current leader of our Sacred Dragon Sect and a dear friend of mine. You may address him as Grandpa Shi." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen quickly responded, "Greetings, Grandpa Shi." "Ha! How delightful, little Chen," Tuoba Shi exclaimed. Within the Sacred Dragon Sect, the majority are muscular warriors, making Tuoba Chen's delicate frame quite rare. Tuoba Shi found his old friend's grandson to be rather endearing, even more so than his own. However, upon observing Tuoba Chen's slender arms and legs, Tuoba Shi speculated that the boy's abilities might be lacking. After all, the disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect typically hone their physical prowess, and even the children exhibit greater robustness than those from ordinary families. Tuoba Chen's appearance suggested a life of arduous training that had perhaps not included sufficient physical exercise. While Tuoba Shi's initial impression of Tuoba Chen was somewhat favorable, Tuoba Ming realized that if he hoped to leverage his own reputation to secure an opportunity for Tuoba Chen to enter the Sacred Dragon Pool, he might face challenges. The Sacred Dragon Sect has always upheld the principle that resources should be allocated to those who are capable, and they would not squander their assets on an unworthy young man. Noticing the contemplation in Tuoba Chen's eyes, Tuoba Ming understood his thoughts and advised, "Little Chen, show Grandpa Tuoba Shi your soul ring." "Ah, of course." Tuoba Chen readily agreed, and soon after, the white-armored earth dragon manifested, with 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, appearing around him. Upon seeing the faint purple soul ring, Tuoba Ming instantly comprehended the situation. He was one of the only 2 individuals in the entire Sacred Dragon Sect who had cultivated the dragon transformation technique to the 7th level, and thus fully grasped the significance of a 1,000-year soul ring. Splendid, delightful, exquisite. Tuoba Shirin repeatedly uttered 3 words of praise, reflecting on how many years it had been since such a prodigy had emerged from the sacred dragon sect. However, upon scrutinizing Tuoba Chen's stature, he pondered whether Tuoba Chen was deliberately suppressing his cultivation of the dragon transformation technique. After all, at merely 8 years of age, Tuoba Chen already stood at a height of 155 centimeters, making him quite a little giant among his peers, albeit he appeared as a mere sprout before Tuoba Shi. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Tuoba Shi inquired, "May I ask, young Chen, how old are you this year?" He genuinely did not know Tuoba Chen's age, and if the young one had surpassed the age of 10, it would indeed be concerning. Frankly, even if he were to break through to the second layer of the dragon transformation technique before reaching level 20, it would hold little significance, for all the time spent in cultivation would be rendered futile, and it would be exceedingly challenging for him to attain the title of a conferred Douluo in the future. "I am 8.5, Tuoba Chen replied candidly. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's response, Tuoba Shi exhaled in relief. At 8.5 years old, achieving level 20 and breaking through to the second layer of the dragon transformation technique was indeed a rarity throughout the illustrious history of the sacred dragon sect. Tuoba Shi, excellent. Xiao Chen, you truly are remarkable. I assure you that as long as you remain with the Holy Dragon Sect, 60% of our resources dedicated to talent cultivation will be invested in you." This promise from Tuoba Shi is not to be taken lightly. Prior to the emergence of Tuoba Chen, this privilege was enjoyed solely by his son, Tuoba Haiyun. Although Tuoba Shi mentioned that he would later align the Holy Dragon Sect with the Spirit Hall, this does not imply that he is a tyrant or oppressive leader. In fact, he is quite fair and does not exploit his position for personal gain. Moreover, in the future, had Tang San and his companions not existed, aligning with the Spirit Hall would indeed have been a prudent choice, given that the Spirit Hall was at its zenith, supported by a legion of soul masters far surpassing those of the 2 great empires, and backed by 2 deities. From any perspective, joining the Spirit Hall at that time was the most advantageous decision, with the sole variable being the emergence of Tang San. However, with someone knowledgeable about history like him present now, while it may be challenging to prevent the Holy Dragon Sect from joining the Spirit Hall, ensuring its safety remains feasible. He had not anticipated any conflict with Bibi Dong or Tang San, nor had he considered assassinating Tang San while he was still young. After all, he is a young man of ideals and aspirations, not one to easily take the life of an innocent person with whom he has no quarrel. Furthermore, given his current rate of advancement, it seems Tang San would struggle to match him. He might even seek out Douluo to procure some celestial herbs and soar to new heights. Tuoba Chen acquiesced to Tuoba Shi's proposal. To refuse would be folly. After all, 60% of the resources of the Sacred Dragon Sect are dedicated to nurturing talent. The mere thought of it is tantalizing. Although he had previously possessed a wealth of cultivation resources, he would not mind acquiring a bit more. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's agreement, Tuoba Shi smiled and said, "Very well. My child, this is your first visit to the Sacred Dragon Sect. I shall have Haiyun show you around, allowing you to become acquainted with your peers. Just wait here for a moment." "Yes, thank you, Grandpa Shi," Tuoba Chen replied. Following this exchange, Tuoba Shi departed with Tuoba Meng and Tuoba Yin. Not long after, in the inner hall, a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, appeared before him. Gazing upon this formidable man, Tuoba Chen surmised that this must be the legendary Tuoba Haiyun. Upon encountering Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Haiyun, bearing a countenance reminiscent of Sima, remarked, "Tuoba Chen? Indeed, it is I. Follow me." With that, he turned and departed. Tuoba Chen trotted eagerly behind his companion, casting a discerning glance at the individual beside him. His initial impression was that this person possessed an intimidating demeanor. Initially, Tuoba Haiyun guided Tuoba Chen to the first attraction of the Shenglong sect, pointing to a colossal edifice in the distance. "That is the enforcement hall," he explained, "a place where the sect administers punishment to disciples who have erred." Tuoba Chen pondered whether it was intentional to introduce the enforcement hall as the first sight. However, he soon realized that Tuoba Haiyun was earnest in his explanations, devoid of any jest, prompting him to listen attentively. As they traversed the grounds, Tuoba Haiyun meticulously detailed each location they passed, responding thoughtfully to any inquiries Tuoba Chen posed, exhibiting no signs of impatience. After approximately half an hour, Tuoba Chen had grasped the general layout of the Shenglong sect and gleaned insights into Tuoba Haiyun's character: serious, earnest, patient, and somewhat naive. Overall, he deemed him a commendable individual, at least not dismissive due to his youth. Ultimately, Tuoba Chen followed Tuoba Haiyun to the final destination, the training arena. There, he observed many youngsters, roughly his age, engaging in various forms of practice. Most were employing standard training methods, while a few appeared to be practicing the second tier of the transformation dragon technique, though they seemed to be in their teenage years. Upon arriving, Tuoba Haiyun remarked, "Well, I have shown you all the places within the Shenglong sect that you may visit. I must now attend to my training. If you require anything, you may seek your grandfather." Just as Tuoba Haiyun was about to depart, he found himself surrounded by the disciples of the training arena. "Greetings, Haiyun. Haiyun has arrived. Everyone, come and see Haiyun." Observing this scene, Tuoba Chen chuckled softly. It seemed this fellow had quite the following. Although Tuoba Haiyun maintained an air of calm and showed no signs of annoyance, he remained rooted in place. Upon closer inspection, Tuoba Chen noted that Haiyun's complexion appeared somewhat flushed. Was he shy? Though initially dismissing the thought as absurd, he found no alternative explanation. Should he come to his aid? After a moment's contemplation, he noticed the deeper blush on Tuoba Haiyun's cheeks and sighed, gradually making his way into the throng. As most present were mere children of 8 or 9 years, and benefiting from his spirit power advantage, he easily navigated to the center of the crowd. "Haiyun," he called out loudly, "didn't the sect leader summon you for something? You should go, don't mind me. I'm already familiar with this place." His voice resonated clearly, drawing the attention of those around, who promptly parted to allow him passage upon hearing that the sect leader required Haiyun's presence. Tuoba Haiyun, understanding the situation, cast a grateful glance at Tuoba Chen before making his way through the crowd. Observing Haiyun's retreating figure, Tuoba Chen couldn't help but smile. It was indeed difficult to envision such a towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall, possessing such shyness. At that moment, all eyes shifted to Tuoba Chen, a face unfamiliar to them, eliciting a sense of curiosity about his identity. Surrounded by a group of exuberant children, he felt a twinge of anxiety, especially knowing that each of these youngsters sported impressive 8-pack abs. "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" queried a boy who stood half a head shorter than him. However, Tuoba Chen chose not to respond. The impudent tone of the boy was intolerable, prompting him to turn away. Suddenly, he felt someone grasping his hand. "I'm talking to you. Don't leave. Are you close with Haiyun Go?" The child insisted, demanding an answer. Although Tuoba Chen generally had a good temperament, it did not imply he would tolerate such insolent provocation from a brat. "Let go," he commanded. Tuoba Chen spoke with an air of indifference. Due to the chilling aura of the cold spirit grass, his expression, devoid of a smile, exuded a frosty demeanor. Thus, in moments of seriousness, he conveyed an unyielding authority. The small child who had grasped his hand was momentarily intimidated, instinctively obeying his command and releasing his grip. Upon relinquishing his hold, Tuoba Chen prepared to depart, feeling no kinship with the group of children. As he turned away, an inexplicable fury surged within Tuoba Yu. Being the son of an elder, it was the first time anyone had treated him so rudely in a public setting. Observing the gazes of those around him, he felt as though they were mocking him, even though they had scarcely paid him heed. In a fit of irrationality, Tuoba Yu launched a punch toward Tuoba Chen's back. As his fist drew nearer to its target, an expression of excitement surfaced on his face. "You will soon witness my prowess," he thought. Sensing the commotion behind him, Tuoba Chen swiftly turned and delivered a precise punch to Tuoba Yu's chin, resulting in a tooth flying from his mouth. Tuoba Yu crouched on the ground, clutching his mouth in agony, while Tuoba Chen merely cast him a fleeting glance before departing. Such an ill-mannered brat would inevitably face consequences, whether or not he chose to intervene. The excruciating pain in Tuoba Yu's mouth was almost unbearable, yet it was the gazes of those around him that tormented him even more. He had always been a person of great pride, considering himself second only to Tuoba Haiyun among the younger generation in terms of talent. Now, he found himself humiliated. Having lost a tooth to a seemingly delicate young man with a single punch, such disgrace was intolerable. Struggling against the pain, he shouted, "You scoundrel! What is your name?" "My grandfather is the 4th elder. Return and kneel before me to apologize, or I shall not let you off lightly." Tuoba Chen paid no heed to the words, continuing on his way. Engaging with someone who was utterly illogical, seeking trouble without reason, and self-centered was akin to arguing with oneself. What good would it do to summon the 4th elder? Chapter 58. exaggerated treatment leaving the martial arts arena. Tuoba, Chen made his way to the residence arranged for him by Tuoba Shi. Though not far from the arena, he had only briefly glanced at it upon arrival and had yet to truly observe his living environment. However, given that his grandfather was the Grand Elder, it was unlikely to be subpar. Upon reaching his residence, he beheld a quaint little courtyard. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a tidy open space. To the left, various training apparatuses were neatly arranged, while the right side displayed an array of weapons. Straight ahead stood a rather unassuming house. Seeing this, Tuoba Chen nodded in approval. It was satisfactory. He was not disappointed, for this indeed resembled a dwelling befitting a soul master trained in external cultivation at the Sacred Dragon Sect. Although simple in appearance, it was well equipped with everything one might need. After a circumnavigation of the house, he prepared a bucket of water in the bathroom and placed the necessary medicinal herbs inside, readying for the medicinal bath he would utilize after his training. He then stepped into his private little space to commence his practice. Midway through a set of dragon-shaped exercises, the gate to his courtyard was suddenly flung open. Instinctively, he turned to see the visitor, and Tuoba Haiyan also glanced in his direction. At that moment, Tuoba Chen maintained his flying dragon in the sky posture, his gaze fixed upon Tuoba Haiyan. Observing the perplexed expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Tuoba Haiyan slowly raised his right hand, pointing to the soul-guiding artifact on his finger, and spoke, "Training materials." Having spoken, he approached his side and released the contents of the soul-guiding device. Instantly, a mound of medicinal herbs, resembling a small hill, accumulated before Tuoba Chen. Once he had delivered the goods, he departed, leaving Tuoba Chen standing in a daze. The heap of herbs before him was largely familiar: black moongrass, silverwood flower, blue radiant stone. Nearly all were top-tier medicinal materials, totaling approximately 30 portions, sufficient for his cultivation for a month. Far superior to the set of herbs he had previously utilized. He estimated the value of these herbs to be at least 80,000 gold coins, indicating that the monthly expenditure of the Sacred Dragon Sect on his medicinal baths alone amounted to this sum, not to mention the additional resources. Gazing at the herbs, Tuoba Chen found himself less exhilarated than he had anticipated. Instead, he felt a weighty pressure. This was, after all, 60% of the sect's resources allocated for the younger generation's cultivation. On his very first visit to the Sacred Dragon Sect, he had merely showcased the results of his transformation technique and had garnered the attention of the sect leader. It seemed that the sect had indeed been lacking in talent in recent years. It was rumored that Tuoba Shi had awakened his martial soul with innate soul power at level 9, and his grandfather had also been at level 9. Yet among their generation, not a single individual had achieved such a level. Moreover, the white armor earth dragon martial soul cultivated slowly and required a portion of time to practice the transformation technique, leading Tuoba Shi to feel somewhat as though he were placing all his bets on a single throw. If one among the youth could emerge as a titled Douluo, it would at least secure the position of the Sacred Dragon Sect among the lower 4 sections. Subsequently, Tuoba Haiyan produced a slip of paper and began to explain the usage of the herbs to him slowly. He refrained from disclosing that he was the one who had previously enjoyed such treatment, for reasons unknown. When he had just heard from his father that the sect's cultivation resources would be tilted towards Tuoba Chen, he felt a sense of relief, not due to a lack of desire to cultivate, but rather the inability to bear such immense pressure. Observing the solemn expression on Tuoba Chen's face, Tuoba Haiyan understood his thoughts, opened his mouth as if to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he settled on a simple encouragement: "Do your best." After speaking, he departed, leaving Tuoba Chen alone to gaze at the herbs in a daze. However, Tuoba Chen quickly came to a realization: he was a transmigrator, the protagonist of legend. If he could not succeed, who else could? With this thought in mind, he promptly followed the instructions given by Tuoba Yunhai and prepared a fresh bucket of medicinal bath, then returned to resume his cultivation. Before commencing his training, he selected a fruit known as the infinite fruit from the array of herbs and consumed it in 2 or 3 bites. This fruit was imbued with abundant energy, suitable only for raw consumption and not for infusion into the medicinal bath. Its purpose was straightforward: upon ingestion, the energy it contained would gradually permeate the host's entire body during cultivation, aiding in the fortification of the host's physique. The infinite fruit could be considered the most precious among the array of cultivation materials, priced at 2,000 gold soul coins per piece. However, For holders of the highest tier membership card from the Seven Treasures Merchant Guild, it could be acquired for just 1,500 coins. Previously, Tuoba Chen had found it too expensive to indulge in, but now he could utilize such high-grade herbs for cultivation daily. After consuming a single fruit, Tuoba Chen completed 3 sets of dragon form exercises before he paused and entered the meticulously prepared high-grade medicinal bath. The moment he submerged himself, he experienced a peculiar sensation. Unlike the refreshing feeling from his previous baths, this one, derived from high-quality herbs, was remarkably viscous. It felt as though he had plunged into a vast mass of slime. Simultaneously, as he began his cultivation, he noticed not only the restoration of his bodily depletions but also an enhancement in his cultivation speed. If his previous Songlong Gong had elevated his pace from 1 to 1.5, now his cultivation speed soared to 2. Moreover, he could distinctly sense the gradual enhancement of his skin, flesh, bones, marrow, and organs. A sense of concern began to creep in. Would these herbs be overly nourishing? After absorption, he would undoubtedly be brimming with energy. What if he couldn't sleep at night? Would he have to cultivate through the night? After worrying, however, joy followed. With so many resources for cultivation at his disposal, if he still could not surpass Tang San, he might as well resign himself to fate. It took a full 4 hours to completely absorb these resources, and upon completion, he enjoyed a nutritious meal tailored to the Sect's standards. After all, as a key cultivation target of the Sect, his meals have been upgraded to consist solely of century-old soul beast meat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, with a serving of Millennium Soul beast meat reserved for the weekends. It is said that even Tuoba, she does not enjoy such treatment. As he chewed on the unidentifiable soul beast jerky in his hand, Tuoba Chen could not help but lament that the life of the affluent is indeed dull and monotonous. Why is it that each time he feels he has indulged in enough luxury, the heavens must remind him of his reality? Tuoba Chen expresses a profound aversion to such extravagance and, in order to spare others from experiencing similar discomfort, resolves to bear it alone. The jerky is truly delightful. Chapter 59. Cousins. Afterward, Tuoba Chen practiced diligently until late into the night, finally succumbing to sleep. It was not that he was genuinely fatigued. Rather, he considered that at his tender age, it would be wise to reserve some sleep time, lest he hinder his growth. Meanwhile, Tuoba Yu, who had just returned to his residence after losing a front tooth to Tuoba Chen's punch, noticed that the small courtyard across from him, which had long been unoccupied, was now illuminated. Curiosity piqued, he pondered the implications. There are a total of 15 such courtyards here, inhabited by the 14 grandchildren of 8 elders and Tuoba Yunhai. The light in the small courtyard across signified that a descendant of one of the elders had moved in. Although intrigued, he decided to wait until the following day to pay a visit, as it was rather late to introduce himself to new neighbors. He had just consulted his grandfather regarding Tuoba Chen, whom he did not yet know by name, but could easily identify by his appearance. After all, the children of the Holy Dragon sect generally possess a stout and sturdy demeanor, and there are very few, if any, who resemble Tuoba Chen. With this thought in mind, he lay down to sleep. However, due to the lingering pain in his mouth, he tossed and turned for quite some time before finally drifting off. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, Tuoba Chen awoke. The medicinal herbs he had consumed the previous day were rather potent, leaving him with an excess of energy that rendered him restless. Rather than attempting to sleep, he decided to rise and exercise. He retrieved a weighted training suit from his dragon fall, which he had not worn in a long while, as the difficulty of practicing the dragon form technique had previously deterred him. Now, it appeared that the training suit would serve a purpose once more. Once donned, Tuoba Chen felt a slight increase in weight, but given his current physical strength compared to the past, he was no longer in the same league. However, this was merely the initial sensation. He anticipated a distinctly different experience once he began his training with the suit. As he sweated profusely from his morning exercises, a sudden knock on the courtyard door caught his attention. "Is anyone there?" "I am Tuoba Yu, your neighbor." The voice from outside seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not place it. Approaching the door, he opened it to find a child standing before him, missing a front tooth. "Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Yu." The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward, and after a considerable pause, Tuoba Yu let out a huff before departing. Observing the retreating figure, one couldn't help but wonder if this mischievous child had come merely for a visit. He scratched his head, realizing that the boy didn't seem as intolerable as he had initially thought. Perhaps his action of knocking out the other's front tooth yesterday had been somewhat excessive. Nonetheless, he felt no inclination to pursue an apology. There was no way he would concede fault. After all, it was the other party's fault for not making a preemptive strike. Yes, Tuoba Chun reflected in this manner. Nightfall. Tuoba Chun, weary yet invigorated, stepped into the medicinal bath. To be candid, it had been quite some time since he felt such exhaustion. However, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him as he realized he had completely assimilated the boundless fruit. The toll it took was a searing pain in his arm with every slight movement. Nevertheless, the sacrifice was undeniably worthwhile. Given his current pace of cultivation, he could sense his physical strength augmenting at an observable rate. Consequently, the capacity of his body to harbor soul power would increase. For a sturdier vessel enables a tighter compression of soul energy. Through this iterative process, the longevity of his next soul ring would undoubtedly be elevated, though the exact extent remained uncertain. However, he could enlist Tuoba Ming's assistance to ascertain the limits of his endurance, thereby clarifying the duration of the soul ring he could withstand. Of course, a minor drawback accompanied this advancement. The soul power required for his upgrades increased. Yet, this was a trivial concern. With abundant resources for cultivation, his overall training speed had indeed accelerated. 6 days later, within the Sacred Dragon Sect, individuals flowed in and out of the main hall, seemingly preparing for some undertaking. Tuoba Chen pushed open the unadorned wooden door, stepping out of the small courtyard for the first time in 6 days. During this interval, he had not squandered a single moment. Meals were delivered, clothes were laundered, and aside from his training, he had no responsibilities to ponder. Coincidentally, as he ventured outside, he encountered the little rascal whose front tooth he had knocked out with a single punch. Tuoba Chun was somewhat taken aback. It was just past 5 o'clock, and the dawn was barely breaking. Observing the child's demeanor, it appeared he was bound for the training grounds, surprising Tuoba Chun with his industriousness. Upon encountering Tuoba Chun, Tuoba Yu swiftly turned to depart. Over the past few days, he had come to understand the identity of the young boy before him. The grandson of the esteemed elder Tuoba Ming, this prodigy had, at the tender age of 8, already transcended the second level of the transformation dragon technique, marking him as a figure of even greater significance than his own brother, Tuoba Yun, though still in his youth and of modest rank. The sect was now wholeheartedly nurturing him, and it was merely a matter of time before he surpassed Tuoba Yun. Tuoba Yun now regretted his previous ambush on Tuoba Chen, and upon seeing him today, he hastily turned to flee. Observing this reaction, Tuoba Chun had no intention of pursuing him with taunts. The child likely understood the gravity of his fear. Reflecting on this, he reminded himself to be more gentle in his future encounters, lest he inadvertently cause another loss of a front tooth. With these thoughts in mind, he strolled towards the grand hall, where a capable elder was orchestrating the arrangements for the sacred dragon feast. Upon noticing Tuoba Chen's arrival, the elder paid him no heed, not due to ignorance of his identity, but because he was Tuoba Yu's grandfather, the fourth elder of the sacred dragon sect. Tuoba Jun. Although Tuoba Chun was indeed a talented individual, it was understandable that the elder harbored ill feelings towards him after the incident involving his grandson's tooth. Having lingered for only a short while, Tuoba Chun soon found himself growing bored. What was he even doing here? Wandering about offered no opportunity for cultivation. It would be far better to return to his training. However, just as he turned to leave, he noticed 3 small figures peeking from behind the doors of the hall, their heads barely visible. Approaching them, he startled the trio. Standing before them, Tuoba Chen inquired, "Who are you, and why are you spying on me?" Yet, the little ones were not intimidated. After all, he was merely an 8-year-old child himself, and his charming visage did not betray any malevolent intent, making it easy for young ones to warm to him. "We are your cousins," spoke the eldest boy among them, who appeared slightly older. Yes, your cousins," chimed in the little girl beside him. "Cousins," echoed the youngest boy. "Cousins, you say? It seems my father has more siblings than I realized." With this thought, he asked, "What do you seek from me?" Yes, Mother sent us to find you," the trio exclaimed in unison. "Indeed, Mother is looking for you," they reiterated. Tuoba Chen raised an eyebrow at their synchronized response. He surmised that their mother was likely his aunt, though he wondered what she wanted. Nevertheless, knowing she would not intend him harm, he replied, "Very well. Lead the way." "Okay," the 3 responded together. "Because it bestowed a VIP intelligent book cover design scroll upon me, I felt it would be a waste not to utilize it, hence I changed the cover." Chapter 60. Creating My Own Soul Technique. Subsequently, They took Tang Bachen's hand and led him towards the residence of the steward. The direct descendants of the sacred dragon sect each possessed their own quarters, and the steward is no exception. From a distance, he spotted his father engaged in conversation with a rather robust young woman. If all went as anticipated, that woman ought to be his aunt. As expected, upon seeing her, the three little ones immediately dashed over. The young woman swiftly scooped each of the children into her embrace. Upon seeing him, Tuoba Yin immediately greeted, "Xiao Chun, this is your aunt, your father's sister. Xiaoyu, this is my son. What do you think? Handsome, isn't he?" After Tuoba Yin finished speaking, Tuoba Yu nodded. Indeed. Tuoba Chun was quite handsome. "Hello, aunt," Tuoba Chun said politely. "Greetings, little Chun," she replied, affectionately patting his head. Feeling the warmth on his scalp, Tuoba Chun was somewhat displeased. In his hometown, there was a superstition that head patting stunted growth. In his previous life, he stood at a mere 159 centimeters. He recalled an instance during a military recruitment when he met all the other criteria, yet ultimately fell short due to his height, as the army required a minimum of 160 centimeters. This incident had left him with lingering insecurities regarding his stature. He hoped that in this life, he might grow a bit taller. Thus, he held a strong aversion to the act of having his head touched. Nonetheless, upon observing the impressive biceps of his aunt, Tuoba Chen chose to acquiesce. Upon witnessing this, Tuoba Yin chuckled softly and remarked, "All right, Xiaoyu, cease petting Chinner. He does not appreciate such gestures." With that, Tuoba Yu withdrew his hand. Subsequently, Tuoba Yin continued, "This summer, you shall study soul power control under your aunt." Soul power control? To be candid, Tuoba Chen's current proficiency in controlling soul power is already quite commendable. He is even capable of altering the manner in which he employs his soul skills, having reached the level of creating his own techniques. After all, having been tutored by Qin Ming for 2.5 years, he is no fool. It is inconceivable that he would lack the ability to manage soul power. Nevertheless, Tuoba Yin persisted in his monologue, saying, "As white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters, we often squander excessive soul power during the usage of soul skills due to the abundance within us. Thus, it is imperative that we learn to control our soul power to sustain ourselves in battle. In this regard, your aunt possesses far greater talent than I. Under her guidance, your progress will be swift." Upon hearing the words of Tuoba Yin, Tuoba Chun found himself at a loss for how to respond. His mastery over soul power had already reached an exceptional level. However, in order to ensure that his cultivation progress remained uninterrupted, he ultimately declined the offer. "My apologies, dear aunt, but I believe my control over soul power is sufficient, and further study may not be necessary." The unexpected refusal from Tuoba Chun took both Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Yu by surprise. Tuoba Yin made it clear that Tuoba Chen could not refuse anything related to cultivation. Did he not realize the advantages that come from mastering soul force control? However, before Tuoba Yin could speak, Tuoba Yu interjected, saying, "Xiao Chun, if that is the case, I shall not force you." Tuoba Yu's tone was evidently displeased. At the Holy Dragon Sect, numerous juniors sought her guidance, yet she could hardly be bothered. If it were not for the fact that he was her elder brother's child, she would have been indifferent. Upon hearing Tuoba Yu's tone, Tuoba Chun understood that she had misunderstood him. To avoid any unnecessary misconceptions, he decided to offer an explanation. "Aunt, please do not be upset. It is not that I do not wish to learn from you, but rather that I have already mastered the method of controlling soul force. Hence I do not want to trouble you." Tuoba Yin was somewhat taken aback by Tuoba Chen's response, as he was unaware of his son's situation at school. In his understanding, achieving such results at this age must have required considerable effort, leaving no extra time for delving into soul force control. Tuoba Yu shared a similar sentiment. Seeing their expressions, it was evident that they were skeptical. Tuoba Chun sighed and declared, "Let me demonstrate." They were eager to ascertain the truth of his claims. Although he stood before a soul emperor and a soul saint, Tuoba Chun felt no anxiety. Over the past 2 years at the academy, he had nearly perfected the application of his first soul skill, experimenting with every conceivable use. Martial soul, possession, he proclaimed, and 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, materialized around him. Tuoba Yu's eyes widened at the sight of this extraordinary combination of soul rings. Though she had heard of it before, witnessing it firsthand was a first, and it inevitably piqued her curiosity. Earth Spike. Without any warning, Tuoba Chun unleashed the Earth Spike skill upon the training dummy in Tuoba Yu's courtyard. Instantly, 3 robust and sharp spikes pierced the dummy with great force. Perhaps due to the dummy's sturdiness, the spikes did not penetrate it, but the contact produced a piercing metallic screech. Observing this, Tuoba nodded. To execute such a powerful earth spike at merely level 22 was indeed impressive. However, achieving this was not particularly challenging. One merely needed to channel more soul force into the technique. If Tuoba Chen's mastery of soul force was merely this, she would feel somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, Tuoba Chen showed no intention of dismissing his martial soul possession. Clearly, he intended to showcase more than this. Taking a deep breath, Tuoba Chen's first soul ring glowed once more, but this time the name of the skill he uttered was different. Earth collapse. After speaking, the earth beneath the Iron Man suddenly became alarmingly soft, causing the heavy figure to sink rapidly, leaving only its head protruding. Witnessing this scene, both Tuoba and his sister were taken aback, realizing that Tuoba Chen had indeed reached such heights in his soul techniques during their 2 years at the academy. However, Tuoba Chen's performance was far from over. He commanded the soil to lift the Iron Man back to the surface, and then proclaimed, "Earth burial." With that, the earth surrounding the Iron Man surged upward, swiftly enveloping it, and sealing it away in an impenetrable embrace. Earth spike assault. The principle behind the use of earth spikes lies in altering the structural integrity of the ground. Over the past 2 years, he had transformed his initial soul technique into something akin to earth evasion, enabling him to manipulate the very structure of the earth to a considerable extent. After demonstrating several more skills, he retracted his martial soul, for what he had showcased was sufficient to prove his adept control over his soul power. Turning around, he found both of them regarding him with a serious expression. Tuoba, with a solemn expression, inquired, "Xiao Chun, just how many of your self-created soul techniques have you mastered?" His tone was earnest. He believed he understood his son well. Yet the talents exhibited by the latter surpassed his expectations, to a degree that left him feeling unfamiliar with his own offspring. In response to Tuoba Chen's inquiry, he replied nonchalantly, "A total of 17 types, which I have collectively named Earth Escape." Although Tuoba was unaware of what Earth Escape entailed, he refrained from probing further, feeling that excessive questioning would render him tedious. Conversely, Tuoba Chen's aunt displayed even greater excitement than Tuoba. She playfully locked her arm around Tuoba Chen's neck and exclaimed, "What a remarkable young man. Truly the son of your father. It seems my previous intention to teach you was somewhat unnecessary. Your mastery of soul energy control likely surpasses even our own. You are indeed impressive, my boy." The words spoken by Tuoba were not mere modesty. The mastery of soul power is inherently tied to one's talent. Some individuals may dedicate their entire lives to honing their skills yet achieve little, while others may grasp it within mere days. It is evident that Tuoba Chen possesses a remarkable aptitude in this regard. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen engaged in conversation with Tuoba and was successfully persuaded to assist her in caring for her children. After spending an entire day together, he learned the names of the 3 little ones. The eldest is named Tuoba Ri, the second Tuoba and the youngest Tuoba Xing. Sun, moon, and stars. How convenient for their parents in naming. As the sun descended, the sacred dragon feast finally commenced. The sacred dragon sect was aglow with lights. For this grand event occurs once every decade, drawing all direct disciples of the sect to partake in the festivities. At this moment, everyone was in their designated places. Sitting at the highest point, Tuoba raised his chalice, downing its contents in one swift motion, before declaring the commencement of the sacred dragon feast. A jubilant cheer erupted from the crowd, for the uniqueness of this occasion lay in the fact that all the food served was from the flesh of century-old soul beasts, and the beverages were exquisite concoctions crafted from rare herbs. Ordinary outer disciples, who seldom encountered such luxuries, eagerly indulged themselves in the feast. Amidst the revelry, Tuoba Chen felt somewhat out of place, not from pretense, but simply because he had recently dined on the meat of millennium-old soul beasts. However, with everyone gathered, he felt it inappropriate to be absent. The sacred dragon battle was to be held on the final day, and he had heard whispers of additional activities taking place over the next 2 days. Though uncertain of what these events might entail, he deemed it prudent to participate. After all, there was little to lose. 3 hours later, as the guests had their fill of food and drink, as Tuoba observed that the crowd had nearly finished their meal, he rose and proclaimed, "It appears that everyone has dined sufficiently. I shall now announce the commencement of the first day's festivities of the Sacred Dragon Banquet, the Beast Battle. Following his declaration, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience, which undeniably attested to Tuoba Shi's commanding presence. Subsequently, the attendants began to direct the crowd to step back, forming a large circle, within which each attendant stood guard at intervals, seemingly to protect the spectators. Tuoba Chen then noticed, in the distance, a cage being slowly pushed forward. His keen eyesight quickly discerned the creature confined within. It was a winged leopard, a soul beast renowned for its swiftness. Judging by its size, it was at least a century-old soul beast. The sight of the emerging soul beast instilled a sense of unease among the attendees. They feared they might be pitted against this winged leopard. Many among them were still first-ring soul masters, their soul rings having been procured with the assistance of their elders, leaving them with little first-hand combat experience against soul beasts. Gazing at the 2-meter-long winged leopard within the cage, they felt trepidation. In contrast, Tuoba Chen remained unfazed, having encountered soul beasts even prior to obtaining his first soul ring. His 2 excursions to the Sunset Forest had involved battles with soul beasts before finding his target, and through years of study, he had become well acquainted with the characteristics of most soul beasts. Indeed, the winged leopard was among the elite in terms of speed, with only a handful of soul beasts posing a challenge to it in this regard. However, it was not without its flaws. While its explosive power was formidable, its stamina was lacking. If it could not dispatch its opponent within 20 minutes, it would likely succumb to fatigue. Although the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters were primarily offensive in nature, their defensive capabilities were, in fact, superior to their attack power, and their soul energy was robust. Generally, when ordinary Soul Masters faced off against the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters, they would find themselves in a protracted struggle, often destined to be worn down unless they possessed a decisive strike. Thus, the winged leopard should not pose an insurmountable challenge for them, as the attributes of the white-armored Earth Dragon inherently countered the winged leopard in direct combat. Moreover, this particular winged leopard appeared considerably leaner than its typical counterparts, suggesting a state of weakness due to prolonged starvation. While hunger might incite a beast's ferocity, it would still significantly impact its physical condition. It was likely that this winged leopard would exhaust itself within a quarter of an hour of combat, its explosive strength diminished. However, it was evident that the other peers within the sect lacked Tuoba Chen's extensive knowledge, and panic had begun to set in among them. Tuoba Shi, after witnessing this winged leopard, you should have comprehended the essence of the beast battle. Indeed, the beast battle entails engaging in combat with century-old soul beasts. At this point, the expressions of the younger generation in the audience turned pale. However, Tuoba Shi continued, there is no need for concern. The decision to participate in the beast battle rests entirely with you. Furthermore, should you choose to partake, we can guarantee your safety. This winged leopard has not consumed food for a week and is exceedingly weak. Naturally, its hunger has rendered it quite irritable. As long as you do not fear the prospect of a normal confrontation, the price of sustaining minor injuries is certainly worth the victory over it. Moreover, should any extraordinary circumstances arise, there are 11 soul saints present to protect you. I assure you, your lives will be in no jeopardy. After Tuoba Shi concluded his words, the atmosphere among the crowd notably lightened, for the absence of imminent peril afforded them a sense of reassurance. While they were not entirely deterred from proceeding, an unspoken hesitation lingered, preventing anyone from taking the initiative. Just as Tuoba Chen was preparing to step forward, Tuoba Yu unexpectedly declared, I shall go first. With that proclamation, he resolutely stepped forth. Tuoba Chen was somewhat taken aback upon seeing this fellow, not expecting that this mischievous child possessed a modicum of courage. Tuoba Yu gazed at his companions, who looked at him with eyes full of admiration. A sense of pride swelled within him. Although he was merely 8 years old, he had already reached the impressive level of 18. Within the esteemed Shenglong sect, this represented a remarkable pace of advancement, especially considering the challenges they faced in leveling up compared to others. Tuoba Shi cast a glance of admiration at his counterpart. Although Tuoba Yu exhibited a hint of arrogance, he undeniably possessed the confidence that justified such pride. Chapter 62. The giant hyena. With the entrance of Tuoba Yu, the winged leopard was also released from its cage. The surrounding attendants conjured a protective barrier with their soul power to safeguard the younger generation present. Facing the formidable winged leopard, Tuoba Yu felt a twinge of nervousness. Despite his earlier bravado, the terrifying aura emanating from the soul beast was now palpable. Noticing the slight tremor in Tuoba Yu's legs, Tuoba Chen shook his head. Given the winged leopard's current state of weakness, if this young man were to overcome his anxiety, he stood a good chance of defeating the beast. However, excessive trepidation could significantly diminish his odds of victory. Since he was already on stage, Tuoba had no choice but to proceed. Steeling himself, he declared, "First soul skill, bone sword." Upon uttering these words, a long sword made of bone materialized in his grasp, instilling him with a newfound sense of assurance. Chen observed with surprise as the young man's soul power manifested such an intriguing weapon. The capabilities of soul masters never ceased to amaze. Though he pondered the quality of this weapon crafted from soul energy, the winged leopard regarded the diminutive opponent before it, its eyes glinting with a menacing red light. Hunger gnawed at it, yet it had not entirely succumbed to madness. The formidable soul masters surrounding them were far too powerful, and it seemed that only this small contender could provide a challenge. With that thought, the winged leopard launched a swift and unhesitating assault on Tuoba. The ensuing scene unveiled the true potential of the weapon forged by the soul skill, leaving Chen in awe of its capabilities. As Tuoba observed the movements of the winged leopard, he brandished his bone sword, summoning all his strength to withstand the creature's assault. The winged leopard's claws grazed the blade, leaving merely a shallow groove. However, upon a gentle touch from Tuoba, the groove seamlessly restored itself. Indeed, it was remarkably resilient. And as long as there was soul energy, any damage could be mended at will. Chen began to grasp the concept behind weapons forged through soul techniques. Following this initial strike that had missed its mark, the winged leopard pressed on with its attacks, fully aware that it could not vanquish its opponent in a single blow. Emboldened by having repelled the creature's advance, Tuoba began to reassess the threat level of the soul beast. It did not appear as fearsome as he had anticipated. Aside from its swiftness, its offensive capabilities were rather mediocre. Before long, both combatants found themselves locked in a protracted battle, just as Chen had surmised. After a quarter of an hour, the winged leopard's onslaught began to wane, while Tuoba remained agile and composed. Ultimately, 20 minutes into the skirmish, Tuoba thrust his sword through the winged leopard's throat. In that instant, as the bone sword penetrated the creature's form, Chen distinctly observed the sudden emergence of numerous barbs along the blade. With a swift pull, Tuoba exacerbated the wound, causing the winged leopard to collapse instantly. The surrounding clansmen erupted in applause for his triumph. Basking in the adulation of his peers, Tuoba felt a profound sense of fulfillment, while she announced, "Tuoba has successfully completed the challenge, earning 100 personal points." Upon hearing Tuoba's declaration, Tuoba experienced a surge of delight. He had initially believed it to be merely a compulsory display, unaware that it would yield rewards in the form of Sect points. The disciples residing within the Sect accumulated points monthly, which could be utilized to procure various items. Outer disciples received 10 points each month, inner disciples earned 20, and core disciples garnered 50 points. Although Tuoba was a core disciple, this 100 points equated to 2 months' worth of accrued points, sufficient to exchange for numerous valuable items. While the crowd envied Tuoba's achievement, Chen recognized the formidable power of weapons forged through soul techniques. As for rewards, he had an abundance of training resources each month, thus he paid little heed to the matter of accolades. Swiftly, the carcass of the winged leopard was removed, and Chen faintly perceived it being directed toward the kitchens. However, his focus was not on the fate of the winged leopard's remains. Rather, the more pressing concern was the emergence of the second soul beast. Observing the new adversary, a gigantic hyena, specifically one that had lived for 200 years, Chen remained disinterested in stepping onto the stage. For others, this giant hyena might present a formidable challenge, yet for Chen, it was merely a 200-year-old soul beast. Perhaps only a creature over 500 years old would pique his interest sufficiently to engage in combat. Distinctly recalled that the bite force of a hyena surpasses that of a lion. Although the term hyena contains the word dog, it is, in fact, a member of the Felidae family, merely resembling a canine in appearance. The reason for its superior bite force compared to that of a lion, yet its inability to overpower one, lies primarily in the disparity of size and the configuration of their canines. In terms of size, while hyenas are generally larger than leopards, they still fall slightly short when compared to lions. The potency of a bite is determined by the structure of the molars, yet during combat, it is the canines that truly matter. The formidable canines of apex predators like lions grant them the ability to effortlessly dispatch hyenas. However, the colossal hyena before them was significantly larger than most spirit beasts of the lion or tiger variety, suggesting that its strength was likely far superior, especially compared to the previous winged leopard. To his surprise, instead of a hush falling over the crowd, the moment the giant hyena appeared, the atmosphere erupted into excitement. "I want to challenge the second spirit beast. Get out of the way. Let me try. I want to give it a shot too." Observing this scene, shook his head, bemused by the naivety of these youngsters. The 200-year-old giant hyena stretched an impressive 4 meters in length, a clear indication of its superiority over the earlier winged leopard. However, when he cast his gaze upon, he noticed this individual stifling a laugh. In an instant, comprehended the underlying truth. During his last visit to the library he had observed that, aside from a few adults, there were scarcely any children present. It seemed these youngsters had little interest in reading, resulting in a significant lack of understanding regarding spirit beasts. If this battle could impart the importance of knowledge about spirit beasts, then enduring a few minor injuries would be justified. With this thought, smiled, recognizing that first-hand experience was indeed the best teacher. Ultimately, the challenger of the giant hyena was a 9-year-old boy. Although this boy was a year older than the previous, he too was at the 18th level, albeit with a slower progression in the first tier of the dragon transformation technique. Nevertheless, their overall strength was comparable. As he entered the arena, the giant hyena was released from its cage. Instantly, the boy felt an overwhelming pressure that took his breath away. The moment the colossal creature was unleashed, it charged towards him with ferocity. Caught off guard by this formidable rival, he had no time to react before being whisked away by a steward. The spot he had just occupied was promptly filled by the gaping maw of the giant hyena. The recently rescued disciple cast a lingering glance at the imposing creature on stage, while the surrounding youths fell into a momentary silence, the air thick with an eerie stillness. The contender who had just ascended the platform possessed considerable strength, ranking among the top 10 in their group. Aside from a select few soul masters who have surpassed level 20 and Tuoba, there are truly few peers who can rival him. His defeat has left many astonished. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba feigned seriousness and remarked, "Is there no one left? Just a moment ago, everyone was so enthusiastic. Why have you all wilted at the slightest setback? It is merely a 200-year-old giant hyena. Tuoba foam, you had every opportunity to triumph over it. Yet you underestimated the challenge, taking the stage without even unleashing your martial soul. You deserve to lose. And what about you all? Do you lack the courage to even attempt? If you dedicated yourselves to your studies each day, you should be well aware of the giant hyena's weaknesses." Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of shame, especially Tuoba Foam, who wished he could vanish into the ground. In truth, Tuoba's words bore a hint of insincerity. This giant hyena, having only been starved for 2 days compared to the previous winged leopard, retained much of its strength and could easily breach the defenses of their white armor earth dragon soul masters. However, in an effort to encourage them, he spoke thus. For without engaging in such battles, their growth would be significantly stunted. After a prolonged wait, a second challenger finally emerged. Unlike the previous contender, this individual was a 21st rank Great Soul Master, though only 10 years of age. His earlier reluctance to compete was not born of fear, but rather a lack of interest in battling a 200-year-old soul beast. It was only when he observed that no one else was stepping forward that he decided to make his entrance. Upon witnessing this new challenger approach the giant hyena, Tuoba felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped the giant hyena would face several more disciples before being sent to the kitchen. Due to the challenger being a great soul master, the 200-year-old giant hyena was ultimately no match and met its demise with a snapped neck. Observing this, Tuoba furrowed his brow, realizing that it was unlikely for any soul master below level 20 to step forward now. He then exchanged a few words with the attendant beside him. Soon after announcing the rewards, the third soul beast was presented. Upon seeing it, Chen's eyes narrowed. It was a 500-year-old giant toothed golden leopard. Gazing at the 3-meter-long creature within its iron cage, Chen's demeanor grew serious. This beast was unlike the previous winged leopard. By strict comparison, the former was akin to a cheetah from the original world, the very epitome of shame among wild felines. Conversely, the giant toothed golden leopard bore resemblance to a leopard, yet its prowess exceeded that of the cheetah, even surpassing that of the spotted hyena. The sect leader was indeed cunning. He first sent forth the relatively weaker winged leopard. Once it was defeated, he deliberately increased the difficulty by introducing the stronger giant hyena. After its defeat, he feigned disappointment and unleashed the giant-toothed golden leopard, which bore a striking resemblance to the winged leopard, misleading them into believing that all leopard-type soul beasts were feeble, while in truth, the formidable giant-toothed golden leopard was set to challenge them. Indeed, a young soul master had already fallen for the ruse, eagerly stepping onto the stage upon the appearance of the leopard-type soul beast. Tuoba Chen sighed, remarking that soul masters ought to read extensively, otherwise, they might remain oblivious to the strength of their adversaries, leaving them unaware of how their demise might unfold in the future. Tuoba, she had not anticipated the arrival of challengers who had yet to reach the great soul master level. To be candid, he did not possess as many thoughts as Tuoba Chen had surmised. He merely dispatched soul beasts in a sequential order from weakest to strongest. However, he was taken aback to discover that the disciples within his sect could not even distinguish between the winged leopard and the giant-toothed golden leopard. As anticipated, 3 seconds later, the young soul master was rescued by an elder. This time, the crowd had a clearer understanding of the giant-toothed golden leopard's prowess. Although its speed did not rival that of the winged leopard, its melee capabilities were overwhelmingly superior, and this was, after all, a 500-year-old soul beast. Tuoba Chen glanced around and noticed that no one dared to ascend the arena. Thus, he took the initiative to step forward. A spirit beast that had existed for 5 centuries indeed warranted a battle with him. As he made his entrance, he captivated the attention of all present. The elders in attendance were well aware of his existence. Being one of the 2 individuals in the history of the Holy Dragon Sect to have transcended the second layer of the transformation of the dragon before reaching level 20. The younger generation recognized him as well, recalling the incident at the martial arts arena when he had knocked out Tuoba Yu's Fong with a single punch. Despite the intense scrutiny, Tuoba Chen remained remarkably composed, having been the center of attention daily at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. He had long since acclimatized to such an overwhelming gaze. Upon Tuoba Chen's entrance, he immediately unleashed his martial soul, the striking combination of a yellow and a purple soul ring captivating the audience. Due to his consumption of the cold spirit herb, an aura of chilling intensity emanated from him, and at that moment, despite his modest height of 155 centimeters, his presence loomed as if he stood 280 centimeters tall, rivaling even the formidable giant-toothed golden leopard. The most eager observer of Tuoba Chen's performance was Tuoba Yu, who fervently wished for Tuoba Chen to triumph over the imposing giant-toothed golden leopard. His hope was not born out of magnanimity, having long since forgiven the creature for the loss of one of his own teeth. Rather, should the beast be defeated, Tuoba Yu would find solace in the fact that his previous embarrassment would be overshadowed. After all, in his eyes, succumbing to a powerful adversary bore no shame. Conversely, if Tuoba Chen were to falter, Tuoba Yu would feel the sting of disgrace. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he nearly found himself cheering for Tuoba Chen. Upon Tuoba Chen's appearance, the giant-toothed golden leopard instinctively sensed the inherent danger posed by this human cub and hesitated to launch an attack. Observing the leopard's indecisiveness, Tuoba Chen took the initiative, positioning himself low to the ground. With a swift motion, he executed the earth spike assault. As he placed his hands on the ground, the giant-toothed golden leopard, perplexed by the unfolding events, was caught off guard. Without warning, several slender earth spikes erupted from beneath its feet. The sharp protrusions pierced through its soft underbelly, brutally impaling its internal organs, blood spilling profusely as its life force waned. In mere seconds, the once feared giant-toothed golden leopard succumbed, failing to endure even 3 seconds against Tuoba Chen's onslaught. Only Tuoba Yin and Tuoba Yu remained composed amidst the chaos, as if they had foreseen the outcome. Tuoba Shi, somewhat astonished and perplexed, pondered the technique recently employed by Tuoba Chen. It resembled a ground spike, yet possessed subtle distinctions. Was it a self-created soul skill? Chapter 64. Treasure Pavilion. The seasoned elders, having witnessed much in their time, maintained a semblance of composure. However, those of Tuoba Chen's generation were far less restrained, openly scrutinizing him with fervent curiosity. Yet, Tuoba Chen himself remained unfazed. This particular soul beast, while possessing a softer abdomen, was no match for his enhanced ground spike technique. His version, the ground spike charge, was an improved iteration, unlike the original, which caused the ground to swell slightly before activation, thus alerting the adversary. The modified version did not. The ground remained largely unchanged upon execution. unless the opponent was capable of discerning the flow of soul power through the earth. Yet, he had no reason for concern, as not everyone possessed the purple extreme magic eye, nor could it necessarily reveal the movement of soul power. The lethal effectiveness of his attack stemmed primarily from his overwhelming advantage. After all, this soul beast remained a soul beast. Its intellect, although perhaps sharper than that of beasts from his previous life, paled in comparison to that of humans. They could hardly fathom that Tuoba could launch an assault on their vulnerabilities without ever approaching them. Thus, he felt no remorse in vanquishing the giant-toothed golden leopard with such ease. After a considerable time, upon Tuoba's return to the audience, she commended him, rewarding him with 500 points. Subsequently, she dispatched 2 more 500-year-old soul beasts, as he had initially prepared only 5. Considering that the participants in the beast battles were all promising youths of the family, he had not anticipated such a swift resolution to 3 of them. Ultimately, as the remaining beasts fell, the beast battle concluded. With its end, the remaining participants faced 2 choices: to return to rest or to continue reveling. Approximately 90% of the clan members opted for further merriment, with only a select few, like Tuoba, who adhered strictly to personal discipline, choosing to retreat for rest or further cultivation. Through this battle, Tuoba firmly established himself in the hearts of the onlookers. While the other soul masters who had defeated soul beasts were indeed formidable, none could rival the astonishment elicited by Tuoba's instantaneous defeat of a 500-year-old giant-toothed golden leopard. Soon, the second day of the sacred dragon feast arrived. Due to the revelry of the previous night, many had taken to slumber during the day. However, this was of little consequence, as the sacred dragon feast was set to commence in the evening. In the early morning, Tuoba arose, but unlike his usual routine, he did not continue his exercises after completing the calisthenics. Instead, he ventured outside, a rare occurrence. Having secured 500 points from yesterday's beast fighting competition, he deemed it more prudent to expend them rather than let them languish in his possession. Upon reaching the treasure exchange pavilion, Tuoba observed an elderly man seated at the counter, engrossed in a book. The old man momentarily paused, recalling the figures that populated his mind, and inquired, "Are you new here? I don't believe I've seen you before." The elder, who cherished tranquility, had abstained from attending the sacred dragon banquet the previous day, thereby missing Tuoba's remarkable performance. Acknowledging the elder's words, Tuoba nodded and replied, "Yes, sir, I am indeed a newcomer." "Oh, since this is your first visit, allow me to explain the rules here. To enter the treasure exchange pavilion, you must swipe your identity token. You are familiar with the identity token, I presume?" After the elder's explanation, Tuoba nodded. He was well acquainted with the token, having received his exclusive one from Tuoba Haiyun on his first day at the Sacred Dragon Sect. Upon presenting his identity token, the elder expressed surprise. "I did not expect you to be a core disciple, new, yet possessing considerable strength. I appreciate your kind words." Tuoba replied. Following the swipe, his personal information materialized beside him. Name: Tuoba, Grand Elder's grandson. Status: core disciple. One of the sect master's heirs. Points balance: 2,000. Tuoba was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he at 500? Why did he have 2,000? What was the explanation for this? The elder, perceiving Tuoba's confusion, elaborated. "Are you wondering why you possess such a substantial number of points?" Tuoba nodded slightly and inquired, "Do you know why?" "Of course, Tuoba. You have spent many years outside. Thus you may not be well informed about the inner workings of the sect. As the son of an elder, once you turn 6, provided your innate soul power is no less than level 7, you are directly classified as a core disciple of the sect. From that moment onward, regardless of your whereabouts, as long as you remain loyal to the sect, points will be automatically credited to your identity token every month." Upon hearing the elder's response, Tuoba nodded in understanding and realized he would indeed accumulate 2,000 points. Now at 8.5 years old, he had been a disciple for precisely 30 months since turning 6. With 30 months yielding 50 points each month, he had earned a total of 1,500 points, plus an additional 500 points from the beast fighting competition, bringing his total to exactly 2,000. He felt a surge of delight, appreciating the sect's humane system, which would allow him to exchange for more items. Subsequently, under the elder's guidance, he bypassed the first and second levels and directly ascended to the third level. Access to this level required one to attain the status of a steward within the sect. However, as a designated heir to the sect leader, Tuoba Chen held an equivalent standing, thus granting him entry. To his surprise, he initially anticipated that the higher level would offer fewer items, but he found an abundance of goods, over 500 various herbs and weapons. Not far off, he even discovered the presence of soul-guiding devices. After perusing the offerings, he realized he was not in need of any herbs, unless they were of the highest caliber, as he could barely exhaust the monthly supply distributed by the sect. As for the soul-guiding devices, their exorbitant prices rendered them unattainable, and since he already possessed the Azure Dragon Pendant, he had no need for them. Consequently, he was left with only the weapons to consider. In truth, on the Douluo continent, many soul masters utilize some form of weaponry. Not everyone can elevate their rank to soul sovereign. Weapons significantly enhance combat effectiveness, particularly in lower-level battles. With diligent training, they can even surpass barehanded combat in higher-level confrontations. After surveying the entirety of the third level, Tuoba Chen's gaze ultimately settled upon three distinct weapons. The first was a secret silver meteor hammer, priced at 1,900 points. The entire head of the hammer was crafted from secret silver, making it extraordinarily heavy and immensely destructive. Drawback: the hammer's weight necessitates considerable strength from the wielder. As soul masters of the white armored earth dragon, their power is substantial, making this type of hammer weapon particularly suitable for them. Chapter 65. The Void-Splitting Gun. The second weapon, the Extreme Ice Emperor's Blade, is priced at 1,800 points and is crafted primarily from the rare mineral cold iron. It possesses the ability to inflict frostbite upon its adversaries, as the blade's sharpness allows it to slice through flesh, instantly freezing the wound. However, its chilling aura can be overwhelming. Prolonged use adversely affects the wielder. This weapon is particularly suited for him, as he has consumed cold spirit grass, granting him exceptional cold resistance. The side effects are negligible for him, rendering this weapon a perfect match. The final weapon, which holds great significance for Tuoba Chen, is the Void-Splitting Gun, available for 2,000 points. It is forged from Void Stone and Earth Stone, bestowing it with dual attributes of ice and earth. When wielded, ice or earth attribute soul masters can channel their soul power more fluidly, and it gradually enhances their soul recovery rate. The gun is incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through iron effortlessly. Yet, it is restricted to use by those possessing either ice or earth attributes. After careful contemplation, Tuoba Chen opted for the Void-Splitting Gun. For him, the ability to channel soul power is immensely beneficial, particularly when employing his self-created soul skills, which often disrupt the original method of use, leading to an extended period of stiffness. With this gun, he no longer needs to fret over such rigidity, and its minor soul recovery attribute serves as an excellent supplementary power source. Additionally, it perfectly exhausts his 2,000 points. After all, purchasing something costly is rarely a misstep in the treasure exchange hall of the sect, which surely would not exploit its own disciples. Moreover, he has an ample collection of books at home, making it quite easy to find a suitable set of gun techniques. Once he made his selection, he utilized his identity token to acquire the Void-Splitting Gun and departed. As he descended the stairs, the elderly clerk cast a glance at him, surprised by Tuoba Chen's choice. Typically, younger disciples gravitate towards various herbs. However, being the grandson of the Grand Elder, it is likely that he does not lack resources for cultivation, given that 2,000 points is a considerable sum. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. After bidding farewell to the elder, Tuoba Chen departed and made his way towards the library of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Unlike the Douluo Pavilion, the library was open to the public without charge. This was primarily because the disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect were not particularly fond of reading. They preferred to engage in solitary cultivation, as learning often proved to be a daunting task for most young individuals. Upon approaching the library, it did not take long for him to locate the material he sought, the foundational spear techniques. He believed it was essential to study these techniques, for he intended to visit the Sea God Island in the future. Undoubtedly, he would not forego the trials of the Sea God Island. After all, for the Shrek's 7 monsters, the greatest opportunities, aside from the celestial herbs, lay within the journey to the Sea God Island. Should he become powerful enough and not discover any other locations more suited for divine inheritance, the Sea God Island would be one of the places he must visit. Moreover, should he succeed in obtaining the Sea God's divine inheritance, he would acquire the Sea God Trident, as the trident and spear were strikingly similar weapons. Mastering spear techniques would enable him to wield the Sea God Trident competently. Although he refrained from selecting a trident for himself mainly because the Duobao Pavilion did not have a suitable one available. After registering at the entrance of the library, he returned to his small courtyard and took out the void-cleaving spear from the Azure Dragon pendant. He attempted to wield it a few times, but frowned slightly. The spear was rather unwieldy for him. At this stage, it felt excessively heavy and lengthy, standing at a mere 155 centimeters. The spear's impressive length of 2 meters and 50 centimeters proved somewhat awkward. However, he reassured himself that he would eventually grow taller, making it easier to handle. Unfortunately, the void-cleaving spear did not possess the ability to resize itself, so he decided to make do with it for now, confident that he would grow into it. Taking out the foundational spear techniques, Chen diligently practiced according to the instructions provided. The Sacred Dragon Sect's foundational spear techniques were meticulously documented, encompassing various moves such as thrusts, sweeps, blocks, jabs, grips, and whirling spear techniques. Chen spent the entire morning practicing these fundamental techniques. Given that it was his first encounter with them, the results of his efforts were somewhat less than satisfactory. Nonetheless, he managed to form a semblance of the techniques, which appeared intriguing at a glance. However, upon closer inspection, numerous flaws became evident. This was to be expected, as it was his initial foray into the art of marksmanship. While the outcomes of his practice were not particularly promising, he remained undeterred, recognizing that with diligent effort, improvement was inevitable, barring a complete lack of talent. Subsequently, he resumed his training in the dragon transformation technique. Before long, evening descended, and the proceedings for the upcoming Sacred Dragon Feast mirrored those of the previous day. The sect leader would deliver a few remarks, followed by a convivial gathering where everyone would indulge in food and drink, culminating in the main event. However, unlike yesterday, the contest on the following day was a competition among the youth of the sect, specifically those aged between 10 and 25. While it mirrored the forthcoming battles among the younger generation, their rewards differed significantly. They were not entitled to the Sacred Dragon Pool's benefits, as they had already surpassed the optimal age for such assistance. Although the Sacred Dragon Pool could still offer substantial aid, it could not achieve perfection. Therefore, in the interest of resource optimization, their rewards were distinct. Though this was a test for the youth, the younger participants were permitted to join voluntarily, albeit without any rewards. After all, it was rather unrealistic to expect a child under 10 to aspire to victory. Nonetheless, it served as an invaluable opportunity for combat experience. Naturally, Chen was eager to participate in this competition, as such chances to battle opponents at a slightly higher level were rare. Within the confines of the school, he had only encountered novices, and the formidable Mo Long and Mo Hu brothers were indeed overwhelming. There were few rivals who matched or slightly surpassed his abilities, making this contest a rare opportunity. Subsequently, he registered with Tuoba, who, upon seeing his application, secretly smiled. He had long been curious about Chen's true capabilities, and since the beast fighting test the previous day had failed to reveal this, he wondered if today's contest would provide clarity. Soon, registration concluded, and the duel was to be conducted under a completely fair and transparent draw system, at least publicly. Whether there were any behind-the-scenes manipulations by Tuoba, remained uncertain. However, such manipulation might be advantageous. As Tuoba, would likely avoid pairing him against someone with a significant strength disparity. Oh, I apologize for the delay. I had some matters to attend to today, hence the late post. Given the time, I will refrain from updating until the morning. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 66. Have you had enough? As with yesterday's stage, the contestants gathered directly at the entrance of the inner hall, which offered ample space for their trials. They were not high-ranking soul masters, and this area sufficed for their needs. Soon, Tuoba reached into the lottery box before him, feigning a casual search within. He then announced the first pair of initial combatants, Chen and Yen. As anticipated, Chen drew the name of his kinsman, who possessed comparable strength. Upon seeing his own name, Chen felt no surprise. After all, Tuoba was likely the person most eager to ascertain his capabilities. He had invested considerable resources in Chen, and naturally, he needed to have a clear understanding of what he was nurturing, whether this endeavor was worth the substantial allocation of materials. During yesterday's beast fighting match, Chen had adeptly exploited the opponent's weaknesses, which merely attested to his erudition and the formidable power of his soul skills. However, what Tuoba truly yearned to witness was Chen's combat awareness and the potential limits of his strength. While it was true that even if Tuoba Chen's performance fell short of expectations, he would not withdraw his investment. It was essential for him to identify any deficiencies in Tuoba Chen's abilities. This knowledge would enable him to devise a more suitable training regimen. For the emergence of a genius is a rare occurrence, and one cannot simply abandon such potential. Of course, should Tuoba Chen's performance be exceedingly subpar, he would not squander resources on his development. However, the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal. Tuoba Shi harbored high hopes for Tuoba Chen, believing that his arrangement of a clan member named Tuoba Yin, who held a slightly superior rank of level 25, was a prudent decision. This was primarily due to Tuoba Chen's second spirit ring being a millennium ring, which inevitably bestowed him with a strength greater than that of his peers. However, Tuoba Shi did not expect Tuoba Chen to triumph over his opponent, considering the latter was merely an 8-year-old child, while Tuoba Yin had already reached the age of 14. In terms of combat experience, Tuoba Yin was vastly more seasoned. The disparity between a novice and a veteran was significant. Thus, Tuoba Shi merely hoped that Tuoba Chen could withstand the confrontation with some semblance of dignity, ideally managing to exchange a few blows. Naturally, a victory would be preferable. As the two competitors took the stage, Tuoba Chen found himself confronted by a young lady standing at a height of 170 centimeters, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was not due to her formidable strength, but rather her impressive physical development. Previously, he had treated girls of his age as equals, largely because they had not yet matured. In combat, he could regard them as mere children, devoid of any psychological burden. However, the young lady before him presented a different challenge. He considered himself somewhat conservative, despite occasionally engaging in playful banter. He had never exploited his youthful innocence for any inappropriate advances. Given that this young lady was his kin, he would inevitably encounter her frequently in the future, and he was keenly aware that any inadvertent contact with sensitive areas would place him in a precarious position. Having resolved his thoughts, he had determined the areas on her person that he could target. Tuoba Yin, on the other hand, was not preoccupied with such concerns. Gazing at the adorable young boy before her, she felt no trace of condescension. Just the day prior, she had witnessed Tuoba Chen effortlessly vanquishing a soul beast. She recognized that she could not match that feat, and thus resolved to channel 120% of her fighting spirit into this encounter. Observing Tuoba Chen's serious demeanor, she felt a faint smile tug at the corners of his mouth. It was commendable that, despite bearing the title of a genius, Tuoba Chen exhibited such caution before the battle, showing no signs of underestimating his opponent. Satisfied by this display, Tuoba Shi announced, "Let the duel commence." As Tuoba Yin instantaneously summoned her martial spirit, she seized the initiative. Observing the imposing figure of the mother Tyrannosaurus in front of him, Tuoba Chen maintained his composure, placing his hands upon the ground. "Earth collapse," he declared. However, during her sprint, Tuoba Yin suddenly misstepped, her leg sinking into the earth, and as she felt the imbalance in her right leg, a sense of alarm washed over her. Yet, Tuoba Chen remained unfazed. As the moment of rigidity passed, he noticed that his opponent had not fully extricated herself. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward, aiming a strike at the artery in her neck. This maneuver was designed to temporarily sever her arterial blood supply, inducing a brief state of unconsciousness, a technique he had often employed during battles over the past 2.5 years, particularly against Avalanche. And he held great confidence in its efficacy. Aside from the momentary faintness, it would not inflict any harm upon her body. Nevertheless, Tuoba Yin was no novice. She had endured countless battles and was far more seasoned than the inexperienced children within the academy. She quickly reacted. Second soul skill, Dragon Transformation. In an instant, a thick layer of scales enveloped her body. Tuoba Chen, who had already tempered the force of his attack, found that in her eyes. His strike resembled nothing more than a mere tickle. In contrast, Tuoba Yin seized his arm, preventing his escape, and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound emanated from Tuoba Chen's abdomen, as he felt a tumultuous churn within his very core. Seizing the opportunity, Tuoba Yin relentlessly launched a series of attacks against him. After executing a combination of punches, her fist was unexpectedly seized by another hand. "Hey, are you done yet?" The sudden voice from directly in front elicited a foreboding feeling within her. Moments later, a tremendous force of pull gripped her hand, yanking her out of the fray as Tuoba Chen decisively delivered a punch to her abdomen. Instantaneously, she too experienced the unsettling sensation of her insides roiling. The hardened scales offered little reprieve against the onslaught of his strikes. Unlike her previous attacks, Chen afforded her no chance for retaliation. His unrelenting barrage rendered her utterly incapable of resistance. Ultimately, it was a powerful kick that propelled her out of the competition arena, bringing her suffering to an end. As he gazed at Tuoba, who had been sent sprawling, a sense of calm gradually enveloped him. This was a grave misjudgment. He had underestimated his opponent, allowing her to exploit his vulnerabilities and inflict injury upon him. As a soul master, one ought to treat all with equal regard, irrespective of gender. This serves as a lesson. He must refrain from overthinking in the future. The reactions from the audience varied greatly upon witnessing the outcome of the match. Some were astonished, while others remained indifferent. Tuoba's expression was quite composed, adhering to conventional standards. Although he had advised Chen to avoid losing in a disgraceful manner, he was not overly surprised by Chen's victory. After all, that clan member named Tuoba had only mastered half of the dragon transformation technique thus far. Despite his wealth of experience, he still lagged behind Chen in terms of raw power. Thus, Chen's triumph was not unexpected. Chapter 67. Amir Tuoba Rue. After announcing the results of the match, Chen descended to rest, for he was to compete again shortly. In total, there were 20 young participants in this competition, and after the others completed their bouts, he would return to the arena. The top 5 victors would receive rewards bestowed by the sect. Returning to his designated spot, Chen began to replenish his energy with food. The recent exchanges with Tuoba had been rather intense, leaving his abdomen still somewhat sore. As he picked up a piece of dried meat, he began to nibble on it while observing the ensuing battles. However, just as he took a bite, the recently defeated Tuoba unexpectedly seated himself beside Chen, causing a momentary flutter of nerves within him. Chen, yes, is there something you need? Stammering, Tuoba, it is nothing. I merely came to check if you were injured. Thank you for earlier. Although you struck me quite a few times, it seemed you only exerted force with the first blow. The subsequent attacks merely coincided with my own exertion, causing me to lose strength, ultimately leading to my exit from the arena without injury. No, it is nothing, after all. You are a girl, and it is only right to show some leniency. Faced with such a mature and beautiful young lady, Chen found himself utterly defenseless. To be frank, he was particularly fond of this type, yet he was already involved with Meng, making it inappropriate to consider other women. It seemed others had merely come to express gratitude for his earlier restraint, so it was best not to think too much about it. Upon hearing Chen's response, Tuoba's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly remarked, "Is it because I am a girl?" In the Shenlong sect, females undergo rigorous external martial training, and she could not recall the last time someone had said to her, "You are a girl, so I will yield." In that moment, her inner softness was stirred. However, her voice was particularly faint, and coupled with Chen's silent recitation of the Great Compassion Mantra, he failed to discern her words or expression. Before long, the second match commenced, and the participants surprised him. One was merely an ordinary direct disciple within the sect, while the other turned out to be Tuoba. Indeed, the manipulation was evident. She had intentionally arranged a strong contender against a weak one to prevent some outstanding clan members from being swiftly eliminated. Such treachery was deplorable. Chen expressed deep disdain for Tuoba's actions, vowing that when he ascended to the position of sect leader, he would reform such practices. He would openly tell them, "You are too weak, so you must contend with the strong. Only then can you ensure your progress and the advancement rate of the powerful." Seeing that he had drawn Tuoba, the clan member was utterly bewildered. After all, his opponent was the foremost young expert of the clan. How could he possibly fight? It was truly a matter of life and death. As expected, once both entered the arena, the battle concluded in less than a minute due to the vast disparity in spiritual power. Chen finally comprehended the formidable prowess of Tuoba, who possessed 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, representing the rank of a 4-ringed soul master. Although he was uncertain of Tuoba's precise level, it was evident that he appeared to be no older than 20. Such innate talent was undoubtedly on par with individuals like Yu. However, in comparison to the pinnacle of genius, there remained a vast chasm of disparity. Reflecting on this, a sense of wistfulness overtook him. If only he had inherited a supreme martial soul, akin to Qianrengshu, with a natural soul power of level 20, the mere thought was exhilarating. In contrast, he had spent 2.5 years merely reaching the threshold of those extraordinary martial souls. Some aspects of life simply cannot be envied. Nevertheless, he soon shook his head, reminding himself of the commendable white armor earth dragon he possessed. Furthermore, the heavens had not endowed him with innate zero soul power. Nor had they arranged for a fiancée to call off their engagement. What more could he possibly desire? After Tuoba Haiyun's battle concluded, the remaining 8 matches swiftly came to an end, orchestrated under the covert manipulation of Tuoba Shi. The disparity between the strong and the weak rendered the contests lackluster. Tuoba Chen had initially hoped to witness a battle of equals from which he might glean some wisdom, but that aspiration was dashed. In the blink of an eye, only 10 contestants remained. Observing the survivors, Tuoba Chen swallowed hard. Although the younger generation of the Holy Dragon Sect was rather unimpressive, aside from Tuoba Haiyun, only 2 members had managed to break through to the Soul Master level, and they appeared to be nearing 25. These individuals still loomed as formidable adversaries. Even if Tuoba Shi refrained from manipulating the outcomes this time, the remaining contestants were all at least 3rd-level Soul Masters, rendering his chances of victory exceedingly slim. Tuoba Shi gazed down at Tuoba Chen, contemplating whether to arrange a few opponents for him. After all, Tuoba Chen had just defeated the female disciple without employing a single soul technique, relying solely on his inherent combat skills. After a moment of reflection, Tuoba Shi decided to conduct another test. He then reached into a wooden box and drew out 2 small slips of paper, announcing, in the first match, Tuoba Chen will face Tuoba Rue. Upon hearing his name, Tuoba Chen prepared to take the stage, rising to his feet, while Tuoba Yin quietly encouraged him, good luck. In a whisper, however, Tuoba Chen caught her words and replied, thank you. You're welcome. In a whisper, among the remaining 9 competitors, Tuoba Rue was the only one he felt confident he could defeat. Upon realizing that his opponent was Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Rue's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that a victory would propel him into the top 5. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and had previously approached the prospect of entering the top 5 with a casual attitude, understanding that he was significantly weaker than the others. Yet, the emergence of Tuoba Chen ignited a flicker of hope within him. Overcome with joy, Tuoba Rue's lips instinctively curled into a broad grin, revealing a rather mischievous smile, an expression of infatuation. Tuoba Chen gazed at the rather foolish-looking opponent across from him, feeling a sense of helplessness. Must he truly engage in combat with this seemingly simpleton? Would it adversely affect his intellect? Yet, this was not the opportune moment to ponder the implications on his IQ. Although he was competing at an older age and the victory would not yield any extraordinary rewards, he would not be deprived of the original prizes. Thus, he resolved to approach the match with seriousness. What if he emerged victorious? What if indeed? As both combatants took their positions, Tuoba Rue refrained from uttering any words of encouragement for Tuoba Chen to concede. After all, opportunities to dominate such a talent were scarce. Should Tuoba Chen triumph today, it would serve as a valuable boast in the future when Tuoba Rue found himself surpassed by him. Noticing the increasingly lecherous glint in Tuoba Rue's eyes, Tuoba Chen felt a flicker of annoyance. What was wrong with this fellow? Was he some sort of lunatic? How audacious of Tuoba Rue to smile so brazenly. With Tuoba Chen's irritation mounting, the battle commenced. Chapter 68. The despicable kidney attacker. Unlike the previous match, this time Tuoba Chen took the initiative to strike first. His opponent was a formidable level 33 Soul Master, possessing a soul power 11 levels superior to his own. He could not approach this individual with the same demeanor he had displayed against Tuoba Yin. In response to Tuoba Chen's sudden assault, Tuoba Rue deftly evaded the attack, maintaining composure as he activated his first soul skill, Dragon Staff. Similar to Tuoba Yu, Tuoba Rue's first soul skill involved the creation of a weapon. Wielding the Dragon Staff, Tuoba Rue swept it towards Tuoba Chen, aiming directly at the left side of his waist and spine. Clang! With a swift motion, Tuoba Chen raised his hand, causing the Tsulong staff to collide with his arm, emitting a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Tuoba Rue was somewhat taken aback that Tuoba Chen could deflect his attack. Yet he quickly regained his composure, withdrawing the Tsulong staff and striking towards Tuoba Chen's other side. Observing the trajectory of Tuoba Rue's strike, Tuoba Chen felt a flicker of anger. This despicable assailant persistently targeted his vulnerable spots. Given the underhanded nature of his opponent's attack, Tuoba Chen saw no reason to hold back. Steadying his breath, he successfully blocked Tuoba Rue's next assault, and in that instant, his first spirit ring flared to life. Earth spikes. Suddenly, 6 earth spikes surged from the ground, each aimed at different parts of Tuoba Rue's body. Due to the disparity in their powers, Tuoba Chen had sharpened the tips of these spikes. If they all struck true, they would inflict severe injury. Previously, when Tuoba Chen employed the earth spikes, he always required both hands to touch the ground, leaving the impression that he could not activate them without such a stance. Thus, Tuoba Rue was momentarily unprepared for this unexpected onslaught. Thud, thud, caught off guard, Tuoba Rue could not evade entirely, and 2 earth spikes pierced his body. One through the sole of his foot and the other into his right arm, blood gushing forth. The searing pain ignited Tuoba Rue's fury. Observing this, Tuoba Chen sensed the impending danger and tactically withdrew. Third spirit ability, Demonic Dragon Claw. With that exclamation, Tuoba Rue's soul Millennium Spirit Ring illuminated, and he clawed at the air, unleashing 3 colossal black claw marks aimed at Tuoba Chen. Sensing the immense energy contained within the claw marks, Tuoba Chen prepared for defense. Rock Shield. He commanded the earth to conjure a sturdy rock shield to protect himself. The claw marks soon collided with the rock shield. Although it appeared formidable, it did not entirely thwart the attack. Nonetheless, it mitigated some damage, and when the claw marks finally struck Tuoba Chen, he was only knocked back a few steps. However, Tuoba Chen was not entirely unscathed. The rock shield had consumed the energy equivalent to 4 uses of earth spikes, leaving his complexion somewhat pale from the sudden depletion of spirit power. Tuoba Rue was not in a significantly better position. After all, the Dragon Claw was a soul technique that had been honed over a millennium. He could only utilize it 3 times before his soul power would be completely depleted, leaving him without sufficient energy for subsequent battles. However, upon witnessing Tuoba Chen's condition, he immediately unleashed his second Dragon Claw. Ultimately, he did not harbor hopes of defeating anyone else. His sole objective was to triumph over Tuoba Chen. Faced with the opponent's second assault, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of helplessness and could only summon the rock shield once more for defense. This time, due to an increased output of soul power, the rock shield successfully absorbed the opponent's strike, but it came at a cost. The sudden drain of soul power inflicted immense strain on his body, causing a mouthful of blood to spew from Tuoba Chen's lips. Now, merely a tenth of his soul power remained within him, and if he continued on this path, defeat was inevitable. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba shook his head, realizing that he had overthought the matter. After all, Tuoba Chen was merely an 8-year-old child. It was indeed somewhat unfair to pit him against someone much older and more experienced. Initially reluctant to intervene, he noticed the pallor on Tuoba Rue's face and decided to take a chance. Second spirit ability, Frenzied Dragon Transformation. At that instant, golden scales adorned Tuoba Chen, and his entire demeanor shifted to one of formidable intensity. Frenzied Dragon Transformation augmented his defense and strength by 40%, enhanced his speed by 20%, and allowed him to recover 50% of his previous injuries along with 50% of his spirit power, lasting for 10 minutes with no energy cost. Usable only once a day. During this time, he could not employ any other spirit abilities. With this substantial boost in attributes, Tuoba Chen transitioned from defense to offense. Before Tuoba Rue could recover from his recently executed second Dragon Claw, Tuoba Chen landed a punch squarely on his left kidney. The immense pain caused Tuoba Rue to break into a cold sweat. Tuoba Chen felt no remorse. After all, he had not struck too harshly, merely providing a lesson in return for the attack initiated by Tuoba Rue. The outcome for Tuoba Rue was rather grim, as he succumbed to the relentless barrage of blows and lost consciousness. At the moment Tuoba Rue collapsed, she promptly declared the result of the match, genuinely pleased with Tuoba Chen's performance. A 2-ringed Spirit Master had triumphed over a 3-ringed Spirit Elder, an achievement he himself had not accomplished in his youth. After announcing the result, Tuoba Chen leisurely made his way down, feeling the toll of the battle weigh upon him, rendering him unable to continue to the next fight. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed Tuoba Yin gazing at him with vibrant enthusiasm, feeling a chill at her intense stare. Tuoba Chen wondered if she was plotting some form of revenge against him. Currently, he was not a match for Tuoba Yin, but soon he realized he was overthinking it. Once seated, Tuoba Yin kindly fetched some spirit beast meat for him to hasten his recovery of spirit power, concerned he might choke. She even brought him some special fruit juice. Thank you. Tuoba Chen replied sincerely. Not at all, just a small gesture. Would you like me to give you a massage? No. Tuoba Chen quickly declined, wary of inadvertently developing feelings, which would not sit well with Meng Yiran. Oh, is that so? Very well then. Tuoba Yin spoke nonchalantly. Nevertheless, she felt a tinge of disappointment. She harbored a subtle fondness for Tuoba Chen. Yet, his attitude was unmistakably clear, and she would not demean herself by clinging to him. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen quietly observed the competition from his seat and, when his turn arrived, chose to concede. He had reached his limit and had performed admirably, thus sparing himself from ridicule for his decision to withdraw. However, when he received the reward from the sect, he couldn't help but express his exasperation. It was yet another allocation of points, 500 for placing fifth. Upon further reflection, these points could be exchanged in the treasure pavilion for various resources, offering a multitude of options, so it wasn't entirely unfavorable. Chapter 69. Bullying aside from the combat segment. The banquet unfolded as usual, and once it concluded, he returned home. Shortly after his departure, Tuoba Yin also left. She held a significant affection for Tuoba Chen, thus far. He was unlike any man she had encountered before. Regrettably, he was so extraordinary that it filled her with a sense of despair. She understood all too well that a relationship between them was implausible. To prevent such a situation from recurring in the future, she resolved to diligently cultivate her skills, aspiring to become more remarkable. Otherwise, should she encounter someone she admired again, she would lack even the qualification to pursue her feelings. In his quaint courtyard, Tuoba Chen had just completed his daily practice of a set of spear techniques and contemplated venturing out. Today marked the final day of the Sacred Dragon Feast, and he was scheduled to compete in the evening to secure his qualification for the Sacred Dragon Pool. Although he believed no junior from the Sacred Dragon Sect could rival him, he deemed it prudent to maintain his readiness. After a brief refreshment and donning a crisp outfit, he stepped outside. However, he had no intention of merely wandering within the confines of the sect today. With the summer break drawing to a close, he would soon return to school. It would be a shame to remain cooped up in the sect during his rare visit to the Xinglua Empire, so a leisurely outing seemed harmless. As he exited his small courtyard, he noticed that due to his late departure, he did not encounter Tuoba Yu. Following his memory, he made his way towards the sect's main gate. Suddenly, halfway there, he spotted a group of several clan children encircling a seemingly frail boy, creating an unsettling scene. Haha. Goody. Today we finally caught you. It's been days since we last had the pleasure of beating you. I've been itching for it, exclaimed the ringleader among the trio as he delivered a harsh kick to the abdomen of the boy named Gui. The boy, perhaps due to his frailty, doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach as he sank to the ground. Yet, this display of agony did not evoke any sympathy from his assailants. Instead, one of them delivered a sharp slap to his head, knocking him flat. The trio then commenced a brutal assault, intermittently hurling vile insults. You lowly branch offspring. How dare you not greet this young master upon seeing him? Just like your wretched mother, born to be contemptible. The previously silent boy, upon hearing the slander directed towards his mother, felt a surge of anger causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Instinctively, he attempted to rise and retaliate. But as soon as he lifted his gaze, he was once again forced down by a foot from the boy with a villainous visage, who pressed his foot against Gu Yi's face. What's wrong? Do you wish to resist? Am I not speaking the truth, you little bastard? No, do not insult my mother. You scoundrel, Gu Yi retorted defiantly. Oh, what is this? Am I not stating facts? You dare to curse at this young master? Your tongue is quite sharp. The tormentor sneered as he pinched Gu Yi's mouth, continuing, since you dared to speak ill of me, I shall bestow upon you a fitting punishment. I see your teeth are quite commendable. Out of my benevolence, I shall spare your tongue this time and instead remove your teeth, rendering you momentarily speechless. Am I not merciful? With a mocking smile, he slowly extended his fingers into Gu Yi's mouth, utterly disregarding the terror etched on the boy's face. As the assailant's hand brushed against his teeth, Gu Yi, in despair, closed his eyes, yet after a prolonged moment, the anticipated pain never came. The sudden scream pierced the air, causing Gu Yi to open his eyes. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Gu Yi could scarcely believe his eyes. Tuoba Ning, who had always tormented him, was now being seized by a furious white-haired youth by the arm. Tuoba Ning's complexion flushed crimson, his expression contorted in agony. As though his hand were on the verge of being severed, he emitted a series of anguished cries. Young Master Chen, please, cease at once. Ning's hand is in danger of being crushed. Despite the pleas from those nearby, Tuoba Chen remained unperturbed. Initially, he had observed the situation from a distance, and only when the scoundrel before him kicked the innocent youth did he comprehend the gravity of the scene unfolding. What he had presumed to be a mere altercation escalated into something far more sinister. As he hastened towards the commotion, the words of the wretch he had seized by the arm ignited a fury within him. During his time at the Holy Dragon Sect, he had been favorably impressed, even feeling a sense of belonging akin to that of a school environment. He had never anticipated encountering such a deplorable incident, although he had not overheard the entirety of their conversation. Merely hearing the mention of tooth extraction incited a visceral desire to rend the beastly figure before him limb from limb. This individual, merely a few years of age, had the audacity to perpetrate such violence in public. He could scarcely believe that the higher-ups of the Holy Dragon Sect were unaware of such transgressions. It was evident that this reprehensible behavior had been tacitly sanctioned by them, emboldening these scoundrels. Chen Gu, please, release me. I am at death's door. In light of the recent festivities and the extraordinary announcement made by Tuoba Shi during Tuoba Chen's previous seclusion, the entire Holy Dragon Sect had come to recognize the significance of Tuoba Chen's presence. Upon hearing several individuals refer to him as Young Master Chen, Gu grasped the identity of the formidable Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Chen, the preferred heir to the position of the sect leader, the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder, and one of the only two individuals in the sect's history to have ascended to the second level of the transformation dragon technique before reaching the 20th rank. Such honors make it nearly impossible to overlook his presence. Even someone of his stature, often regarded as a mere subordinate within the sect, has had his name echo through the halls. To think that such a distinguished figure would come to his aid left Gu Yi feeling as though he were in a dream. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing resonated as Tuoba Chen finally released his grip and commanded, "Leave. Do not let me see you again." Yes, thank you, young Master Chen," came the reply. Although Tuoba Ning did not comprehend the reason for Tuoba Chen's aggression, he chose to swallow his indignation and departed in a dejected manner. After his adversary fled, Tuoba Chen turned to Gu Yi and inquired, "Are you all right?" Suddenly saved, Gu Yi found it hard to believe, especially given that his savior might very well be the future master of the Holy Dragon Sect. Observing Tuoba Chen's pristine hands, he glanced down at his own, sullied with blood and dirt. In that moment, he hesitated to reach out, fearing he might tarnish the purity of those hands. Tuoba Chen noticed the other person's distress and, without hesitation, crouched down to grasp their hand, pulling them to their feet. "Come, I shall take you to the infirmary," he declared, and without regard for their willingness, he led them away. After a few steps, a faint voice emerged from behind him. "Thank you." Chapter 70. Weakness is the original sin. Tuoba Chen did not lead his companion to the medical facility of the Sacred Dragon Sect, but instead sought out a nearby clinic within Sacred Dragon City. Upon arrival, he noticed an elderly physician dozing at the counter. Approaching the man, Tuoba Chen gently urged, "Doctor, please awaken and assist in examining his injuries." The doctor, startled from his near slumber, hastily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Oh, yes, of course." In no time, the physician had tended to Gu Yi's wounds. "How is he, doctor? Is the injury severe?" Tuoba Chen inquired anxiously. Not at all. This young lad is quite fortunate. He has merely sustained some superficial injuries, nothing serious. However, his constitution appears quite frail. It seems he is not receiving adequate nourishment and will require some recuperation," the doctor responded. Understood, Tuoba Chen acknowledged, producing 2 gold soul coins to settle the medical expenses. After the doctor returned his change, Tuoba Chen prepared to escort Gu Yi out. To spare him any embarrassment, Tuoba Chen had chosen to speak with the doctor outside. Yet Gu Yi did not exhibit the fragility that Tuoba Chen had anticipated. He felt as though the events of the day had unfolded like a dream, his mind replaying the moment when Tuoba Chen had rescued him. In the fleeting sunlight, with his white hair aglow, Gu Yi momentarily believed Tuoba Chen to be an angel sent from the heavens to save him. Soon after, Tuoba Chen returned to the clinic, interrupting Gu Yi's reverie. "All right, we can depart now. Would you care to share with me why they bullied you?" he asked. Hesitating at Tuoba Chen's question, Gu Yi shook his head, appearing reluctant to divulge the matter. Observing this, Tuoba Chen felt a tinge of helplessness. It seemed that Gu Yi was accustomed to such encounters. and his defensive demeanor was understandable. "It is of no consequence. Please tell me. I shall assist you." Tuoba Chen's gaze was sincere, determined to help to the fullest extent. Having already extended his hand today, he believed it prudent to address the root of the problem, for those individuals would likely continue to torment Gui otherwise. Although this approach may be perceived as overly benevolent, he could not abide such injustices. After a brief silence, Gui appeared to arrive at a decision. "I apologize. Young Master Chen, thank you for saving me today. I do not wish to discuss this matter, and I kindly request that you refrain from contacting me in the future, as it may tarnish your reputation," he stated, bowing respectfully to Tuoba Chen before departing on his own. Witnessing Gui's retreat, Tuoba Chen felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was a challenge to express one's innermost secrets, yet without any communication, how could he extend his support? He realized that even during his time at the Sacred Dragon Sect, he could only look after Gui for a mere 2 months, after which Gui would undoubtedly encounter similar troubles once again. Due to the events of today, those individuals are bound to become even more brazen in their actions. Watching Gui's departing figure, Tuoba Chen fell into a moment of contemplation before making his way back to the sect. On his return journey, he chanced upon an elderly vendor at a fruit stand, who was robbed of his day's earnings by a brutish man with a face full of excess flesh. A sight that left Tuoba Chen feeling quite uneasy. Although the assailant was merely an ordinary man, Tuoba Chen chose not to intervene this time. The scene was indeed disheartening, yet he remained composed as he observed the entire incident. In a moment of clarity, he grasped a fundamental truth. The Douluo continent is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, a reality that also prevails in the Heaven Do Empire, albeit with a more harmonious tradition. In contrast, the Star Luo Empire has taken this principle to its extreme. If he wishes to alter these rules, he must ascend to the pinnacle of power. However, he quickly shook his head, pondering what he was thinking. Even becoming the strongest does not guarantee influence over every situation. It suffices to focus on the tasks at hand. As the brutish man passed by him, a flash of yellow light enveloped him, and suddenly, a spike erupted from the ground, piercing the man's calf. A howl of agony escaped the brute as he tumbled to the ground, the stolen pouch of money falling a short distance ahead. Tuoba Chen approached slowly, picking up the money pouch and returning it to the elderly fruit vendor. After receiving a grateful thank you from the old man, he made his way back to the sect. He was determined to uncover the reason behind Gui's mistreatment. Although it might consume some of his time, he believed that this brief delay could potentially alter the course of Gui's life. As fate would have it, on his return journey, he encountered the 2 individuals who had previously bullied Gui alongside Tuoba Ning. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, the pair was taken aback, hastily turning to flee, fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure. However, just as they spun around, a hand landed on their shoulders, accompanied by Tuoba Chen's ominous voice. "Where do you think you're going?" The 2 turned around numbly, forcing awkward smiles as they responded. "Ha ha, it's young Master Chen. What a coincidence. We were just heading to the training grounds." "Oh, is that so? I would like to take a moment of your time." "I hope you don't mind," Tuoba Chen replied calmly. "Of course not. If young Master Chen seeks us, we certainly have time," they stammered, their expressions more mournful than joyful, their forced laughter betraying their discomfort. In their eyes, Tuoba Chen was even more terrifying than the sect leader. Leading them to a secluded corner, Tuoba Chen refrained from violence, instead calmly inquiring, "Why did you treat Gui in such a manner?" Initially expecting some degree of evasion from them, Tuoba Chen was taken aback by their unexpected reaction. "You mean you are confronting us because of that fellow Gui?" one of them asked incredulously. "Otherwise, what would it be?" Tuoba Chen responded, sensing their unusual demeanor. "In that situation, it should have been a case of standing up against injustice, shouldn't it?" The 2 exchanged glances. One of them nonchalantly replied, "Honestly, we bullied Gui without any particular reason. He was simply an easy target." "What do you mean?" Tuoba Chen pressed. "I mean, there's no reason at all. He's an orphan, without anyone to stand up for him, and being a support-type soul master, he seemed easy to pick on." The boy on the left spoke without a hint of remorse. Tuoba Chen doubted his hearing and inquired once more, only to receive the same response. The 2 individuals before him realized that their summoning was not meant for reprimand. They spoke with cheerful demeanor about the matter at hand. It seemed that these individuals were beyond redemption, having been indoctrinated since birth with the notion that the strong may trample upon the weak, and that the weak, even if subjected to death by such bullying, deserve their fate. The idea that weakness is an original sin found its perfect validation within the Sacred Dragon Sect. Chapter 71. Do you not intend to repay me? In that moment, beyond a surge of nameless fury, he was left with nothing but a sense of tragic dismay. He resolved that when he departed from the Sacred Dragon Sect, he would take Gu Yi along with him. He did not overtly chastise the two before him. After inquiring about Gu Yi's residence, he allowed them to leave. In truth, there was no need to reprimand them. Such beliefs were deeply ingrained in their minds. Unless they were killed or subjected to relentless brainwashing, their perspectives could not be altered. However, to vent his frustration, he created a pitfall using earth manipulation, causing a section of their path to collapse shortly after they had walked some distance away. Accompanied by 2 cries of alarm, the pair fell into the abyss. Thereafter, as he controlled the surrounding terrain, small rocks began to tumble downwards. Though he had no intention of killing them, he merely wished to instill a sense of fear. The two, dazed from the fall, momentarily struggled to comprehend their predicament. Suddenly, several stones fell from above, striking them and leaving painful welts. Realizing the gravity of their situation, they immediately began to scramble upward. In the Sacred Dragon Sect, unless accompanied by particularly familiar allies, few would come to their aid in the face of such bullying. After casting a fleeting glance at the hole, Tuoba Chen departed. He had already devised a plan to address the situation concerning Gu Yi. At Shenlong's Sect, he did not yet possess the authority to take a life. However, he certainly held the right to offer protection. Though not intimately acquainted with Gu Yi, he perceived that the latter was not a malevolent individual. After all, when Tuoba Chen proposed to safeguard him, Gu Yi had the foresight to consider whether this would bring trouble upon himself, indicating that a flicker of kindness still lingered within him, unextinguished by hatred. This was precisely why Tuoba Chen resolved to protect him. Moreover, Gu Yi was a soul master, albeit an auxiliary type. Nonetheless, he was far superior to an ordinary person. By rescuing him in his moment of despair, Tuoba Chen would gain at least a friend, if not a staunch ally. From both moral and pragmatic perspectives, assisting Gu Yi posed no detriment. Furthermore, if Gu Yi possessed commendable talent, he could potentially aid Tuoba Chen once he inherited the Shenlong Sect. With these thoughts in mind, Tuoba Chen made his way towards Gu Yi's residence, having heard from the 2 ruffians that he resided near the outer wall on the westernmost side of the sect. Tuoba Chen found himself perplexed as to why Gu Yi endured such mistreatment while still remaining within Shenlong's sect. In truth, Gu Yi's mother had once been a direct disciple of the sect. Although he inherited his father's auxiliary martial soul, he still enjoyed the privileges of an outer disciple. Receiving a monthly allocation of resources, this ensured a stable support system, allowing him to survive with a modicum of patience. Even if he were to leave Shenlong Sect for other cities within the Xinghua Empire, life might not necessarily improve. The prevailing circumstances throughout the empire were dire, and he could easily fall victim to robbery upon exiting the city. This was the very reason he chose to remain. Arriving near the outer wall, Tuoba Chen beheld a cluster of dilapidated houses, permeated by a faint, unpleasant odor reminiscent of a slum, causing him to furrow his brow. Upon entering, he discovered a smattering of residents, primarily children, who appeared ragged and orphaned. He was not particularly surprised to find such a place within Shenlong's sect, as its ethos adhered to the survival of the fittest. Nonetheless, it left him feeling somewhat unsettled. The inhabitants seemed taken aback by his presence, for his attire and demeanor clearly indicated that he was not one to belong in such a setting. Initially, he intended to inquire about Gu Yi's whereabouts, but soon he noticed a familiar figure in the distance, wrapped in bandages. Sensing someone watching him, Gu Yi turned to find Tuoba Chen standing nearby, a warm smile gracing his face. After locking eyes with Tuoba Chen, Gu Yi approached him slowly, seemingly entranced by his presence. "Chen, young Master Chen, what brings you here? I have come to seek your company. Come, let us depart together. Today, I confronted those individuals and rescued you. Do you not intend to show your gratitude?" After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Gu Yi appeared somewhat flustered. "Well, young Master Chen, I truly have nothing of value to offer in return. How about this? I will give you the jade pendant left to me by my mother. It should still hold some worth." With that, Gu Yi prepared to rummage through his belongings. Observing this scene, Tuoba Chen quickly interjected, No, that's not necessary. What I meant was that you could compensate in other ways." Upon glancing at Gu Yi, he realized that despite the dirt smudged on his face, there was an undeniable charm, reminiscent of a girl. However, Upon further inspection of the disheveled short hair and tattered clothing, he pondered, surely this person cannot be a girl. Gu-yi, feeling somewhat uneasy under Tuoba Chen's gaze, crossed his arms protectively over his chest and asserted, no, young Master Chen. You are still too young for such matters. Tuoba Chen. What on earth? I wanted to tell you that I currently live alone, without anyone to take care of me. I can hire you to assist me, to reciprocate the help you provided me today, and of course, I shall pay you a monthly wage. Tuoba Chen's words were indeed well considered. Every core disciple of the Holy Dragon Sect typically has a few attendants at their service. Initially, Tuoba Haiyun had intended to arrange this for him, but it was declined. Now, this presents a perfect opportunity to assist the other person. After all, working for him is far preferable to languishing in this desolate place. Moreover, in this manner, the other party is contributing their labor, thus not merely receiving aid without recompense, which may provide them with a sense of dignity. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Gu-yi realized that he had misjudged the other party. Indeed, how could someone as admirable as young Master Chen possibly engage in such despicable acts? Nevertheless, a hint of hesitation still lingered within him. Upon observing his demeanor, Tuoba Chen inquired, what troubles you? Do you hesitate to serve me? Hearing Tuoba Chen's words, he hurriedly clarified, no, young Master Chen. It is merely that my status is humble. Should I truly remain by your side, I would inevitably become the subject of gossip. Tuoba Chen chuckled softly at his response, feeling a warmth in his heart. Indeed, there are many in this world who delight in whispering behind others' backs. However, he paid little heed to such rumors. After all, would they dare to voice their opinions in his presence? Rest assured, within the Sacred Dragon Sect, aside from the revered elders, none would dare to trouble me. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Gu-yi hesitated momentarily. Noticing his reluctance, Tuoba Chen exerted pressure, stating, do you not wish to repay me? His tone was heavy, suggesting a semblance of anger. Chapter 72, A Woman? Gu-yi was taken aback by Tuoba Chen's demeanor and quickly replied, all right, young Master Chen, I agree, thank you. Upon receiving the affirmation, Tuoba Chen's furrowed brow relaxed, and he said, that has settled then, let us proceed. With that, he led Gu-yi towards his residence. Gu-yi appeared to be shorter than Tuoba Chen, likely standing at a mere 3 meters, but as he was still a child, his stunted growth was attributed to chronic malnutrition. It was indeed a feat for him to reach such a height. Gu-yi trailed closely behind Tuoba Chen, occasionally stealing glances at him, but as soon as Tuoba Chen turned, he would promptly avert his gaze. Being mindful of Gu-yi's frail condition, Tuoba Chen deliberately slowed his pace to ease the burden of their journey. After a considerable time of over half an hour, they finally arrived at Tuoba Chen's abode. Upon reaching, Gu-yi felt a sense of apprehension, yet he was also curious about his surroundings. Although he had been raised in the Holy Dragon Sect, his status had limited his exploration of the area, and his outings were primarily confined to collecting monthly provisions and occasional shopping trips. Given that stepping outside the slums could expose him to individuals like Tuoba Ning, the residents of this place tended to minimize their excursions for safety's sake. After carefully surveying Tuoba Chen's residence, Gu-yi felt a twinge of envy. Despite its simplicity, the yard was spacious and impeccably tidy, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Tuoba Chen noticed Gu-yi standing behind him, lost in thought. He said, from today onward, you shall reside with me. Allow me to show you to your room. With that, he guided Gu-yi to the first floor of the house. The dwelling was a 3-story wooden structure, reminiscent of modern-day villas, replete with numerous rooms. He selected the largest room, aside from his own, for Gu-yi. As Gu-yi arrived at the threshold of his newly assigned chamber, he paused for a moment, gazing at the neatly arranged furnishings within. Overwhelmed, he hesitated to step inside. Tuoba Chen, very well. Do remember to bring anything else you may have forgotten. Just help with the cleaning each day. Oh, Gu-yi responded somewhat dull-wittedly. He was immensely grateful for all that Tuoba Chen had done for him, yet at this stage, he possessed no means to repay such kindness, only silently noting the favor in his heart. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen intended to say more, but as he took a couple of steps closer to Gu-yi, he was enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance that clung to her. Tuoba Chen, well, Gu-yi, shall we take a bath first? After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Gu-yi noticed the disheveled, dark attire enveloping her, along with her hair that had not seen a wash in countless days. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing her assent, Tuoba remarked. The bathroom is located in the room at the far left on the first floor. You should be able to find it. Gu Yi responded softly before making her way to the bathroom. Once he believed he had given sufficient instructions, Tuoba intended to return to his training. However, halfway there, he realized a pressing issue. It appeared there were no clean clothes in the bathroom. If she were to emerge from her bath only to don that disordered outfit again, the bathing would have been in vain. With this thought in mind, he casually retrieved 2 pieces of casual wear from his room and headed towards the bathroom. Pushing the bathroom door open, Tuoba called out, Gu Yi, I've brought you 2 sets of clothes. You can make do with these. However, before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly ceased. He swiftly tossed the garments into a nearby basket and shut the door, fleeing the scene. Gu Yi stood there, bewildered by Tuoba actions. Her face now a vivid shade of crimson. Young Master Chen, how could you enter without knocking? She exclaimed, her embarrassment deepening. As her cheeks burned hotter, she suddenly slipped into the water with a splash, too mortified to surface. Tuoba was fervently practicing his dragon-shaped technique outside, and to his surprise, he discovered that this individual was actually female. Who would have imagined that? Although there had been a lingering impression that this person was male, the delicate features were somewhat misleading. Nevertheless, the disheveled appearance, the untidy short hair, and the unbearable odor, along with a flat chest, made it difficult to envision her as a girl. After practicing for a while, Tuoba gradually calmed down. After all, they were still children, and there was nothing to worry about. Indeed, he reassured himself that he bore no responsibility. With this thought, he felt a great sense of relief. Approximately half an hour later, Gu Yi emerged from the bathroom, having just finished her shower. The transformation was astonishing. Tuoba inadvertently glanced at her and was momentarily taken aback. The contrast between her pre- and post-bath appearance was striking. He realized that her hair was not black, as he had presumed, but a deep shade of purple, previously obscured by dirt. Her skin, which had appeared somewhat dark, now bore a pallid hue, giving her a delicate and refined visage. Her eyes sparkled like black pearls, and she wore his clothing, which was notably oversized, lending her an endearing charm. While she may not have qualified as a breathtaking beauty, her youth suggested that she would blossom in the future. Overall, her transformation was not unattractive. In fact, she was rather pleasing to the eye. However, despite being impressed by her change, Tuoba harbored no particular intentions. He simply regarded it as having acquired a daughter. Gu Yi, feeling somewhat anxious after the earlier incident, hesitated to face Tuoba. Yet, realizing she was not there merely to enjoy free meals, she summoned her courage and inquired, Chen, young master, what should I do next? Upon hearing her speak, Tuoba promptly replied, Oh, could you please help clean up? Once the place is tidy, there is not much else to do, and you may freely engage in whatever activities you desire. This is your remuneration for the month. Feel free to use it to purchase what you wish. If you're hungry, the kitchen is in the middle of the first floor, where you'll find some ingredients to prepare something for yourself. That should be all. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. Understood, young master. She responded. Upon receiving the remuneration from Tuoba, she refrained from immediately opening it, fearing that she might leave the impression of being overly avaricious. Thus, she took the small pouch and placed it in her room, after which Gu Yi commenced her laborious endeavors, while Tuoba continued his cultivation. As he was to attend the final day of the sacred dragon feast that night, though his training was not excessively intense. Chapter 73. Barbecue. Due to Tuoba's penchant for cleanliness, the house remained quite tidy. Gu Yi swiftly cleaned the space without much delay. After tidying up, she suddenly recalled that the other party had indeed sent her a sum of wages. She retrieved the earlier pouch and glanced at the gold soul coins within, causing her hands to tremble slightly. In truth, the number of gold soul coins was not substantial, merely 10. To Tuoba, it was a trifling amount, yet, for Gu Yi, 10 gold soul coins represented an astronomical figure. It is essential to note that her innate soul power stood at a mere 5th level, and she had yet to break through to the 10th level, thus lacking the qualifications to receive subsidies from the Martial Soul Hall. She subsisted each month on a pitiful allocation of 50 copper soul coins distributed by her sect. 50 copper soul coins could hardly sustain the nutritional needs of a 7-year-old child for an entire month, which explained Gu Yi's frail stature. Often, she was compelled to forage for food, exhausting herself in the process, returning home only to collapse into sleep, leaving little time for self-care. Therefore, Upon receiving the 10 gold soul coins from Tuoba-chan, she found herself at a loss, having never even touched a silver soul coin before. The sudden windfall of 10 gold soul coins was beyond her comprehension. It is worth noting that 1 gold soul coin equates to 10 silver soul coins, while 1 silver soul coin corresponds to 100 copper soul coins. A single copper soul coin is approximately valued at 1 unit of currency, comparable to $1 from a decade ago. Thus, 10 gold soul coins amount to approximately 10,000 in contemporary currency. For Gui, akin to an ordinary elementary school student. This sudden increase from a meager monthly allowance of 50 to 10,000 was overwhelming. A profound sense of unease surged within Gui. She had merely swept the floors. Yet now she found herself in possession of such wealth, which weighed heavily on her conscience. However, she also understood that an individual of Tuoba Chen's stature would likely not concern himself with such a trivial sum. Returning the money might even provoke his ire. Nevertheless, she resolved to work harder in assisting Tuoba Chan, as it was the only means by which she could repay him. After calming herself for a while, she made her way to the kitchen. Although Tuoba Chan had merely instructed her to clean, she certainly could not limit herself to such a minimal task. An hour later, as Tuoba-chan concluded a set of dragon form exercises and was preparing to rest, he suddenly caught a whiff of a delectable aroma wafting from the room. Following his instincts, he gradually made his way to the kitchen. There, he discovered Gui engaged in the act of barbecuing meat. Upon noticing Tuoba-chan, Gui became flustered, exclaiming, "Young master, the meat is not yet ready. Please wait a moment." Tuoba-chan nodded repeatedly, not declining the offer. For the aroma of the grilled meat was simply irresistible. Observing Tuoba-chan sitting obediently at the dining table, Gui smiled sweetly. Before long, she had arranged the fragrant and crispy grilled meat on a large platter and brought it to the table. Tuoba-chan was already brimming with anticipation. Yet a sidelong glance revealed Gui standing rigidly beside him. "Gui, why are you standing there? Come, take a seat and enjoy the meal." Isn't that inappropriate?" Gui replied, somewhat taken aback. In her perception, there existed a chasm between her identity and that of Tuoba-chan. The thought of sharing a meal with him seemed utterly unimaginable. What is inappropriate about it? Hurry, sit down. Nevertheless, Gui remained somewhat hesitant, fidgeting and reluctant to take a seat. Upon witnessing this, Tuoba-chan's expression darkened as he declared, "I shall not eat anymore." This startled Gui, prompting her to hurriedly move the chair opposite Tuoba-chan and take a seat. Once she settled, he deftly sliced a generous portion from the roasted beast meat and placed it onto his plate, deliberately adopting a low tone as he commanded, "Eat." His voice bore a hint of coldness, reminiscent of anger. Tuoba-chan did not wish to act this way. It was merely that Gui had yet to extricate herself from her feelings of inferiority. His gentle coaxing would require an inordinate amount of time, and thus, he deemed it more effective to instill a modicum of fright to compel her compliance. Furthermore, maintaining a facade of tenderness felt disingenuous to him, a role he was ill at ease portraying. Gui's voice was faint, tinged with trepidation. She hesitantly took a small bite of the meat on her plate, and after that initial taste, she found herself unable to restrain her appetite. She devoured the meat voraciously, almost oblivious to Tuoba-chan's presence across from her. Observing Gui's enthusiasm, he exhaled in relief, feeling he had finally managed to settle the matter with this little one. He then picked up the remaining meat on his plate and took a bite. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender. The roast was rich, yet not greasy, melting in the mouth with a perfect control of heat. Although it could have used a touch more salt, this did not detract from its flavor, as the quality of the meat itself was exceptional, rendering it far from bland. Rather, it was just right, a 9 out of 10, quite commendable. On Gui's end, due to prolonged malnutrition, she could not consume much. After just a small piece of roasted meat, she felt satiated. It was only then that she realized Tuoba-chan was still seated across from her. Mortified by her earlier manner of eating, she wished she could vanish into the earth. Fortunately, Tuoba-chan, in his own way, seemed even less refined in his consumption, heartily finishing the roasted meat she had prepared. To save time, Tuoba-chan typically dines on dried meat. Although the meat is highly nutritious and delectable, the monotony of consuming it daily can lead to weariness. Recently, with the assistance of others in processing these meats, he feels quite pleased, believing he has already recouped his investment, having spent merely 10 gold soul coins. Henceforth, he can relish such exquisite roasted meat daily, which he considers a substantial profit. However, After finishing his meal, he noticed that Guyi's plate still held an abundance of roasted meat and inquired, puzzled, "Why aren't you eating?" "I'm not hungry anymore," Guyi replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. She wished to indulge further, yet her rebellious stomach had reached its limit. Recognizing the implications of her words, Tuoba understood that a lack of regular meals could indeed diminish one's appetite. It seemed imperative to find a remedy to help her regain her strength. Nevertheless, in an effort to avoid waste, he unceremoniously speared a piece of meat from Guyi's plate and transferred it to his own bowl, all the while mumbling, "Such delicious meat should not go to waste." Guyi, filled with anxiety, contemplated intervening but hesitated, fearing his anger. After all, he was consuming what she had already tasted. Oblivious to her expression, Tuoba irresponsibly remarked that she should wash the plates and prepare more meat next time before departing to rest. Left in a daze, Guyi stared blankly at the 2 plates on the table, embodying the quintessential irresponsible man, perfectly illustrating the phrase eating and leaving without accountability. After a considerable time, Guyi regained her composure, her cheeks flushed as she took the 2 plates to wash. As she scrubbed, her thoughts wandered back to the earlier incident. Tuoba's suggestion to prepare more implied he had not had his fill. She anticipated he could eat so much. Yet, the notion that he was unperturbed by consuming food she had already touched made her unable to suppress a silly grin. Chapter 74, Chrysanthemum Moon Past Nightfall. The final day of the Sacred Dragon Feast commenced at the Sect. This day was supposed to be the most eagerly anticipated by the younger generation of the Sacred Dragon Sect, yet the protagonists appeared listless. The cause was simple. This year's feast featured a formidable entity capable of defeating spirit venerates with the prowess of a level 20 soul master. How could these youngsters, with their meager levels exceeding 20, contend with such a being? Only Tuoba sat there, seemingly unfazed, quietly enjoying his meal. Before him lay a plate of meat from a giant-toothed golden leopard, reminiscent of the one he had vanquished 2 days prior. He had come alone, choosing not to bring Guyi along, knowing that many here had bullied her in the past. He feared it might evoke unpleasant memories, believing that with the passage of time, she would eventually emerge from her shadows. Tuoba, she sat at the highest point, observing the leisurely demeanor of Chen, and chuckled softly at the young one's relaxed attitude. After a while, as the banquet was about to commence, Tuoba, she suddenly stood and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. This evening's Sacred Dragon Banquet will welcome a distinguished guest." Upon hearing Tuoba's words, the younger generation below fell silent. Their curiosity piqued regarding the esteemed guest he mentioned. It is worth noting that Tuoba, she held the title of Douluo, and few could be honored with such a designation by him. Could it be that the visitor was also a Douluo? As the audience awaited with bated breath, a figure emerged from the inner hall, possessing an ambiguous appearance and adorned in resplendent attire. Upon seeing this newcomer, the expressions of the crowd turned peculiar. The Sacred Dragon Sect had always revered the strong, and in their minds, such individuals were typically robust elders, with pronounced muscles and a commanding presence, much like their sect leader. Tuoba. However, this newcomer appeared far too youthful, seemingly no older than 20 or 30, raising doubts about their status as a Douluo. Meanwhile, Tuoba gazed at the androgynous figure, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Observing the reactions of those below, Guan felt quite pleased. He relished the intrigue surrounding his ambiguous age. Upon observing the expressions of the crowd, Tuoba, she promptly declared, "Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. The elder of the Spirit Hall, the illustrious Douluo, Lady Guan." Upon hearing Tuoba's words, the audience was momentarily incredulous, unable to believe their ears. It was indeed the title Douluo, and moreover, a member of the Spirit Hall. A tremor coursed through Tuoba's heart as he realized that it was indeed Guan. It appeared that the Sacred Dragon Sect had been entangled with the Spirit Hall far earlier than anticipated. Furthermore, judging by their demeanor, it seemed that the two had been in collusion for quite some time. What was truly alarming was the lack of any information leaking to the outside world. Otherwise, during the Spirit Hall's subsequent ambush on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, they surely would have taken some precautions. Although Guan held the title of a Douluo, he did not dismiss Tuoba's presence. Despite his superior rank, he acknowledged Tuoba with grace, saying, "Greetings, everyone. I am Guan. I have come to pay a visit to your esteemed sect, coinciding with your Sacred Dragon Feast." I trust that I am warmly welcomed." As soon as Zhu Yueguan concluded his introduction, Tuoba Ming promptly responded, "Not at all. It is our honor to have Lord Zhu Yueguan grace us with his presence at the Sacred Dragon Sect. We are indeed most welcoming." Tuoba, she remarked, "Lord Zhu Yueguan, please take your seat," gesturing towards the position to his left. Glancing at the spot, Zhu Yueguan made no objections and gradually settled down. Noticing Zhu Yueguan's calm demeanor and lack of disturbance, Tuoba, she breathed a sigh of relief. He was aware that Zhu Yueguan's rank undoubtedly exceeded level 93. The exact level remained uncertain, but it was evident that he surpassed Tuoba Shi, who was merely at level 90, by a significant margin. The fact that Zhu Yueguan was so cooperative in front of the crowd was already a source of great satisfaction for him. Once he was seated, the Sacred Dragon Feast officially commenced. Due to his status as the heir of the clan leader, Tuoba Chen occupies a position within the inner hall, exempt from sitting outside among the ordinary juniors. Presently, he finds himself entirely disinterested in the exquisite delicacies before him, his thoughts singularly focused on Zhu Yueguan. Why has Zhu Yueguan appeared here? What is his purpose for coming? To what extent has the relationship between the Sacred Dragon Sect and the Martial Soul Hall deteriorated? Tuoba Chen is now beset by a multitude of questions, yet he finds himself unable to voice them. Instead, he can only occasionally glance at Zhu Yueguan, hoping to discern some hidden nuance. However, Zhu Yueguan remains largely indifferent to his furtive glances. After all, the focus of attention in the arena is predominantly on him, rendering Tuoba Chen's fleeting gaze inconsequential. Tuoba, she gazed at Zhu Yueguan, who was sipping his drink delicately in a particular position, and smiled as he inquired, "So, esteemed Lord Yueguan, I wonder if our Sacred Dragon brew from the Sacred Dragon Sect can please your palate." After savoring the last drop from his cup and placing it gently on the table, Zhu Yueguan replied leisurely, "Your sect's Sacred Dragon brew is rich and aromatic. Truly a rare and delightful wine that lingers in the memory." Hearing such praise from Yueguan brought a sense of joy to Tuoba Shi. After a brief exchange, he suddenly remarked, "Lord Yueguan, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. I shall speak directly. What brings you to our Sacred Dragon Sect on this occasion?" After Tuoba Shi finished speaking, Zhu Yueguan ceased his drinking and remarked, "Since Master Tuoba Shi is so forthright, I shall be equally candid. My visit this time primarily concerns two matters. The first is the issue we discussed previously. I wonder if you have reached a decision." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Shi did not respond immediately, but instead fell into contemplative silence. Zhu Yueguan, unhurried, patiently awaited Tuoba Shi's reply. Tuoba Ming, who was nearby, was also taken aback by Zhu Yueguan's words, not anticipating that he had come for that particular matter. In truth, he had previously conferred with Tuoba Shi regarding the Spirit Hall's interest in recruiting their Holy Dragon Sect. While it was not impossible to acquiesce, given the overwhelming strength of the Spirit Hall, it was certainly beyond their capacity to resist. However, the time frame provided was rather brief, and they had yet to fully discern the intricacies of the situation. After a considerable pause, Tuoba Shi finally responded, "The matter you mentioned, esteemed Lord Yueguan, is not something we cannot consider. However, I must confer with the elders of our sect, as such a significant decision cannot be made lightly, even by myself. Therefore, how about I provide you with a response in 3 months?" Upon hearing Tuoba Shi's words, Zhu Yueguan's expression brightened. He had merely inquired casually and did not expect a favorable reply. The Pope had allotted him ample time, allowing him to proceed with patience. Yet, from Tuoba Shi's demeanor, it appeared that there was little resistance on his part. "Of course, Master Tuoba Shi, 3 months is a time frame we can certainly accommodate." Chapter 75. You have caught the Pope's attention subsequently. Tuoba Shi continued, "Now that the first matter has been addressed, may I inquire what the second matter you mentioned is?" Hearing Tuoba Shi's question, Zhu Yueguan hesitated briefly before stating, "I have heard that your esteemed sect has recently produced a prodigy with a 2-ring 1,000-year soul ring." Upon uttering these words, Zhu Yueguan fixed his gaze intently on Tuoba Shi, who felt somewhat unsettled under his scrutiny. He realized that this matter could not be concealed from the Spirit Hall. Their intelligence network had likely infiltrated their sect. Nevertheless, he had no intention of hiding the truth, as both parties were destined to be collaborators in the future. Furthermore, any attempt at resistance would be futile given the vast disparity in strength. However, upon learning of their interest in Tuoba Chen, he felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, Tuoba Chen was the foremost heir of their sect. What did the Spirit Hall mean by targeting Tuoba Chen? Was it to recruit him? That was inconceivable. Zhu Yueguan, what do you mean by that? Tuoba Shi's tone grew somewhat irate. They did not join the Spirit Hall to serve as mere pawns. They aimed to leverage the Spirit Hall's status for their own swift advancement. Noticing Tuoba Shi's tone, Zhu Yueguan remained unfazed and responded with a smile. The esteemed Pope has a penchant for nurturing talented youths and delights in guiding such prodigies. If such gifted individuals do not receive the finest education, it would indeed be a significant regret in their lives, would it not, Master Tuoba Shi? Upon hearing the words of Zhu Yueguan, Tuoba Shi's expression grew increasingly somber. Zhu Yueguan was indeed here to demand a person. After all, their sect had only recently produced a disciple proficient in the transformation of the Dragon Decision. And now they were being asked to hand over Tuoba Chen, an impossible request. Noticing the barely contained fury in Tuoba Shi's eyes, Zhu Yueguan, unfazed, retrieved a wooden box from his robes and presented it to Tuoba Shi, stating, I hope that you, esteemed sect master Tuoba Shi, will take a moment to examine this item. After doing so, you will comprehend that we harbor no ill intentions toward your esteemed sect, nor do we wish to seize your talented individuals. Despite the courteous tone of Zhu Yueguan's words, Tuoba Shi struggled to suppress the urge to confront him. He accepted the wooden box, opened it, and was instantly taken aback by its contents. Observing his reaction, Zhu Yueguan smiled and remarked, What do you think, Sect Master Tuoba? We are truly sincere in our intentions. Should you acquiesce, this 50,000-year-old leg bone shall be yours. And we can assure you that Tuoba Chen will remain a member of your Holy Dragon Sect, free for you to visit at any time. In that moment, Tuoba Shi found himself at a loss for a counter-argument. The conditions presented by the Spirit Hall were exceptionally favorable, offering both the soul bone and assistance in nurturing talent. Zhu Yueguan's eloquence was compelling, and the benefits were so substantial that it made him ponder the possibility of aligning with the Spirit Hall himself. However, a sense of confusion lingered within him. Why would the Spirit Hall make such significant sacrifices? In terms of value, Tuoba Chen could not possibly compare to this soul bone. After all, soul bones could be passed down through generations, while Tuoba Chen, despite being a prodigious youth, was merely a minor grand soul master. It was well known that prodigies were often prone to untimely demise. A fallen prodigy could hardly be deemed a prodigy at all. Perceiving Tuoba Shi's lingering doubts, Zhu Yueguan continued, Rest assured, Sect Master Tuoba, this soul bone is not solely to exchange for Tuoba Chen. The esteemed Pope seeks to assure you that our collaboration with your Holy Dragon Sect is not aimed at assimilation. This soul bone stands as testament to our intentions. Though Zhu Yueguan appeared sincere on the surface, his true thoughts were far more calculating. Tuoba Shi, our soul bones are not so easily acquired. Once you obtain the soul bone, you shall be obliged to serve us. Moreover, with the heir of your sect in our grasp, the fate of the Holy Dragon Sect will ultimately rest in the hands of our Spirit Hall. It is essential to remember that children are easily deceived. Beginning their training now, who knows whose commands Tuoba Chen will heed in the future? It is evident that Tuoba Shi, a man whose thoughts are consumed by brute strength, has not contemplated the broader implications. He perceives only the immediate gains and losses. After all, becoming the leader of the Holy Dragon Sect merely necessitates formidable strength, with little regard for intellectual capability. Before long, he glanced at Tuoba Meng. Considering that he is his grandson, it would be prudent to seek his opinion. Upon meeting Tuoba Shi's gaze, Tuoba Meng nodded in agreement. He harbors no objections to Tuoba Chen's studying at the Spirit Hall. After all, he will eventually journey to the Heaven Do Empire, making the proximity of the Spirit Hall advantageous for visiting Tuoba Chen. Furthermore, the educational policies of the Spirit Hall undoubtedly surpass those of the Heaven Do Empire. Seeing Tuoba Meng's consent, Tuoba Shi promptly declared, I concur. We can visit little Chen at any time, correct? Hearing Tuoba Shi's response, Zhu Douluo smiled lightly, and it must be said, there was an air of flamboyance about him. It is fortunate that the sect master has given his approval. I wonder if it is now permissible for me to meet Tuoba Chen. I am quite curious to see what this once-in-a-millennium youthful genius looks like. Of course, Lord Yueguan. Tuoba Shi, who had just moments ago displayed indignation, now reverted to his earlier flattering demeanor, addressing Lord Yueguan with respect. Perhaps this is the nature of adulthood. In the farthest corner of the inner hall, Tuoba Chen strained to lean his head towards that direction, yet he could never quite discern what was being discussed above. Young Master Chen, the sect leader calls for you. a youth suddenly whispered in his ear. What does Tuoba call himself? What has he done? Observing the two individuals above, engaged in cheerful conversation, he felt an ominous premonition. He hoped that his approach this time would not lead to any trouble. Once the youth finished his message, he lingered by his side. Tuoba Chen, unable to escape the situation, slowly rose to his feet, feeling as though his legs were burdened by an immense weight, reluctantly making his way towards them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhu Yueguan was somewhat taken aback. Although he had heard of Tuoba Chen's prowess, he had never encountered him in person. Initially, he had expected him to resemble the muscular boys outside, but to his surprise, he found a graceful and elegant young man instead. In an instant, Zhu Yueguan's admiration for Tuoba Chen increased, not out of any ulterior motive, but rather from a genuine appreciation of his appearance. Suddenly, Tuoba Shi, with a cheerful smile, announced, "Good news, Xiao Chen. You have caught the attention of His Holiness the Pope. After you finish your time in the sacred dragon pool, you shall accompany Lord Yueguan to the Spirit Hall." Though he had mentally prepared himself for this possibility, Tuoba Chen was still taken aback by Tuoba Shi's words. He had assumed that Tuoba Shi had summoned him merely to boast about having such a talented youth in their sect. He never anticipated that the true reason for the summons was this. Had Tuoba Shi lost his mind? He was not his parent. So what right did he have to make such a decision for him? Instantly, the expression on Tuoba Chen's face grew grim. Chapter 76. I have agreed. Noticing Tuoba Chen's demeanor, Tuoba Shi inquired, "What is the matter, Xiao Chen? Are you reluctant? This is a splendid opportunity. Or do you possess some unavoidable reason?" Upon saying this, he and Yueguan fixed their gazes upon Tuoba Chen. Aware of their scrutiny, Tuoba Chen could only respond, "If I go to the Spirit Hall, will I no longer see Meng Iran?" With no other justification coming to mind in such a short span of time, he had no choice but to use his fiancée, Meng Iran, as a shield. Who is Meng Iran? Tuoba Shi asked, puzzled. She is Xiao Chen's fiancée. Tuoba Meng interjected. Taken aback by Tuoba Meng's revelation, Tuoba Shi was surprised that this fellow had secured a fiancée at such a tender age. However, beside them, Douluo remarked, "It matters not, Tuoba Chen. How about I take your fiancée along to the Spirit Hall as well?" Zhu Yueguan understood that, despite being a child, the opinions of others were significant. He was acutely aware that childhood was the most opportune time for persuasion. By leaving a favorable impression now, it would facilitate dealings with him when he eventually inherited the Sacred Dragon Sect. As for what would happen if Tuoba Chen did not inherit the Sacred Dragon Sect in the future, they had not contemplated such a scenario. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall had declared Tuoba Chen as the future heir, and thus he would undoubtedly become one, even if it required some manipulation. Upon hearing Zhu Douluo's words, Tuoba Chen hastily shook his head and replied, "No, that won't be necessary. Let Iran go where she wishes. I agree to go to the Spirit Hall." Tuoba Chen found himself unable to decline the proposal, for who could say whether the Spirit Hall would send assassins should he refuse? In their Holy Dragon Sect, Tuoba Shi was their sole title Douluo. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Tuoba Shi hastily interjected, "It is best to agree, little Chen. Rest assured, while you study at the Spirit Hall, our sect shall spare no effort in nurturing your growth. Each month, I shall personally ensure that your cultivation resources are delivered to you at the Spirit Hall. Focus solely on your training, and when you have attained your goals, return to inherit the sect." After Tuoba Shi finished speaking, Tuoba Chen felt a sense of peculiarity. He had assumed he would soon be affiliated with the Spirit Hall, only to discover that he was merely there to learn. Nevertheless, this association was akin to being a member of the Spirit Hall. He wondered what benefits the master had received to speak so favorably of another. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's agreement, Zhu Yueguan smiled and said, "That's wonderful, little Chen. May I call you that? Come sit beside me." Although somewhat reluctant at first, Tuoba Chen obediently took a seat beside him. Observing Tuoba Chen's compliance, Zhu Yueguan chuckled and said, "Child, I find you quite agreeable. Should anyone in the Spirit Hall ever bully you, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall stand up for you." Zhu Yueguan's words were not mere flattery. He genuinely found Tuoba Chen to be likable. "Thank you, Senior Zhu Douluo," Tuoba Chen replied dutifully. Though uncertain if Zhu Yueguan's sentiments were sincere, he felt it would be inappropriate to contradict such kind words publicly, especially considering the other was a title Douluo, while he was merely a Grand Soul Master. It was evident that Tuoba Chen and Zhu Yueguan were getting along quite harmoniously. Tuoba Shi smiled and remarked, "Very well, Lord Yueguan. The final sacred dragon battle is about to commence. Young Chen shall soon take the stage to compete with the other youths, so let us allow him to descend and prepare. Upon hearing Tuoba Shi's words, although he wished to observe Tuoba Chen a while longer, Jiuguan acquiesced. He found himself quite fond of Tuoba Chen, a well-behaved, adorable child endowed with remarkable talent. He even contemplated taking the young one as his disciple, for he had yet to find a worthy successor. However, he resolved to allow Bibi Dong to conclude her observations first. Only if she did not choose Tuoba Chen could he proceed to accept him as his apprentice. Otherwise, should Bibi Dong develop an interest in Tuoba Chen while the latter was already bound as his disciple, it would undoubtedly lead to an awkward predicament. After bidding farewell to Jiuguan, he made his way down. Tuoba Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiuguan seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards him. It now appeared that the Holy Dragon Sect's alignment with the Spirit Hall was a foregone conclusion, which meant that Tang San and his companions would soon become adversaries. However, he was not overly concerned, for there remained nearly 2 decades until the final battle commenced. He simply needed to devote himself to diligent cultivation. Before long, the Holy Dragon battle began, and Tuoba Chen resolved to make a strong impression. Having decided to join the Spirit Hall, he aimed to showcase his talents to garner more cultivation resources. Although the resources provided by the Holy Dragon Sect were already considerable, he would not mind receiving even more. As the Holy Dragon battle commenced, Jiuguan focused intently on the proceedings. He was indeed pleased with Tuoba Chen's appearance, but was still curious about the true extent of his abilities. After Tuoba, she had exchanged a few words. The competition began. Due to the larger number of juniors participating, Tuoba, she opted for a melee format. 10 individuals would compete in each round, with the last person standing on the stage advancing to the next round. By Tuoba Shi's deliberate arrangement, Tuoba Chen was placed in the first round, facing 9 opponents who possessed abilities ranking in the middle tier of the sect. Since he needed to impress Jiuguan, he could not select opponents who were too weak, yet he also feared that choosing overly strong adversaries might lead to Tuoba Chen's downfall. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen take the stage, Jiuguan's attention was wholly captivated. The Spirit Hall had invested a soul bone in this endeavor. Although the primary objective was not merely to recruit Tuoba Chen, if he proved to be exceptionally talented, it would mitigate their losses. Once on stage, Tuoba Chen's 9 opponents felt a chill run through them upon realizing they were all selected in the same round. However, they quickly exchanged knowing glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement. As the battle commenced, they charged simultaneously towards Tuoba Chen. Faced with the 9 adversaries, Tuoba Chen felt no trepidation. None of them had surpassed level 20, and their combat techniques were rudimentary. Even against 19, he was confident he could prevail. Taking a deep breath to optimize his state, Tuoba Chen surged forward, refraining from using Earth Spike, as it would immobilize him. Though not particularly large in stature, he now resembled a rampaging bull. Plunging into the fray, the first 2 individuals in line were instantly knocked aside, and Tuoba Chen unleashed a flurry of punches, maximizing his physical advantages. It was exceedingly easy to handle this group of youngsters who had yet to break through the first layer of the transforming dragon technique. In just 20 minutes, he dispatched them all. Chapter 77. The conclusion of the battle. With the conclusion of the match, Jiuguan was somewhat astonished. Was that it? To be honest, Tuoba Chen's combat prowess somewhat exceeded his expectations. His 9 adversaries possessed soul power levels ranging from 17 to 19, while Tuoba Chen himself was only at level 22. He had anticipated a grueling battle for Tuoba Chen, yet to his astonishment, the conflict concluded swiftly. Jiuguan had a faint inkling that exchanging that soul bone for Tuoba Chen would be a worthy bargain, perhaps even a slight gain. Witnessing Tuoba Chen's remarkable performance, the most elated of all was undoubtedly Tuoba Meng, for this was his own grandson. Although he had not directly instructed him, they were indeed bound by blood. Were they not? In the subsequent battles, it was essentially Tuoba Chen who dominated, leaving others in his wake, not even necessitating the use of soul techniques. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he secured first place in the Sacred Dragon battle. Shortly thereafter, Tuoba Shi announced the conclusion of the competition, and thus the Sacred Dragon banquet was adjourned. Jiuguan had no intention of departing just yet. He intended to wait until Tuoba Chen completed his immersion in the Sacred Dragon pool before escorting him away. He had heard that the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters who had bathed in the Sacred Dragon pool were on an entirely different level than those who had not. so he was in no rush to hasten the process. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Tuoba Chun had not yet entered the house when he caught a faint whiff of meat wafting from the kitchen. Given that he had just returned from the sacred dragon banquet and it was now deep into the night, he was surprised to find that someone was still awake at this hour. Upon entering the kitchen, he immediately spotted Gu Yi, who had fallen asleep with her head resting on the table, as well as some freshly cooked meat still emanating warmth. It seemed that Gu Yi, fearing he might return hungry, had prepared food for him at such a late hour, only to succumb to exhaustion while waiting for his arrival. Seeing Gu Yi's serene sleeping face warmed Tuoba Chen's heart. He tiptoed over and gently lifted her up, thinking it best to carry her back to her room lest she catch a chill from sleeping here. As he reached the doorway, Gu Yi, still half asleep, managed to open her eyes just a fraction. She could barely discern anything, feeling quite drowsy. Who is holding me? It seems to be the young master. Is this a dream? Gu Yi doubted the reality of the moment, considering the vast disparity in their statuses. Yet, even if it were a dream, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Believing it to be a dream, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Tuoba Chen's neck, her small head nuzzling closer. Softly, she murmured, young master." As he gazed upon Gu Yi, who resembled a small kitten, Tuoba Chen felt his entire body stiffen. After a considerable pause, realizing that the other parties seemed to be lost in a dream, he finally exhaled with relief. He then gently cradled Gu Yi and slowly returned to his room, this time with even more delicacy. Upon opening the door, he carefully placed Gu Yi on the bed, tucked her in, and stealthily made his exit, fearful of disturbing her slumber. However, just as he stepped away from her bedside, Gu Yi, still enveloped in dreams, grasped his hand tightly. "Young master, please don't leave," she murmured. After a brief moment, he turned to glance at her anxious expression, which suggested she was having a nightmare. Crouching down, he tenderly caressed her hand and softly reassured, "I am here, do not be afraid." Following his words, Gu Yi's countenance lightened slightly, yet she continued to hold onto his hand. With great care, he pried her fingers away and then lit a calming herb in the room. Only then did Tuoba Chen feel free to depart. The calming herb possessed a tranquilizing effect, and lighting it before sleep could ensure pleasant dreams. Upon entering the kitchen, he beheld a large platter of roasted meat on the table, a far more generous portion than the last time. It seemed Gu Yi had remembered his words, resulting in this abundant feast. Despite having dined sufficiently at the banquet, he resolved to devour every morsel of the roast before him, even if it meant stretching his stomach to its limits. Half an hour later, Tuoba Chun felt grateful for his robust appetite. Having consumed such a substantial meal after already being full, he merely experienced a slight distension in his abdomen, affirming his innate talent for being a voracious eater. The following day, at the break of dawn, Tuoba Chun rose early. Upon awakening, he detected the rich aroma of meat wafting from the kitchen, indicating that Gu Yi had prepared breakfast. After completing his morning routine, Tuoba Chen entered the kitchen, only to find a solitary bun and some roasted meat. Yet there was no sign of Gu Yi. Meanwhile, outside the kitchen, Gu Yi was hidden behind the window, furtively observing Tuoba Chen's movements. Since waking up that morning, the events of the previous night had been etched in her mind. The mere thought of what had transpired made her cheeks flush with heat. Last night, Tuoba Chun had embraced her and had even tucked her in, offering comfort. She had implored him not to leave. "Oh dear, what should I do? He must think I am a seductive vixen. Will he despise me?" With such tumultuous thoughts, she had risen early to prepare breakfast, retreating to the space outside the kitchen, for she could not bear to face Tuoba Chun. Yet, recalling the tenderness he had shown her the previous night, she couldn't help but marvel at his gentleness. With this thought, her secretive glances at Tuoba Chun grew increasingly fervent. Sensing the intense gaze directed towards the window, Tuoba Chun found it impossible to ignore and turned to look. Upon realizing she had been discovered, Gu Yi immediately averted her gaze. Noticing the conspicuous tuft of hair peeking up from the window, Tuoba Chen felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Her concealment skills were rather lacking, and that tuft was exceedingly obvious. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose her. After finishing his meal, he left a small note on the dining table before departing. After a considerable time had passed since Tuoba Chen's exit, Gu Yi cautiously stepped out and approached the table, picking up the note he had left behind. It read, "Gu Yi, I must be away for a few days, so there is no need to prepare my meals during this time. Take good care of yourself. Tuoba Chun." Upon reading the note, Gu Yi felt an emptiness in her heart. Was he truly leaving for several days? Could it be that he wished to avoid her? This thought cast a shadow over her spirit. Yet, she quickly rallied her resolve, tidied up the table, and turned her focus to her training. Previously, circumstances had hindered her ability to cultivate, but now that she had the opportunity, she could not afford to squander it. No one understood better than she the struggles of those living at the bottom of society. Moreover, she harbored a secret. She had fallen for Tuoba Chen, the one who had rescued her in her darkest hour, driven away her tormentors, and provided her with food, clothing, and shelter, transforming her life. However, she was acutely aware of her own inadequacies. To remain by his side, she must diligently pursue her cultivation. Chapter 78. The Sacred Dragon Pool. Upon entering the inner hall, Tuoba she had been waiting for him, accompanied by two young men. One of them was Tuoba Yu, while the other was a stranger to him. They were the second and third place contenders in the upcoming duel. However, he seemed rather indifferent towards the two of them, for his primary objective this time was the Sacred Dragon Pool. Upon the arrival of Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Ming greeted him with a smile, saying, "Little Chen has arrived. Come, I shall escort you to the Sacred Dragon Pool." Noticing that it was his grandfather who had come, Tuoba Chen felt a flicker of curiosity. Where had Tuoba she gone? Wasn't he the one who relished overseeing such trifling matters? Nevertheless, it mattered little who accompanied him. After all, he was the one who would be soaking in the Sacred Dragon Pool, not them. Subsequently, they followed Tuoba Ming to a secluded valley, a place ordinarily forbidden to the disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect. As they approached the entrance, Tuoba Chen was struck by a palpable scent of blood, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. What was the reason for such a pervasive stench of blood in this place? Tuoba Chen was beset by a foreboding sense that this so-called Sacred Dragon Pool might differ significantly from his expectations. The other two companions evidently detected the metallic scent of blood wafting from within, and a palpable unease settled over the group. Observing the shifting expressions of the small creatures behind them, Tuoba Ming shook his head. They were already struggling to cope, and the horrors that awaited them inside would far exceed their current discomfort. Soon, the group followed Tuoba Ming into the secluded valley, and upon gazing at the crimson lake ahead, a chill swept through Tuoba Chen's heart. He stiffly turned his head and murmured, "Could it be?" Noticing Tuoba Chen's reaction, Tuoba Ming chuckled and said, "It seems you have already guessed correctly. Indeed, this is the Sacred Dragon Pool. Its waters composed of the essence of various dragon blood and flesh. For millennia, our Sacred Dragon Sect has upheld this tradition. The corpses of the dragon soul beasts slain by disciples during their ascension are brought here and cast into the Sacred Dragon Pool, which is not lacking in the remains of 10,000-year-old soul beasts. The finest dragon blood for body refinement presents a rare opportunity for us dragon soul masters." Hearing Tuoba Ming's confirmation sent a shiver down Tuoba Chen's spine. It truly was dragon blood. He had read about dragon blood refinement in novels, but those tales spoke of the blood of a single dragon. Here, who could fathom how many dragons had contributed their essence? And how had the blood not congealed after all this time? Truly, it was the blood of dragons. As he observed the viscera occasionally surfacing from the blood pool, a wave of revulsion washed over Tuoba Chen. Tuoba Yu and another youth displayed even greater distress, nearly on the verge of retching. Though he felt a strong aversion, he was not one to succumb to sentimentality. Resolutely, he shed his garments and charged toward the pool. However, before he could take his first step, Tuoba Ming grasped him and pulled him back, leaving Tuoba Chen puzzled by the sudden intervention. Tuoba she gazed at his bewildered little grandson before exclaiming with irritation, "You impetuous child, why the rush? This dragon's blood is exceedingly ferocious. Jumping in directly would be courting death." After Tuoba Ming finished speaking, he produced 6 silver-gray special herbs from his bosom and said, "These are dragon whiskers. Before you descend, you must consume these herbs. Once ingested, your bodies will gradually warm, and a green liquid will begin to exude from your skin. When this green liquid envelopes your entire body, you may proceed. Remember, 1 dragon whisker allows you to remain in the blood pool for 1 day. Beyond that, your bodies may face peril. Of course, should your bodies acclimate to the Sacred Dragon Pool, you might extend your stay. However, I advise against greed. It's best to emerge on time. Do you understand?" "Understood, Grand Elder," they replied. "Good. Come forward to take the dragon whiskers." Afterward, the 3 were given their respective herbs. Tuoba Chen received 3, Tuoba Yu 2, and the final youth 1. The quantity was determined by their ranking, and there were no objections to this distribution, as it was earned through their own merit. In the Sacred Dragon Sect, the competition of the survival of the fittest was honed to perfection. Gazing at the 3 seemingly withered herbs in his hand, Tuoba Chen swallowed them whole. Instantly, he felt a warm flow within his abdomen, a sensation quite pleasant. Gradually, a viscous liquid appeared on his body, reminiscent of sweat, albeit more adhesive. Before long, the green liquid covered him entirely. Sensing it was time, Tuoba Chen walked step by step towards the sacred dragon pool. As he approached, the stench of blood intensified, nearly overwhelming him by the time he reached the edge of the pool. Yet, this was the purpose of their expedition. Under the astonished gazes of his companions, he leapt into the pool without hesitation. Upon entering the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Chen's immediate reaction was one of pain, a searing agony. The dragon's blood began to seep into his body as if it sought to consume him. Soon, he began to struggle, yearning to escape the confines of the sacred dragon pool. On the shore, Tuoba Ming witnessed this scene and urgently shouted, "Focus your energy. Guide the dragon's blood into your meridians." Faintly, the voice of Tuoba Ming could be heard, prompting Tuoba Chen to adjust his posture and consciously attempt to control the flow of the dragon's blood. However, the results were somewhat disappointing. The dragon's blood was exceedingly domineering and extremely difficult to manage, rendering him incapable of freely guiding it into his meridians. Yet, he did not surrender immediately. This was a singular opportunity. Should he exit the sacred dragon pool, the effects of the dragon beard grass would dissipate. Without its protection, he would be unable to re-enter the sacred dragon pool. Thus, he must persevere. Since Tuoba Ming's suggested method proved unsuitable for him, he decided to cultivate the Azure Dragon technique within the sacred dragon pool. This technique possessed a remarkable capacity for absorption, as evidenced by his ability to enhance his cultivation speed by 40%. To his astonishment, upon employing the Azure Dragon technique, he immediately experienced results. The formidable suction of the technique managed to tenuously control the unruly dragon's blood. Although he still felt considerable pain, it was now within a bearable threshold. Observing Tuoba Chen fully immersed in the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Yu swallowed hard, feeling a surge of trepidation as he turned to Tuoba Ming and inquired, "Elder, what has happened to him? Why has he ceased to struggle?" Tuoba Ming glanced at Tuoba Yu and remarked, "He is already acclimatized to the waters of the sacred dragon pool, hence ceasing his struggles." What? Chapter 79, Dragon Blood Tempering. It has only been a brief moment, and yet the opponent has already adapted to the waters of the sacred dragon pool. Tuoba Yu felt a sense of surprise. Could it be that the waters of the sacred dragon pool were not as terrifying as Tuoba Ming had described? Observing Tuoba Ming's calm demeanor, Tuoba Yu found it quite plausible. As for Tuoba Ming, witnessing Tuoba Chen's success, he was inwardly elated. Yet he refrained from expressing it out of respect for his esteemed position as the Grand Elder. In truth, reaching the sacred dragon pool was neither exceedingly difficult nor particularly easy. With the right approach, one could swiftly acclimate to the pool. Tuoba Ming had mastered the method that allowed him to endure those challenging days in the past. The technique he had just shared with Tuoba Chen was indeed effective, but it was tailored to his own constitution, and each individual would require a distinct method based on their unique physique. Thus, he had refrained from imparting this knowledge to Tuoba Chen at the outset. Now, seeing that Tuoba Chen had adapted, he mistakenly believed it was due to his own guidance. "No wonder he is my grandson," Tuoba Ming murmured to himself. Before long, Tuoba Yu found himself enveloped in a greenish liquid. Having lingered here for some time, he gradually grew accustomed to the pungent scent of blood, becoming less resistant than he had been initially. Nevertheless, standing before the sacred dragon pool still evoked a sense of nausea, yet for the sake of his future, a little discomfort was a small price to pay. With this thought, he leaped into the sacred dragon pool. Instantly, he experienced a pain more intense than that which Tuoba Chen endured upon his entry. Having consumed only 2 dragonbeard grasses, he found his duration of protection and bodily resilience inferior to Tuoba Chen's. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself and quickly attempted the method Tuoba Ming had suggested, focusing his energy and directing the dragon blood into his meridians. Whether by divine favor or sheer determination, he succeeded. The pain subsided. However, the visible veins on his arms indicated that this technique was markedly less effective than the Azure Dragon technique. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his success. As the last youth approached, witnessing the triumphs of the 2 others, he harbored a sense of disdain. He fancied himself not inferior to Tuoba Yu. And since Tuoba you had succeeded, he believed that with a bit of effort, he too would not fail. However, the disparity between aspirations and reality became painfully evident. The moment he submerged into the sacred dragon pool, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, losing his sanity. Possessing only a single dragonbeard grass, he received the least protection among the three. Help! Gurgle, 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 he cried out in a panic, inadvertently swallowing a considerable amount of the dragon blood from the sacred dragon pool. Upon witnessing this scene, Tuoba Ming did not rush to rescue the individual, for he had long grown accustomed to such circumstances. In previous years, very few of the third participants had succeeded, and this year was no exception. He felt assured that the individual was not in immediate danger. He would only intervene when the person could no longer endure. Until then, he aimed to enhance the individual's physique with as much dragon blood as possible. 10 minutes later, observing the boy's struggles gradually cease, Tuoba Ming leaped into the sacred dragon pool to retrieve him. Once ashore, the boy, who had initially worn a furrowed brow, relaxed his expression. After expelling the excess dragon blood from the boy's body using his soul power and dressing him, Tuoba Ming turned his attention back to the sacred dragon pool. The two individuals within were the true pillars of the future. Safeguarding them was of utmost importance. 3 hours later, Tuoba Chen, who had been floating in the center of the sacred dragon pool, suddenly opened his eyes. Stimulated by the dragon blood, the secretion rate of the dragon whisker grass accelerated. As his body gradually acclimated to the environment, the intense pain he had felt before subsided into a mild sting. He could distinctly sense that the deeper he descended, the greater the pool's density and the more potent the energy it contained, though this also implied increased danger. After a moment's hesitation, Tuoba Chen resolved to dive deeper. Opportunities were earned through boldness. If he merely practiced safely, how could he ever surpass Tang San in the future? He began to descend slowly, opting for caution despite his willingness to take a risk. If he were to plunge into depths beyond his capacity, it would be a regrettable miscalculation. After approximately 5 minutes of descent, he halted, unable to clearly see his surroundings due to the blood pool's murkiness. He ceased sinking when the pain he felt in his body reached the initial level he had experienced, continuing his cultivation, possibly due to the surrounding pressure. His martial soul activated without his conscious control. His white-armored earth dragon martial soul, unknown to him, had undergone a transformation. Its once earthy yellow eyes had morphed into a bloodthirsty crimson. Similarly, his hair and eyes had taken on a bewitching red hue, exuding an aura of malevolence and mystery. Meanwhile, his Azure Dragon technique advanced rapidly. Previously, he could only maintain the technique for approximately 2 hours and 50 minutes. Now, he could sustain it for a full 3 hours, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the second layer of the Azure Dragon technique. Thus, 2 full days passed. Tuoba, having fully absorbed the medicinal properties of the dragon whisker grass, was compelled to leave the sacred dragon pool. Upon reaching the shore, he found only Tuoba Ming and another boy waiting. He sighed, realizing that Tuoba Chen was still persevering. From this moment forth, the gap between him and Tuoba Chen would likely continue to widen. Upon observing Tuoba Yu's emergence, Tuoba Ming remarked, "Indeed, you have persevered for 2 days." Tuoba Yu did not hesitate to bestow praise, acknowledging that in previous years, some of the clan members who entered the sacred dragon pool could not endure even for 2 days. Tuoba Yu had certainly performed commendably, had he been the first. Enduring for 3 days would have posed no challenge. Alas, one cannot deny that his grandson surpasses him in excellence. After Tuoba Yu emerged, he did not depart immediately. Instead, like another youth, he settled down to cultivate on the ground. He had just exited the sacred dragon pool, reaping significant rewards, and required some time to assimilate them. The following day, observing the tranquil surface of the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Ming felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that Tuoba Chen would exceed 3 days within, yet he remained uncertain about the exact duration. However, each additional minute spent was a blessing. It was well known that, barring exceptional circumstances, only a select few among the sacred dragon sect's kin had the opportunity to enter the sacred dragon pool once in a lifetime. The longer Tuoba Chen persisted, the happier Tuoba Ming became. Chapter 80. 1 week later, 5 days later, the surface of the sacred dragon pool remained undisturbed. At this point, even Tuoba Ming began to feel a pang of anxiety. With Tuoba Chen's prolonged absence, he couldn't help but wonder if something had truly gone awry. The thoughts of Tuoba Yu were akin to those of another youth, after experiencing the terror of the blood pool firsthand. They found it hard to believe that anyone could endure such depths for an extended period. However, in their current state of anxiety, all they could do was wait, for they were not Tuoba Chen himself and remained unaware of the true circumstances. Within the sacred dragon pool, surrounded by the eerie crimson hue, he no longer paid it any heed. He could distinctly sense that his body had seemingly ceased to secrete the viscous liquid of the dragon whisker grass. Yet, remarkably, he did not experience significant pain. It was as if his body had developed a resistance to the dragon blood, making it increasingly difficult for this essence to permeate him. He realized that only blood of a denser quality could facilitate his further advancement. With this in mind, he resolutely swam towards the bottom of the pool. Although the sacred dragon pool lay nestled within a small valley, its depth reached an astonishing 500 meters. Currently, Tuoba Chen found himself at approximately 100 meters deep, a stratum filled with the blood of millennia-old dragon soul beasts. He was unaware of how far the bottom lay, but he knew that descending further was the correct course of action. He aimed to reach a level where the density of the dragon blood could infiltrate his body. As he plunged deeper, each breath became increasingly laborious, and his body felt heavier. Nevertheless, he pressed on, acutely aware that this density was insufficient to support his breakthrough to the second layer of the Azure Dragon technique. According to the tome on the Azure Dragon technique, typically, one needed to be at least a level 30 soul master to achieve such a breakthrough. Due to his prior use of the cold spirit grass, this requirement had been considerably lowered. He had originally anticipated that he could make the breakthrough at the level of a 25th rank soul master. However, bolstered by the sacred dragon pool, he felt confident that he could achieve the breakthrough to the Azure Dragon technique now. Finally, he ceased his descent upon reaching a depth where further sinking was impossible. This was the realm of the blood of 10,000-year-old dragon soul beasts. Tuoba Chen felt an overwhelming pressure in this moment. The oppressive force of a 10,000-year soul beast was in an entirely different realm compared to that of a 1,000-year soul beast. Although the strain of absorbing the blood of a 10,000-year dragon was significantly lesser than that of a 10,000-year soul ring, it still exceeded the limits of Tuoba Chen's physical capacity at present. However, achieving success was not beyond the realm of possibility. It merely required an extraordinary willpower. It all depended on whether he could persist. Should he endure, he would witness his Tsanglong skill ascend to the second level, markedly enhancing his physical strength, and thereafter, his cultivation would progress at an astonishing rate. Yet, should he falter, the gains from his venture into the sacred dragon pool would be lost, and he might even suffer severe damage to his bodily functions, rendering him incapable of becoming a soul master in the future. Nonetheless, cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they inevitably regress. If he were to succumb to fear at this minor setback, what would happen when faced with the far greater dangers of inheriting divine power in the future? Would he then also choose to relinquish his aspirations? No, such a notion was evidently out of the question. Tuoba Chen endured his suffering in silence, his body immersed in agony day after day, having grown accustomed to pain. Nevertheless, the current sensations were almost unbearable. His complexion was ashen, and his entire form trembled violently, each part of him feeling as if it were being scorched by flames. Yet, he found himself unable to alter his predicament, compelled to endure quietly, striving to maintain control over his mind. He then employed the Azure Dragon technique to absorb and channel the dragon's blood. 2 days later, on the banks of the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Meng paced anxiously. Having marked a full week since Tuoba Chen descended into its depths, though he understood that his young grandson had adapted to the waters, an undercurrent of worry gnawed at him. What if, contrary to his expectations, Tuoba Chen had encountered misfortune, remaining silent for an extended duration? History was not devoid of such grim occurrences. There had been instances of exceptionally self-disciplined children who believed they could endure, only to linger too long in the sacred dragon pool. The ultimate fate was often a tragic one, with their bodies completely assimilated by the waters, leaving no trace behind. If such a calamity were to befall his grandson, what recourse would he have? How could he explain it to Tuoba Yen? Would he truly be forced to witness the agony of a parent mourning their child? Meanwhile, Tuoba Yu, who once harbored animosity towards Tuoba Chen, now found his feelings transformed. Recognizing that Tuoba Chen had accomplished what he himself could not. Though Tuoba Yu may be diminutive in stature, he possesses a resolute character. Throughout his life, he has held in high regard but one type of individual: those who are both formidable in strength and diligent in their endeavors. His admiration is not contingent upon moral character. As long as an individual exhibits sufficient prowess, Tuoba, you will venerate them. This perspective is a somewhat distorted notion fostered within the grand environment of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Just as Tuoba Ming could no longer contain his eagerness to plunge into the depths in search of Tuoba Chen, a series of bubbles suddenly broke the surface of the water. Noticing the commotion, Tuoba Ming's expression brightened. There were no others present, so it could only be Tuoba Chen. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry, colossal waves surged forth as a blood-red dragon erupted from the depths. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tuoba Ming's heart soared. Indeed, it was Tuoba Chen, albeit in a form that differed somewhat from before. His once snow-white skin now bore faint crimson lines, and his eyes were devoid of whites and pupils, appearing as two glowing orbs of red. His fur was a vivid scarlet, and simply gazing upon him elicited an involuntary shiver. However, Tuoba Ming remained unshaken. After all, he was a soul Douluo. The aura emanating from Tuoba Chen reached the threshold of a soul king. Though the source of such formidable presence was primarily due to the profound integration with the sacred dragon pool, which had transformed into his dominion, enabling a mighty soul master to unleash an aura nearly commensurate with that of a soul king. Nevertheless, this formidable presence did not equate to a significant enhancement in actual strength. Upon witnessing the transformation of Tuoba Chen, Tuoba Yu and another youth trembled uncontrollably. It was not merely the frightening visage of Tuoba Chen that unsettled them. Rather, it was the profound alteration of his martial soul, which had undergone a mutation and evolved into a more advanced entity. The suppression of his bloodline compelled Tuoba Yu and his companion to quiver in response. After departing from the sacred dragon pool, Tuoba Chen's condition gradually began to stabilize. The crimson hue that enveloped him slowly faded, returning bit by bit to a state of normalcy. Within approximately 10 minutes, he reverted to the Tuoba Chen of a week prior. However, despite his familiar appearance, significant changes had taken place within him. Chapter 81. Rebirth. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, as if he could single-handedly vanquish 10 opponents. Upon reaching the shore, Tuoba Ming and the others promptly approached him. "How do you feel, little Chen? Is there anything amiss?" Upon hearing Tuoba Ming's inquiry, Tuoba Chen nodded in affirmation. Noticing his reaction, Tuoba Ming's heart sank with concern, prompting him to ask, "Is something wrong? Let me take a look. I feel entirely different. I am brimming with strength, capable of obliterating my former self with a single punch," Tuoba Chen replied. Tuoba Ming felt an urge to slap him for the fright he had caused, genuinely fearing something was amiss. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he examined Tuoba Chen and, upon confirming that all was well, finally felt relieved. Subsequently, Tuoba Chen took the initiative to request, "Grandfather, could you arrange for me an opponent? I wish to ascertain the extent of my current prowess." Of course, Tuoba Ming answered without hesitation. He too was eager to discover the true measure of Tuoba Chen's strength. The two companions, Tuoba Yu and the other youth, wisely refrained from challenging Tuoba Chen, fully aware that they were no match for him at this moment. Once outside the sacred dragon pool, the group inhaled deeply the fresh air, savoring the feeling of being alive. They would forever cherish the memories of their days spent within the sacred dragon pool. After their return, Tuoba Yu and his companion departed, while Tuoba Chen was escorted by Tuoba Ming to a residential area. This area housed the outer disciples, many of whom were soul masters at levels 30 to 40. It was the perfect setting to find Tuoba Chen a suitable opponent. Tuoba Ming appeared remarkably familiar with the surroundings, effortlessly guiding Tuoba Chen to a residence. He knocked on the door with a firm rhythm, calling out, "Zhou Feng, come out. I have something to discuss with you." As Tuoba Ming gently rapped upon the door, it was promptly swung open, revealing a robust young man standing before them. "Elder Ming, what brings you to my humble abode today?" Upon witnessing Tuoba Ming's arrival, the youth, referred to as Zhou Feng, appeared somewhat taken aback. "Is there a matter for which you seek my assistance?" "Ah, Elder Ming, please proceed," he responded. Though Zhou Feng's demeanor might suggest a rugged exterior, he exhibited a considerable degree of courtesy towards Tuoba Ming. Tuoba Chen was somewhat curious about the relationship between the two. They appeared to have known each other for quite some time. "Engage in a match with my grandson, but be mindful not to injure him." Upon hearing Tuoba Ming's words, Zhou Feng glanced at Tuoba Chen and then, with a wry smile, replied, "Elder, your grandson seems rather young, does he not? While I have indeed heard of young Master Chen's esteemed reputation lately, it appears he is merely in his early 20s. Would it not be rather excessive for him to spar with me? Upon hearing Zhou Fang's remarks, Tuoba Meng discerned only 3 words: discontent. Impatiently, Tuoba Meng remarked, "Will we fight or not? Let us fight." Zhou Fang felt helpless. As a member of a disadvantaged group, could he truly refuse? Moreover, engaging in a duel posed little risk, and Tuoba Meng was his benefactor. Had it not been for Tuoba Meng rescuing him in his youth, he would have perished from starvation long ago. As for injuring his opponent, he deemed the likelihood rather slim. Despite his elevated rank, his attack power was notably feeble. Without the intent to defeat, it would be challenging for him to prevail. After Zhou Fang consented, the trio proceeded to the arena typically utilized by outer disciples for combat. Observing his surroundings, Tuoba Chen sighed, noting the stark contrast to the splendid arena for direct disciples. This venue was rather shabby, overgrown with weeds, and seemingly neglected. Nevertheless, he merely wished to test his strength, and thus did not mind the conditions too much. "Young Master Chen, are you prepared?" "I am ready. Let us begin." "Martial soul, manifest." With that, Tuoba Chen underwent a dramatic transformation, reverting to his malevolent appearance, characterized by crimson hair and eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Fang displayed 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. The 2 combatants were momentarily taken aback upon seeing each other. The reason for Tuoba Chen's astonishment was that the opponent turned out to be from the Soul Sect. Although his own strength had significantly increased, there remained a discernible gap between them. Furthermore, the aura exuded by the adversary suggested that he was not merely a Soul Sect member at the mere level of 41 or 42. On the other hand, Zhou Fang was thoroughly unsettled by Tuoba Chen's demeanor, which instilled a sense of dread within him. Meanwhile, Tuoba Meng was equally taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Tuoba Chen would transform in such a manner after awakening his martial soul. Tuoba Meng surveyed both sides and declared, "The duel commences." Upon uttering these words, Tuoba Chen charged forward, while Zhou Fang remained rooted in place. What unfolded next was an astonishing spectacle. Tuoba Chen, a formidable great soul master, relentlessly pressed the attack on Zhou Fang. Observing the scene, Tuoba Meng felt a sense of satisfaction. He had personally nurtured Zhou Fang and was acutely aware of his capabilities. Zhou Fang's martial soul, known as the iron-armored beast, possessed formidable defensive power, yet its offensive capability was negligible, nearly inconsequential. This was precisely why he had arranged for Zhou Fang to battle Tuoba Chen. Although victory was uncertain for Tuoba Chen, he would undoubtedly remain unscathed. Glancing at Tuoba Chen, who was dominating the fight, Tuoba Meng mused, "My dear child, this is a demonstration of your grandfather's affection." However, the mental states of the 2 combatants contrasted starkly with their outward performances. Under the relentless barrage from Tuoba Chen, it was evident that Zhou Fang was struggling slightly. The strength displayed by Tuoba Chen was far beyond what one would expect from a great soul master. He had already forced Zhou Fang back several steps. Even a soul zone would find it challenging to push him back, though Zhou Fang was intentionally holding back to allow Tuoba Chen some room for growth. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen, in the midst of his vigorous assault, felt his arms beginning to numb. Zhou Fang's body was as unyielding as steel. A full-force strike would result in a significant portion of the force rebounding back onto him, rendering the effort less advantageous, especially considering Zhou Fang had yet to utilize any soul skills. Realizing that the current approach was unsustainable, Tuoba Chen unleashed a powerful punch, using the recoil to create space between them. "Earth Spike Barrage," he exclaimed. Before Zhou Fang could fully grasp the situation, 8 blood-red spikes surged towards him. Although he noticed the impending threat, it was too late for him to evade. His sluggishness was a clear weakness of the iron-armored beast martial soul. With a piercing sound, the spikes, unlike the previous ineffective attacks, penetrated Zhou Fang's body. Though only the tips had breached his defenses, it nonetheless inflicted injury. Rather than anger, Zhou Fang was merely astonished that Tuoba Chen had managed to wound him. However, the Earth Spike Barrage was not a singular strike. The spikes retracted immediately after impaling him, only to thrust forward once more like daggers. Unlike before, these new spikes bore barbs, and Zhou Fang was taken aback by their unexpected ferocity. Chapter 82. Enhancement of strength. The presence of these barbs was undoubtedly advantageous, significantly increasing the power and penetration of his spikes. Moreover, as the spikes retracted, the barbs inflicted secondary damage to Zhou Fang. showcasing their effectiveness. Yet, Zhou Fang was not to be underestimated. First soul skill, iron armor. With this declaration, a thick layer of iron plating enveloped Zhou Fang's form. The spikes from Tuoba Chen's earth attack struck his opponent, yet they astonishingly shattered upon impact. This was a revelation. Even the earth spikes were incapable of breaching the opponent's formidable defenses, prompting Tuoba Chen to concede with grace. He sensed that his adversary was intentionally holding back. Otherwise, with such a robust defensive capability, they could easily absorb his assaults and retaliate, ensuring his own defeat. Observing Tuoba Chen's swift concession, Zhou Fang was taken aback, as he had anticipated a prolonged struggle. However, this outcome was preferable. With the duel concluded, Tuoba Chen clasped his hands in salute towards Zhou Fang and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." "Not at all," Zhou Fang replied courteously. At this moment, Tuoba Ming also stepped forward and remarked, "Zhou Fang is almost exclusively a defensive soul master, with a defense comparable to that of a soul king. It is entirely normal for you, being merely a great soul master, to find it challenging to breach his defenses." After speaking, Tuoba Chen nodded, fully aware of his capabilities. However, he recognized that the white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul, even after its upgrade, did not significantly enhance his offensive power. Even in its mutated form, the increase was minimal, which was to be expected, as the white-armored Earth Dragon is fundamentally a defensive martial soul. This duel had already served its purpose, providing him with a clearer understanding of his own strength. Typically, unless his opponent possessed an exceptionally powerful martial soul, even a high-ranking soul sovereign would likely falter against him. After all, his physical prowess and soul power had surpassed that of his peers to an extraordinary extent. If the soul sovereign he faced lacked proficiency in combat techniques, it was highly probable that they would not stand a chance against him. Yet, he remained curious about the extent of his defensive capabilities. For the white-armored Earth Dragon's greatest strengths lay in its defense and power, and he was eager to discover more. Summarizing his gains from the Holy Dragon Pool, he noted a substantial enhancement in all physical attributes. The mental attribute remained untested, leaving its status unknown. His Tsanglong Gong had successfully advanced to the second tier, and both his martial soul and soul skills had undergone beneficial mutations. Additionally, his total soul power, as well as his recovery and cultivation speed, had improved. These were the primary benefits he had observed thus far, though he suspected there might be other subtle enhancements he had yet to notice. And he was quite content with his progress. The only regret was that his level had only increased by 1 during this journey to the Holy Dragon Pool. Moreover, it seemed that, due to the increase in his physical strength, the amount of soul power required for him to level up had also escalated. His body could now accommodate 3 times the amount of soul power typical for a regular soul master, and his current cultivation speed was 5 times faster than before. This meant that his advancement in levels would be slower compared to others with innate soul power at level 8. Upon learning this outcome, he found himself uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. On the one hand, he would undoubtedly have an ample supply of soul power in the future, even enabling him to engage in battles beyond his rank. On the other hand, the pace of his level advancement had significantly diminished. After contemplating for a while, he found solace in the notion that an increase in strength was ultimately beneficial. The greater his power, the more advantageous it would be for his potential inheritance of the divine position, even though he was uncertain about the likelihood of such an opportunity. After conversing with Tuoba Ming for a short while, Tuoba Ming departed. Despite the faint hope that lingered, he resolved to continue his seclusion and strive towards reaching the title of Douluo. He has already reached level 89. It would be truly disheartening not to make an attempt to advance further. Gazing at the streets that have gradually become familiar, he feels a sense of nostalgia, knowing that he will soon depart for a completely unfamiliar environment. There, the safety of the Holy Dragon Sect and the Tiando Royal Junior Soul Master Academy will be absent, and he must prepare himself thoroughly for what lies ahead. A rosy-cheeked young woman sits idly in Tuoba Chen's courtyard, staring blankly at the still, imposing door before her. Lost in thought, 7 days have already passed. Why hasn't he, young master, returned? Could it be that he no longer wants me? Shaking her head vigorously at this notion, Gu-yi reassures herself. How could that be? Young master is such a responsible person. If he said he would return, then he surely will. With that thought, she resumes her cleaning. During this time, her complexion has improved significantly due to an enhanced quality of life, no longer as pale as when Tuoba Chen first encountered her. Yet, A subtle sorrow lingers in her brow. As long as Tuoba Chen remains absent, this melancholy will not dissipate. Suddenly, the courtyard gate, which has seen no visitors for some time, creaks open. Gu Yi, still tidying up, notices this and her expression shifts from confusion to excitement upon seeing the visitor. Young master. Gu Yi, I'm back. How have you been these past few days? Thanks to young master taking me in, I have been doing very well. Seeing Gu Yi's rosy complexion brings Tuoba Chen relief. Without his presence, he had worried about her ability to care for herself. Gu Yi, I'm hungry. Please prepare something to eat. Of course. Gu Yi responds eagerly, observing her skip about with joy. Tuoba Chen can't help but wish for a life of such tranquility to continue. Alas, tomorrow he must go to the spirit hall, and he wonders what his circumstances will be upon arrival. Half an hour later, the familiar aroma of meat wafts from the kitchen, faced with a lavish spread of dishes. Tuoba Chen finds himself at a loss for where to begin. Young master, why aren't you eating? Gu Yi asks, perplexed by his dazed demeanor. And no, it's nothing. Let's eat. Right away, he replies, picking up his chopsticks and beginning to devour the food. For 7 days, he has immersed himself in the holy dragon pool, subsisting on its provided nutrients, but the taste left much to be desired. Now, confronted with this sumptuous feast, he takes a single bite and can't stop himself. Watching Tuoba Chen indulge with delight, Gu Yi's eyes sparkle with joy. Over the past week, she has diligently practiced her culinary skills. The fact that Tuoba Chen enjoys the dishes she prepares brings her immense joy. Before long, an entire table laden with food was consumed solely by Tuoba Chen. Once he finished, Gu Yi promptly inquired, Young master, are you satisfied? If you are still hungry, I shall prepare more. Tuoba Chen quickly shook his head, feeling a bit too full from the generous meal prepared by Gu Yi. Nonetheless, it was a gesture of kindness, and it would be impolite not to finish it. After listening to him, Gu Yi nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed eaten quite a bit. Subsequently, she began to methodically clear the dining table, collecting all the dirty dishes to wash them at the sink. Chapter 83. Would you like to accompany me? Observing Gu Yi's busy figure, Tuoba Chen suddenly spoke up. Gu Yi, I will be leaving tomorrow. After Tuoba Chen finished speaking, Gu Yi momentarily paused, her hands halting in their task. However, she soon resumed washing the dishes, smiling as she said, All right, young master, how long will you be away this time? When you return, I shall prepare a grand feast for you. I won't be coming back. Once I leave this time, there will be no return. A sharp crash resonated from Gu Yi's direction as a bowl shattered. She did not respond to Tuoba Chen immediately, and he could faintly perceive her body trembling. The atmosphere became steeped in an eerie silence. After a considerable pause, she finally uttered, I apologize, young master, I broke the bowl. Her voice quivered with suppressed sobs. It's nothing, just a bowl, he replied. Following this exchange, both fell silent, retreating once more into that unsettling ambience. Suddenly, Gu Yi inquired, May I ask why you must leave this time, young master? It seemed she had managed to regulate her emotions, for her voice now lacked the tremor of earlier. Tuoba Chen was uncertain whether he should disclose to the other party his intention to visit the spirit hall. However, he found no justification for deceiving Gu Yi. I am about to embark on a journey to the spirit hall, and from this moment forth, I am unsure if I shall ever have the opportunity to return. Tuoba Chen's words were heartfelt. He genuinely harbored uncertainty about his future return. After all, Bai Bai Dong had left an impression on him as a woman capable of inciting chaos in her quest for vengeance. To him, his journey to the spirit hall felt akin to a peace treaty between two nations, wherein a prince from one country is surrendered to the enemy as a hostage, a demonstration of loyalty from a weaker nation to a more powerful one. Typically, the more significant the hostage, the greater the control exerted by the stronger nation over the weaker one. As the foremost heir of the sacred dragon sect, Tuoba Chen occupied a status nearly equivalent to that of a crown prince. He was bewildered by what Tuoba she could possibly be thinking, as well as his grandfather's surprising consent to such an arrangement. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Gu felt a sudden pause, despite having grown up in the slums. She had heard of the Spirit Hall, a revered sanctuary in the hearts of soul masters. It was said that those fortunate enough to be chosen for entry into the Spirit Hall were unparalleled prodigies, one in a myriad. Tuoba Chen has reached an extraordinary level, and in contrast, I find myself nearly 8 years old, yet still unable to break through to the 10th level. While it is generally considered normal for a soul master to not surpass the 10th level by this age, When compared to someone like Tuoba-chan, my shortcomings become glaringly apparent. Gu-yi opened his mouth, intending to utter something, but ultimately remained silent. Gu-yi, after I depart, you must take good care of yourself. I will leave you some gold coins. You may stay here with me. Do not allow others to bully you any longer, do you understand? As Tuoba-chan spoke, Gu-yi finally reached a breaking point, bursting into tears. Heaven knows how heartbroken she had been during the 7 days of his absence. Now, upon hearing that he would be leaving her forever, her emotions exploded, liberating the sorrow she had long suppressed. At the sound of her weeping, Tuoba-chan panicked. He dreaded seeing a compliant girl like Gu-yi in tears, for he was not adept at comforting others. If it were a mischievous child daring to cry before him, he would have swiftly administered a reprimand, teaching them the meaning of cruelty. Gu-yi attempted to hold back her tears, aware that others tended to disdain those who weep. Yet the tears flowed uncontrollably. The sound of her muffled sobs filled the air. Witnessing Gu-yi struggle to contain her tears, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Tuoba-chan unexpectedly let out a chuckle, shattering the tense atmosphere they had painstakingly built. In that moment, Gu-yi found herself at a loss. Whether to continue crying or to cease was a dilemma. Her face flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by the awkwardness of the situation. Tuoba-chan found himself in an awkward predicament, instinctively seeking to divert the conversation. Why don't you accompany me? He suggested, only to be momentarily taken aback by his own words, which had slipped from his lips unconsciously rather than with intent. It is not uncommon for individuals to utter insincere remarks in an effort to evade uncomfortable topics, and Tuoba-chan was no exception. He immediately regretted his proposition. After all, the journey to the spirit hall posed significant dangers, and ensuring his own safety was already a formidable challenge. He had neither the time nor the capacity to safeguard Gu-yi. However, it was evidently too late, for upon hearing Tuoba-chan's invitation, Gu-yi promptly replied, absolutely. I wish to accompany you, young master. The following day, at the break of dawn, a luxurious carriage was already stationed at the entrance of Tuoba-chan's courtyard, while he was in the kitchen enjoying his breakfast. Gu-yi, resting her chin on her hands, gazed at him with a cheerful expression. Tuoba-chan glanced at her and asked, is there something on my face? Why do you seem so delighted? Oh, no, she replied. It's just that the mere thought of going out with you brings me immense joy. Oh, I see. Tuoba-chan responded helplessly, truly regretting his words. He pondered why he had suggested that the other party accompany him to the spirit hall, when it would have been far better for them to remain safely within the Sacred Dragon Sect. Before long, a clan member knocked on his door. Young Master Chen, Lord Douluo has arrived. Are you prepared? Upon hearing the voice from outside, Tuoba-chan promptly replied, I'm coming. After wiping his hands, he left with Gu-yi. Thanks to his soul guide device, he had no need for cumbersome luggage. Everything could be effortlessly stored within. As he reached the door, he spotted Zhu Yueguan and Tuoba-shi, both beaming with smiles and waving at him. However, Tuoba-chan was preoccupied with concern for Gu-yi, casting a shadow over his mood and leaving a trace of sorrow on his visage. Zhu Yueguan, noticing the expression from a distance, mistakenly believed Tuoba-chan was reluctant to leave, which led him to secretly devise a plan. Tuoba-shi, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events, awaited Tuoba-chan's arrival. Upon his arrival, he presented 2 cards, stating, Xiao-chun, you are about to embark on your journey to the spirit hall. It will be inconvenient for us to visit you frequently. Thus, you shall procure your own training materials henceforth. This gold card contains 5 million gold soul coins. And the other is the highest tier membership card of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, which affords discounts. Take care on your journey. To Tuoba-chan's surprise, Tuoba-shi had bestowed upon him a significant gift. In response, he merely expressed, thank you, Sect Master. I shall take my leave. Indeed, go, Tuoba-shi replied. With that, Tuoba-chan, accompanied by Gu-yi and Zhu-yu, closed the carriage door. Zhu-yu, upon noticing Tuoba-chan had brought a young girl, refrained from questioning him. After bidding farewell to Tuoba-meng and the others, Tuoba-chan officially commenced his journey to the spirit hall, uncertain whether this venture would yield fortune or misfortune. However, it seemed implausible that Bai Dong would target a mere child. After all, he had surrendered and should be treated with leniency as a hostage. After a day of travel, the carriage unexpectedly came to a halt. Tuoba-chan, still immersed in his training, awoke in confusion. The horses pulling the carriage were a breed known as scale horses, renowned for their extraordinary endurance. capable of traveling for 3 consecutive days. Having perused the continent's map, he knew that their journey to the Spirit Hall would require at least 5 days at their current pace. Why, then, had they ceased their progress after just 1 day? Was there an issue with the carriage? Noticing Tuoba Chen's puzzled expression, Juyu mysteriously suggested, "Let us descend and investigate." Although uncertain of Juyu's intentions, he did not refuse. "Very well, Senior Yu." With that, he and Gu Yi disembarked from the carriage. Upon stepping down, a magnificent city unfolded before him. Unlike the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, this city was dominated by a crimson hue, exuding an ancient yet formidable atmosphere. Tuoba Chen felt an exhilarating surge of emotions simply by gazing upon the majestic city. At that moment, Jiugwen also alighted from the vehicle, casting a curious glance in Tuoba Chen's direction. "Behold, this is the imperial capital of the Xinglua Empire, Xinglua City. I presume this is your inaugural visit? Allow me to enlighten you. Xinglua City is renowned as an ancient capital of warfare, where facilities and industries related to soul masters are remarkably advanced, and the entertainment amenities are equally impressive. In a few days, we shall journey to the Spirit Hall, and let me assure you, the training there surpasses your wildest imagination. Consider today as your final respite before entering the depths of rigorous training. Go forth and indulge yourself." Jiugwen spoke earnestly, believing that the innate nature of youth is to revel and play, and that any worries could be alleviated through joyous pursuits. However, to Tuoba Chen, Jiugwen's words took on a different significance. The notion that the facilities and industries related to soul masters were advanced implied that he could acquire numerous cultivation resources unattainable in the Tiando Empire. Such an opportunity would significantly accelerate his training progress. As for the mention of entertainment, he disregarded it entirely. In his lexicon, there was only room for cultivation, not leisure. Having come to this realization, he promptly replied, "Thank you, Senior Yu Egwan. I shall take my leave now. Return before nightfall. We can afford to wait a day." With that, Tuoba Chen stepped boldly through the grand gates of Xinglua City, followed closely by Gu Yi. Due to their striking appearances, they soon attracted the attention of several onlookers within the city. Jiugwen, noticing this, discreetly trailed behind to ensure their safety. Upon entering Xinglua City, Gu Yi expressed her curiosity about everything around her. Having grown up, this was her first venture beyond a 5-kilometer radius of the Holy Dragon Sect. Tuoba Chen maintained a calm demeanor, having witnessed many grand spectacles in his time. He led Gu Yi through the bustling heart of Xinglua City. Typically, cities flourish more as one approaches their centers, and Xinglua City was no exception. At the very core stood the Imperial Palace, encircled by the residences of nobles and shops trading in premium materials and rare herbs. His current objective was indeed those shops. For Tuoba, she had generously bestowed upon him a sum of 5 million gold soul coins. Holding such an enormous fortune felt wasteful. It was prudent to exchange it for valuable resources instead. After approximately an hour, they arrived at the city center. Once there, Tuoba Chen deliberately guided Gu Yi towards a rather secluded alley. Although Gu Yi was uncertain of Tuoba Chen's intentions, she followed him into the narrow passage. Before long, they reached a dead end. Observing their surroundings, Gu Yi's heart raced. Why had her master brought her here? What did he intend to do? Just then, as she pondered, Tuoba Chen's voice interrupted her thoughts. Accompanying his words, 3 burly men with fierce expressions entered the alley. "Hey, little brother. I didn't expect you to be so alert." Noticing our tailing, the leader, a robust man with a dark face, remarked, "Of course, your tracking skills are abysmal. It would be difficult not to notice. What is your purpose in following us? You little rascal, what other purpose could we have? It's simply because you look quite fetching and can be sold for a pretty penny. Let me tell you, children like you are the favored commodities among those noble lords, fetching a handsome price." They laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi, who stood behind Tuoba Chen, felt a surge of fear. Although she had often been bullied at the Holy Dragon Sect, she had never faced an actual kidnapping. "Master, I'm scared," she confessed. Hearing her voice, Tuoba Chen offered her reassurance, saying, "It's all right, I'm here." Despite his smaller stature compared to the 3 hulking figures, he exuded an inexplicable sense of security, which calmed Gu Yi considerably. "Oh, how touching. I almost feel reluctant to harm you. Why not surrender peacefully? That way, we can avoid injuring you, and you'll fetch a better price. It's beneficial for both parties, don't you think?" Just as he finished speaking, a barbed spike pierced through his abdomen, leaving the burly man incredulous as he stared at the wound. How is this possible? Upon finishing his words, the ground spikes retracted automatically, only to be replaced by two more that pierced through his brain and heart. The other two individuals met the same fate. They were mere ordinary people who, faced with Tuoba Chen's sudden assault, were utterly unprepared and were directly impaled by the spikes. During this harrowing act, Tuoba Chen shielded Guyi's eyes, for she was still too young to witness such gruesome scenes. However, after taking a life for the first time, a wave of discomfort washed over Tuoba Chen. His stomach churned, and he felt a nauseating urge to vomit. Yet, he managed to suppress it. After hastily manipulating the earth to assimilate their bodies into the ground, Tuoba Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He removed his hand from Guyi's eyes and said, "Let us depart." Guyi gazed into the empty alleyway before her, perhaps beginning to fathom the gravity of what had just transpired. Chapter 85. The young cub Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing. She observed Tuoba Chen beside her, uncertain of how to express her emotions. As they continued their journey, Guyi remained oblivious to the fact that Tuoba Chen's pace had quickened slightly. For reasons unknown, every time he confronted such scum, Tuoba Chen's anger surged to its peak, prompting him to act in ways he typically would not. I was too impulsive, he reflected, adjusting his breathing to regain his composure. Gradually, he managed to steady himself. Eventually, they arrived at the heart of the city. Despite his agitation, he recognized the necessity of attending to pressing matters. His gaze swiftly fell upon a high-end shop adorned with the emblem of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, a store belonging to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Conveniently, he possessed the highest membership card for the Seven Treasures Commerce Association, allowing him to enjoy discounts on purchases. Upon entering the Seven Treasures Commerce Association, a clerk promptly approached him. Though Tuoba Chen was but a child, his attire was immaculate, presenting him as a person of affluence despite being engrossed in his cultivation. With the passage of time, he had come to place significant emphasis on his appearance. After all, first impressions are often shaped by one's outward presentation. Given his ability to enhance his image, he naturally refrained from dressing simply when venturing out. This attention to his appearance helped him circumvent numerous misunderstandings. Indeed, the enthusiastic attendant before him was a clear testament to this. At the very least, whenever he went out to shop, no one had ever dismissed him due to his attire or his status as a child, underscoring the benefits of his careful presentation. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Tuoba Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the area was filled with low-tier herbs and items with limited assistance for cultivation. "Is this all that is available for sale? Are there no higher-grade herbs?" he inquired. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's question, the attendant replied, "Of course, sir. However, those herbs are located on the higher floors, and access to those levels requires a membership card from our association." "Is that so?" "You mean this one," Tuoba Chen remarked, producing the membership card that represented the highest tier of the Seven Treasures Association. Upon seeing the colorful card in Tuoba Chen's hand, the attendant was momentarily taken aback, and after confirming its significance, he hurriedly said, "Wait, esteemed guest. I will fetch our steward to assist you personally." The attendant spoke with a hint of excitement. Tuoba Chen nodded in agreement, appreciating the prospect of being escorted by a steward. Shortly thereafter, a young man who appeared quite competent approached Tuoba Chen. Observing the card in Tuoba Chen's possession, the young man calmly addressed him. "I apologize for the wait, distinguished guest. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Tian. May I serve as your guide?" Yang Tian's tone was not condescending but rather respectful, treating Tuoba Chen as an equal, which made Tuoba Chen feel quite at ease. "Very well, Steward Yang. Do you have any herbs that can assist with cultivation?" "Herbs, indeed we do. Please follow me," Yang Tian replied, leading Tuoba Chen upwards. Following closely behind Yang Tian, Tuoba Chen ascended to the 5th floor. Along the way, he stole glances at the wares on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. Discovering that they met his expectations, the higher the floor, the better the quality of the items. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Yang Tian remarked, "Mr. Tuoba, I will leave you here. The finest items in our shop are located on this level. I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. I will be nearby." "Understood," Tuoba Chen replied. Tuoba Chen nodded. He indeed preferred solitude while shopping, disliking the incessant pressure of salespeople nearby. With that, he immersed himself in selecting his items. The moment the two entered this level, they caught the attention of another individual. Tuoba Chen sensed the prying gaze of another upon him, and as he turned in the direction of this sensation, He soon beheld a child with golden hair and mismatched eyes observing him from a short distance away. Wait a moment, golden hair? Mismatched eyes? A familiar name abruptly surfaced in his mind. Mubai, this place is so dull. When shall we depart? Suddenly, a charming little girl with 2 playful pigtails addressed the golden-haired boy. Tuoba Chen possessed exceptional hearing, though the voice was not particularly loud. He distinctly caught the mention of Mubai. As for the adorable girl with 2 playful pigtails, she must be Zhu Zhuqing. It was quite a surprise to encounter 2 members of the main cast in this place. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's voice, Dai Mubai withdrew his gaze and shook his head, saying, I wish to observe a while longer. Zhuqing, if you find it dull, you may return. At this moment, Mubai was not yet the notorious flirt. His rapport with Zhu Zhuqing was still quite pleasant, indicating that Davis had yet to begin his suppression of him. Humph. You're not keeping me company. I'm upset, Zhu Zhuqing pouted, tilting her head with her charming pigtails bobbing. Yet, despite her words, she made no move to leave. For reasons unknown, the sight of these 2 adorable figures elicited an involuntary smile from Tuoba Chen, devoid of any ulterior thoughts, merely a reflexive expression. However, this delightful scene would likely be fleeting. They were ensconced in a familial environment where older siblings often exerted pressure, leading Dai Mubai into a period of decline before he would eventually leave the Douluo Empire to attend Shrek Academy, with Zhu Zhuqing following in pursuit. Nevertheless, Tuoba Chen had always been curious about Dai Mubai. After all, he was a prince of the Douluo Empire. Even if he were to travel to the Heavendo Empire, it seemed implausible that he would choose to attend a decrepit institution like Shrek Academy. Or perhaps he feared that remaining at other schools might reveal his identity as a prince of a rival nation, leading to his capture? Regardless of Dai Mubai's thoughts, what caught Tuoba Chen's attention was a satisfactory medicinal herb, the diamond fruit, an exquisite yield highly suitable for their assault-type soul masters. He had never encountered such a fruit in the Heavendo Empire. Yet, as he extended his hand, it fortuitously brushed against another. Turning to look, he found himself face to face with Dai Mubai. I saw it first. They both exclaimed in unison, noticing the ensuing dispute. Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing hurried over simultaneously. Both Tuoba Chen and Dai Mubai refused to relinquish their grip. The diamond fruit was an exceedingly rare cultivation resource within the Douluo Empire, making it improbable for Dai Mubai to easily let go. Release it. I am a prince. Do you intend to wrest it from me? Dai Mubai exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. What of being a prince? That which I laid my eyes upon first is rightfully mine, Tuoba Chen retorted, unwavering in his stance. Were it not for the fear of damaging the diamond fruit, Tuoba Chen would have seized it long ago rather than engage in futile banter with this impudent child. Chapter 86. The conflict. Dai Mubai and Tuoba Chen were of the same age, yet Dai Mubai stood a head shorter, measuring merely around 1.40 meters. Observing Tuoba Chen's iron-like grip, Dai Mubai, somewhat irate, challenged him. Let us duel. The victor shall claim the diamond fruit. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Chen cast a scrutinizing glance at Dai Mubai, who appeared rather slender and likely no more than 8 years old, probably not even at level 20. Audacious enough to challenge him. Noticing Tuoba Chen's expression, Dai Mubai, slightly irritated, warned, Hey, what's with that look? Be cautious, or I shall teach you a lesson. Seeing the fierce determination in Dai Mubai's eyes, Tuoba Chen replied nonchalantly, Fine, I accept. Where shall we duel? Just as he finished speaking, Yang Tian interjected, Are you two planning to compete? If so, let us use the top floor of our shop. It offers ample space. Perfectly suited as a battleground for your contest. Tuoba Chen was taken aback. Logically, Yang Tian should have intervened to mediate. Yet here he was offering a venue. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, seemed accustomed to such customs. In the Douluo Empire, when 2 individuals coveted the same item and neither yielded, a duel was the resolution. Whoever triumphed would claim the prize. The 7 Treasures Merchant Association had adeptly adapted to this rule, even going so far as to construct designated areas for such contests. Subsequently, they followed Yang Tian to the rooftop, which indeed, as he had described, was expansive, and the ground appeared to be crafted from a unique, durable metal, resistant to damage. Upon their arrival, the 2 competitors took their positions. Yang Tian stood between them and proclaimed, This match is for the contest of the diamond fruit. The victor shall gain the right to purchase it. I hereby declare the match to commence. At that moment, rather than engaging immediately, the 2 girls observing from the sidelines began fervently cheering. Dai Bai? Go for it. After exchanging enthusiastic shouts, Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi's gazes met, igniting an unspoken spark between them. Dai Bai swiftly manifested his martial soul, declaring, I am Dai Bai. My martial soul is the evil Eye White Tiger, a level 15 powerful attack-type soul master. Tuoba Chen replied in kind, I am Tuoba Chen, a soul master of the white armored earth dragon, level 23, specializing in offensive combat. Upon hearing his opponent's level, Dai Bai's expression hardened. Level 23? That was a whole tier above him, and yet the other seemed only slightly older. Observing Dai Bai's serious demeanor, Tuoba Chen mockingly remarked, Oh, is this the prince of the Star Luo Empire? Merely level 15? Is that all? Dai Bai, incensed by Tuoba Chen's derisive tone, felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and retaliate. However, he restrained himself. The disparity in soul power was evident, and his adversary had yet to unleash his martial spirit. Engaging in such a cowardly ambush was beneath him. Noticing Dai Bai's composure, Tuoba Chen was somewhat surprised by his restraint and continued, Since your level is inferior to mine, I shall not wield my martial spirit and will face you as you are. Let us see if you can defeat me. Unable to tolerate Tuoba Chen's arrogance any longer, Dai Bai declared, First soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Instantly, a radiant golden aura enveloped him, fortifying his stance as he charged directly at Tuoba Chen. Observing Dai Bai's straightforward assault, Tuoba Chen shook his head. The attack was far too simplistic. Not only he, but even the current avalanche could easily overpower him. As Dai Bai reached him, Tuoba Chen simply sidestepped and delivered a swift strike to Dai Bai's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, after enduring Tuoba Chen's assault, Dai Bai lay there, perplexed. This shouldn't be happening. He had controlled the force perfectly. So why did he find himself in this predicament? At that moment, a wave of humiliation washed over him. How embarrassing. To be knocked down by someone who appeared to be only a year his senior. A profound sense of shame enveloped Dai Bai, compelling him to remain on the ground until everyone had left. Noticing Dai Bai's trembling legs, Tuoba Chen quickly grasped the situation. Ah, child. What a tiresome sense of pride. He made no effort to conceal his voice, and Dai Bai heard clearly. Upon hearing those words, he felt even less inclined to rise. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing the scene unfold, was oblivious to the context, only aware that Dai Bai had been knocked down. Bai? She exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him. Please don't die. Faced with Zhu Zhuqing's concern, Dai Bai continued to feign unconsciousness. Observing this, Tuoba Chen lost interest and decided to leave. It was rather dull, as he had hoped Dai Bai would offer a modicum of surprise, but it seemed he was merely a privileged child with moderate talent. Yang, I believe I am now able to purchase the diamond fruit, he stated. Yang nodded, having discerned that Dai Bai was merely feigning unconsciousness, and could not help but shake his head. The princess' demeanor was exceedingly disconcerting. Once Tuoba Chen and the others had departed, Dai Bai pretended to regain consciousness. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this spectacle, finally exhaled in relief. Bai, you have finally awakened. Indeed, my neck aches terribly. Zhuqing, what transpired? Were Tuoba Chen still present, he would undoubtedly be astonished by Dai Bai's theatrical performance, as the latter acted as though nothing had occurred, pretending to have amnesia. Oh! Zhu Zhuqing was startled by Dai Bai's words and exclaimed, Do not frighten me, Bai. I shall escort you to see a physician. Upon hearing Zhuqing's insistence, he shook his head repeatedly, replying, No, it is unnecessary. I seem to be fine, just a bit of discomfort in my back. Observing Dai Bai's anxious demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing felt puzzled as to why he was in such a state of distress, yet she still expressed her concern, asking, Are you truly certain it is not needed? Yes, I assure you it is not, he replied. What a jest, seeing a physician would only expose me. Very well. Not wishing to press further given Dai Bai's insistence, she acquiesced. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen successfully procured the King Kong fruit for 150,000 soul coins and subsequently spent nearly 150,000 more on an abundance of cultivation materials, ceasing his shopping only once his dragon's pendant was fully stocked. Yang Tian was also astonished by Tuoba Chen's financial capacity. While 150,000 was not a significant sum for their 7 treasures glazed tile school, it was remarkable that a mere child possessed such wealth, seemingly without parental concern. However, observing Tuoba Chen's composed and mature demeanor, he felt his thoughts were perhaps unwarranted. Chapter 87. The First Encounter with BB Dong. End of the third update, you know what I mean. Having completed his shopping with great success, Tuoba Chen promptly made his way toward the carriage. Only half a day had passed. Although Jiua Pass had granted him an entire day of leisure, he found himself at a loss for how to spend it. For him, cultivating and enhancing his strength was the most exhilarating endeavor. After finishing his purchases, it would be prudent to return and resume his training, as he required considerably more soul power to level up than others. Jiua Guan, trailing behind, observed this scene and hurriedly returned to the carriage ahead of him. Upon their arrival, Jiua Guan lifted the curtain of the carriage window and inquired, "What's this? You've returned already? Aren't you going to linger a bit longer in Xinglua City?" Tuoba Chen shook his head, saying, "No, let us proceed quickly." Upon hearing his response, Jiua Guan nodded, and the group continued on their journey. For days later, at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, a luxurious carriage came to a halt at the entrance. The guards, upon noticing, hurriedly emerged to obstruct entry. Who dares to intrude upon the Spirit Hall? In an effort to avoid leaving a negative impression on Tuoba Chen, Jiua Guan refrained from reprimanding the ignorant guard. Instead, he presented a token to the coachman, instructing him to show it to the guards. Upon seeing the token, the guard hastily stepped aside, exclaiming, "My lord Jiua Guan, please enter." With that, they allowed the carriage to pass. After completing this, Jiua Guan glanced at Tuoba Chen, who was engrossed in his cultivation, feeling somewhat helpless. Over the past few days, aside from essential physiological needs, Tuoba Chen had devoted himself entirely to his training. It was the first time Jiua Guan had encountered a child so dedicated. The only moments Tuoba Chen had spoken were to inquire about matters regarding cultivation. It was astonishing. Not only children, but even titled Douluos rarely exhibited such relentless perseverance. Suddenly, Jiua Guan comprehended why Tuoba Chen had achieved such remarkable feats at such a tender age. Possessing extraordinary talent and exhibiting unparalleled diligence, if he were to not meet an untimely demise, he would undoubtedly have the potential to become a titled Douluo in the future. With this thought, Jiua Guan's desire to take Tuoba Chen as his disciple intensified. However, that would depend on whether the Pope esteemed him. As Jiua Guan led Tuoba Chen toward the Pope's chamber, he reassured him, "Tuoba Chen, there is no need for anxiety. The Pope does not harbor dislike for children. Simply behave normally." Hearing Jiua Guan's words, Tuoba Chen nodded earnestly. For reasons unknown, Jiua Guan seemed to have treated him kindly throughout this journey, not placing undue burdens upon him. Tuoba Chen remained remarkably composed, in stark contrast to Ge, who was visibly anxious. As he surveyed the 2 rows of sentinels surrounding them, Ge felt his back nearly drenched in cold sweat. Tuoba Chen noticed Ge's demeanor and gently squeezed her hand, conveying his presence and assurance. Suddenly, as he grasped her hand, an inexplicable sense of tranquility surged through her, alleviating her tension. Upon arriving at the papal palace, they refrained from entering directly, opting instead to have the guard announce their arrival. "Your Holiness, Lord Jiuguan has returned." Upon hearing the guard's announcement, BB Dong nodded in acknowledgement. The guard then stepped outside to inform Jiuguan and the others, "Lord Jiuguan, the Pope has summoned you." Understood. Subsequently, the 3 of them proceeded into the papal palace. BB Dong did not look up but continued to peruse the documents in her hands, inquiring, "Jiua Guan, how have matters progressed?" "Your Holiness, that matter is nearly resolved. Additionally, I have brought Tuoba Chen along this time." Upon hearing Jiuguan's response, BB Dong nodded in satisfaction, then glanced up to regard him and the 2 young companions at his side. At the very first glance, Tuoba Chen was utterly captivated by the striking beauty of BB Dong. How exquisite she was. Tuoba Chen instinctively remarked that he was genuinely awestruck by the appearance of BB Dong. He had never encountered a woman quite like her. Though she was likely in her 30s or 40s, her visage resembled that of a youthful girl in her 20s. Beneath her vibrant and alluring exterior, there lay an indescribable air of authority, exuding a deadly charm that would stir the heart of any normal man who beheld her. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's words, Juyi was taken aback with concern and promptly admonished, "Tuoba Chen, you must not be disrespectful." Tuoba Chen quickly realized the situation, yet he remained uncertain about how to react. Observing Tuoba Chen's flustered demeanor, BB Dong's lips curled ever so slightly, as his current state reminded her of the first time that person had encountered her, lifting her spirits considerably. "It's all right, you are Tuoba Chen, are you not? I have heard of you. From this day forth, you shall cultivate alongside my disciples." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Tuoba Chen appeared somewhat dazed, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Jiue Guan, though feeling a tinge of disappointment, softly reminded him, "You should thank the esteemed Pope." "Oh yes. Thank you, Your Holiness." Witnessing Tuoba Chen's reaction, Bibi Dong felt the child increasingly resembled that person. However, her thoughts soon drifted to something unpleasant, causing her previously uplifted smile to fade. After a while, she finally noticed Gui, who was standing awkwardly beside them. Upon closer inspection, she lost interest in Gui, as the girl struck her as exceedingly ordinary. Apart from her pleasing appearance, she seemed to possess little else of worth in Bibi Dong's eyes. "Yu Guan, you have worked hard along the way. Please arrange accommodations for Tuoba Chun and the others, near the Sanctus." "Yes, Your Holiness." With that, Jiue Guan, feeling somewhat disheartened, led Tuoba Chun and the others away. Tuoba Chun sensed the emotions of Jiue Guan, yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind them. Could it be that he harbored a secret affection for Bibi Dong? Reflecting upon the kindness that Jiue Guan had shown him over the past few days, as he had answered numerous inquiries regarding cultivation, Tuoba Chen approached and gently tugged at Jiue Guan's hand, inquiring, "Senior Jiue, what troubles you? You appear quite dejected." Surprised by Tuoba Chen's words, Jiue Guan regarded him with a dazed expression. He affectionately ruffled Tuoba Chen's hair and replied, "Oh, it is nothing, little Chen. It is merely that upon seeing you, I was reminded of how my grandfather, despite his advanced years, remains a solitary bachelor. How I wish I could have a grandson of my own." Taken aback by Jiue Guan's revelation, Tuoba Chen realized that the cause of his melancholy was rooted in the loneliness of an empty nester in need of companionship. Observing the sorrowful demeanor of Jiue Guan stirred a sense of pity within him. In a moment of impulse, he uttered, "Grandfather Jiue?" At this, Jiue Guan's body stiffened as he asked, "Little Chun, what did you just call me?" Blushing, Tuoba Chun replied, Grandfather Jiue. Is it inappropriate for me to address you as such?" His tone was timid, almost pitiful. No, you may certainly call me that, little Chun. If it pleases you, I would be delighted if you continued to do so," Jiue Guan responded nervously, resembling a child fearful of rejection. "Indeed," Tuoba Chen affirmed eagerly. Tuoba Chun replied with unwavering certainty. After his words, Jiue Guan paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. It took a while for him to regain his composure. Turning to Tuoba Chun, he said, "Little Chun, this is for you." As he spoke, he handed Tuoba Chen a token engraved with a chrysanthemum, adding, "This is my identity token. With this in your possession, aside from a few elders, no one will dare to bully you." Upon hearing these words, Tuoba Chun accepted the token and replied, "Thank you, Grandpa Yue Guan." It was not a precious treasure, yet refusing it would likely displease Yue Guan, so it was best to accept it. Hearing Tuoba Chen address him as Grandpa Yue Guan filled Yue Guan with joy, and he thought to himself that he must boast to the old ghost about this later that evening. Noticing the happiness on the elder's face, Tuoba Chen felt a voice echo in his mind, announcing the completion of a task and congratulating him on acquiring the title of Douluo bodyguard. He couldn't help but reflect that in this life, one relies heavily on their performance. No one can resist the charm of a sweet and obedient child. Before long, Yue Guan escorted Tuoba Chen to an elegantly designed courtyard, saying, "Little Chen, from today onward, you will reside here. Do you see those 3 houses?" He pointed to 3 courtyards nearby, each as refined as the one they were in. Tuoba Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Yue Guan continued, "This is the residence of the Pope's 3 disciples. Your presence here signifies that the Pope has taken you as an apprentice, and you will eventually meet the 3 of them. Moreover, not far from here lies a simulated training ground. If you find yourself at leisure, you may practice there." "Ah, understood, Grandfather Yue Guan." Upon hearing this, Yue Guan felt a surge of joy. The feeling of being a grandfather was truly delightful. Although he had never raised a grandson, nor even a son, he reasoned that if he were uncertain about how to guide them, showering them with affection would suffice. For at least it would ensure they did not harbor disdain towards him. After Yue Guan departed, Tuoba Chen officially settled in. This place was comparable to his previous residence in the Sacred Dragon Sect, albeit slightly larger, with a pond and a small pavilion in the yard, lending the surroundings a more refined ambience. After selecting suitable rooms for himself and Gui, he proceeded to cultivate. It had been a full month since he completed the 2nd layer of the dragon transformation technique, and it was time to embark upon the 3rd layer. From this layer onward, up to the 7th, The training involved varying levels of body tempering techniques. Although the third layer was foundational, those who had not practiced the first two layers of the dragon transformation technique would risk bodily harm if they attempted to cultivate the third layer directly due to insufficient physical resilience. Upon opening the third layer, Tuoba Chen discovered that the training method was quite unique. It involved utilizing a special technique to activate certain specific acupoints on his body during the exercise. This would induce immense pressure on the body, followed by high-intensity training to enhance his strength. The subsequent layers followed this pattern, albeit with differing acupoint requirements. The completion of the third layer necessitated the simultaneous activation of 4 acupoints for 1 hour. The fourth layer required the activation of 16 acupoints for 1 hour. The fifth layer demanded the activation of 36 acupoints for 1 hour. The sixth layer required 72 acupoints for 1 hour. As for the seventh layer, it necessitated the activation of 108 acupoints for 24 hours to be deemed complete. Moreover, after each training session, a substantial intake of soul beast meat was required to replenish the expended energy. Tuoba Chen glanced at his azure dragon pendant, filled with various rare medicinal herbs, and lamented, who would carry soul beast meat? Reluctantly, he instructed Gui to keep watch at the door before planning to venture out for supplies. However, just as he stepped outside, a familiar figure appeared before him. Bibi Dong. Recognizing the visitor, Tuoba Chen promptly opened the courtyard door and bowed, saying, "I greet you, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong replied, "No need for such formalities." After which, Tuoba Chen stood up. "Show me your soul rings," Bibi Dong commanded. "Very well." Without hesitation, Tuoba Chen responded, "Martial spirit manifestation." As he spoke, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. He exuded an aura of malevolence and terror, with delicate scales sprouting from his body. The shadow behind him also solidified more than before, and 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, materialized around him. Notably, with each enhancement of his strength, his martial spirit seemed to evolve, displaying more characteristics reminiscent of dragon-type soul beasts. Bibi Dong, observing Tuoba Chen's martial spirit, was astounded. She had encountered the white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Masters before and understood that they would evolve their martial spirits as their power increased. However, witnessing such a transformation into Tuoba Chen was a first for her. The mere presence of a purple second soul ring was remarkable, and the mutation of his martial spirit was indeed extraordinary. "Attack me," Bibi Dong commanded. What do you mean?" Tuoba Chen replied, somewhat bewildered. "Just attack me," she reiterated. Seeing his hesitation after his martial spirit manifestation was somewhat amusing to Bibi Dong. With that thought, Tuoba Chen launched an attack towards her, not holding back in the slightest. He was aware that Bibi Dong was at least a title Douluo at this moment, and he understood that his current level of power would hardly impress her. Bang! Bibi Dong effortlessly grasped Tuoba Chen's small fist, creating an awkward scene. Surprised by the strength behind his punch, Bibi Dong noted that Tuoba Chen's attack power even surpassed that of Xie and Yin. His decisive actions, devoid of hesitation, indeed marked him as someone with potential. As she released Tuoba Chen's fist, Bibi Dong inquired, "Tuoba Chen, would you like to be my disciple?" She gazed at him expectantly. In truth, Tuoba Chen's heart was resistant. He had no desire to take anyone as his master. The thought of kneeling to pay respects as the ancients did was quite embarrassing for him. However, the individual before him was a formidable figure above level 90, leaving him with little room to refuse. I am willing, Your Holiness," he replied. "Your Holiness?" Bibi Dong frowned slightly. "Oh, I mean, Master," he corrected himself. At this, Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Little Chen, I will not interfere excessively with your training. For the Holy Dragon Sect should have methods more suitable for your development. However, if you have any questions or require training resources, feel free to ask me during my leisure time, understood?" Chapter 89. The third layer of the dragon transformation technique following this. Bibi Dong and Tuoba Chen engaged in conversation for a while longer. She felt that the personality of this young man increasingly resembled that of another individual she held dear, and her fondness for him grew with each passing moment. Tuoba Chen experienced a distinctly different sensation. Having perused the original novel, he perceived Bibi Dong as a woman driven to madness. Furthermore, her demeanor towards her disciples seemed far from gentle. She treated him with an unexpected warmth akin to that of a neighborly older sister. This was not all. The peculiar and enigmatic Douluo also appeared to hold a fondness for him. Did he possess some unique charm that captivated these middle-aged women and gentlemen? Little did he know, Douluo was merely enamored with physical appearance, and Bibi Dong's affection stemmed solely from the resemblance of his character to that of the Grandmaster. With a sense of cautious curiosity, Tuoba Chen ventured to inquire, "Teacher, might it be possible for you to procure additional soul beast meat for me?" Given Bibi Dong's assurance that he could request training resources from her, he was determined to seize this opportunity. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's request, Bibi Dong nodded in affirmation, certainly. In their spirit hall, any soul master above level 40 was almost guaranteed a daily supply of soul beast meat aged over 10 years, with reserves likely surpassing those of the Holy Dragon Sect. Actually, teacher, he continued, due to the nature of my cultivation method, I require a substantial amount of soul beast meat, potentially tenfold or even 100-fold compared to my peers. With that, Tuoba Chen produced the transformation dragon technique for her to examine. Although the transformation dragon technique was a unique cultivation method of their Holy Dragon Sect, it was beyond the grasp of other soul masters, and numerous copies had been lost outside their confines. Many had seen it, yet none had succeeded in mastering it. So he thought it harmless to share it with Bibi Dong. After reviewing the third-layer cultivation requirements of the transformation dragon technique, Bibi Dong nodded. Soul beast meat, you say? We have an abundance in our spirit hall. She reassured him, rest assured, I will instruct my subordinates to deliver additional beast meat to you daily, ensuring your needs are met. Thank you, teacher, he responded gratefully. You're welcome, she replied, affectionately ruffling his hair. Tuoba Chen felt a twinge of annoyance. Why did everyone insist on patting his head? It was, without a doubt, his least favorite thing. However, he found himself powerless to resist. The individual before him was the Pope, his mentor, and, for the time being, his benefactor. Thus, he acquiesced to the gesture. After exchanging a few more words with Bibi Dong, she eventually took her leave. Watching her retreating figure, Tuoba Chen felt a tumult of emotions. The spirit hall did not seem as cold and unfeeling as he had envisioned. Before long, there came a knock at the courtyard door. Lord Tuoba Chen, His Holiness the Pope has instructed me to deliver some items to you. Upon hearing the voice from outside, Tuoba Chen hurried to open the door. He was met by a guard who pushed a cart laden with spirit beast meat to the threshold of his small courtyard. The quantity of spirit beast meat was staggering, likely amounting to 1,000 pounds. Among the haul, Tuoba Chen spotted a colossal black dragon leg. If his eyes did not deceive him, based on its color and size, it must belong to a 10,000-year-old spirit beast, the black dragon. In that moment, Tuoba Chen swallowed hard. The guard, noticing his presence, quickly offered, Mr. Tuoba Chen, allow me to assist you in bringing this inside. Yes, please, that would be most helpful, Tuoba Chen replied. No trouble at all, said the guard, as he helped maneuver the spirit beast meat into the kitchen before bidding farewell. Tuoba Chen then instructed Gai to attend to the 10,000-year-old spirit beast meat while he prepared to meditate. He was about to embark on the third layer of the dragon transformation technique. With the assistance he had received from the sacred dragon pool, he anticipated that his initial attempt at breaking through should surpass a single acupoint. With this thought in mind, he began to focus on the first acupoint, the Tianmen acupoint. As outlined in the dragon transformation technique, the Tianmen acupoint, situated upon his forehead, is regarded as one of the most perilous points within the human body. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Hence, he must approach the Tianmen acupoint with utmost caution, exercising control over his soul power. He gingerly approached the vicinity of the Tianmen acupoint. Observing the tightly shut gateway of the Tianmen acupoint, Tuoba Chen refrained from a forceful assault. Instead, he endeavored to soften his soul power, rendering it fluid like water, allowing it to gradually seep in. To his surprise, the process unfolded with remarkable ease, and he swiftly breached the defenses of the Tianmen acupoint, acquiring the ability to open and close it at will. He then immediately set his sights on attempting to conquer the second acupoint. 2 hours passed, and Tuoba Chen opened his eyes, having successfully navigated through 3 acupoints, nearly reaching his limit. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this pace, especially considering that there were only 4 acupoints in total at the third level, nearly placing him on the brink of a breakthrough. In comparison to those who struggled to breach even the first level during their initial training, he considered himself quite accomplished. Subsequently, he chose not to close these 3 acupoints. With their activation, and owing to their location on his head, both his mental faculties and sensory perceptions were amplified several-fold, albeit at a corresponding increase in consumption. The essence of the third level of training lay in enhancing his mental prowess and sensory acuity. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced rigorous training. Unlike before, from the very onset of his practice, Tuoba Chun could distinctly perceive the movement of every muscle in his body, recognize his postural flaws, and assess the influence of his surroundings. His mind had never been this lucid, and as a result, his various training methods became markedly more precise, yielding significantly enhanced outcomes. After half an hour, Tuoba Chun collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Indeed, this training regimen proved to be quite exhausting, and he found himself unable to endure for even an hour. Observing from the side, Gu Yi promptly assisted him, draping his arm over his shoulder and supporting him as they made their way toward the kitchen. Tuoba Chun had prepared the food, which was now perfectly suited to replenish his physical exhaustion. Upon entering the kitchen, he gazed at the roasted meat of the ancient soul beast resting on the table. Without a care for his image, he indulged heartily, while Gu Yi observed him from the side. She often found herself puzzled by Tuoba Chen's relentless efforts. Despite being the scion of a wealthy family, why did he toil so hard? It was a mystery that left her with a pang of sympathy at times. As he sank his teeth into the thigh meat of the black dragon, Tuoba Chen's eyes lit up. The energy contained within the ancient soul beast meat was extraordinarily rich. After just one bite, he could distinctly feel his vitality and overall condition markedly improving, and the flavor was delightful, far superior to that of the 1,000-year-old soul beast meat. The piece of thigh was not particularly large, weighing around 300 pounds, yet Tuoba Chun consumed 40 pounds in one sitting. The reason for his prodigious appetite lay in his body's desperate need for energy. The moment the food entered, it was transformed into soul power. After finishing his meal, he turned to Gu Yi and said, "Thank you, Gu Yi. You're welcome, young master. The medicinal bath is ready. Would you like to go now?" "Yes." Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. He had not exhausted the medicinal herbs provided by the Holy Dragon Sect during their last encounter, and he had procured a new batch sufficient for his needs for some time. Upon entering his chamber, he was greeted by the familiar fragrance of the herbs, and without hesitation, he stripped off his garments and plunged into the bath with a splash. Oh, the ecstasy! Since entering the sacred dragon pool, it had been over half a month since he last indulged in a medicinal bath. As before, the infusion remained thick and enticing, rendering it irresistible. 5 hours later, Tuoba Chun emerged from the herbal bath. Having begun his soak at noon, it was now approximately 5 in the afternoon. His endeavors today were not limited to the transformation technique. He had also reached the second tier of the Azure Dragon art and was ready to commence his practice. After enjoying a dinner in the kitchen, he set about his training. Ultimately, the second tier of the Azure Dragon art merely required a change in posture for cultivation. However, the difficulty of the cultivation movements is significantly greater than that of the first level. One must place their feet atop their head and then support their body using the strength of their fingers, preventing themselves from touching the ground. By maintaining this posture for 6 hours, one can achieve a breakthrough to the second level. Upon witnessing this position, Tuoba Chun harbored serious doubts about whether the founder of the Zhanglong Gong was perhaps a masochist. Why, he pondered, must every cultivation posture be so bizarre? It felt akin to practicing yoga. Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, cultivation must continue. Due to the intensity required by his body, although this position was undeniably challenging to maintain, he managed to uphold it for an hour. The results of his cultivation were impressive compared to the first level of Zhanglong Gong. The speed of soul power cultivation at the second level had increased. He faintly sensed that the attributes of acceleration and armor piercing within his soul power had also enhanced. Thus, Tuoba Chun spent a stable month, during which Bibi Dong and Zhu Yueguan frequently visited him. He also became acquainted with Zhu Yueguan's good friend, Ghost Douluo. Unlike Zhu Yueguan, Ghost Douluo did not exhibit much fondness for him, but neither did he express disdain. His demeanor was rather neutral, akin to that of a typical acquaintance. As for Hu Liena and others, due to his tendency to remain indoors except for visits to the mimicry training ground, coupled with the fact that he usually went out at night, he had never crossed paths with them. One morning, Tuoba Chun was diligently practicing basic spear techniques. His spear skills had markedly improved compared to before. Not only did they resemble the correct form, but each strike he executed was devoid of any superfluous movements, embodying the simplest yet most effective form of attack. In just over a month, his spear technique had reached this advanced stage, a feat achieved not solely through effort, but also through sincerity. His approach to cultivation was exceptionally clear. For any technique, one must first master the correct posture before commencing quantitative practice. Failing to do so would not only hinder effectiveness, but could also lead to latent injuries. For the first 3 days, he focused on adjusting his posture, ensuring its precision before beginning rigorous practice. Currently, while cultivating the 3rd level of the Transform Dragon technique, he was simultaneously opening his 3 acupoints, experiencing rapid progress in his cultivation. Just as he was engrossed in his practice, a stranger he had never encountered appeared at his gate. The stranger knocked and inquired, "Is Tuoba Chen here? I am a teacher from the Wuhuan Palace Academy. The school has commenced, and I am here to familiarize you with the campus." Taken aback by the voice from outside, Tuoba Chen suddenly recalled that he had been so engrossed in his training during the summer that he had completely forgotten about the start of school. This thought led him to reminisce about the Tiando Royal Junior Academy and how his absence would affect Shui Bang and the others. He wondered what their feelings would be. Additionally, he reflected on how the last farewell had unexpectedly led him to join the Wuhuan Palace, a reminder of how unpredictable life could be. He quickly responded, "I will be out shortly. Gui, please keep an eye on the house." "All right, young master," came the reply. Upon finishing his words, Tuoba Chen followed the individual outside who claimed to be his teacher. Upon seeing Tuoba Chen, the teacher expressed a hint of astonishment, for it was said he was merely an 8-year-old child, yet he appeared remarkably tall. Due to extensive training in body tempering techniques, Tuoba Chen had grown rapidly, now standing approximately 1.60 meters, and his visage had matured into a strikingly handsome young man. "Teacher, shall we depart?" With a somewhat youthful voice, Tuoba Chen prompted, and the teacher reluctantly acquiesced, responding with a simple, "Mm." Thus, Tuoba Chen accompanied this teacher on a tour of the Soul Master Academy. The academy was divided into 3 sections: the primary division, the intermediate division, and the advanced division, representing the foundational, intermediate, and advanced levels of education respectively. Given Tuoba Chen's age, he was expected to enroll in the primary division to acquire fundamental knowledge. However, due to his formidable prowess, he was assigned to the intermediate division. Upon arriving at his classroom and observing the plaque reading Intermediate Division Class 1, he couldn't help but smile, feeling a unique affinity with Class 1. Meanwhile, within the classroom, Yin turned to Xiaoyu and remarked, "Hey, Xiaoyu, have you heard? His Holiness the Pope has taken on a new disciple, a prodigious talent who is 4 years younger than us and 3 years younger than Nana. He is attending the Intermediate Division, and it seems we are in the same class." Xiaoyu replied, "Yes, I've heard. Moreover, it appears he resides not far from us, in the adjacent courtyard. With such a lengthy summer break, it was remiss of us not to pay him a visit." As the 2 men excitedly discussed this newcomer, they inadvertently placed Hulaina between them, causing her some irritation. "Hey, you two, enough already. Why are you so fascinated by a transfer student? He is not even a girl. Class will commence shortly, and we'll see him soon enough. Can you please settle down for a moment?" At Hulaina's words, both men fell silent. Xiaoyu, who always dotes on his younger sister, naturally heeded her request, while Yin, harboring a secret admiration for Hulaina, promptly ceased his chatter upon noticing her displeasure. Meanwhile, Tuoba Chen, who stood at the doorway, overheard their entire conversation with clarity. He then entered the classroom alongside his teacher. As the teacher stepped inside, the classroom fell into an immediate hush. The teacher addressed the students, "Greetings, everyone. This year, I shall once again be your homeroom teacher. Due to the arrival of a new transfer student, I will reintroduce myself. My name is Qing Jian, a level 74 Assault System Soul Master." He directed his gaze toward Tuoba Chen, who nodded in acknowledgement. However, the students largely disregarded the teacher's introduction, their collective attention fixated on Tuoba Chen. Upon seeing him, Xiaoyu and the others were taken aback. 8 years old? Is this truly an 8-year-old? How can he be this tall? Chapter 91. The Golden Generation at First Glance. Hulaina was captivated by the striking appearance of Tuoba Chen. It was not that she had fallen for him. Rather, it was the first time she had encountered a young man so extraordinarily handsome, surpassing her own beauty. In that moment, she felt a twinge of nervousness, as a profound sense of unease surged within her. Subsequently, Qing Jin suggested, "Tuoba Chen, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?" Tuoba Chen nodded slightly. He then stood before the podium and addressed the gathering below. "Greetings, everyone. I am Tuoba Chen, hailing from the Sacred Dragon Sect. My martial soul is the White Armored Earth Dragon, and I am a level 23 Assault-type Soul Master at the tender age of 8. It is a pleasure to interact with you all. His introduction, though conventional, left the audience in awe, for what could be more astonishing than an 8-year-old reaching level 23? Observing the expressions of those present, Tuoba Chun recognized that his current level was indeed remarkable. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School only reached level 25 by the age of 12. Meanwhile, the likes of Xie Yu and others had only just surpassed level 30, despite being 4 years his senior. One can only imagine the terror his soul power invoked in their minds. Naturally, had they possessed the same training resources and dedication as Tuoba Chun, their levels would certainly be much higher than they currently were. Ultimately, under the astonished gaze of his classmates, Tuoba Chun was assigned to the second-to-last seat beside the window. He was well accustomed to the shock and awe of those around him. It was merely a trivial matter. After all, throughout his life, he had always been the center of attention, and this scenario could not perturb him in the slightest. Soon, the teacher took attendance and collected the summer homework before dismissing the class. Indeed, the Martial Soul Hall not only emphasized strength education but also placed significant importance on cultural education. As today marked the first day of school, there would be no classes, and the Pope had specifically instructed to allow Tuoba Chun to acclimate to the academy environment first. Qing Jian could not comprehend why the Pope seemed to hold Tuoba Chun in such high regard after merely a month of his arrival, but he could only speculate. Following the Pope's orders, he complied without question. As soon as class was over, Tuoba Chun was surrounded by his classmates, all eager to introduce themselves. Hello, I am Bai Ling, a level 26 support-type weapon soul master. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by another. I am Xin, a level 28 agility-type beast soul master with the martial soul of a great blackback jackal. Aside from Xie Yu and his companions, nearly everyone was gravitating towards Tuoba Chun. Such a scene was unprecedented at the Martial Soul Academy. It should be noted that all the scattered geniuses without family or background across the continent had essentially been gathered here by the Martial Soul Hall. Each student was typically proud and arrogant, given their similar talents, with no one willing to yield to another. Only Xie Yu and his two companions, possessing talents that surpassed the rest, had received a modicum of special treatment, but nothing to this extent. Tuoba Chen found himself slightly bewildered by the cacophony of voices surrounding him. During his time in the Tiando Empire, most of his classmates had approached him with a degree of caution due to their respective strengths, never exhibiting such exuberance. In truth, their enthusiasm stemmed not from his elevated status, for here, he was the least powerful among them, being both young and strikingly handsome. The disparity in their abilities was largely attributed to the fact that this was a middle school, a secondary academy where the average age of soul masters was around 12. Under normal circumstances, skipping grades was uncommon. In this era, such a remarkable talent as Douluo was a rarity. Thus, it was prudent to cultivate relationships early on, lest it become difficult to connect with him once he evolved into a formidable figure. After politely engaging with the throng, Tuoba Chen finally managed to extricate himself, experiencing for the first time the discomfort of being so warmly received. Upon exiting the classroom, he promptly began to explore the academy, curious about how the facilities of this Soul Master Academy compared to those of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy. However, he presumed they would not fall short, as the Spirit Hall consistently triumphed in the elite competitions held across the continent each year, suggesting that exceptional resources were indeed available. Meanwhile, observing from a distance, Hulaina and her companions decided to discreetly follow him, eager to discover what this legendary transfer student was truly like in private. After 2 hours, Tuoba Chun had nearly traversed the entirety of the Soul Master Academy, finding it to be considerably more expansive than he had anticipated, with the time spent familiarizing himself with the environment proving somewhat excessive. Nonetheless, those 2 hours were well spent, as the training facilities at the Soul Master Academy surpassed those of the Tiando Royal Junior Academy by a significant margin. Whatever the latter possessed, the former had in abundance. In that moment, Tuoba Chun felt a stroke of fortune in his arrival. Thanks to his voracious reading habits, his memory was remarkably sharp, allowing him to retain a general layout of the academy. Behind him, the three from the Evil Moon faction stared in bemusement. They had unknowingly trailed this naive boy for a full 2 hours. What was his purpose? Why wander aimlessly in the school when simply knowing the classroom would suffice? Clearly, the youthful members of the Golden Generation failed to comprehend Tuoba Chen's intentions, particularly Hulaina, who was beginning to feel rather bored. From the moment he left the classroom, Tuoba Chen sensed he was being followed. Initially, he assumed it was merely classmates pursuing him, thus he paid little heed. However, after 2 hours of persistent following, ignoring them became increasingly untenable. "Who is there? Show yourself," he called out. Tuoba Chen addressed the trio, and upon realizing that they had been noticed, the three displayed little surprise. After all, they had not made a concerted effort to conceal their whereabouts, making it rather peculiar if they had gone unnoticed. Upon the unexpected appearance of the three individuals, Tuoba Chen was taken aback, recognizing them as the prominent figures of the Golden Generation. From the very moment he entered the classroom, he had been acutely aware of their presence. However, he found no justification to approach them, and thus refrained from engaging. To his astonishment, they had followed him. Despite his awareness of their identities, Tuoba Chen inquired, "Who are you? You have been trailing me since I left the classroom. What is your purpose?" At Tuoba Chen's words, Xiaoyu was somewhat astonished. It seemed that Tuoba Chen had discerned their presence from that earlier moment, demonstrating a remarkable capacity for observation. As the eldest among the trio, he promptly clarified, "Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions. We are also disciples of Teacher Bibi Dong, residing in the 3 courtyards nearby." Chapter 92. A sparring session. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's explanation, Tuoba Chen feigned a sense of relaxation, although he had never truly felt anxious. "Disciples of the teacher? Surely. She has introduced us to you," Xiaoyu stated with unwavering confidence. "Not at all. She has never mentioned you," Tuoba Chen replied, his expression remaining impassive. Upon the conclusion of Tuoba Chen's words, Xiaoyu found herself frozen in place, engulfed in a wave of embarrassment, longing to vanish into the very crevices of the earth. "What, pray tell, is the purpose of your summons?" Observing this awkward tableau, Yin could no longer contain himself and interjected, "It is of little consequence. We merely seek to ascertain the extent of your prowess. Will you dare to engage in a contest with me?" So, they have come seeking trouble. Had they but stated it plainly from the outset. How shall we measure our strengths? Tuoba Chen was not entirely incapable of understanding the feelings of Xiaoyu and the others. After all, they were children. Who wouldn't desire to be the center of attention? It was only natural for them to feel displeased when someone overshadowed them. However, he found such troublesome behavior rather distasteful and resolved to teach Yin a proper lesson. Upon hearing Tuoba Chen's prompt agreement, Yin was somewhat taken aback. He had not truly intended to compete. It had merely been an impulsive remark. Yet, he was not one to back down. Having accepted the challenge, he declared, "Let us duel here. I shall refrain from using my third soul skill. If you can withstand my onslaught for a mere 15 minutes, I shall concede defeat." Yin spoke with unwavering confidence, viewing Tuoba Chen merely as a young soul master. And at the tender age of 8, he felt no guilt in taking advantage of the situation. Furthermore, in the Angel Battle Soul Arena within the Spirit City, he had achieved the prestigious Silver Battle Soul rank, possessing ample combat experience. Facing a child like Tuoba Chen would be child's play. Upon hearing Yan's words, Tuoba Chen did not feign bravado by insisting that no concessions were necessary. Yin was indeed a rare talent. Not yielding could very well result in his own defeat. "All right, I accept." With that, both retreated a short distance, while Hulina and Xiaoyu observed with keen interest. They were well aware of Yan's prowess. Among them, he possessed the strongest overall attributes. Were it not for their own martial soul fusion technique, Yan's combat abilities would have made him the most formidable of the trio. Thus, they harbored no concerns about Yan's potential loss. They were merely curious as to how long Tuoba Chen could endure against him. Xiaoyu subtly signaled to Yan, suggesting he show some leniency towards Tuoba Chen, as they would all be studying together in the future. It would be unwise to embarrass the young boy too much. Yan nodded in acknowledgement of the hint. Subsequently, both parties summoned their martial souls, preparing for the duel. Yan, the Flame Lord, was a 32nd level assault-type soul sovereign. Tuoba Chen, wielding the white armored earth dragon, was a 23rd level assault-type Great Soul Master. The moment Tuoba Chen activated his martial soul, it startled the three onlookers. His demeanor transformed dramatically, exuding an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Witnessing this change, Yan's expression grew serious. After all, anyone favored by Bai Dong could not be lacking in strength. Once they were prepared, Yan struck first. The pressure exerted by Tuoba Chen was significant, compelling him to unleash his full power, especially with Hulina observing nearby. Should he falter, it would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. First soul skill, Body of Flames. With that declaration, a torrent of vibrant orange flames erupted around Yan's form, the temperature soaring dramatically before surging towards Tuoba. Chen harbored no fear of him. After all, Yan was not like the indomitable tortoiseshell of Zhou Fang. It was, in fact, an opportune moment for him to gauge his true capabilities. With a resounding crash and a sharp clap, the two engaged in a fierce struggle, the sounds of their battle echoing around them. Witnessing this spectacle, Hulaina remarked, "Brother, Yan's performance is quite impressive. I can hardly discern that he is holding back against that young man." Xiaoyu, upon hearing her words, shook his head and replied, "He is not holding back at all. Did you not notice? Yan is already sweating profusely. If he could feign so convincingly, I would gladly declare him the strongest in terms of acting skills." Listening to Xiaoyu's observation, Hulaina turned her attention to Yan's condition, feeling a wave of astonishment. She was acutely aware of Yan's physical prowess, especially when combined with his flame Lord Martial spirit. With unparalleled heat, formidable attack power, and exceptional durability, she had seldom encountered anyone capable of matching Yan in hand-to-hand combat. Yet, witnessing the current scenario, it was truly astonishing that Yan found himself being overpowered by Tuoba Chen. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, causing both combatants to stagger backward a few steps. Then, the air filled with the sound of their labored breaths. Tuoba Chen was frantically blowing on his hands, feeling an intense heat, as if he were directly touching freshly cooked meat. Had it not been for the cold energy within him partially offsetting the warmth, he would have likely felt somewhat cooked himself. Yan was no better off. He vigorously rubbed his own body. Tuoba Chen's fists were as hard as stone. His tiger's mouth already cracked, and his body felt as if it were on the verge of disassembling, overwhelmed by pain. After separating, both individuals simultaneously dismissed the notion of engaging in close combat, recognizing the folly of a strategy that would inflict equal harm upon themselves. After all, this was merely a friendly spar. There was no need to sustain injuries. Subsequently, they both called out in unison. First soul skill, Earth Spike Charge. Second soul skill, Raging Flame. Due to their near simultaneous activation of soul skills, neither managed to evade the other's assault. Struck simultaneously, Tuoba Chen's garments were singed and tattered, revealing patches of his fair skin. Yan, on the other hand, appeared significantly worse for wear. Despite his formidable defense, he ultimately succumbed to Tuoba Chen's earth spikes, which pierced through his forearm and calf, causing blood to flow profusely and rendering him a pitiful sight. Nearby, Hulaina and Xiaoyu were taken aback by this scene. "Yan," she exclaimed, rushing over to lift the fallen Yan. In truth, Tuoba Chen had held back, and Yan was not in any mortal danger. With some rest, he would recover. "Cough. I'm fine. I lost," Yan said, a tinge of dejection in his voice. He had never anticipated being defeated by such a young opponent. Though he believed that had he employed his third soul skill, victory would have been nearly assured, he recognized that the conditions were self-imposed, being 4 years older. He shuddered to think how dire the outcome would be had Tuoba Chen been his contemporary. Upon hearing Yan's words, Tuoba Chen nodded and turned to leave. "Stop," Hulaina interjected. "Is there something amiss?" She continued, her voice tinged with indignation. "You merely wished to spar with him, yet you inflicted such severe injuries. How can you live with yourself?" Xiaoyu quickly intervened. Having just assessed the wound, Yan was not gravely injured, the cuts were minor, and with a couple of days' rest, he would be just fine. Tuoba Chen had shown restraint. It was Hulaina who had lost her composure. Chapter 93. 1 year later, end of the third update. "I beseech you, brother, do not hold me back. I must teach that boy a lesson." "Nonsense. Cease this at once." "Tuoba Chen, I apologize on behalf of Laina." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Tuoba Chen shook his head. "No need. I bear her no ill will." With that, he departed, as he had other matters to attend to and no time to linger. Hulaina watched his retreating figure, shaking her small fist in frustration. The following day, Tuoba Chen entered the classroom and noticed that the seat originally occupied by Yan was vacant, leading him to surmise that Yan must have taken a leave of absence. Meanwhile, Hulaina glared at him with evident irritation. Xiaoyu chose to disregard her, and he, too, found no interest in engaging with either of them. He proceeded directly to his own seat and commenced the lesson. A year later, Tuoba Chen stood before the window, marking the commencement of a new academic term. Throughout the year, the school had remained uneventful. He had been diligently honing his skills, and since the incident, he had scarcely exchanged words with Hulaina and the others. On the rare occasions he encountered them outside, their interactions were limited to mere greetings. Notably, however, his progress in the dragon transformation technique had been remarkable, as he had unlocked the 5th meridian. This indicated that within a mere year, he had ascended to the 3rd level of the technique, a feat attributed to his journey to the sacred dragon pool. Without that experience, such rapid advancement would have been unattainable. Nevertheless, his soul power had only increased modestly, rising by just 2 levels over the course of the year. While this rate of enhancement may seem swift to others, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, as he had exerted himself without a moment's complacency. The notion of only achieving a 2-level increase was somewhat difficult to accept. Yet, circumstances dictated that his soul power requirements were thrice that of others. Thus his advancement by 2 levels equated to a 6-level increase for his peers. Moreover, his total soul power was threefold that of a typical white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master, and a staggering 4.5 times greater than that of other Soul Masters, granting him enhanced endurance in combat and maximizing the inherent advantages of a white-armored Earth Dragon Soul Master. However, a higher total of soul power did not necessarily translate to superior combat prowess. After all, a century-old soul ring could only manifest the capabilities of its century designation, unless accompanied by a soul bone. Soul bones, being able to enhance alongside a soul master's level, were more advantageous when acquired early. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed the students engaged in animated discussions. With his keen hearing, he quickly discerned the topic of their chatter. A new transfer student was arriving. Yet, this matter bore no significance to him. He was resolved to focus on his own path. Before long, Qing Jian entered the room, and an immediate hush fell over the classroom. Qing Jian then addressed the students. Today, I would like to introduce a new classmate. Iran, please introduce yourself. Upon hearing the name Iran, Tuoba Chen instantly raised his head, a flicker of disbelief crossing his mind. However, as he looked up, he recognized the slightly more mature visage before him, confirming his suspicions. Meng Iran, brimming with vitality, introduced herself to the class. Hello, everyone. I am Meng Iran, a level 21 agility-focused soul master with a serpent staff as my martial spirit. I am here to see my fiancé. Throughout her speech, her gaze remained fixed on Tuoba Chen. The moment the students laid eyes on Meng Iran, their expressions lit up. She was unlike Tuoba Chen, as her development had not been premature. Although girls typically matured earlier, she still stood at around 1.40 meters, and her deliberately cute demeanor made her appear exceptionally charming. Such an endearing young lady was undoubtedly well received among her peers. However, when the crowd heard the term fiancé, they were momentarily taken aback. After speaking, before Qing Jian could respond, she took it upon herself to sit beside Tuoba Chen, leaving their classmates in a state of bewilderment. Fiancé? What is happening? The students exchanged glances filled with ambiguity, observing the pair with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Tuoba Chen, gazing at the beaming Meng Iran before him, felt a sense of helplessness. He could distinctly hear the murmurs from his classmates. What brings you here? Honestly, he felt a surge of joy that Meng Iran had come to see him. She did not immediately answer, merely stating, I will talk to you later. All right. Qing Jian, witnessing Meng Iran's actions, felt a mixture of resignation and understanding. Fortunately, the Soul Master Academy did not impose any restrictions against young love. And considering these two children were merely 9 years old, they likely had no comprehension of the necessary steps involved. Thus, he decided not to overthink the situation. After instructing the classmate beside Tuoba Chen to yield his seat to Meng Iran, Qing Jian resumed the lesson as usual. As before, Meng Iran took the initiative to position her seat adjacent to Tuoba Chen's, managing to create an impromptu desk-made arrangement despite the single-file seating. Qing Jian noticed this, but chose not to comment. Tuoba Chen, under the watchful eye of Bai Dong, was not someone he could provoke, so throughout the year, Tuoba Chen had been seen reading other books in his classroom without any objections from Qing Jian. Now, with Meng Iran under Tuoba Chen's protection, Qing Jian felt equally intimidated. After all, any criticism directed towards Meng Iran would offend her fiancé, Tuoba Chen, who would then likely enlist Bai Dong to intervene. Thus, it became apparent that Bai Dong was shielding Meng Iran, which complicated matters for Qing Jian. As the class progressed, the students were unable to focus, their attention fixated on the young couple, and the sight of their affectionate interactions left many feeling a twinge of envy. The golden generation was no exception. Yet, The two remained oblivious to the scrutiny around them, engrossed in their own whispered conversations. Yan, unable to contain himself, exclaimed softly, "Wow, they are whispering sweet nothings. Did you see that, Xiaoyu?" "Yes, I noticed," Xiaoyu replied, a mischievous smile on his face. Nearby, Hulai discreetly turned her head toward them, using her fingers to shield her eyes as if pretending not to watch. "Wow, they are holding hands." Yan's excitement got the better of him, causing his voice to rise slightly. Qin Jin's forehead throbbed with tension, but he felt powerless to express his anger. Yan was not someone he could afford to provoke. Finally, as the class came to an end, Qin Jin quickly announced, "Class dismissed." Having spoken, Qin Jin swiftly exited the classroom, making his way towards the soul fighting arena to vent the frustrations that weighed heavily on his heart. However, the other students displayed no intention of leaving. They were eager to witness any unfolding drama, particularly if it involved a kiss, as they had yet to witness one firsthand. Meanwhile, the two main characters remained oblivious to their audience. During class, Tuoba Chun had posed numerous inquiries to Meng Iran, all of which she answered with meticulous care, including the reason for his presence here. It turned out that Tuoba Meng had sent a letter to his parents, updating them on his current situation. Meng Iran, in turn, had learned of his whereabouts through his parents, and fearing that he might be swayed by other young ladies, he had hastily transferred schools after reaching level 20. As for why he was fortuitously placed in the same class, it appeared that the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, had made some sacrifices. With this in mind, Tuoba Chen inquired, "Would you like to visit my current residence?" "Yes, that sounds good." Upon hearing that the two were departing, the crowd gradually dispersed. Author's note: tomorrow marks the beginning of my new chapter. I will strive to produce a flurry of updates, aiming for 10, though I lack confidence. Why the hesitation? Because I have no stored drafts. If I cannot deliver 10 updates, I will compensate in the following days, as my elderly hands may not guarantee such a rapid output. I am immensely grateful for the support of all my brothers. I shall refrain from overly sentimental expressions, as it feels somewhat embarrassing. Nonetheless, I sincerely hope for your continued support and kindly request a first subscription. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 94. I wish to live together with you. One update requesting first subscription. In the courtyard of Tuoba Chan, from a distance, Gu Yi spotted Tuoba Chen's silhouette in the attic. Just as he was about to descend to greet him, he suddenly noticed a strange young girl following closely behind Tuoba Chan. The girl appeared to be of a similar age, possessing remarkable beauty that was utterly captivating.